A blood-red full moon hung high above the forest of steel high-rises, dyeing everything beneath it in an ominous crimson hue. Neon signs blazed with light, their flickers casting eerie, bewitched glimmers across the city. On the streets below, people flowed like a ceaseless tide. They wore fashionable clothes of every style, yet a chill indifference and alienation clung to each passing figure. High above, on the edge of the tallest building in the city, a lone figure could be vaguely seen, sitting cross-legged on the verge. Her white hair spilled carelessly down her back, and her twin scarlet pupils echoed the blood moon behind her. All-consuming madness lurked smothered beneath that bloody glow. She gazed down at the city in silence, no one knowing what thoughts churned within her mind. Beneath that towering structure, many people had already noticed and were secretly watching the figure at its summit. Inside a nearby cafe, a burly man with a scar at the end of his left eyebrow and a thick beard leaned in to whisper to the woman in red beside him. Hey, you have to admit, when Fang Jian isn't losing her mind, her efficiency is insane. It only took her 3 days to clear this so-called despair city with a 0 clearance rate. Tagging along with her is basically winning while lying down. The woman in red shot him a sidelong glare. Did you think the title God Jian was granted for nothing? Look around this infinite world. How many people are actually called gods? Besides, isn't it great when she's not going crazy? As long as we don't provoke her, we'll be able to get out of here soon. The bearded man rubbed his nose. Come on, I'm just sighing with emotion here. Stop rambling. In 30 minutes the clearance passage opens, so shut up and wait. The woman in red scolded him. For some reason, a nameless sense of foreboding gnawed at her, growing stronger with each passing moment. Yet with the exit about to open, she could only forcefully press down the discomfort in her chest. She looked up at the distant silhouette on the high-rise, her brows knitted in worry. Inwardly, she prayed again and again, begging that they might leave safely this time. Elsewhere in the city, other players were silently praying, as well, hoping Fang Jian would not choose this moment to go insane. Yet the very thing they dreaded descended upon them. The figure atop the skyscraper suddenly moved. She slowly rose to her feet. Behind her, a vortex abruptly unfurled into existence, and countless silver eel-like creatures swam out from its depths, dispersing toward every corner of the city. Those are soul-eating worms. Run, run. That lunatic Fang Jian has lost it again. A sharp-eyed player on the street recognized the pale creatures and screamed in terror. Soul-eating worms, one of Fang Jian's signature skills. A single bite and a victim's soul would be devoured in an instant, their body collapsing into nothing more than a puddle of blood. As NPCs and players alike fell one after another to the soul-eating worms, the players lurking in the shadows finally snapped and fled in a frenzy for their lives. Damn it, you Jinx. Look at this mess. That lunatic's having another episode. Happy now? The woman in red screamed at the burly man as she ran for her life, her formerly charming face twisted into something feral and contorted. 3 soul-eating worms were closing in rapidly behind them. Under the blood moon, the once slumbering city fully awakened. Players and NPCs alike had only one instinct left: run. The vortex behind Fang Jian swelled ever larger as tens of thousands of soul-eating worms poured out in full force. Her eyes were now completely drowned in red, and the colossal beast called madness that lurked beneath that crimson finally broke free of its cage. Listening to the wails and curses rising from afar, and watching the city erupt into war within mere moments, Fang Jian's lips slowly curled upward. Just now a whimsical thought had struck her: what would happen if she slaughtered every single person in this city? Thus her citywide massacre began. After a brief spell of chaos, the city mounted its own counterattack. Countless fighter jets roared through the sky, converging toward Fang Jian's position. In the command centers behind those fighter squadrons, high-ranking officials shouted in fury as they ordered the military to shoot Fang Jian down at once. Fang Jian glanced at the fighters in the sky and the shells drawing ever closer. Her smile grew wider, her gaze spiraling deeper into madness. With a light step, Fang Jian leaped. As she plummeted at extreme speed, 4 pairs of enormous slender spider legs suddenly burst from her back. As though alive, they seized the wall behind her the instant she neared the ground, then swung her away in a blur as she began to race through the forest of skyscrapers. The 4 pairs of giant spider legs behind her moved with terrifying speed and agility. Each step thudded with power and precision, allowing her to evade the pursuing jets and incoming shells with ease. The spider legs moved with uncanny coordination, every motion exact, vaulting over obstacles with astounding speed and dexterity. The roar of fighter engines and the boom of explosions echoed across the entire city. Wherever Fang Jian passed, streets and buildings were bombarded into ruin, and countless fleeing NPCs, and the players hidden among them, were reduced to cannon fodder. Every player cursed Fang Jian as a madwoman, yet none dared try to stop her. All they could do was anxiously await the opening of the clearance passage. Damn it, still 10 minutes. Hurry up. That lunatic Fang Jian, why won't she just die already? The disheveled player narrowly dodged a falling shell, then checked the countdown on his wristband, and broke down cursing. Help me. I don't want to die. Why won't this instance let us exit? That lunatic. Run. The worms are here. Oh, my leg. My leg. Help. Stay away from me. Countless screams and shrieks rang through the city as Fang Jian's chase with the fighter squadrons reached a fever pitch. Under their bombardment, her citywide massacre progressed at nearly twice the speed she had estimated. By now the fighter jets held no further value for her. At the corner of a high-rise, Fang Jian's figure suddenly vanished. The jets attempting to pinch her from both sides had no time to evade and slammed directly into each other. A thunderous explosion tore through the city center. Skyscrapers began collapsing outward under the force of the blast. At that moment, the clearance passage finally opened. A mechanical chime echoed, "Ding, passage open. All players leave the instance immediately." To the surviving players, the system's mechanical voice was like celestial music. They surged toward the passage in a desperate scramble to escape. Fang Jian received the notification as well, but merely cast an indifferent glance toward the passage's location. Then she guided her spider legs toward the city's wealthy district instead. Compared to those dispensable players, she was far more intrigued by the core NPCs residing in the affluent zone. She wondered idly what would happen after killing them. Once all surviving players had escaped, the entire city lay in ruin. Under the blood moon, devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. Broken walls and shattered ruins stood where bustling streets had once been. Dust and smoke filled the air thick enough to choke on. Here and there, black smoke curled up from the rubble, the remnants of fires that had yet to fully die out. The streets were utterly deserted. Severed limbs lay scattered in corners, while a few soul-eating worms still drifted about searching for survivors. Even the wind carried a cloying stench of blood. Fang Jian now stood atop the roof of a villa. The spider legs behind her were soaked in blood, scraps of flesh still clinging to them. From her vantage point, she gazed down upon a city carpeted with corpses. Her once delicate, pristine face was flecked with specks of blood. Her eyes, entirely red with no trace of white, held a strange, almost illusory solemnity amidst the absolute calm. High in the night sky, the blood moon began to change. Its color deepened redder and redder until the city beneath it seemed coated in viscous blood. A sense of doom blanketed everything. Fang Jian frowned and shook out her hand. Under the moonlight, her exposed skin looked as though it were truly coated in a layer of sticky, nauseating blood. In her mind, the system blared incessant alarms, the noise so loud it felt like it would shatter her skull. Alert! Alert! Malicious instance destruction by player detected. Player will now be punished. Alert! Alert! Beep! Player, punishment will be, beep, crackle, alert, instance collapse. The moon above grew ever darker and redder, and the interference flooding Fang Jian's system intensified. A piercing hum erupted inside her skull, and the system in her mind finally burned out completely. Fang Jian clutched her ears in pain and stared up at the moon, now so red it was almost black. The madness in her eyes seemed on the verge of taking physical form. Her smile twisted into something sick and terrifying, her body trembling with barely contained excitement. She stood there quietly watching as the moon devoured the city bit by bit, drawing ever closer to her. Fang Jian had no intention of running. She wanted to see what would happen after being swallowed by the moon. Everyone knew she was mad, but if they could have heard what she was thinking, they would have cursed her all over again for being utterly, irredeemably insane. Fang Jian retracted the spider legs on her back, let all her defenses fall, and slowly spread her arms wide. She closed her eyes and waited in stillness. After a moment of dizzy unreality, she was certain she must have died. But when Fang Jian opened her eyes again, a chime sounded. Ding! Successfully bound to host. Welcome, host, to Love Life. Please complete your daily quest, confess your feelings, to Jiang Xu. Fang Jian ignored the mechanical voice in her mind. Being devoured by the blood moon had been anything but pleasant. The sensation of her body being torn apart in an instant still left her reeling. Now everything she saw seemed veiled in a thin mist, and even the sounds reaching her ears were slightly warped, and Fang Jian slowly flexed her fingers and realized she was clutching something. She lowered her head to look. A pink love letter creased and crumpled from being squeezed in its nervous owner's grip. She rolled her eyes upward to observe her surroundings. Sunlight poured over the sports field, lighting up the green grass and red running track. Not far away, students were playing basketball. The sound of the basketball striking the ground intertwined with classmates' shouts. Faced with such a vivid scene, Fang Jian realized she might actually still be alive. A cold, detached voice suddenly sounded right in front of her. I told you I'm not interested. Stop clinging to me. Only then did Fang Jian lift her head to look at the person standing before her. He wore a blue and white school uniform, his tall, lean figure standing straight before her. His features were handsome, his expression cold and arrogant. At this moment, his dark eyes held obvious impatience. Only then did Fang Jian belatedly realize this must be the Jiang Xu the system had mentioned. Fang Jian smiled, and her smile only grew wider. Just as Jiang Xu began to frown in puzzlement, she suddenly moved. Her hand shot out and closed around his throat so fast he saw only a blur. Hauling him closer by the neck, Fang Jian watched his face turn a mottled purpler from lack of air and said lazily, "You then go die?" It all happened in an instant. Jiang Xu didn't even have time to struggle before Fang Jian snapped his neck. As screams erupted around the track, the system in her mind froze in disbelief at her actions before shrieking into a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! Target of strategy has died. Target of strategy has died. The world is about to reset. In an instant, the entire world shattered like a broken mirror. Fang Jian was transported into a blank, featureless space. She felt no fear at all. Instead, she watched the suddenly appearing orb of light with great interest. The world is about to reset. Host, please treat the target of strategy with seriousness. Do not treat the mission with hostility or neglect. The yellow orb emitted a series of mechanical tones. Fang Jian poked the orb with a curious finger. A thin tendril extended from the yellow sphere to push her hand away. Attention! Host is not allowed to harass the system. Attention! Host must listen carefully to the mission briefing. Fang Jian's eyes gleamed with deep interest toward the yellow orb. And why should I complete your missions? If you complete the ultimate mission, to enter a relationship with Jiang Xu, you will be able to return to your original world. The yellow orb spoke with utter confidence that Fang Jian would never refuse such a reward. However, Fang Jian sneered. Huh? Did you even bother to investigate your host's background? If you knew which world I came from, would you still dare to offer that as a reward? To her, the yellow orb seemed both foolish and ridiculous. The orb fell silent, then hastily turned its attention away from her to begin investigating her background. Seeing the orb go quiet, Fang Jian knew it was retrieving data. She did not disturb it, and instead waited with genuine curiosity to see how it would react. When the system finally finished its investigation, it nearly short-circuited. Of all the people to be randomly assigned, it had snagged someone who was recognized as a complete lunatic even in an infinite world. Its luck was almost perversely bad. Overwhelmed, the system's yellow orb glitched so badly, it nearly failed to maintain its outward form. Watching the now slightly misshapen yellow orb, Fang Jian only found it even more entertaining. After a bout of internal chaos, the system decided to ignore Fang Jian's attitude and proceeded with its mission release. World reset will soon be complete. Host, please treat the mission seriously and actively complete the daily tasks. The teasing light vanished from Fang Jian's face, her expression darkening instantly. But as a new idea came to her, she smiled again. Very well. All you want is for him to agree to date me, isn't it? Then I'll just keep killing him until he agrees. The yellow orb let out an immediate shrill alarm. Warning! Warning! Host must treat the target of strategy with seriousness. Do not treat the mission with hostility or neglect. If the world resets 3 times, it will completely collapse and crumble. Host, you will die as well. If Fang Jian feared death, she would not be who she was. She even wanted to see what this world would look like when it collapsed. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to know the answer. She even felt a growing impatience to meet Jiang Xu again. After a wave of dizziness, the second round began. Fang Jian returned to where it had all started, the same sports field, the same love letter, and Jiang Xu standing before her with the same cold expression. With an excited smile on her face, Fang Jian was just about to make her move when Jiang Xu suddenly spoke. I need some time to think about it first. Fang Jian froze, the killing intent in her eyes replaced by confusion. Her eyes narrowed slightly, gaze turning deep and unreadable as she scrutinized Jiang Xu from head to toe as if trying to see straight through him. Standing in front of her, Jiang Xu kept his hands hidden inside his jacket pockets, but they were trembling uncontrollably, slick with sweat. The suffocating pain of having his neck snapped still lingered around him like a shadow. Jiang Xu's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest, as though he were being stalked by some terrifying large carnivore. His pulse raced, each thud echoing in his ears. The memory of his neck being snapped became more vivid, blanking his mind and making it impossible to think. Yet he had to force himself to remain calm. If the madwoman before him sensed anything amiss, he was certain he would die again. Seeing Fang Jian's gaze grow more dangerous by the second, his instincts screamed at him in warning, making his scalp prickle. He could only force his body to relax and try his best to appear normal. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, working to steady his voice. Is that for me? Fang Jian shifted her gaze from his face to the love letter in her hand, then back to him. She tilted her head and smiled faintly, as if she had discovered something far more entertaining. Following his lead, her voice came out soft to an almost absurd degree. Then you'd better think very carefully, Jiang Xu. With that, Fang Jian tossed the letter to him and turned to leave. Ding! Daily mission complete. Host, please keep up the good work, the system chimed. Jiang Xu caught the letter on reflex, his hands shaking uncontrollably. To him, Fang Jian's gentle voice had sounded like the whisper of a demon from hell, cold, sticky, and terrifying. Watching Fang Jian's retreating figure, Jiang Xu's previously composed expression crumpled. He slumped against the rail beside him, one hand clutching his intact neck as he gulped in air like a man who had narrowly escaped death. His body continued to tremble, cold sweat soaking the back of his shirt without his noticing. Inwardly, Jiang Xu cursed Fang Jian, that lunatic who refused to follow any script. What kind of so-called strategist killed the target the moment they showed up? She had to be sick in the head. Heart still pounding, Jiang Xu cast a wary glance at Fang Jian's distant back. Since middle school, Jiang Xu had been able to hear conversations between certain so-called systems and their hosts. From their exchanges, he learned that he was likely the male lead of some novel, and those hosts' missions were to pursue him, date him, and thus complete their tasks to earn various rewards. He felt extreme disgust, and even loathing, toward the existence of these systems and hosts. From the moment he started hearing them, he stopped treating any admirer kindly. His attitude could only be described as downright hostile. Yet those so-called strategists clung to him like flies, impossible to swat away, denying him even a moment's peace. If Fang Jian had unlocked favorability detection, she would have seen that his affection toward her sat at -100. When Fang Jian blocked his path with that love letter in hand, he was already filled with revulsion. Annoyed to the extreme, another one. Hearing the system issue its so-called mission only confirmed what he had suspected. What Jiang Xu had never anticipated was that Fang Jian would simply kill him on the spot. So fast he hadn't even had time to react before his neck snapped. It was the first time a so-called strategist had killed him. More absurd still, he hadn't stayed dead. When he was thrown back to the very beginning, Jiang Xu felt it was all absurd and pitiful. But he had no time to dwell on it because he saw the naked killing intent in Fang Jian's eyes. Instinctive survival panic left no room for second-guessing whether he would expose himself. He hurriedly changed his words on the spot. The sensation of his neck being snapped was something he never wished to experience again. After leaving the playground, Fang Jian strolled lazily through the campus. The system in her mind, seeing that she had finally stopped tormenting Jiang Xu, exhaled in relief and promptly dumped all the information about this world's original body into her consciousness at once. The sudden influx of massive information nearly overwhelmed even Fang Jian's formidable soul. Halfway down the stairs, her footsteps faltered, her face turned instantly ashen, and the hand gripping the railing tightened so hard that veins bulged beneath the skin. Suppressing the nausea brought on by the vertigo, Fang Jian gave a cold inward sneer at the system's obvious act of petty revenge. "You're quite something. You'd better stay in my head and never come out, or else," she ground out the threat in her heart. The system began to regret its impulsiveness, but the deed was done, so it could only play dead and remain silent. Even though Fang Jian had no interest in this world, she now understood the life this body had once led. The owner of this body was also named Fang Jian, but unlike the powerful, perpetually deranged Fang Jian of the infinite worlds, this world's Fang Jian was the very picture of abject cowardice and misery. At home, her younger brother disliked her, and her mother did not love her. Since childhood, her mother had favored sons over daughters. Anything good went to her brother Fang Wei. She herself was treated like scrap in a forgotten corner, forced from the age of 5 to shoulder all household chores and serve her brother like a lowly servant. When her father was still alive, though every day was hard, at least Fang Jian could manage to eat her fill. But when Fang Jian was 7, her father died in an accident on a construction site. Because he had been sneaking building materials when the incident occurred, not only did the family receive no compensation, they even faced the prospect of a lawsuit. Fortunately, the site owner did not press the matter, and out of humanitarian concern, gave the family 10,000 yuan in compensation. Yet for the Fang family with only one working adult, this was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Her father's death cut off the family's source of income. Fang Jian's mother blamed her, calling her a jinx who had cursed her father to death, and in the dead of winter, she drove the 7-year-old girl out of the house to fend for herself. Fang Jian was on the verge of freezing to death when members of the neighborhood committee found her. They sent Fang Jian back home, reprimanded and educated her mother, and warned her that if she abandoned her child again, she would go to prison. Because of this, Fang Jian was no longer thrown out. Yet her mother continued to loathe her, constantly calling her a bringer of misfortune. She told everyone that Fang Jian had killed her husband, that the girl was a debt collector from another life, so Fang Jian grew up under the weight of other people's scornful stares. With no income at home, her mother, formerly a housewife, was forced to seek work and through acquaintances became a maid in a well. Whenever her mother suffered humiliation at her employer's house, she would vent it all on Fang Jian. Thus, Fang Jian's body was covered in scars from a very young age. She was like the lowest slave in that household, doing the hardest, most exhausting work, yet only allowed to eat the leftovers from her mother and brother. Sometimes her brother would deliberately dump the remaining food, and her mother merely watched, coldly warning her that aside from leftovers, she was not permitted to touch anything else in the house. If there were no leftovers, she went hungry. Fang Jian's daily life was pitch dark and devoid of light. Her brother constantly called her a slave and beat and cursed her at will. If not for compulsory education, her mother would never have allowed her to attend school. Fang Jian had never worn new clothes. Everything she wore was what her brother no longer wanted. She was always grimy, and years of malnutrition left her far shorter than her peers, like a stunted bean sprout. At school, she was constantly alone, seeming utterly out of place with everything around her. Withdrawn and taciturn, she could pass an entire day without uttering 3 sentences. Her studies were miserable beyond description, as she placed at the very bottom of the class in every exam. Bruises and scratches often appeared inexplicably on her body, making classmates both fearful and disgusted. The teachers, however, chose to turn a blind eye and remained utterly indifferent to her. A person like Fang Jian, with no sense of presence and as invisible as air, quickly became the ideal target for everyone's bullying and oppression. She became everyone's punching bag, a plaything for mockery and manipulation. Whether at school or in any social setting, she was constantly taunted and toyed with. The bullying she suffered was treated as something natural, if not outright entertaining, by those around her. So it went on until high school. Fang Jian once thought her school life might improve, but some of her middle school classmates ended up in the same class, and a new round of bullying began. Her life seemed shrouded in unending darkness, with not a single glimmer of hope anywhere in sight. Her despair grew deeper by the day. Her mother constantly pressured her to drop out and go work. Her brother's exploitation intensified. It was as if the entire world had abandoned her, as though no one cared whether she lived or died. One early morning after cleaning the house too late into the night, Fang Jian slept only 3 hours before getting up to cook breakfast, then went to school on an empty stomach. Because of sleep deprivation, she felt dazed and foggy. Crossing the street, she failed to notice a car running a red light, until a boy standing nearby yanked her back, snatching her from the brink of disaster. Seeing her standing there in a stupor, the boy even took the trouble to remind her, "Don't zone out when you're crossing the road." It was an ordinary sentence, yet from this boy for the first time in her life, Fang Jian felt a trace of warmth. This boy was Jiang Xu. From then on, Fang Jian quietly embarked on a cautious, unseen journey of secret love. Yet she knew all too well that the gulf between her and Jiang Xu was as vast as that between clouds and mud. Though they were in the same class, Fang Jian only dared to steal one furtive glance at him each day. She never harbored any improper thoughts about Jiang Xu. Instead, she was filled with gratitude toward him. It was Jiang Xu's existence that allowed a single beam of light to pierce into her bleak, lightless days, granting her a faint sliver of something worth anticipating. Each day, what she looked forward to most at school was the chance to secretly glimpse Jiang Xu. Even if she was bullied and beaten daily, she did not care. Perhaps it was because Jiang Xu always appeared gentle and elegant to others, or perhaps because Fang Jian's prolonged experience of bullying had birthed a certain illusion in her heart. She suddenly wanted to do the boldest thing in her life, to confess to Jiang Xu. Even knowing she would be rejected, Fang Jian still wanted to express her feelings and to thank him face to face. Thus came the scene that greeted Fang Jian of the Infinite Worlds when she first crossed over. A handful of water splashed against the mirror. As the droplets slid down, they revealed Fang Jian's unnaturally pale face. Malnutrition had stripped her skin of healthy luster, leaving only a frail, fragile sheen. Her dry, yellowed hair hung in a messy curtain over her shoulders. The once heavy bangs had been casually brushed aside, exposing the pair of eyes that had long been hidden. The original Fang Jian's eyes were perfectly shaped like a cat's, though they had usually held nothing but numbness and pain. Now, however, they contained only calm, an absolute profound stillness. It was a deep, chilling tranquility, like the stillness before the descent of an abyss. The madness concealed beneath that calm made one's skin crawl, brimming with suffocating terror. Years of malnutrition had left this body terrifyingly thin. Bones jutted sharply, arms and legs were unnaturally slender, and the oversized school uniform hung on her like a loose frame of bones. Yet even so, the delicate, striking features of her face could still be faintly discerned. Staring at a face identical to her own in high school, Fang Jian muttered a single curse at an idiot. She found herself utterly incapable of empathizing with such a weak, spineless person, unable even to comprehend someone like that. "So Fang Jian is dead?" she asked. Fang Jian stared expressionlessly into the mirror. The system, realizing she was referring to the original Fang Jian, answered in the conventional sense, yes. After her confession was rejected, she felt there was no longer any reason for her existence in this world, so she willingly relinquished her body. "How utterly boring," Fang Jian replied. She flicked the water from her hands. "To stake your so-called salvation on a complete stranger, praying he'll kindly rescue you, and when he rejects you, to imagine that dying will make someone remember you. Huh, even your rebellion is that pitiful and spineless." The system listened silently to Fang Jian's ridicule of Fang Jian. It knew it had been foolish to expect any hint of compassion from this lunatic. Fang Jian pulled out some tissues and meticulously wiped away every droplet of water on her hands. If every injustice ends in death, then why not simply die at birth? You haven't lived Fang Jian's life. What right do you have to deny her claim to life? The system could not help retorting. Even as an intelligent system, it considered the original Fang Jian's fate far too cruel. If the host could not sympathize, she should at least show some respect. Fang Jian headed back toward the classroom, following the original's memories. Hearing the system's protest, she dismissed it as another tedious fool. What do systems also believe in the notion that death sanctifies a person? And how do you know I haven't lived through similar experiences? She could not be bothered to argue further with that idiot in her head. Halfway down the corridor, as if suddenly recalling something, she asked what happened just now. "Can you confirm that Jiang Xu is fine?" Fang Jian replayed in her mind the changes Jiang Xu had undergone in the second loop. "All diagnostic reports indicate everything is normal. Jiang Xu has no issues whatsoever," the system replied. When Jiang Xu's words abruptly changed, the system had immediately activated the world's anomaly detection protocols, yet the results were entirely normal. No trace of irregularity. Hearing the system's answer, Fang Jian's gaze grew dark and unreadable. Was it truly just a coincidence? How intriguing. She asked no further questions, and following the memories, arrived at the innermost classroom on the third floor of the teaching building. The classroom door was half ajar. Fang Jian was just about to push it open when at that very moment a boy came out laughing and chatting. The two of them met each other's gaze heated. The boy froze. It was the first time he had seen Fang Jian with her bangs lifted, so he did not immediately recognize her. After a long moment, he realized who she was, and his lips curled into a vulgar, leering smile. Malicious amusement colored his tone as he drawled, "Yo, the whore is done servicing clients and back already." At his words, mocking laughter sounded from behind him. Many classmates who had been messing around stopped what they were doing and turned to the doorway, ready for a show. Fang Jian, who had originally planned to ignore him and enter the room, halted. She turned to look at the boy with the pimply, unremarkable face, one of Fang Jian's middle school classmates, Lu Wei. What did you just call me? Fang Jian's voice was as calm as a windless lake, yet beneath that surface lay faint threads of terrifying intent. Caught off guard by her sudden question, Lu Wei answered reflexively, "Wh, or, Before he could finish the word, a bolt of agony shot from his scalp. A sharp, cutting rush of air followed. Lu Wei felt the world spin as his vision went blurry. With a resounding crash, Fang Jian slammed Lu Wei's head into the classroom door, her hand wrapped unflinchingly in it. His face collided with the solid door. For an instant it felt as though his entire visage might explode from the pain. He could not suppress a wail of agony. Fang Jian's hand tightened, dragging his head backward. His neck was forced to arch under the strength of her grip, compelling him to look up at her. At that moment, Fang Jian's gaze was chillingly composed, like a pool of dead water without the faintest ripple. She looked at Lu Wei as though he were already a corpse, and asked again, "What did you call me?" Lu Wei flinched under her stare, a shiver of cold seeping into his bones. But he quickly realized that he, of all people, was being humiliated by this piece of trash. His head smashed against the door in front of everyone. The disgrace ignited his fury, his face burned scarlet with rage. He glared at Fang Jian with murderous hatred, as though he could strangle her with his bare hands. Unable to endure the insult, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and began to curse Fang Jian. "You fucking Fang Jian, having yet to hear the answer she wanted, lost what little patience she had. She clamped down on his skull and smashed his head against the door again and again. Each blow landed with a deafening thud, as though the entire room were quivering. The searing pain across his face grew more intense with every strike. Lu Wei struggled frantically, but Fang Jian's seemingly frail body possessed strength that defied belief. Her hand locked around his hair was like an iron vice. One of her feet pinned his legs, rendering him completely unable to exert any force. No matter how hard he strained, Lu Wei could not break free. As the pain escalated, the rage in his heart was gradually drowned by fear. He began to suspect that Fang Jian truly intended to kill him. One violent crash after another finally jolted the stunned classmates out of their stupor. Some of the more timid students screamed outright. Lu Wei's so-called good buddies snapped back to their senses and hurried forward to intervene. "Fuck Fang Jian. Are you insane? Let go." "Yeah, what are you doing? Let him go." Fang Jian's motion stilled for a moment. She simply lifted her head and cast a cold glance at the group, trying to stop her. That single glance was enough to freeze them where they stood, as though someone had cast a petrifying spell over their body. The murderous intent in Fang Jian's eyes was something a group of sheltered high schoolers who had never known real storms could not possibly withstand. It was as if that killing intent surged up from the deepest level of hell, utterly cold, stripped of emotion, leaving only a profound chill and fear. One glance was enough to make breathing feel difficult and hearts pound uncontrollably. The boys' eyes were wide with terror. Not a single word of protest could make it past their lips. Seeing that no one was coming to rescue him, Lu Wei grew even more terrified. Fang Jian really meant to kill him. His voice shaking, Lu Wei began to plead, I'm sorry. Fang Jian, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was my filthy mouth. I'm sorry. Please let me go. I'm begging you." Watching him shiver and stammer out his apology, Fang Jian's lips curved slightly, a smile stained with bloodlust and cruelty. His pleas did not slow her hands. If anything, her grip only tightened, and her blows grew more forceful. Just as Fang Jian was about to slam Lu Wei's skull into the protruding metal corner of the doorframe and end his life, a slender hand with clearly defined knuckles closed around her wrist. Fang Jian frowned displeased and looked toward the owner of that hand. It was Jiang Xu, who had just steadied his emotions and returned to the classroom. "Class is about to start. The teacher will be here soon. Could you let go?" he urged, voice tight with tension. Jiang Xu did his best to ignore the blood-soaked Lu Wei hanging from Fang Jian's hand like a dead dog and coaxed her as calmly as he could. He was certain that if he hadn't intervened, Fang Jian would have killed Lu Wei. Fang Jian studied Jiang Xu for a long moment, then let out a soft laugh. She tossed Lu Wei aside like garbage and said, "You really are kind-hearted, aren't you?" Her tone hovered somewhere between mockery and jest as it brushed past Jiang Xu's ear. At her words, every hair on his body seemed to stand on end. But he forced himself to remain calm. Seeing that Fang Jian had ceased her assault, he carefully stepped around Lu Wei's prone body and returned to his seat. Fang Jian turned and glanced at Lu Wei, who had been helped to his feet and was staring at her in sheer terror. Students who had been eagerly watching the spectacle now hurriedly averted their eyes, afraid to accidentally meet her gaze. "If you miscall my name again, I'll rip out your tongue and then make you swallow it." Fang Jian's words were like a whisper from a demon, enough to send chills down the spine. Though aimed at Lu Wei, the warning sounded more like it was directed at the entire class. Students seated nearby felt the air grow heavy and cold, a chill piercing straight to their bones, stirring primal fear. Driven by instinct, Lu Wei and the classmates supporting him trembled as they fled the classroom. Fang Jian looked down with distaste at the hand that had just gripped his hair, pulling out tissues to scrub it clean as she walked. The once rowdy classroom fell utterly silent. Everyone now avoided Fang Jian as though she were plague. After she finished cleaning her hands, she reached her desk. Fang Jian glanced at the pile of trash on her desk and fixed her gaze on her deskmate, asking with a faint, ambiguous smile, "Is this yours?" Her deskmate, a slightly plump girl, had been scared witless by Fang Jian's earlier rampage. Hearing Fang Jian's voice now, she flinched like a startled bird. Hands shaking, she hurried to tidy what looked like a garbage heap on Fang Jian's desk, her voice trembling with tears as she stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'll clean it up right away." Fang Jian watched her deskmate's quivering attempts to clean the desk and let out a scornful laugh. Around them, other students silently dragged their desks farther away, putting as much distance between themselves and Fang Jian as possible. None of them wanted to have anything to do with this strange, violent madwoman. This deskmate was among those who had frequently bullied Fang Jian. She treated the girl's desk like a trash bin, dumping anything and everything there, other people's garbage included, and regularly called Fang Jian trash, sneering that trash belonged with trash. But that is human nature, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As long as you inspire terror, as long as you make them afraid, you too can become the one who bullies them. Watching her deskmate sweep all the trash on the desk into the bin by her feet, Fang Jian reminded her, "You're putting it in the wrong place. Shouldn't all of that go into your own desk?" Her deskmate froze midway through cleaning, staring at Fang Jian in disbelief. But when her eyes met Fang Jian's cold gaze, she realized that Fang Jian was not joking. "Hey Fang Jian, don't go too far." The girl seated behind them, who was her deskmate's closest friend and constant chatter partner, could no longer hold her tongue. Out of anger and the old sense of superiority she'd always felt over Fang Jian, she ignored others' attempts to stop her and spoke up. Fang Jian shifted her gaze from her deskmate to this girl. "I'm going too far. Tell me, did I force you to dump all that trash onto my desk?" The girl at the back desk was taken aback, rendered speechless by the question. Of course they knew that such behavior was wrong, but in the past Fang Jian would silently clean up the trash from her own seat and take it out, never resisting or saying much. Fang Jian's forbearance had emboldened those around her, and they naturally regarded her seat as a trash can. Perhaps at first they felt that their actions were not quite right, but upon seeing how much worse others bullied Fang Jian, they no longer thought there was anything wrong with it, even believing it was not bullying at all. The girl at the back desk blushed and stammered for a while, but could not come up with a reason to refute Fang Jian. However, the strange looks from the surrounding classmates pierced her heart like sharp thorns, inflicting unprecedented damage to her self-esteem. At this moment, her whole face was flushed with shame and anger. "Well, you didn't refuse before. If you had refused, we definitely wouldn't have thrown it. It's clearly your fault for not making it clear. How can you blame us? It has nothing to do with us." Seeing herself in the wrong, the girl at the back desk finally expressed her true feelings in a fit of rage. Her words were shocking, and the audacity of her statement reset the baseline of understanding for the classmates who were secretly eavesdropping. Though they all knew Fang Jian was being bullied and isolated, it was truly absurd to openly blame her for not resisting. The girl at the back did not think she had done anything wrong. After all, it was Fang Jian who didn't refuse when they first started throwing trash, so they couldn't be blamed for continuing to do so. It was all Fang Jian's fault. The more she thought about it, the more justified she felt, and just as she was about to say something, slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the silent classroom. The girl at the back desk had no time to react before Fang Jian slapped her down to the floor. Fang Jian shook her hand, her gaze icy, as if it were an unbreakable ice in the extreme cold. Everyone present was once again shocked by Fang Jian's sudden and violent action. The sound alone made one feel the pain. The girl at the back and her deskmate looked utterly astonished. The girl at the back in disbelief covered her face as she got up from the ground. The right half of her face was swelling rapidly, visibly marked with a deep handprint. The intense pain in her cheek was unbearable, and tears gushed out like a flood. "Whoa, it hurts. How could you hit someone?" The girl class monitor sitting on the other side could no longer bear it. She stood up in indignation, quickly walked over to the girl, and while carefully examining her injuries, frowned, her face full of dissatisfaction and reproach towards Fang Jian. The girl's deskmate was also there to comfort her, and they prepared to help her to the infirmary. Fang Jian wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile, her eyes mocking as she looked at the others. "She didn't refuse when I hit her. Had she refused, I definitely wouldn't have hit her. How can you blame me for that?" Fang Jian echoed the girl's earlier words, changing a few words, her tone malicious. Puffed. Several suppressed laughs broke the previously silent classroom. Though it was wrong for Fang Jian to hit someone, seeing her use their own words to mock that girl sparked an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The class monitor was momentarily at a loss for words, so she could only glare fiercely at Fang Jian. "He-min was indeed at fault, but you still shouldn't have hit her. Just wait, I will report this to Teacher Wang." With a stern remark, the class monitor helped the injured girl, He-min, away, followed closely by her deskmate. Fang Jian watched as they left, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, scoffing at the class monitor's words. As the farce came to an end, Fang Jian turned her attention back to her chat partner, who had been eagerly anticipated, only to see her deskmate trembling in fear after witnessing He-min's beating. Seeing her deskmate stop picking up trash, Fang Jian chuckled lightly, her tone laced with mockery. "Why have you stopped? Do you want to go keep her company?" "No, too don't wanna. Please don't hit me. I'll clean it up right away." Whoa, right away. The deskmate, frightened by Fang Jian's deathly tone, nearly dropped the trash she was holding, shaking her head like a rattle drum, while humiliatingly stuffing all the trash that had been thrown into the bin back into her desk. Whoa, I'm done cleaning. Are you satisfied now? Finally, the deskmate finished picking up all the trash from Fang Jian's seat, unable to hold back her tears. Fang Jian took her deskmate's coat hanging on her chair and wiped down her own chair, then tossed it at her deskmate like trash before sitting down. Hearing her deskmate's suppressed sobs, Fang Jian felt annoyed. What are you being wronged about? I usually see you throwing trash around happily. What's wrong? Now that the trash can is you can't handle it. The deskmate, frightened, hurriedly wiped her tears, covering her mouth and shaking her head. After witnessing the fates of Lu Wei and He Min, she was terrified. She realized how terrifying Fang Jian could be when she stopped tolerating and began to fight back. She now regretted bullying Fang Jian without restraint in the past. Remembering how she had treated Fang Jian before, she feared that Fang Jian might lose control and hit her. Whoa, Fang Jian is so scary. I want to change seats. Just as her deskmate managed to stop crying, the math teacher arrived for class. The math teacher was a woman in her 40s. When the math teacher walked into the classroom and noticed several students missing, she was momentarily stunned. After realizing the class monitor was also absent, she asked the math class representative where they had gone. The math class representative stammered, saying that Lu Wei and He Min were injured and that a few classmates were accompanying them to the infirmary. Since the previous class was physical education, the math teacher assumed they had been injured during PE without giving it much thought. She was just surprised to see Fang Jian, who had lifted her bangs, appearing completely transformed. She thought that the usually silent child who resembled a closed-off gourd was actually quite pretty after lifting her bang. After a moment of admiration, the math teacher began the lesson, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere filling the classroom. Having just experienced those two shocking events, the students found it increasingly difficult to focus on the lesson. Many were secretly observing Fang Jian in the back, some with curiosity, some with fear, and others unconcerned. Everyone began to reflect on whether they had bullied or wronged Fang Jian in the past. Jiang Xu looked around at his classmates, clearly aware that they had not yet recovered from what had just occurred. They were all softly discussing Fang Jian, speculating about what had triggered her transformation. Jiang Xu snickered, displaying an expression that suggested he was the only sober one among the drunken crowd. At that moment, his childhood friend Zhou Ying poked Jiang Xu's shoulder with a pen. Taking advantage of the tall pile of books on the table, he leaned closer to Jiang Xu and whispered, "Hey Jiang Xu, do you think Fang Jian was stimulated today? I couldn't tell, but when that usually quiet person gets angry, it's terrifying. I swear you have no idea how Fang Jian looked at Yang Bing when he tried to stop her. My God, it was truly terrifying. That gaze was like a killer from a TV show. It shocked me, and I felt like Fang Jian really wanted Lu Wei's life. So scary." As he spoke, Zhou Ying rubbed his goosebumps as if he were genuinely fearful. Jiang Xu shifted slightly to dodge, Zhou Ying leaning against him, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he had intervened, otherwise Fang Jian would have really killed Lu Wei on the spot. He wondered where Fang Jian had found such a madman. It was absurd that such a lunatic was being used. Jiang Xu continued taking notes while responding to Zhou Ying, "Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a human." "That's true," Zhou Ying agreed. "Damn it, Lu Wei and his gang are always making lewd jokes about Fang Jian. Some of the things they say, even I, a guy, can't stand. Actually, Fang Jian's current behavior is quite good. At least she won't be bullied anymore." Zhou Ying reflected, recalling that when Fang Jian was initially bullied severely by Lu Wei's gang, some classmates had spoken up for her. However, when those who disapproved spoke up for Fang Jian, even going to the homeroom teacher, Fang Jian would just lower her head and remain silent, neither arguing nor speaking. This attitude frustrated those who stood up for her. They defended her, but she wouldn't say a word. It felt as if they were meddling in her business unnecessarily, ultimately leading to an awkward situation for themselves. As this happened more frequently, gradually no one stood up for Fang Jian anymore. Some overly aggressive classmates even thought she deserved to be bullied. She deserves to be bullied. Thus everyone in the class became indifferent to Fang Jian's bullying. At most they would refrain from actively bullying her. Zhou Ying could not help but lean over, using Jiang Xu's body as a shield, and secretly glanced back at Fang Jian. He was not alone in this, many others were also stealing glances at her. Fang Jian appeared completely at ease, slouched casually in her chair, occupying 2/3 of her deskmate's space. She adjusted to a comfortable position that wouldn't draw the teacher's attention and calmly flipped through the math book in her hands, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. If it weren't for her deskmate, who was a rather plump girl, now squeezed pitifully into the remaining 1/3 of space, half of her body hanging out of the desk, and pushed into the aisle looking so cramped, everyone would have nearly thought the previous events were merely a figment of their imagination. Zhou Ying knew that Fang Jian's deskmate had also bullied her before. But now, seeing her deskmate too afraid to even show anger, he suddenly recalled 2 phrases of wisdom: evil will always meet evil. Heaven's justice is cyclical, no one escapes it. Why did it feel so oddly satisfying? Just as Zhou Ying was caught in self-doubt, the girl class monitor returned to the classroom. She first politely knocked on the door, drawing the entire class attention. Teacher Wang asked for Fang Jian to come to her office. "Oh, okay, Fang Jian, you can go," the math teacher paused in writing on the board, but did not seem curious, merely nodding for Fang Jian to go before continuing to write the steps for solving problems. Oh, all right, Fang Jian, you can go. Fang Jian stood up and walked out of the classroom. As she passed by the girl class monitor, the monitor displayed a gloating expression as if to say, "You're doomed." Fang Jian slightly raised the corner of her mouth, staying silent. Suddenly her right hand made a fist and swung straight at the class monitor's face. Then in the class monitor's horrified gaze, she slowly extended her middle finger. Looking at Fang Jian's middle finger, the class monitor's scream was painfully constricted in her throat. She finally realized that Fang Jian was mocking her, and her face instantly turned ashen. However, since it was still class and the math teacher was nearby, the class monitor could only endure her anger. Puffed. Haha. Many classmates witnessed the entire process of Fang Jian giving the middle finger to the class monitor. They had initially thought Fang Jian was going to hit the monitor and were ready to intervene, but unexpectedly Fang Jian only gave her the middle finger. Heavens, that was so surreal, many students couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Ying and Jiang Xu also saw this scene. Jiang Xu had no special reaction, just a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, while Zhou Ying was doubled over with laughter, trying to stifle it during class, causing his stomach to hurt. But ha, Jiang Xu. Did you see that? Damn. I'm going to die laughing. How could Fang Jian be so clever? The class monitor must be furious. Huh. What are you laughing about? Tell me so I can laugh too. Do you think I've mastered the problems on the board? Especially you, Zhou Ying. Stand up and tell me what the answer to this question is. Hearing the laughter from below the podium, the math teacher could no longer hold back her anger, especially seeing Zhou Ying laughing uncontrollably, which infuriated her even more. Zhou Ying, caught in a moment of joy, looked confused as he scratched his nose, then awkwardly stood up. He silently lamented he hadn't been paying attention in class, so how would he know the answer? Just then Jiang Xu beside him suddenly coughed lightly, then subtly passed him a note with the answer written on it. Zhou Ying grabbed it like a lifeline and quickly read out the answer based on the note. Fortunately, the math teacher didn't press the matter further, only instructing Zhou Ying to pay attention in class and to save their laughter for after class. Fang Jian walked to the office of Wang Laosher, the homeroom teacher, and also the class leader, still hearing He Min's cries and Lu Wei's complaints. Since it was during class, Wang Laosher was the only one in the office. Fang Jian calmly walked in and happened to make eye contact. Lu Wei, who had been chattering away, suddenly stopped, his eyes widening in fear at Fang Jian's blank stare, as if the wound under the bandage on his head was beginning to ache again. At this moment, Wang Laosher was comforting He Min. Noticing that the conversation was unfinished, she turned curiously to see Fang Jian standing silently behind her. Wang Laosher looked at Fang Jian, who seemed to have undergone a transformation filled with disbelief and curiosity. This was the first time she had seen Fang Jian's face obscured by her hair after being homeroom teacher for so long. Although she looked thin, her delicate facial features were still clearly visible. Fang Jian simply stood quietly, her eyes strangely calm. Compared to the previous Fang Jian, who always avoided crowds and appeared timid and insecure, she now seemed like a different person. Now just standing there quietly was enough to attract people's attention. The confidence radiating from her, stemming from deep within, made people involuntarily take notice. This confidence was possibly due to her own strength, or perhaps it could be called a moderate arrogance. Initially, when Wang Laosher heard that Lu Wei and He Min had come to her injured and complaining that Fang Jian had attacked them, she was shocked. Wang Laosher was in disbelief, doubting her own ears. In her eyes, how could the usually quiet and introverted Fang Jian possibly resort to violence? Wang Laosher found it absurd. She would rather believe that the two of them had deliberately hurt themselves and were framing Fang Jian than accept that she had acted out. After confirming repeatedly that it was indeed Fang Jian from her class, and not someone else with the same name, she fell. However, with Lu Wei and He Min's insistence along with their classmates as witnesses confirming that it was Fang Jian who had acted, she reluctantly accepted this fact. Although Wang Laosher still couldn't believe Fang Jian would hit someone, seeing Lu Wei and He Min's injured appearances, she instructed the class leader to bring Fang Jian over for a confrontation. But when Wang Laosher finally saw the transformed Fang Jian, she suddenly felt that Lu Wei and He Min might not be lying after all. The sound of He Min's urgent crying pulled Wang Laosher back to reality, and she furrowed her brow, trying to ignore Fang Jian's changes, and sternly questioned Fang Jian, "Did you hit Lu Wei and He Min?" Fang Jian didn't argue, but directly admitted, "I did hit them." "Look, Wang Laosher." She admitted it. "We weren't lying. It was her." "Ooh. My face. My face hurt so much." "Wang Laosher, it was Fang Jian who hit me." He Min, who had been quietly crying on Wang Lao's desk, because she felt Wang Laosher didn't believe her, suddenly sat up excitedly and pointed at Fang Jian, loudly accusing her. "Wang Laosher, you still don't believe me? Look," she admitted it herself. "She was the one who attacked me. She grabbed my head and slammed it against the wall. She really wanted to kill me." Lu Wei chimed in, covering his wound and glaring at Fang Jian with rage and resentment in his eyes. Having suffered such a loss at Fang Jian's hands, Lu Wei swore that if he couldn't get back double the payback, he wouldn't be named. Every time he recalled the scene, Lu Wei felt deeply humiliated. He was actually bullied by a piece of trash like Fang. In front of the whole class, he was treated like a dog being yanked by the hair and repeatedly slammed against the door. The intense pain and humiliation were something Lu Wei would never forget. At that moment, Lu Wei wished Fang Jian would drop dead immediately. Around them, classmates who were close to them chimed in as witnesses. Yet Fang Jian faced their accusations without a hint of guilt or unease. Instead, she leisurely dragged a chair from the teacher's desk over to sit down, looking at them as if they were a group of monkeys. Especially when He-min, overly emotional, kept pointing at her. Fang Jian even threatened with a semblance of a smile, "If you keep pointing at me, I might hit you again." "Enough. Fang Jian, stand up. Do you even see me as your teacher? You hit someone and still have the gall to— I am right here, and you dare to threaten a classmate in front of me. What do you want to do? Turn the world upside down?" Wang Laoshi was already suffering from a headache due to the noisy students around her. Now Fang Jian dared to speak so audaciously in front of her, igniting the fury within her. The previously noisy students fell silent at Wang Lao's sudden outburst, collectively going quiet. However, Fang Jian, facing the wrath of Wang Laoshi, appeared completely unfazed, as if Wang Lao's shouting had nothing to do with her. Fang Jian not only did not panic like an ordinary person would, standing up to apologize, but instead she slightly curled her lips, revealing a smile that was almost mocking. This abrupt expression starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere around them. Fang Jian looked at the furious Wang Laoshi and calmly countered, "Wang Laoshi, are you standing up for them? Just because I hit them? Of course I am standing up for them. Fang Jian, I told you to stand up. Are you deaf? What is this attitude?" Meanwhile, those behind Wang Laoshi were all watching Fang Jian with glee, their eyes filled. After all, Wang Laoshi was famously known as the merciless teacher in their grade. Almost all students who dared to confront her ended up suffering. These students either had their parents called in or were reported publicly. Those with more serious issues could even be suspended or expelled. Seeing Fang Jian act so recklessly brought them immense joy. They could already foresee Fang Jian's fate. Fang Jian's smile widened upon hearing Wang Lao's definite answer, and she couldn't help but laugh, fully provoking. "Then Wang Laoshi, why didn't you stand up for me when Lu Wei started spreading rumors about me from the start of our freshman year until now? Why didn't you stand up for me when Lu Wei and his friends called me names every day? Why didn't you stand up for me when He-min and Li Jie, my deskmate, teamed up to isolate me, treating me like a trash can, throwing their garbage at me every day? Why didn't you stand up for me when I was locked in the boys' restroom all night after school? Now that I'm just starting to resist, you want to stand up for the bullies? How, Wang Laoshi, don't you find that hypocritical?" Fang Jian's tone was unusually calm as a still pond, as if the experiences she spoke of had nothing to do with her. Yet in that undisturbed voice, Wang Laoshi felt a deep sense of sarcasm. Wang Lao's reprimands were stifled by Fang Jian's accusations, and her previously boiling anger was replaced by an awkwardness of being caught off guard. Fang Jian looked at the teacher who had taught for half her life, and continued to question, "Is it because you never noticed, Wang, or is it because those who bullied me disguised themselves so perfectly? Or maybe it's because I never reported anything to you." Wang Laoshi found herself at a loss for words against Fang Jian's inquiries, wanting to explain, but not knowing where to start. Recalling the usual classroom dynamics, how could she not have noticed anything? It was just that Fang Jian was too quiet and unlikable at the time. She did know that Fang Jian's marginalized existence would definitely be bullied by other classmates, but she thought that as long as it wasn't too excessive, it was just small conflicts between students. However, she truly did not expect that the targeting Fang Jian faced had escalated to such severity. Wang Laoshi turned in disbelief to the students she had sheltered, her eyes filled with doubt. Lu Wei and He-min, who had originally hidden behind Wang Laoshi to watch the drama, suddenly felt something was amiss when they heard Fang Jian unreservedly state her experiences of being bullied, especially when they saw Wang Laoshi turning her gaze toward them. Lu Wei hurriedly explained, "Wang Laoshi, I didn't. Don't listen to Fang Jian's nonsense. I never said anything inappropriate to her. That's right, Wang Laoshi. I never did anything like that. Don't listen to her." He-min also anxiously explained, desperately hoping Wang Laoshi would believe them. But how could Fang Jian let them off? "Then do you dare to tell Wang Laoshi why I hit you? Do you dare?" Lu Wei was seething with hatred for Fang Jian, wishing he could tear her apart. Upon hearing Fang Jian's words, Wang Laoshi immediately knew that Lu Wei's previous claims to her must have been false. She turned sharply to Lu Wei, her gaze sharp as an eagle, as if trying to see through his true thoughts. The strong aura and authority of a seasoned teacher revealed themselves at this moment. "Speak. Why did Fang Jian hit you? If you dare to lie, I will immediately go find other classmates to verify the situation." Wang Lao's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Wei felt a shiver run through him under Wang Lao's fierce gaze. He lowered his head, stammering, I just joked with her, really. I didn't say anything excessive." His voice grew softer, nearly inaudible. A joke was enough to provoke Fang Jian, someone who is usually quiet, to hit someone. "Do you think I would believe that? All right. Since you can't explain, Wang Tao, the boy who accompanied Lu Wei to the infirmary, you tell us." Seeing Lu Wei's shifty eyes clearly guilty, Wang Lao's expression grew darker. Suddenly called out, Wang Tao was startled. He was originally in cahoots with Lu Wei and was also scared. However, under Wang Lao's pressure, he couldn't hold up and stammered Lu Wei when he saw Fang Jian. He said, "Yo, the chicken is back from work." Bang! Wang Lao slammed the desk hard, producing a loud sound. Except for Fang Jian, everyone else was startled into silence, the entire office falling into a deathly quietness. At this moment, Wang Lao's face turned a deep shade of anger, veins bulging on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly, revealing her extreme anger and disappointment. Lu Wei he min bring your parents tomorrow, I need to discuss your educational issues with them. Teacher. No. It's not what you think. He Min and Lu Wei tried to explain, but as soon as they started speaking they were silenced by Wang Lao's icy glare. They never imagined that what they thought would make Fang Jian suffer would end up backfiring on themselves. Enough. Isn't what I said clear enough? All of you get out. Fang Jian stay. Wang Laoshi shouted angrily at the students behind her, feeling irritated just seeing them now. However, her tone softened considerably when addressing Fang Jian. Lu Wei he min and the others could only walk out one by one, shoulders slumped. After they left, only Fang Jian and Wang Laoshi remained in the office. Wang Laoshi sat back in her chair watching Fang Jian, her anger gradually subsiding. When she was in a rage earlier she hadn't thought much, but now that it was just the two of them, Wang Laoshi suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness and uncertainty. Wang Laoshi coughed awkwardly, trying to break the uncomfortable atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Wang Laoshi finally spoke. I will investigate the bullying you faced, and if this matter is true, I will surely punish those who bullied you. Her voice was firm, assuring Fang Jian. However, Fang Jian still did not speak, merely tilting her head and quietly watching Wang Laoshi, her gaze seemingly penetrating Wang Lao's heart, making her feel a bit flustered. Fang Jian's silence made Wang Laoshi uneasy, and she began to doubt whether she had done something wrong. Fang Jian, I hope you can trust me. I will properly handle Lu Wei and he Min's bullying behavior and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. After saying this, Wang Laoshi sighed, lightly pushing her glasses on the bridge of her nose, her eyes filled with guilt. Of course I have my shortcomings as well. I am sorry that I did not notice you have been bullied for so long, and I hope you can forgive me. Yet Fang Jian, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed upon hearing Wang Lao's apology. Her previously unperturbed eyes were now fixed on Wang Laoshi as if trying to see through her entirely. Fang Jian looked at Wang Laoshi and softly asked her question. Wang Laoshi, did you really not notice anything at all? Did you really know nothing? Is it really like that? Wang Laoshi, under Fang Jian's relentless questioning, awkwardly avoided her gaze. How could she have not noticed anything? How could she have known nothing? After all, she had been in the teaching profession for so many years. While she wouldn't say she knew everything about the students, she certainly wouldn't be completely ignorant. In fact, she had seen Fang Jian being bullied by other classmates before, but in her opinion small conflicts and disagreements among students were completely normal and didn't warrant alarm. Moreover, Fang Jian had never actively reported any bullying incidents to her. If that were the case, it suggested that these issues weren't severe enough to require her intervention. She couldn't possibly scrutinize and manage every minor issue among students, could she? That would be exhausting. If this had happened when she first became a teacher, she would have thoroughly investigated without leniency. However, time had passed, and she was no longer young. Even in a relatively simple environment like a school, she could not avoid the influences and assimilation of the secular world. Along with her accolades as an outstanding teacher, she subconsciously became reluctant to deal with petty matters. To her, the immediate priority was to focus on the student's academic performance. Only then could she ensure her reputation. After all, in her eyes, grades surpassed everything. Furthermore, Fang Jian's academic performance had always been at the bottom of the class, clearly a poor student. Thus, she was unwilling to expend too much energy and time on her. As long as matters didn't escalate beyond control, she turned a blind eye. Wang Laoshi, uncertain if Fang Jian knew something, felt her expression suddenly become somewhat unnatural, but she still composed herself and retorted loudly, what are you saying? If I had known earlier, how could I not intervene? And what is this attitude of yours? You were bullied, why didn't you come to tell me sooner, waiting until now? Wang Laoshi intended to say something more powerful to prove her innocence, but the words faltered at her lips as she felt a hint of guilt deep within. However, since becoming the vice principal, she had rarely been defied by students. Fang Jian's repeated questioning made her feel her authority was being challenged. Fang Jian looked at the furious Wang Laoshi, then at the numerous outstanding teacher and honorary lecturer trophies and certificates on her desk. Undoubtedly, Wang Laoshi was a successful and excellent teacher. However, because she was too successful, she couldn't accept any failures or blemishes, and now Fang Jian might become a stain on her illustrious resume. The old Fang Jian was meek, always submissive, which kept things relatively peaceful. But the current Fang Jian had learned to resist. She did not wish for this matter to escalate, nor could she allow Fang Jian to leak it out. After all, if a vice principal allowed such bullying to persist in her classroom, how could she compete for the principal position? It was simply a fairy tale. Thus, Wang Laoshi would certainly investigate Fang Jian's bullying case and ensure those responsible were punished, but that was the extent of it. Fang Jian's guess about Wang Lao's thoughts was nearly spot on. Wang Laoshi indeed planned to conduct a casual investigation, provide Fang Jian with a satisfactory response, and calm her down. As for a thorough inquiry, that was merely a perfunctory gesture. After all, it was unnecessary to waste so much time and energy on a poor student. By the time Fang Jian leisurely returned to the classroom, the last lesson had already begun. It was a math class, and the teacher simply directed her to her seat without any further comments. Fang Jian obediently returned to her seat, grabbing her deskmate's book to read, seemingly indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes of her classmates. Her deskmate, whose book had been snatched by Fang Jian, dared not show any dissatisfaction. She had hoped that Fang Jian would be punished by the strict teacher and at the very least be made to change seats. Instead, what came back were He Min and Lu Wei looking despondent, saying they had been called in because they bullied a classmate, while Fang Jian faced no consequences. Moreover, it was rumored that the strict teacher would investigate the bullying incident involving Fang Jian, and those involved might face repercussions. At this moment, Li Jia was anxious, fearing that the homeroom teacher would hold her accountable, especially since she had bullied Fang Jian as well. Upon hearing that the homeroom teacher was going to investigate the bullying of Fang Jian, the other students nervously reflected on whether they had ever bullied her. The last class soon ended, and Fang Jian picked up her tattered backpack with a frown, disdainfully tossing it into the trash bin at the back of the room. Thus, the backpack that had accompanied Fang Jian for 7 years was retired. After discarding it, Fang Jian left the classroom to go home, while the other students went off to have dinner, as they still had evening study sessions ahead. Originally, Fang Jian was supposed to attend evening study sessions, but her mother Yang Mei believed that Fang Jian was just trying to be lazy by going. Furthermore, if Fang Jian went to evening study, there would be no one to take care of her younger brother, who had just started middle school. Thus, she applied for Fang Jian to be exempt from evening studies. Initially, the homeroom teacher disagreed, but after relentless visits from Fang Jian's mother, she eventually relented. Consequently, after finishing her afternoon classes, Fang Jian hurriedly went to the middle school section to pick up her brother before returning home to cook and do laundry. To the unaware classmates, it seemed enviable that Fang Jian could go home right after class without attending evening. However, only Fang Jian knew that for other students, the monotonous study times were among the few moments she could breathe. Fang Jian's home was quite a distance from the school, and usually she would run to Fang Wei's school after class to pick him up and carry his backpack. But now Fang Jian was indifferent to Fang Wei's fate. Ever since entering the infinite world, she had ceased to experience the life of an ordinary person. Therefore, after leaving the campus, Fang Jian, in a rare good mood, strolled around the nearby snack street, absorbing the bustle of human life, momentarily feeling like she was just an ordinary person with a fleeting calm amidst the chaos in her mind. By the time Fang Jian was done exploring, the sun had already set. In the past, she would have been preparing dinner and washing the family's clothes by this time. Fang Jian returned home at a leisurely pace. Just as she unlocked the door and took out her unopened slippers from the shoe cabinet, a shadow suddenly attacked from the right, with a sharp, piercing sound. Fang Jian did not pause her action of changing shoes. She merely tilted her head slightly and effortlessly dived. With a loud bang accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Fang Wei's furious curses followed. "You shameless wretch, how dare you hide? Do you see what time it is now? How dare you not come pick me up? Do you want to die or something? Get the hell out of here. Useless. Shameless." Fang Jian finished changing her shoes, and out of the corner of her eye noticed that Fang Wei had thrown a glass ashtray at her. It was evident that Fang Wei did not see Fang Jian as a person. Had she not dodged just now, she would have been severely injured. Fang Jian ignored the furious Fang Wei and instead glanced at the family photo placed on the shoe cabinet. In the photo, Fang Jian's father and mother wore gentle, loving smiles as they embraced the young Fang Wei, radiating happiness, though Fang Jian was absent from the picture. Fang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the normally timid and submissive Fang Jian, who dared to ignore. Moreover, she was actually wearing the new slippers his mother had bought. Fang Wei was instantly consumed with rage, his face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched tightly. "Fang Jian, you dead thing. You dare to wear my mother's new slippers. Take them off right now. Shameless. Do you think you have the right? Are you rebelling today? I will kill you, do you believe it? You bastard." His voice in the midst of puberty was shrill and unbearable, as if it could pierce through one's eardrum. Fang Jian frowned in displeasure, her eyes cold as she looked at the raging Fang Wei standing on the sofa. Fang Wei, spoiled and indulged by Yang Mei, had become quite overweight, weighing 170 pounds at a height of 6 feet. Now his face was flushed with anger, his features twisted and unappealing. "Are you mute? Oh, I'm asking you something. Damn shameless. You deserve to be punished. Smelly little girl. I will kill you." Fang Wei's curses grew louder, and as he spoke, he aggressively approached Fang Jian. Fang Wei's already unattractive face became even more distorted with anger, his eyes glinting with cruelty, a hint of excitement barely concealed. Fang Wei was a typical bully at home. He was Yang Mei's precious son, treated like a prince. However, at school, Fang Wei was often called fatty by other classmates, and his treatment was not much better than Fang Jian's. This stark contrast greatly undermined Fang Wei's fragile pride, so at home, he found joy in tormenting Fang Jian, attempting to regain his balance through her. Fang Jian watched as Fang Wei struggled to climb down from the sofa, raising his fist towards her, frowning in disgust. The fat on Fang Wei's body jiggled with his movements, resembling a piece of wobbling fatty meat, utterly repugnant. Before Fang Wei could get close, Fang Jian swiftly kicked towards him, executing the move cleanly and quickly. Fang Wei, not even fully comprehending Fang Jian's movement, felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A loud crash resounded as Fang Wei's body knocked over the sofa and coffee table, finally stopping against the floor-to-ceiling window. Fang Wei immediately spat blood and fell unconscious. Seeing that the house had finally quieted down, Fang Jian took a moment to survey her surroundings. In the over 100 square meters of the house, aside from the living room, there were only 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. One bedroom was occupied by Yang Mei, and the other was for Fang Wei. Yet Fang Jian had lived in this home for over a decade without ever having her own room. What's more, she didn't even have a decent bed. Fang Jian searched around and finally found a place where Fang Jian slept in the innermost stall of the bathroom. Standing at the door, she frowned in disdain and kicked at the so-called bed in front of her. It was a shabby, rickety iron bed that looked like it could collapse at any moment. It was this second-hand piece of junk so damaged that even the recycling station wouldn't accept it that had accompanied Fang Jian for a full 10 years. On the bed lay a few school uniforms that had become faded and worn along with a grayish quilt that was barely recognized. Not far from the head of the bed was the external unit of the air conditioner, and the platform above it had been used by Fang Jian as a desk, with several wrinkled textbooks piled on top. Surrounding them were also many miscellaneous items carelessly tossed about, making the cramped space appear even more cluttered and chaotic. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere, the entire room shrouded in an unpleasant odor. Yet this 5-square-meter stall was Fang Jian's only place of refuge. Whoa, how tragic the Fang Jian in this world is truly pitiful. Suddenly the system in Fang Jian's mind began to sob, pulling out an electronic handkerchief to wipe its tears. It shared Fang Jian's perspective, and upon witnessing the scene before it, it was overwhelmed with sorrow. Fang Jian, feeling somewhat speechless at the system's antics, scolded it for being neurotic, and then slammed the door as she left. She was not interested in Fang Jian's miserable life. After exiting the bathroom, Fang Jian went to Yang Mai's room, skillfully rummaging through all of Yang Mai's cash and bank cards. Fang Jian had been a free maid in this home for over a decade, so she knew all the places where Yang Mei and Fang Wei hid their money, which made it convenient for Fang Jian, sparing her the trouble of searching the entire house. After collecting the money, Fang Jian casually smashed everything in Yang Mei and Fang Wei's room, and was just about to leave when a sharp female voice came from the living room. "Ah? Little Bao, my little Bao, what happened to you? Don't scare mommy. Help! Someone come quickly. Woo, my little Bao, wake up." Returning home after work, Yang Mei was stunned as she opened the door. The house looked as if it had been ransacked, with things scattered everywhere, the coffee table and sofa askew, creating utter chaos. Yang Mai's heart tightened, gripping her phone tightly, ready to call the police. However, when she turned her gaze and saw the scene that made her want to scream, Fang Wei lying in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, spitting blood like a dead dog, lifeless. Yang Mai's eyes widened as she let out a shriek, quickly dropping the items in her hands and rushing over to embrace Fang Wei, crying bitterly. Suddenly recalling something, she turned with a ferocious expression, bellowing, "Fang Jian! Fang Jian! Where the hell are you running off to? Fang Jian, what the hell is going on? What did you do to my son?" Fang Jian leisurely walked into the living room, appearing relaxed and casual, leaning against the wall. Yang Mei glared at her, her eyes fierce as if she were ready to devour her, yet Fang Jian completely disregarded her. "Fang Jian, you little bastard, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Did you dare to hit my son?" At this moment, Yang Mei was completely engulfed in rage, losing her rationality. She had no awareness of Fang Jian's unusual demeanor. Her focus was solely on her son, who lay on the ground hovering between life and death. However, Fang Jian ignored Yang Mei's insults, too lazy to even glance at her, as she held the items she had scavenged from Yang Mei and Fang Wei's room, preparing to leave. After Yang Mei had raged for a while, seeing Fang Jian remain indifferent, she finally realized that today's Fang Jian was different from usual. This new demeanor of Fang Jian infuriated Yang Mei even more. Carefully placing Fang Wei down, she stood up in a fury, ready to teach Fang Jian a lesson. "Shameless wretch. I'm really giving you face. How dare you ignore me? Damn it, I'll kill you, you little bastard." Yang Mei's expression was twisted, her eyes filled with rage as she reached out to slap Fang Jian. Fang Jian displayed her impatience. Since entering this house, her ears had never known peace. Without even looking at Yang Mei's hand that was about to strike her face, Fang Jian simply and brutally kicked Yang Mei against the wall, smashing the television mounted on it. Yang Mei let out a miserable scream, clutching her abdomen in agony, her face as pale as a sheet. Yang Mei's body heavily collided with the wall, producing a dull thud. Her complexion turned deathly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her eyes momentarily filled with terror. Fang Jian looked down at the crumpled Yang Mei on the ground, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if observing a corpse. Her eyes half-lidded, she coldly gazed at Yang Mei, her expression as frigid as the snow of a harsh winter, merciless and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Mei felt the icy gaze from Fang Jian, a wave of chill surging through her heart. She had intended to hurl insults, but upon seeing Fang Jian's eerily calm expression, the foul words were forcibly lodged in her throat, unable to be uttered. Fang Jian slowly approached Yang Mei, each step radiating a sense of pressure. As Yang Mei felt Fang Jian gradually closing in, her fear intensified, and she instinctively tried to retreat, only to find herself against a solid wall. She awkwardly turned her head, attempting to evade Fang Jian's suffocating stare. Fang Jian approached Yang Mei, slowly crouching down, his expression inscrutable, eerily calm. Yang Mei swallowed nervously, a sharp pain in her abdomen constantly reminding her that the current Fang Jian was different from the past. Her gaze darted away, not daring to meet Fang Jian's eyes, her voice trembling. Fang Jian, you can't treat me like this. I am your mother. I raised you all these years. How dare you hit me now? And your brother? Think about how your father died. It was because... How could your father die? And you treat me like this? Are you honoring your deceased father? Yang Mei intended to play the emotional card with Fang Jian. Every time she mentioned Fang Jian's father, he would become more manageable, as her father had always been Fang Jian's soft spot. Due to frequently using such tactics on Fang Jian, Yang Mei's originally submissive tone became increasingly assertive and justified whenever she mentioned Fang Jian's father. Indeed, if it weren't for Fang Jian, how could her husband have died? It was all Fang Jian's fault. It was all because of her. Fang Jian, it's all your fault. You should die. If it weren't for you, how could my husband have died? You calamity bringer. Yang Mei felt Fang Jian deserved to die more and more, her anger overtaking her fear. She cursed Fang Jian with a twisted face, as if Fang Jian were her greatest enemy in life. The fury in Yang Mei's heart made her overlook Fang Jian's increasingly icy gaze. As she got agitated, Yang Mei instinctively reached out to slap Fang Jian. Fang Jian, expressionless, caught Yang Mei's hand, and with a crack, he directly broke her wrist. Oh, you. The excruciating pain in her wrist, and Fang Jian's cold gaze silenced her screams and curses, turning her face even paler, cold sweat flowing down uncontrollably. In that moment, she truly realized that Fang Jian's earlier gaze, akin to that of looking at a corpse, was genuine. Fang Jian truly wanted to kill her. Yang Mei began to fear, as she did not want to die. Her little treasure had not yet grown up. She had not yet enjoyed the riches and honor ahead of her. Seeing Yang Mei lower her head and fall completely silent, Fang Jian reached out with his other hand to grip her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Yang Mei's chin was painfully pinched, yet she could not break free, forced to meet Fang Jian's eerily calm and terrifying eyes. Do you hate me this much? Is it because I caused your husband's death, or because I am not your daughter at all? This statement struck like a heavy hammer, making Yang Mei's ears ring. Her pupils constricted sharply, her breath halting. The previously evasive gaze now froze on Fang Jian's face, her lips quivering slightly, but unable to produce any sound. She knew. How could she possibly know? Yang Mei's mind was in chaos. Those secrets she had buried deep, those truths she thought would never be uncovered. You are my daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? You are my flesh and blood. I gave birth to you. Yang Mei's voice was sharp and hoarse. Her panicked rebuttal seemed to come from deep within her throat. Yang Mei stared at Fang Jian with wide eyes, the whites of her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, her facial muscles twisted in extreme emotional turmoil, appearing grotesque and frightening. Her voice grew louder, as if this could prove her words were true. Yet Fang Jian remained expressionless, holding out Yang Mei's broken hand before her. Do you see your thumb? You and your husband have one less phalanx than normal, short and stubby, which looks really unattractive. This is a dominant gene that will definitely be passed down to the next generation. Your precious son has the same fingers, while I do not. Do I need to explain the implications of this further? Yang Mei's body trembled violently, looking at her rough fingers, as she wanted to curl up to hide, but due to her broken wrist, she could not do so. Yang Mei's breathing became increasingly rapid, her chest heaving violently, as if she would suffocate at any moment. Her lips trembled as she instinctively continued to rebut. You are talking nonsense. You are my flesh and blood. You are. I am your mother. Don't think you can shake me off. You can't. Fang Jian merely looked at the frenzied Yang Mei, her gaze showing no ripples. You have always known I am not your biological child. That is why you treat me like an enemy. Because your daughter is living my life, enjoying the life you could never provide her. To ensure your daughter will take care of you in the future, you must have recognized her. And to control me, you must still be in contact. So your employer's daughter, the heiress of Feng Ming Group. Feng Yuting, right? Fang Jian stared at Yang Mei's pale, paper-like face, observing the palpable fear in her eyes. It seems I was not wrong. Fang Jian disdainfully tossed aside Yang Mei's sticky hand, damp with cold sweat, and stood up. At this moment, Yang Mei seemed to have been drained of all her strength, swaying unsteadily. How do you know? Yang Mei's voice trembled, looking at Fang Jian in terror. She thought she had hidden it well, believing Fang Jian would never know about this matter. Thinking of Fang Jian being recognized back, an uncontrollable panic and anger surged in Yang Mei's heart. She wouldn't allow it. Back then, she had gone to great lengths to switch Fang Jian with her daughter, which secured her daughter's current position, wealth, and everything she had now. She would never allow Fang Jian to ruin all of this. Her daughter was the second young lady of the Feng family. How could Fang Jian, this illegitimate child, be worthy? At this moment, Yang Mei's hatred for Fang Jian reached its peak. She wished Fang Jian would die right now. Only in this way could she ensure her daughter's future would not be affected. Fang Jian looked down at Yang Mei's increasingly intense, killing intent, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth, the light in her eyes flickering. What? Do you want to kill me? Fang Jian lifted her foot and forcefully pressed down on Yang Mei's broken wrist. No. I was wrong. Fang Jian, I was wrong. Woo. The moment the killing intent arose, it vanished, and Yang Mei finally regained her senses to see her predicament, quickly begging for mercy. In this situation, she should be thinking about how to survive with her son. Seeing Yang Mei comply, Fang Jian removed her foot, warning her, I am not interested in the game of true and false daughters, but if you dare to do anything behind my back. Fang Jian gently lifted Yang Mei's chin with her long fingers. Her movement appeared gentle, but carried an undeniable force. At that moment, a chilling, dangerous light surged in Fang Jian's eyes. She slightly narrowed her eyes, a smile that was almost a smirk gracing her lips, her voice soft, Yet spine-chilling, I will make you and your daughter lose everything immediately. Oh, and not only that, I will make you regret coming into this world. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and time at that moment became incredibly long. Yang Mei's mind echoed with Fang Jian's words. She knew Fang Jian was not joking. After warning Yang Mei, Fang Jian stood up, too lazy to glance at her again, taking her belongings and leaving. Leaving behind Yang Mei, who sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to regain her senses, and Fang Wei, who had fainted. After a long while, Yang Mei finally realized what had happened. With her other hand, she trembled as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. After a moment, the call connected. Did I not tell you not to call me randomly? A frustrated female voice came from the other end. Hearing her daughter's voice, Yang Mei could no longer hold back her tears. She was terrified. Yu Ting, what should we do? That wild. She knows. She knows her identity. What should we do? What should we do? Crash, what? On the other end, Feng Yuting was startled, accidentally knocking over her teacup, ignoring the tea stains on her clothes, rushing into the bathroom to lock the door, anxiously asking, how did she know? Did you expose something? How could you be so stupid? Yang Mei, listening to Feng Yuting's scolding, explained, while sobbing, no Yuting, it wasn't me, but it was Fang Jian. What is it? Can you stop crying and finish your sentence first? Crying. What good does it do? She discovered it herself. She said that my and your father's fingers are short and stubby, saying it is a dominant gene that will definitely be passed on to you and Xiao Bao then. Then she guessed that she was switched. What should we do? Yuting, what should we do? Under her daughter's angry accusations, Yang Mei dared not cry anymore, timidly stating the reason. Feng Yuting's heart sank further as she looked at her thumb, which had indeed been shortened by the extended nail, and no one in the Feng family had such fingers. Feng Yuting gripped her thumb tightly, the resentment in her eyes becoming palpable. Useless. All useless. It's all because of my useless parents. Not only are they poor and incapable, even their genes are of such inferior quality. The only thing my mother did right was to switch me with Fang Jian back then. What should we do? How would I know what to do? It's all your fault. All because of you. I told you to have her killed when that wild child was still young to eliminate future trouble. Why didn't you do it? You insisted on keeping her to serve your useless son. Now look, she knows. What do you want me to do now? Feng Yuting had known all the truth since Yang Mei came to the Feng family as a maid. At that time, she was only 7 or 8 years old and suggested that Yang Mei create some accident to kill Fang Jian. However, back then Yang Mei, needing to work, could not take care of Fang Wei, so to prevent her precious son from suffering, she rejected Feng Yuting's proposal and assured her that she would keep a close eye on Fang Jian. But who would have thought in the end Fang Jian still discovered the truth? Listening to Feng Yuting's blame, Yang Mei originally felt guilty, but upon hearing her insult her son, she couldn't help but retort, Yuting, Xiao Bao is your brother. You can't blame him. And at that time Xiao Bao was still young. Ooh, I really couldn't do anything, that's why. You couldn't do anything. You were just lazy. Don't think I don't know. You just wanted a free maid. I'm telling you, Yang Mei, if Fang Jian really comes back to claim her identity, not only will I be kicked out of the Feng family, but what you did back then will also be investigated. At that time you can only go to jail. Your son will just wait to be homeless. Feng Yuting forcefully interrupted Yang Mei, her beautiful face now twisted and terrifying. Yang Mei was also frightened by the consequences Feng Yuting spoke of, but she recalled Fang Jian's last words, hesitating to speak. But Fang Jian told me in the end that as long as we don't provoke her, she wouldn't expose you. Are you an idiot? Does she just not come back if she says she won't? Think about it with your pig brain. If you were replaced as a wealthy heiress for over 10 years, wouldn't you hate it? Don't you want to take revenge? Feng Yuting found Yang Mei's words utterly hopeless. Yang Mei suddenly found herself speechless. Indeed, how could that be possible? Who would give up wealth and honor? After venting, Feng Yuting calmed down and continued to instruct Yang Mei, I am currently studying in another city and cannot return for the time being. I will send someone to keep an eye on Fang Jian's every move and prevent her from approaching the Feng family or Feng Ming company. You find a way to keep Fang Jian steady. Ooh, I will hurry back. Also, these days limit your contact with me. My parents are. Let's leave it at that for now. I will transfer you some money shortly. Take it and use it, and don't provoke Fang Jian before I return. That's it. Feng Yuting finished and hung up the phone without caring about Yang Mei's reaction. Feng Yuting stood in front of the mirror, gazing at her reflection. The high-end clothing she wore exuded luxury and sophistication. Her hair, meticulously styled, flowed smoothly with a sheen, as if every strand told the tale of her current status and identity. If it weren't for Yang Mei switching her with Fang Jian back, then the one enjoying all this wealth and honor would have been Fang Jian. No, she would not allow it. She is the daughter of the Feng family. Fang Jian deserves to be the daughter of a maid. All of this is. Feng Yuting's fingers gently brushed the mirror's surface, the resentment in her eyes solidifying. She would never allow anyone to disrupt her current life. Absolutely not. As Fang Jian left Yang Mei's home, many shops on the street were already closed. Fang Jian looked up at the sky, suddenly taking a deep breath. The air lacked the musty odor and cheap fragrance that lingered in Yang Mei's home, replaced instead by the fresh scent of trees and earth, pure and natural. This feeling was like a long-numbed life being torn open, finally able to breathe true air. Suddenly a gentle breeze blew by and the leaves whispered in the wind. In a daze, Fang Jian seemed to hear a faint voice of gratitude in the wind. That voice was indistinct, as if floating from the wind or emerging from the depths of her heart. Perhaps Fang Jian never expected that the freedom she had always yearned for could be so easily attained. Fang Jian shook Yang Mai's wallet, walking in the opposite direction of Yang Mai's home. In the thickening night, countless bright streetlights ahead elongated Fang Jian's shadow. The wind continued to blow and the leaves rustled. This freedom from all sides had always been within easy reach. By the time Fang Jian found her desired hotel, it was almost dawn, and she directly booked a presidential suite for a month. Although the front desk was somewhat suspicious upon seeing Fang Jian quickly pay, with a composed expression and her outstanding demeanor, they proceeded to check her in. Fang Jian swiped her card to enter the room and rushed straight to the large bed, throwing herself onto the soft mattress, her previously frazzled mood, due to Yang Mei, easing slightly. As Fang Jian revealed her true identity in front of Yang Mei, the system's plot program indicated that its host had unlocked hidden plots, leaving it in a state of shock. A staggering experience for a new system just starting its job. This was a probability lower than winning 100 billion in the lottery. Hidden plot. How could its host unlock its? Who said that its crazy host was no good? This is fantastic. It was utterly in love with this situation, especially when it opened the system's dedicated communication channel and saw the proof. Its ID and the newly unlocked achievements were being broadcast in full screen, highlighted in bold gold font. This treatment was something even veteran systems with hundreds of years of experience rarely received. Ah, host. You actually unlocked the hidden plot. My heavens. I knew I didn't choose the wrong host. Fang Jian, who had just relaxed, was startled by the system's excited screams, causing her temples to throb. Shut up. Fang Jian sat up from the bed, grinding her teeth as she rubbed her temples and scolded the frenzied system. The system, after being scolded, quickly covered its little mouth with its tiny hand, though it was still too excited, bouncing around in the electronic space. The sudden scream from the system gave Fang Jian a headache. What is this hidden plot? She asked, sitting at the edge of the system's electronic voice was distorted with excitement as it covered its face. The hidden plot is like an Easter egg in a game. The triggering conditions are not only extremely special, but also particularly rare. If unlocked, it is not only an honor, but also means incredibly generous rewards. Haha. I didn't expect to encounter such good fortune in the first world I chose. Host. No, Goddess Jian. You are my only deity. As the system started to lose control again, Fang Jian's mouth twitched. She began to contemplate whether to get rid of Jiang Xu so that nobody would have to live. Fang Jian threatened with a blank expression, if you keep being this noisy, I will go and kill Jiang Xu. The system, previously ecstatic, calmed down after being splashed with cold water by Fang Jian. It realized that its host's strength was proportional to her craziness. Realizing that Fang Jian was not joking, it jolted awake from its excitement and continued explaining to her, though its tone involuntarily carried a hint of flattery. Sorry, host, I'm new to this job and haven't seen much of the world. Ooh, I got a bit too excited. Where was I? Oh, right, after unlocking the hidden plot, host, you can choose whether to do it or not. Of course, if you choose to do it, you must complete it, but once the hidden plot is cleared, you can obtain incredibly powerful rewards. Oh, hearing this, Fang Jian felt no emotion, even finding it somewhat boring. Seeing Fang Jian's indifferent reaction, the system froze, thinking it hadn't explained clearly. Hidden plot, host. Incredibly generous rewards for clearing the hidden plot. Don't you want it? Fang Jian dug at her ears, uninterested, as she walked towards the bathroom, casually saying, we'll talk later. After a long day, she just wanted to take a good bath and rest. Noticing Fang Jian's complete lack of interest in the hidden plot, the system was extremely frustrated, but still refused to give up. Host, are you really not considering it? I happen to have the reward for your first hidden plot unlock in the mailbox. Let me show you. Saying this, the system opened its control panel, clicked on the mailbox, and presented the rewards to Fang Jian. Points 1,000, a wish fulfillment card 1, a rollback card, 120 minutes 10, a beauty card 1, universal key card 1, task completion card 5. Besides these, host, you also unlocked the system mall early. You should know that the system mall can only be unlocked after the main task progresses past half. For a newbie like us, this is a huge gain. The mall has everything you could want. The system looked at these rewards, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of its mouth. Just unlocking the hidden plot yielded so many rewards. If the host cleared it, the rewards would surely be even more bountiful. The system dared not think any further, fearing it might drool more. It continued to tempt Fang Jian. Host, look at this wish fulfillment card. As long as you silently wish for something, it can bring it to you, and this beauty card lets you transform painlessly into a beauty. The best one is this task completion card, which can directly complete daily tasks, not to mention other items like rollback cards and universal key cards. It'll open the system mall for you to see. It has everything from a toothpick to nuclear weapons. Take a look. Fang Jian reclined comfortably in the bathtub, glancing at the mall interface that appeared before her, casually flipping through it. It indeed had everything. Since she completed the daily task today, she had 10 points plus the 1,000 points given. Fang Jian could buy quite a few things in the mall. The system persistently painted a rosy picture, but Fang Jian found it boring, zoning out and ignoring the system. Just then she flipped to the clothing section and directly bought several outfits for 100 points. Fang Jian had already thrown away all her previous clothes and didn't bring any from Yang Mai's house partly out of disdain. Just after she finished buying, the system started screaming again, "Host, what are you doing? How can you use points to buy such trivial things? Points are precious." The system cried out in pain, unable to bear seeing Fang Jian waste them so casually. Fang Jian nonchalantly replied, "These points are mine. Ooh, I can use them as I please." The clothes she just ordered appeared beside her, instantly convenient and swift. The system was momentarily speechless. Although it was true, it was still concerned for her. The system sulked, not wanting to engage with the host anymore. After Fang Jian finished her bath and emerged from the bathroom in her new clothes, she touched the fabric of her new pajamas, pleasantly surprised by how comfortable they felt. As Fang Jian lay on the bed preparing to sleep, she found it amusing that the system was still sulking. "What are you upset about? Didn't you gain anything from unlocking the hidden plot? If I go through the hidden plot, I bet if I really cleared it you would get even more rewards than I would write." The system's secret thoughts were guessed by Fang Jian, making it even less inclined to speak. It hadn't expected Fang Jian to guess that. Indeed, if Fang Jian successfully cleared the hidden plot, it could not only upgrade and gain more functions, but also advance to a higher level system. If she failed, it would be Fang Jian who suffered, while it would merely be ridiculed by other systems. Overall, it would be to its benefit without any drawbacks. After waiting a while with no response from the system, Fang Jian scoffed sarcastically, saying, "Next time you plot against someone, don't be so obvious. Stop playing dead, show me the hidden plot." Fang Jian casually grabbed a nearby toy and hugged it while instructing the system. The system fell silent, simply handing over the hidden plot to Fang Jian before retreating to a corner to secretly observe her, still unwilling to give up. Fang Jian was too lazy to pay attention to the system and skimmed through the plot quickly. Since she had not confirmed whether to activate the hidden plot, she could only view the previously unlocked portion. It roughly recounted how Mrs. Feng, who was pregnant and about to give birth, suddenly received news of her grandmother's death and hurriedly returned to her family home only to be kidnapped on the way. At that time, the kidnappers took remote rural roads to evade police pursuit. Although Mrs. Feng was rescued without harm, she was shocked enough that her water broke. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, there was no time to transfer Mrs. Feng to a big hospital. The accompanying doctor made a quick decision, directing the convoy to the nearest township health center to prepare for delivery. The entire delivery lasted a full 6 hours, and when the baby was finally born, everyone sighed in relief. However, this joy was fleeting. Mrs. Feng suddenly started to bleed heavily, blood instantly soaking the entire delivery bed. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Mrs. Feng, and the newly born baby girl was hastily cleaned and sent to the nursery. Yang Mei was also delivering at that health center, and being in good health, she still had the strength to inquire about the wealthy lady giving birth there. Upon learning that Mrs. Feng from Feng Ming Group had to deliver here due to an accident, and that she had also given birth to a daughter, Yang Mei was intrigued. Looking at the hospital room surrounded by people, and the nursery watched over by only one nurse, Yang Mei's gaze shifted, and ultimately her determination solidified as she suddenly understood the hint of fate. Yang Mei's cousin was a nurse at that health center. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Mrs. Feng, she stealthily ran to her cousin's break room, changed into a nurse's uniform, and donned a mask. She then ran to the nursery, claiming it was time to take the baby from bed 7 Yang Mei to be examined. The nurse in the nursery didn't suspect anything, because due to Mrs. Feng's situation, the hospital had brought in nurses from other departments to assist, so they let Yang Mei in. Yang Mei looked at her daughter, next to Mrs. Feng's daughter, her heart racing. With trembling hands, she acted swiftly, swapping all the items between the two babies. After taking a final glance at her own daughter, she embraced Mrs. Feng's daughter and left. Yang Mei's hands were shaking. She looked down at the infant in her arms. Not her child, but the true darling of the Feng family. The baby slept peacefully, unaware that she had been swapped and her fate was forever altered. For a brief moment, Yang Mei almost regretted it. If discovered, she would certainly go to jail. But the next moment, she gritted her teeth. No, she couldn't turn back. She remembered the diamond-studded watch on Mrs. Feng's wrist, the way everyone surrounded her. Her daughter would now live in the best house, go to the best school, and enjoy the most luxurious life. And she, Yang Mei, as the mother of the Feng family's darling, would one day bask in the glory and enjoy the blessings. Thinking of this, her heart hardened again, her arms tightly clutching the baby, as if fearing someone would snatch her away. Blame it on your birth in a golden nest. Looking at the child in her arms, Yang Mei bit her tongue, swallowing the rust taste mixed with guilt. She saw her distorted reflection in the mirror-like fire hydrant shell. Beneath the messy curls was a face scorched by desire, bloodshot eyes resembling a desperate gambler betting their last chip. She changed back into her clothes, hiding in a corner of the hospital corridor, holding her breath and listening to the distant sounds of footsteps, trolley wheels, and doctors shouting. Every second felt elongated, her back, drenched in cold sweat, fingers unconsciously gripping the swaddling. Finally, the ambulance from the big hospital arrived, its siren growing louder as the medical staff hurriedly wheeled Mrs. Feng away along with her daughter to a better hospital. No one noticed. Yang Mei's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She looked down at the child in her arms. This should have been a well-cared-for little lady, but now she was her daughter. She grinned silently. You shall be called Fang Jian from now on. She casually declared, her tone light, as if naming a little kitten or puppy simple convenient. after saying that she tightened her grip on the swaddled baby and arranged for her discharge that very day. Thus Fang Jian was taken home by Yang Mei, beginning her tragic life that would last 16 years, until Fang Jian's arrival. Meanwhile, Yang Mei's daughter was taken back to the Feng family. As the only girl among her peers, all her close relatives pondered, and ultimately named her Feng Yuting, inspired by "Whereas my graceful figure adorned the green hills become a thicket and graceful and delicate at 13 at the tip of the bud, in early February, a name blessed by her elders." The plot was cliché, and trite. Fang Jian commented. To you this is a plot, but for Fang Jian this represents her brief and painful life. Originally, she was the one receiving all the love and attention, yet because of Yang Mei everything was ruined. Don't you feel sorry for her? The system, now filled with righteous indignation, expressed its sympathy for Fang Jian after just watching the first half of the plot together, growing increasingly outraged. This is simply too much. Fang Jian did not understand how a system could have such strong empathy. She stated her viewpoint: if it were me, once I realized that Yang Mei didn't love me, I would suspect I wasn't her daughter and start investigating. Moreover, Yang Mei never hid it. Every time she returned from the Feng family, she would compare Fang Jian with Feng Yuting. Such an obvious flaw, yet Fang Jian never doubted it at all. She gave up on herself. Why should I sympathize with her? Do I pity her suffering? Or pity her for being a ninja? The system which had previously condemned Fang Jian in its heart was stunned. Indeed, why did Fang Jian never doubt it despite Yang Mei treating her this way? Fang Jian looked at the main task of the hidden plot, which was to return to the Feng family and ensure that Yang Mei's family and Feng Yuting received their due punishment, and couldn't help but smile. The sarcastic expression on her face left the system, which had just realized the situation, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Fang Jian rarely felt this speechless. She closed the plot interface, stating only in melodramatic novels would such plots exist. If there were really a Fang Jian in reality, she'd either be brainless or mentally challenged. Regardless, even if she wasn't swapped, growing up in a rich family would still lead to being abandoned by her parents and bullied by her peers. Utterly boring. Fang Jian rolled over, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep, losing even more interest in it. The soundproofing in the presidential suite was excellent, allowing Fang Jian to sleep soundly until noon, just as the hotel staff knocked on the door to deliver lunch. After washing up, Fang Jian sat at the dining table, enjoying her meal. Once she was satisfied, she changed her clothes. She first visited a shopping mall where she bought everything she fancied without looking at the prices, as it wasn't her money being. After purchasing clothes and basic equipment like a phone and computer, Fang Jian even hired a courier to carry all her purchases back to the hotel. By the time Fang Jian returned to the hotel after a day of shopping, she had already maxed out one of Yang Mei's cards. Since reuniting with Feng Yuting, Yang Mei had repeatedly transferred money to keep her quiet, and with the high salary paid to the nanny by the Feng family, Yang Mei's savings had nearly reached 1 million. All of this had nothing to do with Fang Jian. For years, Yang Mei had told Fang Jian that she was broke, that her family was living in poverty, so Fang Jian had never received more than 50 yuan her entire life. Even her clothes were hand-me-downs from Feng Wei, while Yang Mei and her son wore branded items. Especially Yang Mei had a habit of stealing clothes and jewelry from Madame Feng, and thanks to Feng Yuting's cover, she had not yet been discovered. Fang Jian transferred all the money from Yang Mei's other credit cards onto her newly opened card, then threw the empty cards into the trash. Looking at the balance on the card, Fang Jian smiled in satisfaction, considering it a compensation for Fang Jian. She intended to spend all of this money on Fang Jian's body. The hospital's lighting was stark and glaring, the smell of disinfectant permeating the air. Yang Mei sat by the hospital bed, her phone screen flashing constantly, with bank deduction notifications, each alert piercing her eardrums like a knife. Until the last message appeared: account balance 000 yuan. Yang Mei's pupils abruptly constricted, and her breath nearly stopped. Her lips trembled as a suppressed whimper escaped her throat, like a dying beast's low growl. Fang Jian, you bastard! How dare you! Her voice burst forth between clenched teeth, hoarse and fierce, her entire face twisted in extreme rage, her eyes nearly bulging. The phone in her hand emitted a strained cracking sound, as if it would shatter at any moment. That was her money. The money she had saved through hardship. It was the down payment she had prepared for Fang Wei's house. Now it was all gone. Bastard. Animal. She gritted her teeth, wishing to rush to Fang Jian's face and tear apart that hypocritical visage, making him spit out all the money he had swallowed along with interest. But Feng Yuting's cold warning and Fang Jian's final threat coiled around her heart like a venomous snake. Her anger was instantly doused by a bucket of ice water, leaving only a sense of powerless suffocation. She couldn't move. She couldn't do anything. Yang Mei's chest heaved violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her teeth ground together, her eyes bloodshot, the hatred for Fang Jian coursed through her veins like poison, burning her. She stared intensely at the phone screen, as if she could see Fang Jian's smug face through it. Just you wait. She forced out this sentence, slowly, her voice laced with deep-seated hatred. You wait for me. I will definitely not let you go. Bastard. 6 days later. In the electronic space, the system sighed in boredom sigh. This was already the 108th time it sighed today. Since that day she left, Fang Jian had been holed up in the hotel for 5 whole days. During these 5 days, for the first 2 days, Fang Jian did nothing but eat and sleep and frantically learn about this world on her laptop. In the next 3 days, she became infatuated with stock trading. The system watched as Fang Jian operated 5 screens simultaneously, with the left screen displaying real-time candlestick charts, the red and green numbers cascading like waterfalls. The middle monitor opened 5 trading terminals switching between the funds of different accounts, and the right side was filled with dense financial news and analysis reports. The system went from shock to accustomed, watching Fang Jian skillfully short-selling a certain new energy stock using an anonymous account, while simultaneously spreading negative rumors about the company on social media, and then using another account to buy shares of the competitor at a low price. Host, you are manipulating the market. This has nothing to do with our task. The system couldn't help but remind her, the key point being the latter half. Fang Jian chuckled coldly. What does it have to do with you? She then ignored it. When the stock price began to fluctuate along the path she anticipated, Fang Jian lazily leaned back in the leather chair and took a sip of iced cola. The cold light from the display screens reflected on her beautifully emerging face, the anti-blue light, glasses refracting the constantly jumping numbers. The doorbell of the suite rang, and Fang Jian got up to open it, completely uninterested in the final profit data. After indulging herself, she lost interest in it. The system looked at the display total return rate, 427, and suddenly felt. No matter if Fang Jian went out or not, it seemed she could still create trouble. While eating, Fang Jian stared at the clock on the wall, beginning to reflect that she seemed to have been a bit lazy these days. Originally, she had wanted to check the stock market trends, but suddenly she had an itch to trade and ended up holed up for another 3 days. Indeed, internet addiction harms people. However, Fang Jian's internet addiction triggered a storm in the financial world. This storm swept through the entire financial market like a tempest, shocking and attracting the attention of countless forces. Amidst this storm, all sorts of speculations and rumors arose, with people wondering who this mysterious trader was. Fang Jian was completely unaware of this, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Fang Jian painfully reflected and decided to return to school tomorrow, just as her task completion card had also run out. Speaking of tasks, she glanced at today's task, sent a text message to Jiang Xu. Without a second thought, Fang Jian opened Jiang Xu's account, got the phone number, and sent a period to Jiang Xu. Just a casual. The system witnessing all this. Very good. This is very Fang Jian. Simple and crude, perfectly fitting her character with no moral bottom line. While enjoying dessert after her meal, Fang Jian's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and saw Jiang Xu had replied. Originally, Fang Jian couldn't be bothered, but the phone kept vibrating, and Jiang Xu kept sending messages. Who are you? How did you get my phone number? Fang Jian frowned, feeling annoyed, and blacklisted Jiang Xu. Just a casual act. On the other side, Jiang Xu, who was messaging, saw that his sent message showed a red exclamation mark. Huh. Jiang Xu looked puzzled, then was amused. This was his personal phone number, which he had only shared with family and a few friends. Suddenly receiving a strange text message, and upon opening it, it was just a period. Jiang Xu's heart tightened, thinking that it was from those few people he didn't get along with. To clarify their intentions, Jiang Xu actively replied, wanting to extract some information, but before he could send a few messages, he was blacklisted. Crazy. Jiang Xu was speechless, initially wanting to delete this message, but suddenly Fang Jian's face flashed through his mind, and inexplicably, he clicked cancel delete. Thinking of Fang Jian ever since he found out she was also a player, Jiang Xu had been on edge for several days, fearing that if Fang Jian was unhappy, she would break his neck. But Fang Jian hadn't come to school for 6 days, making him worry for nothing. This was actually quite good. Jiang Xu silently wished that Fang Jian would continue not coming to school, praying. Unfortunately, what you fear will come to pass. On Wednesday morning, the weather was clear with not a cloud in the sky, and weak sunlight poured down through the clouds. Disliking crowds, Jiang Xu arrived at school right on time as usual. After bidding farewell to the driver, Uncle Zhang, Jiang Xu took out his student card and swiped it over the sensor with a beep. As the school gate slowly opened, he instinctively looked up at the azure sky, where not a single cloud could be seen. The strap of his backpack pressed lightly against his shoulder as Jiang Xu walked toward the teaching building, replaying the tricky math problem from the night before in his mind. Frowning, he subconsciously rubbed his fingers in his uniform pocket. As he turned the corner of the teaching building, his right ear suddenly caught a fleeting voice. Jiang Xu, good morning. This greeting was as light as a feather falling to the ground, yet it froze Jiang Xu's blood instantly. His pupils constricted sharply as he turned his head abruptly, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. There stood Fang Jian, whom he hadn't seen for 6 days, smiling at him. The dappled light filtered through the ginkgo trees lining the road, casting flickering shadows on her face. Fang Jian had clearly changed since 6 days ago. Her previously gaunt cheeks had filled out slightly, and her pale skin now bore a faint flush. Her usually messy hair now hung smoothly down her back, the heavy bangs trimmed just right, exposing her full forehead and exquisite features. Fang Jian was undoubtedly beautiful now, but the chilling aura behind her beauty made Jiang Xu's mind drift back to the moment his neck was snapped. Especially now, even though Fang Jian was smiling at him, he could clearly see that her pitch-black eyes held no trace of laughter, only a calmness and coldness akin to a stagnant pool, so still it sent shivers down his spine. Morning class is starting, let's hurry. Jiang Xu heard his own dry voice. He gripped his trembling fingers tightly in his pocket, swallowing hard. The sound of the phoenix leaves rustling was drowned out by the feeling that the air around him was solidifying. Ignoring Fang Jian's reaction, he turned his head and stiffly lifted his leg to continue walking. Fang Jian watched Jiang Xu, who was almost tripping over himself, her eyes slightly lowered, a glimmer of darkness flashing within them. Then unhurriedly she followed behind him, the sunlight brushing over their bodies and casting 2 long shadows on the ground. Ding! Today's task has been completed. Please continue to work hard, host. Just as Jiang Xu was about to head upstairs, he heard an abrupt electronic voice, and his heart suddenly relaxed. He thought Fang Jian was continuing to test him due to his earlier changes, but it turned out to be a task. Tasks are good. If it's a task, then there's nothing to worry about, and he's more than willing to cooperate. Jiang Xu and Fang Jian entered the classroom one after the other. When everyone saw Fang Jian behind Jiang Xu, the previously noisy classroom fell silent for a few seconds, all eyes fixated on her. Seeing this, Fang Jian lifted her gaze and glanced at the others in the classroom. The students quickly averted their eyes, not wanting to make eye contact with Fang Jian. Finding it boring, Fang Jian withdrew her gaze and walked straight to her seat. Due to her previous intimidation, even though Fang Jian hadn't come to school for 6 days, no one dared to throw trash on. Classmates around her, including her deskmate, all moved their desks and chairs away, forming a vacuum zone around Fang Jian's seat. Fang Jian seemed not to see this at all, sitting down on her own, glancing at the class schedule written on the blackboard, and then unceremoniously taking her deskmate's books. As for Fang Jian's own books, they had been mostly torn apart by the group that bullied her during the first few days of school. The deskmate who had his books taken could only watch angrily, but dared not say a word. You. Just as the deskmate was about to reason with her, Fang Jian's sidelong glance terrified him into silence. He could only hold back tears, silently crying on the desk under the sympathetic gazes of those around him. Meanwhile, the entire class was distracted, focusing all their attention on Fang Jian. Many people quietly discussed Fang Jian's transformation with their friends. Jiang Xu's deskmate, Zhouing, leaned in closer to Jiang Xu's ear, expressing her astonishment. Hey Jiang Xu, did you see? My goodness, Fang Jian has changed so much. I didn't expect her to look this good after dressing up. Especially that aura around her. Wow, amazing. By the way, how did you two come in together just now? Huh. Be honest. Jiang Xu shrugged, pushing Zhou Ying's head away, while flipping through his book, answering flatly, we just happened to run into each other on the way, what could I know? Zhou Ying, not offended by being pushed away, was just casually chatting and didn't believe the two would have any connection. She shook her head and sighed, I didn't expect that. Looks like Luo Yuanyuan's self-proclaimed class flower is about to be dethroned. Luo Yuanyuan. Jiang Xu's eyes flashed with interest. She was the female version of Lu Wei and one of the main bullies of Fang Jian. Unfortunately, Luo Yuanyuan was on a half-month leave and wasn't around, otherwise she would definitely be among those who got dealt with last time. Calculating the time, Luo Yuanyuan should be back by next Thursday. Other would be a good show to watch. It felt much more enjoyable to see others suffer than to suffer oneself, and he started to look forward to next week. This feeling of schadenfreude brought Jiang Xu an inexplicable pleasure, making the shadows that Fang Jian had just scared him with feel trivial. Indeed, pain and smiles do not disappear, they only shift. One shifts onto others while the other shifts onto one's own face. Today happened to be the homeroom teacher's morning self-study. Upon entering, she saw the classroom still in chaos, so she frowned and scolded, what time is it? And you're still making noise. Can't you hear the bell? Have you memorized the words? In a moment we'll have a dictation in the first class. If you can't write it, each word has to be copied 50 times. Instantly there was a wail throughout the classroom, and the students stopped gossiping, resignedly pulling out their English books to begin their morning reading. Teacher Wang walked to the podium, placed her book down, and raised her eyes just in time to see Fang Jian, who hadn't been to school for 6 days, sleeping on her desk. Anger surged within her, and she slammed the desk, calling out to Fang Jian. You still remember to come to school. Can't you hear the bell? Get out here. Teacher Wang had originally felt a bit guilty towards Fang Jian, but then Fang Jian ignored her completely and skipped class without showing up. Having taught for so many years, this was the first time Teacher Wang encountered such a student feeling her authority as a homeroom teacher was being challenged. So Teacher Wang called Fang Jian's mother Yang Mei to inquire about the situation, only to hear Yang Mei stuttering that she couldn't manage Fang Jian anymore and didn't know where she had gone. Before Teacher Wang could ask further, Yang Mei abruptly hung up, and then her phone was directly turned off. Furious, Teacher Wang almost smashed her phone. Indeed, like parents, like children. Teacher Wang had been holding her anger, waiting for Fang Jian to return to school, but this wait stretched for 6 days. With a darkened face, Teacher Wang glared fiercely at Fang Jian, instructed the class monitor and the class leader to maintain discipline, then stepped out. Fang Jian, after being yelled at by Teacher Wang, lost her sleepiness, leisurely stretched, and disregarding the gloating gazes around her, slowly stood up and walked out. As Fang Jian stepped outside, she was immediately bombarded by Teacher Wang's questions. Fang Jian, have you had enough of being wild out there? Are you finally willing to return to school? Do you even know what your identity is right now? You're still a student. How dare you skip class for 6 days without reason? Do you have any regard for the school? What about me as your homeroom teacher? I called your home, and your mom said she didn't know where you went. What's going on with you? Have you even run away from home? How could you be so reckless at your age? And look at how you are. You don't wear your uniform properly. The school requires that hair should not be loose, but you treat that as if it's nothing. Seeing Teacher Wang passionately pointing at her, spitting words like a fountain, Fang Jian's foot, which was about to step forward, halted. She did not want to get splattered with spit. Teacher Wang's sharp voice echoed throughout the entire teaching building, causing students from neighboring classrooms to peek out to see what was happening. The students in Class 5 where Fang Jian was were like curious hedgehogs, secretly sticking their heads out to sneak a look, while Teacher Wang was not paying attention. Fang Jian was indifferent to Teacher Wang's furious accusations and soothingly reassured her. Teacher Wang, please calm down. I have my reasons for not coming to school these past few days. With her arms crossed and a frown on her face, Teacher Wang fixed her sharp gaze on Fang Jian. Upon hearing her mention reasons, she let out a cold laugh. After so many years of teaching, she had seen all kinds of students. Teacher Wang sarcastically asked, reasons? Okay, then tell me what reasons you have to justify your 6-day absence from class. She was eager to see what kind of excuse Fang Jian could come up with to fool her. Fang Jian slightly lowered her head, her soft hair falling over her chest, making her originally slender figure appear even more fragile. After I went home that day, I went to the hospital. The doctor said I have moderate depression and bipolar disorder. Since that incident, I have shown signs of a dual direction trend, so the doctor advised me to be hospitalized. I could only return to school now because I'm feeling a bit better. The doctor wants me to go back to the hospital after school this afternoon. Teacher Wang, who was previously filled with rage, was taken aback. Upon hearing Fang Jian say she had mental health issues, her first instinct was disbelief, still suspecting that Fang Jian was lying. Then why didn't you call me to ask for leave while you were hospitalized? And your mom said she didn't know where you went. How do you explain that? Don't try to use depression to fool me. Fang Jian leaned against the wall, her voice low and carrying a hint of pity. Since I was a child, my mom has never cared about me, so of course, she wouldn't know if I was sick. Moreover, the money for the hospital was all saved from my own pocket over a long time. As for why I didn't contact you, I have never had a phone since childhood, and I don't even know your number, so of course I couldn't call you to ask for. Besides, after being bullied for so long, isn't it strange if I don't develop a mental illness, Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang was choked by Fang Jian's words. She knew Fang Jian's mother and understood that she indeed neglected her. However, she never expected her indifference to reach such an extent. Regarding Fang Jian's words, Teacher Wang believed to some extent. Better safe than sorry. If Fang Jian really had a psychological disorder, and if she triggered something unreasonable in her, the consequences would be something she couldn't bear. However, Fang Jian's last remark clearly had a hint of sarcasm, making it hard for her to maintain her face. Teacher Wang coughed awkwardly, adjusting her glasses as her tone softened a bit. I know you feel wronged. I have already contacted Lu Wei and He Min's parents and had a talk with them, and I've also asked them to go home and reflect on their actions. But you indeed made a mistake this time too. I was worried about your safety and feared you might encounter some danger outside, so my tone inevitably became a bit harsh. Alright, this time it was a misunderstanding on the teacher's part. Please bring your hospitalization record and diagnosis proof to show me later. At least I need to know that you were truly hospitalized and not just fooling me. Fang Jian obediently nodded. I know Teacher Wang cares about me, but I didn't bring anything today. Can I bring it to you tomorrow, Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang, still skeptical that Fang Jian could even forge medical records, nodded in agreement for her to bring it tomorrow. Well, I won't pursue the matter of skipping class this time, but there won't be a next time. And tie your hair up. How can a well-mannered girl look like this with her hair down all the time? However, being the deputy director of the education department made it hard for Teacher Wang to soften her tone completely. Although this matter had been resolved, seeing Fang Jian with her hair down still made her frown and lecture her a bit. Fang Jian smiled and nodded in response. Okay, Teacher Wang. Seeing how obedient Fang Jian was, Teacher Wang's last bit of anger dissipated, and she waved her hand, allowing Fang Jian to return to the classroom. The classmates who had secretly witnessed the entire process almost revered Fang Jian as a deity. Is it really possible for someone to survive under the wrath of the merciless teacher? This is even less likely than the probability of not having to run laps tomorrow. It's rarer than the miracle of the canteen ant not spilling food. Who is Teacher Wang? She can scold rule-breaking students to tears and make truants tremble in fear like the merciless teacher. But Fang Jian could actually make Teacher Wang go easy on her. Is this even reasonable? The onlookers instantly burst into discussion. What the hell? Who is this person? Those who didn't know Fang Jian were inquiring about who this deity was. Those who knew her were filled with disbelief. The students in Class 5 looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Is this really Fang Jian? Since that last incident, Fang Jian seemed like a different person. The quiet and introverted girl who once endured bullying without resistance now seemed like a figment of their imagination. Has she been possessed? Someone whispered. Or has she been reborn? Another classmate chimed in quietly. It could also be a sudden awakening of some hidden personality. The guesses became more and more absurd, but one thing was certain: Fang Jian had truly changed. As Fang Jian returned to her seat unharmed, her deskmate felt like crying. It was over. Her good days were truly over. She had tried to ask Teacher Wang to change seats, but was reprimanded and educated, instead told that she was discriminating against classmates and that no one loved her. In the end, she didn't get to change seats and got scolded for nothing. Fang Jian ignored the curious gazes directed at her, flipping through her English book out of boredom. Meanwhile, the system, observing the entire situation, awkwardly spoke up hesitatingly, saying, "Host, you wouldn't have some leverage over your homeroom teacher, would you? Your earlier behavior doesn't seem like you at all." How can I remember Fang Jian as someone who would snap a guy's neck in a fit of anger, almost cracking Lu Wei's head open, and even kicking Fang Wei into the hospital, while ruthlessly manipulating the market and shorting several listed companies? But now Fang Jian actually chose to soften her stance instead of confronting her homeroom teacher directly, which made it hard for the system not to suspect that the teacher had some leverage over her. Fang Jian's slender fingers flipped through the pages of her English book as she sneered inwardly. "Are you stupid? What good would it do me to clash with Wang Jing, the homeroom teacher, now? Besides, if I really provoke her, and she makes me go home to reflect, who will do your daily tasks for me?" The system was taken aback by her retort, and then spoke pathetically. "But when I asked you to do tasks before, you didn't care. I even threatened you with punishment, and you still said you'd come out and crush me. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic?" Seeing Fang Jian's increasingly gloomy expression, the system spoke softer and softer until it finally fell silent. Fang Jian snapped her English book shut. With impatience visible in her elegant brows, she coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you? Is it suddenly a problem for me to show interest?" Seeing this, the system dared not speak, retreating into its electronic space. But the more it thought about it, the angrier it became, yet it didn't dare to express it, only sulking and cursing Fang Jian internally, a capricious neurotic. Jiang Xu, who had overheard the entire conversation between Fang Jian and the system, also didn't dare to move his straight back, drenched in cold sweat. He seriously considered whether he should also take a leave of absence. If he couldn't provoke her, could he at least hide from her? Beside him, Zhou Ying was completely unaware of his friend's abnormality, sitting by the window in the corridor, perfectly positioned for gossip. Thus, he listened to all of Fang Jian and Teacher Wang's previous conversations. While Teacher Wang went to the neighboring class for morning self-study, he leaned closer to Jiang Xu and began sharing the gossip he had just heard. "Hey Jiang Xu, I just heard everything. No wonder Wang Jing let Fang Jian off so easily. It turns out she was hospitalized these days. She said she has depression and bipolar disorder. Do you think that's true? But thinking about it, it makes sense. I heard that Lu Wei and those losers have been bullying Fang Jian since middle school. It's a miracle she's still sane. Previously, Fang Jian could endure, which prevented those people from causing any trouble. Now that she won't endure anymore, this is good. Not only did they get beaten by Fang Jian, but they also got a week of reflection at home. They deserve it." Jiang Xu was pulled back to reality by Zhou Ying's voice. After hearing what Zhou Ying said, he didn't feel sorry for Fang Jian at all. He thought she was holding back something big. The current Fang Jian was not someone who could easily back down. Her initiative to show weakness to Wang Jing today must have been because she needed to use Wang Jing for something later. Such a person often has bigger schemes. Indeed, starting tomorrow, he might as well take a leave of absence. Although he couldn't avoid a lifetime, at least he could avoid the moment. Jiang Xu turned to look at Zhou Ying, who was still caught up in gossiping. Out of friendship, he warned, "Don't inquire about Fang Jian's matters, and don't provoke her either. Studying suits you better. Don't forget your mom said that if you fail math and physics again in this midterm exam, she'll sell all your figures and models." Zhou Ying, who was originally immersed in the joy of gossiping, froze, then looked at his discouraging friend in dismay. "You really know how to hit where it hurts." Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Xu's profile with a resentful gaze, sarcastically thanking him. "Thank you so much for reminding me, academic genius." With Jiang Xu's interruption, Zhou Ying lost interest in gossiping and began to pretend to study by picking up his English book and reciting vocabulary. Because they could all feel Fang Jian's changes along with the lessons learned from Lu Wei and He Min, no one in the class dared to provoke Fang Jian anymore. Thus, Fang Jian spent a very dull and uneventful day. When the bell for the last class rang, she stretched, tossed her used physics book back to her deskmate, grabbed her coat, and headed outside, preparing to take a taxi back to the hotel. Zhou Ying and Jiang Xu also exited the school along with the bustling crowd. Zhou Ying was going out for dinner and would return for evening self-study later. Jiang Xu, on the other hand, had asked for leave and was preparing to go home. Oblivious to the situation, Zhou Ying looked at his backpack and widened his eyes in surprise. "Jiang Xu, why are you carrying your backpack while going out to eat?" Jiang Xu glanced at Zhou Ying, his tone flat. "I took a leave of absence. I won't be coming tomorrow." He stood by the roadside waiting for Uncle Zhang to pick him up. "What a—" Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Xu in disbelief, feeling abandoned. "Why did you take leave? Could it be that you're sick? Wait, what am I supposed to do if you leave? And how could that merciless teacher Wang Jing actually grant you leave? As everyone knows, it's harder to get leave from homeroom teacher Wang Jing than to ascend to the heavens. There needs to be a valid reason and a phone call from a parent to explain, and the process is unbearably complicated. However, there are always exceptions, and Jiang Xu is that exception. As the top student in the grade, he always enjoys some privileges with the teachers." Jiang Xu's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Because I'm the top of the grade. As for you, you should go on living your life. Oh, I'm not your mom." At this moment, Zhou Ying also reacted, feeling jealousy bubbling up inside him. He hated those who not only excelled academically, but also acted smug about it. He looked at Jiang Xu with a resentful expression, just like a spurned lover. "Jiang Xu, you have no heart. How could you do this to me? Have you forgotten the vows we made?" Zhou Ying clutched Jiang Xu's sleeve in despair, starting to act dramatically. Just then Uncle Jiang drove up slowly. Jiang Xu expressionlessly pulled his sleeve away, opened the car door, and sat inside, only leaving behind a single word: "Get lost." Zhou politely greeted Uncle Jiang, but then, not ready to give up, leaned against the car window. "Last question, how many days are you taking off?" Jiang Xu fastened his seatbelt, glanced at him, and replied, "Indefinite, or I'll come back when I feel like it." He signaled Uncle Jiang to start driving. As the window rolled up, the car drove away, leaving Zhou standing there dumbfounded. After a while, he finally managed to mutter, "What the hell, this is also allowed?" He kicked a pebble on the side of the road in frustration, his heart burning with jealousy. Is this the treatment accorded to top students? Damn. The cool air inside the car flowed silently. Jiang Xu sank into the leather seat, tiredly rubbing his temples. Through the rearview mirror, Uncle Jiang noticed his young master's demeanor and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He gently asked, "Young master, is your academic pressure quite high lately?" Seeing his face, he swallowed the rest of his words and instead advised, "You still need to pay attention to your rest." Jiang Xu closed his eyes and murmured an acknowledgement, casting a small shadow beneath his lashes. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice softer than usual. "I took a leave of absence. You don't need to take me tomorrow." Jiang Xu's intertwined hands unconsciously rubbed against each other, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. Uncle Jiang nodded. "Understood, young master." On a Thursday morning, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with brightness and warmth. The sky was a deep blue devoid of any clouds, as if it were a painting meticulously crafted by nature. In the head teacher's office, Wang Jing furrowed her brows, seriously reviewing the medical records submitted by Fang Jian. She meticulously examined every detail on the diagnosis report, her fingers occasionally caressing the paper, seemingly trying to confirm the authenticity of the document. Fang Jian stood idly by, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze casually scanning the office decor. She had spent some time last night forging the medical record, and she was still a bit sleepy, unable to suppress a yawn. After carefully inspecting and confirming that there were no signs of forgery, Wang Jing's tense expression relaxed. The diagnosis report indicated that Fang Jian indeed suffered from moderate depression and bipolar disorder, with a tendency towards developing a bipolar affective disorder. However, the condition was still manageable and hospitalization was not required, only regular follow-ups. Wang Jing sighed softly, returned the medical record to Fang Jian, her gaze softening as she spoke gently. "Fang Jian, the teacher has reviewed it." She paused, her tone becoming even gentler. "If you encounter any difficulties in class, you must tell the teacher immediately. The teacher will definitely stand up for you." Fang Jian accepted the medical record, her fingertips brushing casually against the edge of the paper. A flicker of dark light passed through her lowered eyes. This meticulously forged document was now serving its purpose perfectly. Wang Jing, still worried, reiterated, "If you're unwell, don't push through. If you need to take a leave, just do it. Although your mother doesn't care much about you, you must learn to take care of yourself." As she spoke, Wang Jing recalled previous events, saying, "If any classmates bully you again, you must tell me, don't bear." Wang Jing looked at the seemingly obedient student before her, a wave of anxiety rising in her heart. She remembered her stern attitude from yesterday and worried that she might have triggered Fang Jian's condition. What right did she have to compete for the position of director of the education office if the principal found out that there was a student in her class with such serious psychological issues? Fang Jian. Wang Jing suddenly grasped the student's hand, her grip firm enough to make Fang Jian frown slightly. "Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't act impulsively. Come to me first, do you understand?" Wang Jing's eyes were filled with concern, whether for Fang Jian or for her own future. Fang Jian nodded obediently, using a bit of force to free her hand from Wang Jing's grasp, effectively masking her impatience. "I understand. If there's nothing, I'll be leaving now, Teacher Wang." After Wang Jing expressed a few more words of concern, she finally let Fang Jian return to the classroom. After Fang Jian left, the office door closed gently, making a barely audible click sound. Wang Jing stared at the door for a few seconds, finally letting out a long sigh as she rubbed her aching temples. What on earth is going on? She had originally thought that Fang Jian was just reclusive, but it turned out she really had such severe psychological issues. If it were just a common emotional issue, that would be fine, but it was compounded by depression and bipolar disorder, which could even evolve into a bipolar affective disorder. This illness is neither too big nor too small, but once it causes a stir, it would undoubtedly become a blemish on her career, especially this year. Wang Jing's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, her frown deepening. This year she was competing for the position of grade director, with competitors watching closely and the school leadership paying special attention to her class management skills. If news broke that a student in her class had a mental illness or caused any trouble, not to mention promotion, she might not even be able to keep her current position as deputy director. She rubbed her face in frustration, thinking of how clearly it was stated on Fang Jian's diagnosis report. Condition stable, does not affect normal life, and studies only requires regular follow-ups. In other words, Fang Jian completely met the criteria for attending school, and she couldn't even find a reason to force Fang Jian to take a leave of absence. This is such a hassle. Wang Jing muttered softly, tapping her fingers on the desk. However, it was fortunate that she had been decisive in handling the matters involving Lu Wei and He Min. Their actions were too severe, and she had straightforwardly given them a warning and sent them home for reflection, publicly criticizing them at the class meeting. In hindsight, it turned out to be a lucky strike, At least it could deter other students from bullying Fang Jian openly. As long as no one provoked her, Fang Jian would not have any issues. With this thought, Wang Jing felt a slight relief, but her nerves tightened again. She was aware of the situation in her class, as she could not fully rely on those students to behave and needed to take additional. Wang Jing looked up at a student who had just asked a question and was about to leave, waving her hand. Please go to class 5 and bring the class leader and the psychological committee member over for me. The student nodded and quickly left. Wang Jing leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes for a moment, and contemplated how to instruct them later. No matter what, Fang Jian's situation must not escalate. The fewer people who know, the better. She must keep it under wraps lest Fang Jian affect her promotion. Fang Jian returned to the classroom, casually tossing the bag containing the medical records into the drawer. She noticed the class leader and psychological committee member being called away, but didn't pay it much mind. Bored, she yawned and leaned on the desk, preparing to sleep. Host. The system, which had been silent all night, suddenly spoke up, awkwardly calling out to Fang Jian. Fang Jian lazily lay on the desk, not even lifting her eyelids at the sound, merely adjusting her posture indifferently and dragging out her tone. What is it? Jiang Xu has taken a leave of absence. The system glanced at the empty seat in front of it, reminding Fang Jian. Oh. Fang Jian showed no reaction, her voice devoid of emotion. You haven't completed your task for today. Seeing that Fang Jian was uninterested, the system had to remind her more bluntly. Oh. Fang Jian still showed no reaction. Completing the daily tasks for 10 consecutive days will reward you with a task completion card. Today is the 9th day, and you can claim it tomorrow. Host, don't give up now. Watching the host, who had only shown interest in Jiang Xu yesterday, but was now slacking off, the system was anxious. The electric shock punishment couldn't threaten Fang Jian, so the system could only try to entice her. Fang Jian reluctantly got up, so annoying. Although she was not interested in the other rewards offered by the system, she genuinely liked the task completion card, especially since the points store limited purchases to 1 per month. Thus, after just lying down, Fang Jian stood up again and walked to Wang Jing's office. After successfully requesting a day off, she was now waiting for a taxi at the school gate. After glancing at Jiang Xu's location, Fang Jian seemed to be lost in thought. She bought a bottle of water at the convenience store nearby, just as the taxi arrived. Once she got into the car and informed the driver of a destination, Fang Jian leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to relax. Jiang Xu, on his first day off from school, rewarded himself with a long sleep. As a result, due to his resilient high school schedule, he woke up promptly at 7 a.m. After checking the time, Jiang Xu put on a sleep mask and turned over to continue sleeping. Then at 8:10 a.m., Jiang Xu was sitting at the dining table having breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Xu was not in the mood to study, so he changed into sportswear, grabbed his dog walking gear, and went out for a morning run with his dog. Jiang Xu attended Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, the best public high school in Jiangcheng, a subsidiary city of F City. This century-old prestigious school consistently ranks at the top for its admission rate. Given the background of the Jiang family, Jiang Xu could have easily chosen the best private elite school in F City, where heirs from prominent families gathered, equipped with top-notch educational resources and a natural elite social circle to build connections for inheriting family businesses. However, Jiang Xu had been scared off by various pursuers since childhood. Just thinking about those years of encounters with pursuers gave him goosebumps. In junior high, a school beauty who transferred and publicly confessed to him on the basketball court, and the system's notification sound was so loud that he could hear it outside the gym. The gentle senior sister from the summer tutoring class would coincidentally meet him every day, even checking system data to find out what milk tea he liked. The most absurd incident was at a family banquet last year, when a distant cousin actually drugged his dessert when he was only 14. Just the thought of going to that private high school where 2 out of 5 people around him would be pursuers and half of the class would be filled with those wanting to pursue him made him feel a chill run down his spine. So he carefully selected and ended up at Jiangcheng High School, with his enrollment process being handled discreetly by his family. Besides a few childhood friends he grew up with, he didn't tell anyone. Jiang Xu also forbade his parents from telling anyone. Although his parents did not understand, they respected Jiang Xu's choice. To help Jiang Xu focus on his studies, his mother personally selected a riverside villa with an excellent location and beautiful surroundings in Jiangcheng before the school year began, and arranged for the family driver and the nanny who had always taken care of Jiang Xu to come along. Initially, Jiang Xu's choice was entirely correct. He had a peaceful first semester in the first year of high school, with not a single pursuer appearing around him. Just when Jiang Xu thought he could smoothly finish high school, Fang Jian arrived. When Jiang Xu heard Fang Jian conversing with the system in her mind, his heart shattered. He couldn't understand why, after hiding here, these pursuers still wouldn't leave him alone. Especially this time, the pursuer seemed to be a ruthless maniac in her world. Jiang Xu was even more on edge, but after the initial panic, he tried to find solace in the fact that at least there was only Fang Jian among the pursuers. What a misfortune within misfortune. Fang Jian alone was more of a threat to Jiang Xu than all the pursuers he had encountered throughout his life. Who else but a monster would break the neck of their target as soon as they arrived? If it weren't for his quick thinking, his neck might have snapped too. Damn. However, just thinking about Fang Jian's ambiguous probing gaze made Jiang Xu feel it was getting closer. Jiang Xu ran along the riverside road, holding his dog, lost in thought. When he got tired from running, Jiang Xu sat on a bench, panting, his throat dry and aching. He licked his chapped lips only, then realizing he had forgotten to bring water. Sweat dripped from his chin onto his sportswear, darkening the fabric. He had intended to run another 2 laps, but now he could only give up. Just as Jiang Xu regretted it, a bottle of water was suddenly offered from the right side. Jiang Xu was taken aback, thinking it was that kind-hearted person, and was about to refuse, saying thank you, but the girl standing against the light lightly tapped the bottle with her fingertips, the plastic making a crisp kata sound. Fang Jian tilted her head slightly, observing the boy who was frozen in place. The Jiang wind carried damp air between them, sending the boy's rising heat to her nose. Jiang Xu, stripped of his school uniform, looked like a different person. His black and white sportswear delineated his tall figure, the morning light casting a soft outline around him. At this moment his brows were relaxed, entirely unlike his usual cold demeanor. The sports headband pulled back his black hair, revealing a smooth forehead with a few rebellious strands swaying in the wind. Fang Jian's gaze wandered along his silhouette. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, casting tiny patches of light on his tense forearm muscles. A drop of sweat slid down his neck, paused briefly at his prominent Adam's apple, before finally falling into the perfectly shaped hollow of his collarbone. Her gaze involuntarily moved downwards. Below his sports shorts, those long legs were particularly eye-catching. A faint flush from exercise tinted his knees, and the taut calf muscles formed graceful curves, the muscle line smooth like a bowstring pulled tight, ready to release. As the Jiang wind brushed by, the hem of his pants lifted slightly, revealing faint blue veins along the side of his leg. The originally aloof face wore a light flush from exercise, softening Jiang Xu's usual coldness. The faint red mole on his right earlobe became more visible in the sunlight, adding an inexplicable hint of ambiguity. In this moment Jiang Xu appeared vibrant and bright, like a piece of untouched white paper, pure to the point. Fang Jian had always been indifferent to beauty, as she had seen too many meticulously crafted exteriors, but had never encountered anyone who made her want to take a second look. But she had to admit she was indeed taken aback by Jiang Xu at this moment. Fang Jian squinted her eyes, masking the emotions within, and shook the water bottle. "Aren't you thirsty?" Her voice sounded exceptionally clear in the silence. Jiang Xu stiffly accepted the mineral water, awkwardly muttering a thank you, and under Fang Jian's gaze tilted his head back to drink. Ding! Today's task, deliver water to Jiang Xu, completed. The sudden system notification caught Jiang Xu off guard as he was drinking, and he choked violently. Cough, 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 cough. Fang Jian frowned, and stepped back a few paces, blurted out, "Idiot." Jiang Xu heard this, and began coughing even harder. When he finally managed to calm down and stop coughing, he turned to find Fang Jian sitting next to him, one hand propping up her chin, the other teasing the dog that had played dead since Fang Jian appeared. Jiang Xu owned a male Samoyed named Jiang Fugue who couldn't resist jumping up to anyone for affection. He was a true socialite. But at this moment, facing Fang Jian, Jiang Fugue was fearfully curled up under the bench. Unfortunately, weighing 40 pounds, it was not easy for him to conceal his presence, and even though he was desperately trying to shrink himself, a large portion of his fluffy white body was still exposed, making it hard not to notice. Fang Jian pinched the Samoyed's ears and casually asked, "Aren't you going to introduce him?" Jiang Xu looked at the trembling Jiang Fugue, mourning for it silently for a second. Don't ask why he didn't save it, he was scared too. Clearing his throat, he tried to make his voice sound normal. "This is Jiang Fugue, a burr-sized Samoyed. He actually likes you quite a— Likes me? Are you sure?" Fang Jian looked at the trembling Samoyed peeking out from under the bench, her tone laced with— Jiang Xu stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth, explaining, "He's just too shy. Usually, he doesn't let others pet him." Fang Jian, feeling magnanimous, gently rubbed Jiang Fugue's ears, and stood up. "Is that so? I've never had an animal like me before." Her tone was flat, leaving it unclear whether she believed it. Seeing this, Jiang Xu stood up, as well quickly pulling Jiang Fugue behind him. Noticing Fang Jian had no intention of leaving, Jiang Xu had to muster the courage to ask, "Did you come to see me for something? Wasn't the task already completed? Why wasn't she leaving?" Fang Jian looked into Jiang Xu's eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. "I heard you took sick leave. As your pursuer, of course I have to see if you're really sick, or just avoiding me." As she spoke, Fang Jian suddenly leaned in closer to Jiang Xu, the distance between them shrinking, and Jiang Xu could even smell an unfamiliar cold fragrance on her. Jiang Xu's pupils trembled violently, instinctively stepping back only to collide with the bench behind him, nearly causing him to fall. He awkwardly reached out to steady himself on the armrest. Too close. The distance between them was too close. Recalling Fang Jian's exquisitely beautiful face suddenly magnified in front of him, Jiang Xu instinctively thought she wanted to snap his neck again, and his heart raced uncontrollably. But besides being scared, there was another inexplicable emotion, though Jiang Xu, immersed in fear, didn't notice it. Jiang Xu looked up and saw the unmasked, mischievous smile in Fang Jian's eyes, realizing her system evaluation was quite accurate, erratic, and loves to tease others. To survive, Jiang Xu could only swallow the anger rising within him, and politely said to Fang Jian, "Classmate Fang, I don't like others getting too close to me." Fang Jian looked at Jiang Xu, who despite being startled showed little emotional fluctuation. She was uncertain if Jiang Xu retained any memories from before the world was reset. Fang Jian squinted her eyes, remaining silent, seriously contemplating whether to kill Jiang Xu once more, as she didn't believe someone who had died twice wouldn't show at least a hint of a flaw. Jiang Xu keenly sensed the increasingly dangerous aura surrounding Fang Jian, a loud alarm ringing in his heart. Damn it, what had he done to provoke this madwoman? Damn. Without time to think about where he went wrong, Jiang Xu immediately tried to make amends. I didn't mean to blame you, is it possible to let me know in advance next time, so I can be prepared? Looking at Jiang Xu, who was making constant attempts to amend his words, Fang Jian narrowed her eyes, her expression unreadable. She suddenly felt that getting the answer right now seemed rather meaningless. Seeing Fang Jian still staring at him, without speaking, Jiang Xu felt that he might really be dying again. But before he could resign himself to it, he heard Fang Jian suddenly let out a snicker. If I warned you in advance, it wouldn't be a prank. Jiang Xu was taken aback, watching Fang Jian turn around and leisurely walk along the riverside road. Jiang Xu was a bit confused, not understanding Fang Jian's meaning, but still pulled along the reluctant Jiang Fuguwei to follow her. Fang Jian strolled casually along the tree-lined path, her fingertips brushing against the wildflowers in the greenery, casually plucking a small white flower. She lowered her gaze, playing with the delicate petals, listening to Jiang Xu's serious explanation. Beside her, I suddenly had a headache yesterday, so I took a leave to go home. There's no conflict between us, so classmate Fang, I have no need to avoid you. After explaining, Jiang Xu nervously glanced at Fang Jian, the veins on his arm, where he held the dog leash, bulging as he struggled to drag the reluctant Jiang Fuguwei. Fang Jian lightly hummed in response, leaving it unclear whether she believed him. She raised the small flower to the sunlight, the pure white petals reflecting a translucent sheen still adorned with morning dew. She turned sideways, offering the flower to Jiang Xu. Do you want it? This abrupt gesture left Jiang Xu stunned. Sunlight filtered through the gaps of the nearby willow tree, casting fragmented light on his face. Fang Jian noticed his eyelashes tremble unnaturally. Aren't you sick? She deliberately elongated her tone. Consider this a get-well gift. Jiang Xu stared at the small white flower, quivering slightly in the morning light, his Adam's apple unconsciously rolling. He hesitantly reached out his hand, his fingertips just about to touch the edge of the petals. Thank you. Before he could finish his words, Fang Jian swiftly flipped her wrist, avoiding Jiang Xu's fingertips, and in a flash pinned the small white flower behind his ear. The gentle touch of hair being brushed aside made Jiang Xu freeze, his mind going blank. Fang Jian stepped back slightly, tilting her head to admire her handiwork as the morning breeze caused the small white flower to sway gently beside Jiang Xu's ear. A drop of dew that hadn't dried slid down Jiang Xu's ear, catching the sunlight and refracting a sparkling glow. The usually aloof and distant top student unexpectedly displayed a hint of innocence at this moment. The small white flower among his black hair accentuated the cleanliness of his features, making him surprisingly beautiful. Fang Jian thought they matched perfectly, as she felt the small flower suited Jiang Xu well. In a good mood, she turned and continued walking, bidding farewell to Jiang Xu. The Jiang wind carried her final words to Jiang Xu's ears. See you tomorrow, Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu stood frozen in place, slow to react. Fang Jian's actions were too quick, making him feel as if his neck was about to snap again. The flush on his face faded visibly after Fang Jian left. Jiang Xu instinctively reached up to touch his neck, accidentally brushing against the small flower by his ear. He plucked the small white flower from his ear, glanced at it, then looked up at Fang Jian's retreating figure with a crazy. After such a scare, Jiang Xu lost all desire to run, tossing the small flower into the grass by the roadside as he pulled Jiang Fuguwei, whose legs felt weak, back home. Upon returning home, he handed Jiang Fuguwei to his aunt and collapsed onto the sofa in despair. Unable to fight back or avoid it, Jiang Xu could only resign himself to returning to school, recalling Fang Jian's last words. In the early morning, Jiang City was still shrouded in a layer of mist, the dawn glow just beginning to outline the skyline in a light golden hue. Dewdrops rolled between the leaves of the sycamore trees lining the streets, occasionally dripping onto the shoulders of early risers. Meanwhile, the campus of No. 1 high school was already bustling with life. In the teaching building, the duty students were busy sweeping the corridors, the sound of broomsticks brushing against the ground intertwining with the rustle of pages turning in the classrooms. Students who arrived early gathered in small groups. Some diligent students were deeply engrossed in their studies, the sound of pen tips gliding across paper clearly audible. Some classmates were reciting from their English vocabulary books, others shared their breakfasts, and some were discussing last night's homework. Laughter, chatter, and the sound of pages flipping filled the entire campus with youthful vigor. At this moment in Class 5 of the first year, Zhou Ying was chewing on half a bun and called out vaguely to the back desk, "Let me copy your English test." He took the paper handed over to him, not bothering to savor the remaining bun, and gulped it down in a few bites. The tip of his pen left traces on the paper as Zhou Ying muttered while copying, "Wang Jing is too ruthless, assigning so much work. All groups collect your physics workbooks." The voice of the physics class representative thundered through the classroom. Zhou Ying suddenly looked up, shocked. What? Physics workbooks? He put down his pen and frantically rummaged through his bag. When was it assigned? How come I didn't know? A classmate in the front turned around, looking at him sympathetically. Last period on Tuesday, you rushed off to the cafeteria early. Zhou Ying let out a wail, grabbing his hair and looking around. Damn. Why didn't anyone tell me? Who wrote it? I need help urgently. But around him were either equally unprepared classmates or those who had already lent theirs out. As the group leader approached him just when Zhou Ying was at his wits' end, a workbook thudded onto his desk, pages 78 to 80, don't copy it wrong. Along with it came Jiang Xu's cold voice. To Zhou Ying, this voice sounded like heavenly music. He looked up suddenly to see Jiang Xu, who had just put down his bag and was tidying up like a benevolent deity appearing before him. Su Gu, you're my brother. Zhou Ying hugged the workbook tightly with one hand while tugging at Jiang Xu's sleeve with the other, resting his face against Jiang Xu's arm, revealing heartfelt emotion. I knew you cared for me the most. They can't be relied on. Thankfully there's you. Su. Jiang Xu expressionlessly pulled back his sleeve and disdainfully wiped the spot on his arm that Zhou Ying had rubbed against with a wet wipe. Return it if you're not copying. Zhou Ying immediately fell silent and buried himself in copying furiously. He finally finished just in time before the group leader's impatience peaked and handed it over. Seeing the group leader leave, Zhou Ying let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be called over by that stern little physics teacher. Today was Chinese language early study. The Chinese teacher was a kind old lady on the verge of retirement, so everyone was lazily reading with many still scrambling to finish other assignments. Zhou Ying was casually copying the English test at this moment, looking at Jiang Xu, who had just returned to school after a day off, and curiously asked, Su, you just took a day off and are back already. Your mood improved so quickly. Jiang Xu, who was quietly reading the text in his Chinese book, glanced sideways at Zhou Ying with a forced smile, replying, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Thinking of the nightmares he had last night, Jiang Xu felt a bitter pang in his heart. If it weren't for Fang Jian, would he even want to come back? Yesterday he had thought for a long time and decided that rather than return to an elite school and be pestered by various pursuers, he might as well stay here. At least here, he only needed to deal with Fang Jian. Jiang Xu resigned himself to his fate. The worst outcome would be just death. After all, he wasn't unfamiliar with dying. When this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xu surprisingly found himself oddly calm. Since he couldn't avoid Fang Jian, he might as well be laid back. As long as he cooperated with her to complete daily tasks and didn't actively provoke her, it would actually be quite peaceful. Jiang Xu thought with a mix of bitterness and amusement that compared to those previous pursuers, Fang Jian's methods were simply simple. No carefully designed coincidences, no hypocritical gentle traps, and she couldn't even be bothered to do the most basic disguise. It was just straightforward to the point of being blunt threats, which actually spared him the trouble of guessing. At least, he didn't have to be on guard against various drugs in his food every time he opened his eyes, didn't have to encounter various accidents when going out, and didn't have to face various kidnapping attempts. Jiang Xu's eyes flashed with self-deprecation as he glanced at Fang Jian, who was sleeping with her head resting on the desk. Her straightforward threats, strangely, gave him a sense of peculiar security. Zhou Ying looked at his childhood friend, who suddenly seemed to carry a sense of maturity, not knowing what he had experienced in just this short day. Jiang Xu looked into Zhou Ying's clear and foolish eyes and sighed deeply. He raised his hand and patted the other's shoulder as if seeing through the worldly troubles. You don't understand. Zhou Ying. Mental. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched as the Chinese teacher arrived at that moment. He straightened up silently, no longer paying attention to Jiang Xu. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. Jiang Xu's gaze drifted for the third time to Fang Jian's spot in the lower right corner. The setting sun poured through the curtain's gap, casting a golden beam on Fang Jian's desk. The girl was sleeping soundly, her fine hair gently swaying with her even breaths. After a whole morning aside from a trip to the restroom, Fang Jian had spent all her time sleeping. Jiang Xu was extremely helpless. He initially thought that if Fang Jian finished her tasks early, he would be freed. But now, with only one class left in the afternoon and no sign of Fang Jian taking any action, Jiang Xu withdrew his gaze, suddenly feeling like a eunuch anxiously waiting for the emperor. Why isn't Fang Jian's useless system reminding her today? Jiang Xu pressed his forehead, standing up with Zhou Ying to head to the playground. Their last class was physical education. He suddenly felt he was overreacting. If Fang Jian wasn't anxious to complete her tasks, why was he worrying? What if she simply didn't want to do her tasks today? Wouldn't he be making himself anxious for no reason? After realizing this, Jiang Xu calmed his mindset, stopped paying attention to Fang Jian, and prepared to go with the flow. After all, there was no worse outcome than this. Only when there were just a few people left in the classroom did Fang Jian slowly awake and glanced at the class schedule, and then got up to walk toward the playground. By the time Fang Jian leisurely reached the playground, class had already been in session for a while, and the others had started running laps under the physical education teacher's instruction. Wang Jing had long informed all the subject teachers to turn a blind eye to Fang Jian. So when the physical education teacher caught sight of Fang Jian strolling into the playground, he said nothing and simply waved his hand, allowing her to sit wherever she liked. Fang Jian strolled to the shaded area of the bleachers, the concrete steps exuding a refreshing coolness. She bent one leg and sat down, resting her elbows on her knees, gazing at the panting crowd on the track. The sun-baked rubber track emitted a pungent odor, and the setting sun cast a golden glow over the students. Just one more lap. Hold on. The sound of the physical education teacher's whistle echoed nearby. Watching the crowd on the playground, Fang Jian's eyes became vacant as she began to daydream. Suddenly out of the corner of her eye she saw Jiang Xu on the track. A patch of his gray short-sleeved school uniform was soaked with sweat. Fang Jian focused on the taut lines of his back and suddenly thought of yesterday, squinting her eyes unsure of what she was pondering. When the physical education teacher announced dismissal, Fang Jian vanished again. Jiang Xu received a bottle of mineral water from Zhou and tilted his head back to gulp down a few mouthfuls. The icy liquid slid down his throat, slightly alleviating the heat in his body. He casually wiped the water off his mouth and instinctively scanned the entire playground. Bleachers, shaded areas, equipment zones, but couldn't find Fang Jian. Who are you looking for? Zhou followed his gaze. Nothing. Jiang Xu tightened the bottle cap, his fingertips producing a faint sound as they rubbed against the plastic. He felt a bit relieved. It seemed that Fang Jian was letting him off the hook today. Zhou, holding a basketball, called him to join for a game, and Jiang Xu withdrew his gaze to follow Zhou to the court. But as he turned, he caught a glimpse of a shadow in the highest section of the bleachers where someone seemed to have shifted their legs. That position was backlit and secluded, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Just as Jiang Xu wanted to take a closer look, he saw that person suddenly jump down from the bleachers and head towards the sports equipment room. Under the sycamore trees on the east side of the playground, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a hazy golden glow over this corner, playfully dubbed the dating sanctum by students. At this moment, a pair of young lovers in the early stages of romance arrived here to secretly meet. The boy was handsome and tall, the girl had sweet features and a slim figure. It was unclear what the two were saying, but the boy instinctively wrapped his arms around the girl, the school uniform jacket enveloping her delicate form, creating a vibrant picture of youthful love from a distance. However, had Fang Jian, who was lounging in the sports equipment room playing on her phone, not overheard their entire conversation, she might have assumed it was a beautiful campus romance. 10 minutes earlier, Fang Jian had originally been sitting on the bleachers daydreaming, but when the sunlight hit her, she noticed the equipment room was empty and went in to sit and play on her phone. Just as she opened her phone, the dating sanctum had visitors. Fang Jian took a few steps back, allowing the curtains to... Just as she hid, the young couple couldn't wait to start kissing. The boy's hands wandered over the girl's body, and soon they slipped beneath her clothes. After some passionate moments, the girl nestled into the boy's embrace, bashfully gazing up at him. Minggu, when will you break up with her? The boy casually wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, burying his head in her neck. I'll break up with her when I go to her house tomorrow. How about we stay out tonight? As he spoke, his hands began to roam over the girl again. The girl obediently leaned against him, teasingly saying, Minggu, what if she gets angry? She likes you so much. She hesitated, lightly tapping the boy's chest with her fingertips. And after all, she is my sister. But Minggu, I really like you. I don't want to give you up to her. Facing his girlfriend's concerns and confession, the boy lovingly kissed her, then scoffed dismissively. What are you afraid of? With me here, she wouldn't dare touch you. If it weren't for her dad being a school director, what's she worth? I only got with her because our moms are best friends, otherwise would I ever look at her? Now that her mom is gone, do you see if I even bother with her? The girl buried her head in the boy's chest, displaying a smug smile from a direction he couldn't see. Minggu, my dad is preparing to bring me and my mom back home, so it'll also be the daughter of the school director now. Don't leave me. After adjusting her expression, she looked up again, her watery eyes filled with innocence and sweetness. When that time comes, be a little gentler with my sister. After all, I was the one who wronged her first. Looking at his girlfriend's pitiful little face, the boy affectionately ruffled her hair and comforted softly. Baby, don't worry, the person I love most is you. Oh, of course I won't leave you. And you don't have to feel guilty about her. They say only those who aren't loved are the third party. I don't like Luo Yuan at all. She annoys me to death. If it weren't for her mom Sake, I wouldn't have ever gotten together with her. The girl smiled blissfully after hearing this, treating the boy even more gently, and they kissed again as their feelings deepened. As they continued kissing, their actions became bolder. Had it not been for someone outside warning them that someone was coming, they might have gone too far. After they sorted out their clothes and left, Fang Jian finally stepped out from behind the curtain. Hearing the girl mention Luo Yuan, a figure floated into her mind. Stripped of clothes, slapped in the face, forced to drink dirty water, kneeling on the ground, barking like a dog. Luo Yuan's bullying of Fang Jian was more than excessive compared to Lu Wei. Fang Jian took out her phone and searched for information on Luo Yuan. In no time, all the information that the couple had just mentioned appeared on her screen. Luo Yuan, daughter of school director Luo Xianghua, was in the same class as Fang Jian. She had taken an extended leave last week due to her mother's severe illness, which was why Fang Jian hadn't seen her in class recently. However, just yesterday, Luo Yuan's mother passed away due to her critical condition. The boy just now was Luo Yuan's boyfriend, Gongming, the child of Luo Madam's best friend, and they had been betrothed since childhood. The girl was even more intriguing. She was Luo Xianghua's illegitimate daughter, named Luo Qiqi. Luo Qiqi's mother was Luo Xianghua's first love. Back then, Luo Xianghua abandoned his first love to climb the social ladder and married Luo Yuan's mother. Later, the first love found Luo Xianghua expressing her genuine love for him and desiring no title, only to be by his side. Thus, the two rekindled their old flames, and while Luo Madam was 5 months pregnant, the first love also became pregnant. Luo Madam wasn't particularly beautiful and had a strong personality. Although she married Luo Xianghua out of love, she had always looked down on him for his humble beginnings. Luo Yuanyuan was spoiled and arrogant due to her upbringing looking down on others. Fortunately, her academic performance was decent, consistently ranking in the top 5. In contrast, the first love not only was beautiful, but also possessed a gentle and caring personality like a flower that understood people. The pair of twins she bore were well-educated, with both son and daughter performing well, always maintaining a spot in the top 20 of their grade. Especially after Luo Madam gave birth to Luo Yuanyuan and could no longer conceive, Luo Xianghua grew increasingly impatient with both Luo Madam and Luo Yuanyuan. Fang Jian narrowed her eyes and continued to scroll through the information. It was no wonder Luo Qiqi said what she did. This time Luo Madam was hospitalized due to severe illness, and Luo Xianghua pretended to be worried and heartbroken, yet, as soon as he left the hospital, he ran to his first love without returning home. He even promised his first love that once Luo Madam passed away, he would bring her and their children back to live with him, reuniting their family. However, Luo Xianghua's first love was not as simple as she seemed. Originally, Luo Madam's illness still had a chance of recovery, even the day before they could still communicate normally. Yet the first love disguised herself and met Luo Madam behind Luo Xianghua's back, directly revealing her and her children's identities. How could someone as strong-willed as Luo Madam accept that her husband had been keeping a mistress since their marriage? She was so enraged that she immediately collapsed, requiring emergency treatment. Though she was saved later, she fell into a coma, and just last night, due to a nurse's negligence, her condition suddenly worsened, and she passed away without timely treatment. Fang Jian's fingers paused lightly on the screen, her gaze lingering on the cause of death of Luo Madam's section. The diagnosis clearly stated multiple organ failure, cause unknown. A smile slowly crept up her lips, a hint of playful amusement flashing in her eyes. As she scrolled down, the information revealed that the first love had graduated from a certain medical university's pharmacology department. Fang Jian's lashes cast a shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring the expression within. How interesting, such a coincidence. Fang Jian recalled what Gong Ming had just said, her eyes revealing unabashed glee. Just after her mother passed, her father brought home his mistress and their dragon and phoenix twins, who were only 5 months younger than her, declaring that once her mother's mourning period was over, he would hold a wedding. Later, when she tried to find a boyfriend to complain, she discovered her boyfriend was entangled with that illegitimate daughter and wanted to break up with her. Fang Jian shook her head in sympathy at Luo Yuanyuan's upcoming plight. Truly a tragic tale. Luo Yuanyuan was already simple-minded, and now, without her mother's protection, her first love's family would treat her like a plaything. A glint of malicious amusement flashed in Fang Jian's eyes as she found a discreet spot to sit. Embracing the notion that watching a spectacle is never a bother while the enemy's enemy is a friend, she spent some time gathering evidence of Luo Yuanyuan bullying her classmates and cheating on exams, packaging it all and sending it to Luo Qiqi. Such a laborious task was something Fang Jian would usually avoid at all costs. However, when it came to causing trouble for others, particularly those she disliked, she was never afraid of inconvenience or exhaustion. After completing this, Fang Jian wore a satisfied smile and saw a message from Luo Qiqi immediately after she received the materials. Who are you? How do you have this stuff? Fang Jian cheerfully replied to Luo Qiqi, don't let me down. I don't know who you are, but thanks, so I will make the most of this. Fang Jian looked at the reply, smiling without saying a word. The afterglow of the setting sun spread a layer of pale gold over the playground, resembling spilled honey slowly flowing across the rubber track. The white walls of the distant teaching building were tinted orange-red, while the window glass reflected scattered rays of light, resembling countless half-opened eyes. With 10 minutes left until school was out, Jiang Xu couldn't shake off the thought that he hadn't seen Fang Jian all class, and now the day was coming to a close. It seemed that Fang Jian wouldn't come looking for him today, Jiang Xu let out a long breath, the tension that had tightened his heart all day finally easing. Yet within this sense of relief there was an inexplicable hint of indistinct disappointment that made him strangely restless. He thought he might be a bit troubled himself. Jiang Xu was lost in thought in the restroom when he was about to step out, only to hear several voices from the next stall. Initially, he paid no mind, but the content of their conversation made his hand freeze on the doorknob. Wheezy, what's up? Did you get the keys? Of course. My relationship with Lao Zhang is solid. Getting a key is a piece of cake. Then that's settled. Let's head to the meeting spot. Chang is waiting over there. I heard him say that the bitch Fang Jian hasn't come out yet. Alright, wait for me to take a piss first. You go ahead and gather. Damn, that stinky girl dared to get Lu Wei into such a mess, or I'll make her pay. Later I'll video call Lu Wei so he can see the bitch Fang Jian making a fool of herself. Haha. That's right, I heard from Chang that Fang Jian is pretty. Oh, I wonder if it's true. If it is. Ha. Damn, Huizi, that's enough. You still have a girlfriend. What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe Fang Jian would dare to speak out. As the voices grew fainter and the two left the restroom, Jiang Xu finally emerged from the stall. From the voices, he roughly recognized who the two were. The one with the keys was Hu Minghui from Class 6, a sports specialist. The other boy speaking was also from Class 6, named Liang Wen. As for the boy guarding Fang Jian earlier, he was Peng Mingxiang, who was in the same class as Jiang Xu. These few people were close friends of Lu Wei and were usually the ones bullying Fang Jian alongside him. Jiang Xu stood before the sink, the water flowing over his knobby fingers. In the mirror, the boy frowned, water droplets sliding down his forearm and splashing gently on the white tiles. Should he remind Fang Jian? But he didn't have her contact information, and they didn't seem familiar. If he rushed over, it would look quite strange. After some inner turmoil, Jiang Xu made up his mind. It was fine. Such a clumsy tactic would surely not trap Fang Jian, who would end up being taught a lesson, was still uncertain. What was he worrying about? Jiang Xu tried to convince himself, but all the while his mind was filled with the conversation between Hu Minghui and Liang Wan. He had originally resolved to ignore it, but when he saw Zhou Ying on duty today, he suddenly found himself inexplicably taking the equipment from Zhou Ying, telling him to go back first while he returned it, considering it a favor for Zhou Ying buying him water earlier. Jiang Xu explained it to himself. Yes, he was just returning a favor to Zhou Ying. Reminding Fang Jian was merely incidental. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ying was touched, calling him a righteous father. Though moved, Zhou Ying was also puzzled, wondering when Jiang Xu had become so warm-hearted. Jiang Xu, carrying a basket of sports equipment, crossed the playground shrouded in twilight, where many classes were gradually gathering to prepare for dismissal. As he approached the equipment room, he deliberately lightened his footsteps, glancing around, but the previously mentioned Peng Mingqiang was nowhere to be seen. The iron door of the equipment room was half ajar, creaking slightly in the evening breeze. Jiang Xu pushed the door open with his shoulder, and a mixed scent of rubber and dust hit him. Using the dim light inside the equipment room, Jiang Xu placed the basket on the mat, unloading the equipment while searching for Fang Jian's figure. This equipment room was the largest in the school, filled with a dazzling array of sports equipment, with many corners also storing discarded gear. While organizing the equipment, Jiang Xu searched for over half the room and still hadn't seen Fang Jian. Seeing that there was indeed no one around, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about the foolish thing he had done, in a moment of enthusiasm, a flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. Self-delusion. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly heard a soft voice behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Xu's pupils shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned to look at the source of the voice, where Fang Jian was half leaning against the window, her figure appearing and disappearing. Half of her body was shrouded in shadow, with only the dusk outside outlining her hazy silhouette. She slightly tilted her head, a few strands of hair falling with the motion, swaying gently in front of her chest. In the dim light of the corner, only the delicate lower half of her face was visible. Her lips were beautifully shaped, however their color was very light, giving off a cold aura when she was not smiling. At that moment, the corner of her lips held a barely perceptible arc. This smile hung carelessly on her lips, but did not reach her eyes at all, her dark pupils hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to discern her expression. Jiang Xu nervously swallowed, regretting his meddling. However, adhering to the principle of having come this far, he still prepared to tell Fang Jian what he had overheard. "You?" Jiang Xu just opened his mouth when he saw Fang Jian place her index finger on her lips, signaling him to be quiet, looking out the window. Jiang Xu, seeing this, took a step back, hiding his figure in the shadow of the basketball hoop. He saw the originally half-closed door of the equipment room suddenly being pulled wide open by a hand, producing a laugh. Along with the sound of the key locking from outside, there was also the malicious laughter of three people, mixed with the dull thuds of shoes kicking the door. Peng Mingqiang's hoarse voice penetrated the iron door. "Fang Jian, don't you love sneaking into the equipment room? I'll let you stay as long as you want." "Stinky bitch. Weren't you quite arrogant back then? Keep being arrogant." Liang Wen's shrill voice followed. "Lu Wei's head is still bandaged. Aren't you feeling proud? I'll let you be proud enough." Another hard kick made the door frame rattle. "You dare to hit people again? You really deserve to be taught a lesson. Weren't you able to endure it before? Stupid bitch." Hu Minghui deliberately leaned close to the door, lowering his voice ominously to intimidate. "I heard. This used to be a mass grave." The last syllable was prolonged, like a snake flicking its tongue. "Aren't you mentally ill? Do you know if the crazy are afraid of ghosts?" "Ha! Just wait, I'll video call Lu Wei so he can see Fang Jian. Are you still hiding? I know you're inside. Come out." Peng Mingqiang took out his phone to call Lu Wei, then kicked the iron door again. Although he had just gone to the restroom, it had been less than 3 minutes, so Fang Jian definitely hadn't left. The raucous laughter of the three outside was particularly grating, yet Fang Jian maintained a blank expression as she listened to their shouts. Fang Jian moved a few steps closer to Jiang Xu, narrowing the distance between them. A beam of sunlight from outside outlined her slender figure, casting a shadow that perfectly concealed Jiang Xu. "What, you just?" She slightly tilted her head, and though it was a question, her voice carried an understanding that implied she knew everything. "Were you trying to remind me about this?" Jiang Xu averted his gaze awkwardly, his throat bobbing as he squeezed out an almost inaudible If not for their close proximity, Fang Jian might not have heard it. Fang Jian let out a light laugh, her laughter like a feather gently landing in Jiang Xu's ear. "So concerned about me, Jiang Xu." She deliberately elongated her last syllable, teasing him. Jiang Xu's ears instantly flushed crimson, but luckily Fang Jian was facing away and didn't see it. He opened his mouth to retort, but remembered that he had indeed come over voluntarily, ultimately pursing his lips tightly and swallowing back his words. Frustrated and embarrassed, Jiang Xu thought he wouldn't meddle in her affairs next time. He was such a fool. Fang Jian was about to say something else, when Hu Minghui suddenly leaned by the window and made a face. Hu Minghui suddenly pressed his entire face against the window, his distorted features squished together between the bars. Wow. Fang Jian, you're not scared enough to wet your pants, are you? Come on, let's hear you call me daddy. Make it sweet, maybe I'll be in a good mood, and... His words were abruptly cut off. As he leaned closer to the window, he finally got a clear look at Fang Jian's appearance. The afterglow of the sunset perfectly illuminated her face, no longer the unkempt, malnourished visage they were familiar with. Though her features remained the same, the current Fang Jian was breathtakingly beautiful. Hu Minghui's throat involuntarily bobbed, his sticky gaze tracing down her delicate neck. How about you be my... He suddenly lowered his voice, fingers lewdly rubbing the bars. Follow me, and I'll let you out right away, ensuring that no one dares to bully you in the future. Damn. Hu Minghui, are you hoarding all the fun for yourself? Liang Wen, who had also seen Fang Jian's current face, shoved him aside and squeezed to the front of the window, instantly displeased by Hu Minghui's words. However, when he got a clear look at the scene inside, his greasy smile froze in an instant. Fang Jian was smiling slightly at them, and that smile sent a chill up his spine. Yet faced with such beauty, he still forced himself to say, since there aren't many people around now, how about the three of us take turns? Before he could finish his sentence, Peng Mingqiang squeezed in, as well holding a phone, with Lu Wei's face displayed on the screen. He handed the phone through the window, wanting Lu Wei to see Fang Jian's embarrassed state. Lu Wei, take a look. Aren't the brothers treating you well? Fang Jian's gaze grew increasingly cold, icy as winter's snow, her aura becoming more and more dangerous. The three outside continued spouting filthy words utterly unbearable. Jiang Xu frowned, looking at the three outside with disgust, his fists unconsciously clenching. As their words grew increasingly outrageous, Jiang Xu could no longer endure it and was about to step forward to intervene, only to find Fang Jian was faster than him. Crack! With a sharp sound, Fang Jian's movements were so swift that only a shadow remained. She suddenly seized Peng Mingqiang's wrist, which had reached through the window gap, and with a fierce tug, Peng Mingqiang's face slammed heavily against the iron bars, his nose colliding with the metal, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Before he could scream in agony, Fang Jian had already twisted his elbow and sharply bent it down. A piercing scream tore through the air. Peng Mingqiang's arm dangled at an odd angle over the windowsill, like a marionette with its joints pulled out. His phone dropped to the ground with a thud, the screen displaying Lu Wei's stunned face. Only then did Hu Minghui and Liang Wen snap back to reality, hurriedly grabbing Peng Mingqiang's shoulders. In the tugging, the broken arm scraped against the window frame, creating a chilling sound. By the time they finally dragged him out, Peng Mingqiang's face was pale with pain, his arm dangling limply. Swinging, it resembled a dead snake. In the equipment room, Fang Jian slowly picked up the phone. The cold light of the screen reflected on her face, and the smile at the corner of her mouth sent a chill down Jiang Xu's spine. Lu Wei. Fang Jian lightly tapped the screen, her voice soft yet chilling. Do you really want to die like this? Hu Minghui glared at Peng Mingqiang's broken arm, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead like a furious beast. Fang Jian. He'll kill you today, he shouted as he was about to charge in. Wheezy, don't be impulsive. Liang Wen desperately held him back. This crazy woman is trying to provoke you into opening the door. He lowered his voice, eyes cold and fierce. She's trapped inside now, and we have plenty of ways to deal with her. Why rub? Hu Minghui's breathing gradually calmed down. A twisted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking of the things they had brought. Stupid bitch, just wait to drink my urine. Listening to their threats, Fang Jian remained unfazed, simply placing the phone by the window so that Lu Wei could clearly see the situation outside. Jiang Xu looked at Fang Jian with concern, thinking that she was trying to provoke them into opening the door. But this was too impulsive. After all, they couldn't get out now. If Hu Minghui and the others acted recklessly and poured gasoline inside. Jiang Xu stepped forward, intending to advise Fang Jian to calm down, only to see her walk to the door, taking out a key to unlock it leisurely. Ding! Universal key used successfully. Jiang Xu heard a sudden system notification. Indeed, his worries were unnecessary. He might as well continue watching. Click! As the sound of unlocking echoed, the door to the equipment room swung open. Fang Jian looked at the shocked three, slowly revealing a smile. The smile didn't reach her eyes. It was not a genuine smile, but one filled with malice and excitement upon seeing her prey. Hu Minghui was the first to react, swinging his fist and charging forward. Bitch! Jiang Xu moved to the window to see the phone standing there, even reaching out to steady it, fearing it would topple midway. In the following minutes, Jiang Xu witnessed a one-sided beating. Fang Jian dodged Hu Minghui's punch by tilting her head, her right elbow crashing fiercely into his stomach, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Bang! With a muffled thud, Hu Minghui's eyes bulged, his body curling up like a shrimp as he collapsed to the ground, blood mixed with saliva uncontrollably oozing from the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Liang Wen lunged from behind, but Fang Jian suddenly ducked, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. She grabbed Liang Wen's wrist and twisted it, executing a beautiful shoulder throw amidst his cries of pain. Liang Wen was thrown like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Peng Mingqiang, dragging his broken arm, was about to escape, but Fang Jian accurately kicked him in the knee, accompanied by a crisp crack. Peng Mingxiang screamed as he knelt on the ground, the sound of his knee colliding with the concrete, mixed with heart-wrenching wails lingering in the air. Fang Jian looked down at the three rolling on the ground, leisurely flexing her wrist, clearly not intending to let them go, landing punch after punch on them. Jiang Xu observed that Fang Jian had been beating them for several minutes. If she didn't stop, someone might actually die. Fang Lu Wei hung up. Jiang Xu walked up to Fang Jian, shaking the black screen phone in his hand, but in reality Lu Wei had long been scared into hanging up the phone without knowing when. Hearing Jiang Xu's voice, Fang Jian finally stopped, turning to take the phone now. She casually tossed the phone in front of the three, the metallic shell bouncing twice on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Call Lu Wei to come over. Her voice was as soft as discussing the weather. I might consider letting you go. The three were already frightened and had no time to think about why Jiang Xu was also in the equipment room. Peng Mingxiang trembled like a leaf, his broken arm hanging limply, only able to use his good left hand to shakily unlock the screen. Tears blurred his vision as he hastily wiped his face, finding Lu Wei's name in the contacts. The dialing sound was particularly jarring in the silent equipment room. Each beep felt like it was torturing the nerves of the three. The moment the call connected, Peng Mingxiang almost cried out, Lu Wei. You. Before Peng Mingxiang could finish, the call was abruptly hung up. He stared blankly at the screen, unwilling to give in, and dialed again. This time it went straight to voicemail. On the third attempt, a cold notification came from the earpiece. The number you have dialed is switched off. He has switched off. Peng Mingxiang's voice trembled with tears, the phone slipping from his fingers, fear turning into immense hatred as he gritted his teeth. That bastard. He clearly urged us. Fang Jian chuckled softly, a smile that sent chills down the spine. Ah, it seems your good brother has abandoned you. I'm sorry, Fang Jian. It was our careless words. We are sorry. We want dare again. Seeing that Lu Wei was unreliable, Hu Minghui cried out in apology. Liang Wen and Peng Mingxiang followed suit, pleading, please let us go, we really want dare again. The pain from all over their bodies plunged them into deep fear. They never expected the outcome to be like this. You seem to enjoy playing in the little black room. Fang Jian looked at them with a smile, though her voice held no warmth. Since that's the case, you might as well experience it yourselves. Realizing what Fang Jian intended to do, Peng Mingxiang's pupils constricted suddenly. No. Don't. He dragged his broken arm desperately, trying to pull back, his voice distorted with fear. But Fang Jian paid no heed to this. After Hu Minghui handed over the equipment room key, she directly picked each one up and threw them into the equipment room, then locked the door behind her. Picking up Peng Mingxiang's phone, she instructed the system to transmit the scariest music in the world to the phone. Although the system often disapproved of Fang Jian, seeing the terrible behavior of these three also made it quite furious. Thus it did not refuse Fang Jian's request. The phone screen eerily lit up and hundreds of horror songs surged into the storage space. The system even kindly adjusted the audio parameters, making each note carry a chilling tremor. This system has specially added some extra features. The electronic voice boasted, these songs, if listened to for a long time, will also disturb a person's magnetic field, creating an immersive illusion guaranteed to show them the most terrifying things they've ever seen. Fang Jian was very pleased to hear this, finally finding the system somewhat agreeable. She turned the phone volume to the maximum and placed it outside the equipment room. Jiang Xu stood by, watching the entire process without saying a word to stop it. After all, it was their own doing. Fang Jian twirled a silver key with her slender finger, casually rotating the keyring. The metallic clinking produced a crisp sound, creating a bizarre symphony with the continuous pleas for mercy from inside the equipment room. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Fang Jian turned to call Jiang Xu, tilting her head to look at him, her dark eyes devoid of any emotion, as if the earlier violence was merely an illusion. Jiang Xu's throat moved as he hurried to catch up with Fang Jian. Their shadows stretched long on the deserted playground. Jiang Xu stared at the key in Fang Jian's hand, realizing that his worries had been unnecessary. Oh, what harm could come to her? He truly worried too much. Perhaps Fang Jian thought he was being nosy. What? Do you like this? Fang Jian turned her head and saw Jiang Xu staring intently at the universal key in her hand. Jiang Xu snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring at the key for too long. Fang Jian looked at him with a seemingly amused smile, causing his throat to tighten. Just as he was about to explain, he saw a flash of silver. The key traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, accurately landing into his arms. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Her tone was as casual as if she were giving away a cabbage. Jiang Xu stared blankly at the key in his palm, the silver metal gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The oddly shaped key retained the warmth of Fang Jian's fingertips, its touch subtly burning. Host, what are you doing? A frantic electronic voice suddenly exploded in his ears, startling Jiang Xu so much that he almost dropped the key. That's a universal key that can unlock anything. Even if you don't like it, you could sell it in the shop for 1,000 points. My things are none of your business, shut up. Fang Jian was also startled by the system's sudden scream, scolding it coldly in her mind. The system immediately fell silent, only emitting a few sounds of disgruntled electrical noise. Jiang Xu's gaze toward the key became complex, feeling a sense of gratitude swell within him. Thank you, but Fang, you should keep it, it's too valuable. Originally in a good mood, Fang Jian's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Jiang Xu's refusal. Jiang Xu, before you no one dared to reject me. Are you sure? You want to be the first person? Fang Jian asked softly, her voice barely wavering, as if she were stating a simple fact, yet beneath that calm tone lay a suppressed wave of something sinister. Listening to Fang Jian's threat, Jiang Xu's feelings of gratitude shattered into pieces. He had never seen someone give a gift, while also threatening. He felt the key in his hand was like a hot potato. He awkwardly changed his words, but, I really like it, thank you, Fang. You're welcome. As a return gift, let's add each other on WeChat. As if she didn't hear the rigidity in Jiang Xu's tone, seeing him accepted Fang Jian's expression instantly melted, like ice. Her facial transformation was so fast, it was dazzling. She magically took out her phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu stiffly accepted the phone, instinctively inputting his secondary account. However, just halfway through he heard Fang Jian's soft inquiry from the side. Are you sure you want to give me this WeChat ID? The threat in her tone felt palpable. Jiang Xu's hand trembled, almost dropping Fang Jian's phone. He forced himself to remain calm and deleted the partially entered number, replacing it with his private account. After Jiang Xu sent a friend request to himself, Fang Jian finally satisfiedly took back her phone. By this time, they had already walked out of the playground, reaching a fork in the road, one leading directly out of the school gate, the other back to the teaching building. Fang Jian waved goodbye to Jiang Xu, reminding him, remember to approve it, Jiang Xu. After a brief reminder, she turned and walked toward the school gate. As Fang Jian turned, Jiang Xu heard the system's notification sound ding. Today's task obtained, Jiang Xu's contact information completed. The last shred of Jiang Xu's gratitude vanished without a trace. Indeed, daily tasks may be late, but are always fulfilled. Even someone who was so domineering and forceful in giving gifts, he had just thought that Fang Jian was because. Jiang Xu looked at the key in his hand, his gaze growing colder. There would be no next time. By the time Jiang Xu arrived at the teaching building, Zhou had already been waiting downstairs for a while. Seeing Jiang Xu approaching, Zhou stepped forward and punched Jiang Xu's shoulder, complaining about how long it took him to return the equipment. Everyone had already left, and if he hadn't asked someone to reserve a spot at their usual restaurant, they would have to settle for bread tonight. Jiang Xu was in a bad mood. He asked Zhou to help him take a leave of absence, claiming that he was unwell and would not attend the evening study session. Although Zhou didn't understand why Jiang Xu wanted to take leave suddenly, he agreed, and then went out to eat. Jiang Xu went upstairs to pack his things, sat for a while, and waited for Uncle Zhang to send a message saying he had arrived before finally shouldering his backpack and leaving the school. By the time Jiang Xu got home, had dinner, and settled at his desk to prepare for his homework, it was already 8 o'clock. As Jiang Xu opened his book, he suddenly remembered something and took out his phone to open WeChat, noticing a friend request quietly lying in the list. Jiang Xu clicked on Fang Jian's profile. Her avatar was a clumsy-looking black cat head, but the red vertical pupils appeared somewhat eerie. Her WeChat name was a capital F. Her WeChat ID was a string of garbled characters, and there were no updates on her moments. After looking several times, Jiang Xu almost thought this was Fang Jian's secondary account, if it weren't for the fact that he had added her himself. After clicking to accept, he set his phone aside and opened his book to study, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a silver key nearby, causing a wave of frustration in his heart. He opened the drawer and tossed the key to the bottom, wanting it out of sight. He glanced at his still-lit phone and casually tossed it into the drawer, as well believing that out of sight would be out of mind. As night deepened, the desk lamp cast a warm glow over the study table. Jiang Xu closed his book, his fingertips still tingling with the cold touch of the fountain pen. He stretched lazily, his joints making faint sounds. After 2 hours of studying, his eyes felt a bit sore. Jiang Xu lay back on his bed, resting his arms behind his head, feeling little desire to sleep. He suddenly remembered the 3 people who were still locked in the equipment room. The playground they had for PE class today was the old one, which was far from the teaching building and dormitory, and generally, there were not many people there except during PE classes. Moreover, the location of the equipment room was very secluded. Aside from couples looking for a place to sneak away, not many people liked to go to the old playground, as students preferred to walk and exercise in the smaller playground closer to the teaching building. Especially at night, the area around the equipment room, filled with trees, became particularly eerie and terrifying. Even students who would go to the old playground mostly avoided that area. If those 3 were unlucky, they might not be discovered until the next day when a class went to the old playground for PE. Given the extent of Peng Mingqiang's fracture, it was possible he could end up with a disability. Although they brought it upon themselves, if Peng Mingqiang really became disabled, it would cause a lot of trouble for Fang Jian. Jiang Xu thought about this and unintentionally thought about Fang Jian again, feeling irritated, unsure if he was mad at himself for meddling or at Fang Jian for her reckless actions. The leaves outside rustled, seemingly responding to his chaotic thoughts. Eventually, Jiang Xu sat up, took out his phone, and edited a message to Wang Jing, recalling that today was the day she checked the dorms. Meanwhile, at the school, Wang Jing had just finished checking the dorms and was about to head home when she suddenly received a message. His message roughly stated that when he returned the equipment during the last PE class, he happened to see Peng Mingqiang and 2 classmates from another class bullying Fang Jian. He intended to intervene but was threatened and chased away. By the time he brought other classmates back, they had already left. However, after returning home, he felt uneasy because he heard that Peng Mingqiang and the others still wanted to lock Fang Jian in the equipment room. After much thought, he decided to message her to see if she could contact Fang Jian. Wang Jing felt a tightness in her heart when she finished reading, recalling Fang Jian's medical records. She furrowed her brows. Her first reaction was disbelief, but then she thought that Jiang Xu had no reason to lie. Just then, they were not far from the old playground, and to be safe, Wang Jing decided to have teacher Li, who was with her checking the dorms, accompany her to take a look. As they approached the vicinity of the equipment room, they heard eerie music playing along with faint cries for help. Wang Jing was startled, exchanged a glance with teacher Li, and quickly walked forward. The flashlight's blinding beam cut through the darkness of the equipment room, revealing 3 curled-up figures. Peng Mingxiang lay slumped in the corner, his fractured arm swollen and shining, with an abnormal bluish-purple hue on his skin, already in a state of unconsciousness. His breathing was weak and rapid, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Don't come near. Don't come near. I was wrong. I want dare again. Whoa, help. Save me." Hu Minghui was curled up under the volleyball rack, clutching his hair tightly, his pupils dilated, continuously begging for mercy, his school uniform soaked in sweat, with suspicious stains on his pants. Liang Wan was the only one among the 3 who still retained some semblance of sanity. He was curled up next to the gymnastics mat, struggling to lift his head, when he heard the sound of someone knocking on the window. The flashlight's light shone on his pale face, highlighting his bloodshot eyes. Wang Jing picked up the phone on the ground that was still playing the eerie music and pressed the power button desperately, but the screen bizarrely flashed blood-red error messages. With no other option, she could only turn the volume down to the lowest setting. Seeing Peng Mingxiang, who was already unconscious, Wang Jing anxiously banged on the window, shouting, "Peng Mingxiang! Wake up! Peng Mingxiang!" Teacher Li, who was with her, was pulling the doorknob with all her strength, but the iron door didn't budge. "No, it's locked from the inside. We can't open it. There's no key." She turned to Wang Jing, her voice sharp with urgency. "Hu Minghui, Liang Wan, does anyone have a key?" With the help of the light, she recognized the other 2 students as being from her class. Liang Wan cried out in agitation, struggling to get up, but he fell to the ground due to lack of strength. Ignoring the pain, he stumbled to the window, pleading with the teachers to save him. "Whoa, teacher, save me. Whoa, I want dare again. I was wrong. Teacher, save me." Wang Jing looked at Liang Wan, who was on the verge of a breakdown, and could only comfort him softly, telling him not to be anxious. It's okay, don't be afraid. The teacher is here. First tell the teacher where the key is." Without the key, the teacher can't open the door. Liang Wan was already incoherent, making animal-like whimpers, shaking his head frantically. "Whoa, it was taken by Fang Jian. Teacher, save me. I want dare again. It's so scary. There's a ghost here." "A ghost? Whoa." Seeing the miserable state of the 3, she could hardly believe what Fang Jian had done to them. Without time to be angry, Wang Jing quickly took out her phone to call Fang Jian. After 3 attempts with no answer, she thought, what on earth is she doing at this critical moment? Wang Jing was shaking with anger, almost smashing her phone. She suppressed her fury and turned to Teacher Li, shouting, "Teacher Li, you go contact Teacher Zhang at the equipment room. I will call 120. In the dark night, amidst the chaos, when Teacher Zhang arrived with a spare key, the ambulance also drove into the school. Wang Jing instructed Teacher Zhang to open the door, while also trying to calm the 2 dazed students. Once the equipment room was open, the medical staff placed the 3 on stretchers. Peng Mingxiang was already unconscious. Liang Wan clung to the edge of the stretcher as if it were a lifeline. Hu Minghui curled up into a ball, pleading with the air. After a harrowing journey to the hospital, Peng Mingxiang's arm was set, and Liang Wan and Hu Minghui were sedated, hooked up to IVs, falling into a drug-induced slumber. At this time, the parents of the 3 also rushed to the hospital. Upon seeing their children's injuries, some whose psychological endurance was weak nearly fainted. With no time for sorrow, overwhelming anger enveloped every parent's heart. They surrounded Wang Jing and Teacher Li, demanding an explanation for their children's suffering. Wang Jing was surrounded by parents, her temples throbbing and her ears buzzing. She cursed Fang Jian in her heart 1,000 times, but had to force a look of apology, reassuring the parents that she also could not contact the student who had beaten them, but the school would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly and would not condone it, ensuring strict consequences. Moreover, it was already quite late, and the 3 children had just settled down. Any issues could be discussed tomorrow. Considering the children were still unconscious, the parents had no choice but to suppress their anger and stay with their children. Wang Jing dragged her exhausted body back home. After mechanically washing up, she had barely touched her pillow when her phone started vibrating wildly. There were over a dozen unread messages from Fang Jian. "Fang Jian, you better have a good reason." Anger surged in Wang Jing's heart as she gritted her teeth and opened the chat, only to freeze the moment she saw the content. The first thing to pop up was a video. The video recorded in full how Peng Mingxiang and the other 2 maliciously locked Fang Jian in the equipment room, while outside they hurled various disgusting and filthy insults at her. The foul language was unbearable for Wang Jing, and there were even hints of their intentions to take turns violating Fang Jian. Wang Jing trembled with rage, almost crushing her phone screen. She recalled the arrogant expressions of those 3 parents earlier at the hospital and wished she could rush back now and shove the video in their faces. Wang Jing tried to suppress her anger and continued reading the messages Fang Jian had sent. She first apologized, saying she had been triggered and didn't know what she was doing at the time. She mentioned that she had lost consciousness after reaching the hospital and had gone straight into the emergency room. That was why she hadn't replied earlier. She had just woken up and saw the messages. She also asked Wang Jing to help her handle things, mentioning that the doctor suggested she be hospitalized for treatment and that she could not return to school for the time being. Additionally, regarding the bullying behavior of Peng Mingxiang and the others, she was preparing to report it, but still wanted to ask Wang Jing's opinion. The attached medical record prominently displayed the diagnosis of acute manic episode timestamped, just 1 hour. Seeing the last message made Wang Jing's heart tighten. She quickly reassured Fang Jian to calm down, explaining that she understood the situation and would handle it properly, advising Fang Jian not to come to school tomorrow and to focus on recovery. As for calling the police, they would put that on hold for now. She planned to have a thorough discussion with the parents of the 3 students involved tomorrow. It would be best to settle this privately since involving the police was a serious matter. Wang Jing assured Fang Jian multiple times that she would give her an explanation, urging her not to act impulsively and to leave everything to her. Fang Jian did not insist, further thanked Wang Jing and mentioned that the doctor had arrived, saying she would take a good rest, and left. After comforting Fang Jian a few times, Wang Jing turned off her phone, wearily wiped her face, and let out a deep sigh. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, there weren't many people around that night, and Teacher Li had a good relationship with her, so he wouldn't spread rumors. Fang Jian was also obedient, making it easier to suppress the issue if needed. Wang Jing felt that this year had brought her bad luck. Initially, she was troubled about how to handle the situation, but fortunately, there was sufficient evidence on Fang Jian's side. Although Peng Mingxiang and the others were in a dire state, they had brought it upon themselves. The fault lay with those 3, and if this matter escalated, it wouldn't benefit them at all. She just hoped that the parents of the 3 students would be sensible. Wang Jing closed her eyes, contemplating how to handle the matter the next day. Meanwhile, Fang Jian, who should have been lying in the hospital, was instead sleeping soundly on a large bed in a 5-star hotel. The phone screen was still lit, displaying her conversation with Wang Jing, and the input box was eerily outputting text continuously, all controlled by the system. Fang Jian felt relieved after venting her anger. After returning home and finishing dinner, she went straight to sleep, leaving the system that had been forced to work hard in distress. The system glanced at Fang Jian, who was sleeping soundly, feeling frustrated. If it weren't for Fang Jian threatening to withhold help if she didn't complete her tasks, it wouldn't have assisted her. The system mimicked Fang Jian's habits and chatted with Wang Jing while taking time to fabricate various medical records and hospitalization documents. Finally, the second day arrived, and the parents rushed to the school, eager to demand an explanation. The morning campus was still shrouded in mist as Peng Mingwei's parents stormed into the school filled with anger. Peng's mother stomped ahead in high heels, each step sounding like she was trying to crack the ground beneath her. Having spent the night in the hospital, her meticulously styled curls were now a mess on her shoulders, and her eye makeup had smudged into dark circles resembling a frenzied lioness. With a loud bang, Peng's mother's handbag slammed onto Wang Jing's desk, causing the water in the teacup to splash. Her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, began to tap sharply on the desk. Teacher Wang, my son is still lying in the hospital. It's already been a night. Haven't you found the student who hit him yet? Teacher Wang, weren't you going to give us an explanation? Where is that student? Such cruelty at such a young age. This is attempted murder. She pulled out her phone, displaying a picture of Minghui curled up in a hospital bed. Look, my son is scared of everything. What a huge psychological trauma this has left him with. Hus' father supported his wife. Both of them had only one son, Minghui, whom they cherished at home, yet he suffered so much at school. At that moment, his eyes were red. Teacher Wang, even if the children are at fault, it doesn't justify such a vicious attack. Finally, Liang's father kicked open the office door. Liang's father had a loud voice, and right now it thundered through the entire office, filled with rage. He stood there, a large figure, hands on his hips, glaring. Teacher Wang, you must give us an explanation today. Where is the child who hit? And her parents? Bring her out immediately. She must apologize to my son and compensate for medical and emotional damages. Otherwise, we will not let this matter go easily. Wang Jing looked at the aggressive parents in front of her, her expression unchanged. She picked up her teacup and took a sip, waiting for them to finish before calmly speaking. Parents, please calm down. Calm down. Before Wang Jing could finish, Peng's mother abruptly grabbed the folder on the table and threw it on the floor, papers scattering like snowflakes. My son's arm is broken. How can you expect me to calm down? Wang Jing's face remained unchanged. Since it was morning, the other teachers were supervising the morning reading, leaving only Wang Jing and a few parents in the office. She politely tried to soothe them and invited the parents to sit down. I understand that all of you are very angry and want an explanation for your children. Wang Jing unlocked her phone, but before that I would like to show you a video. The parents of the 3 students, already fuming, stood in the office with pale faces, veins bulging at their temples. Wang Jing's previous formal attitude was like adding fuel to the fire, intensifying their already suppressed anger. What kind of attitude is this? Peng's mother suddenly slammed the desk, causing the pen holder on the table to jump. Hus' mother pulled out her phone, shouting, I want to see your principal. Are today's teachers so irresponsible? Wang Jing, however, remained calm, silently turning her phone in another direction. The video on the screen began to play, showing the footage Fang Jian had sent the previous day. Let's discuss this properly after you watch the video. Her voice was soft, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over the agitated atmosphere. Just as they were about to erupt, they froze upon seeing the content of the video. The entire video wasn't long, just 7 or 8 minutes, but by the time the parents finished watching they could hardly believe their eyes. Were those 3 kids in the video acting like thugs really the obedient children they remembered? The once furious parents collectively stood in shock. Peng's mother muttered in disbelief This must be fake. How could my precious child? Wang Jing slowly retracted her phone, lightly tapping the screen a few times to bring up an electronic medical record. This is the student you were looking for. Wang Jing's voice was like ice. A patient suffering from mental illness due to long-term bullying by certain classmates. Hu's mother leaned closer to the screen, her mascara-coated eyes suddenly widening. She recoiled as if encountering something filthy, covering her mouth in disgust, her face contorted. Oh my God. Manic depression. Her voice trembled with shock. What is wrong with your school? How could you allow a mentally ill person to continue studying? Mrs. Who? Please watch your words. Wang Jing, seeing the disgust on Hu's mother's face, slammed her hand on the table, causing water to splash from the teacup. She pointed at the words normal social functioning on the diagnosis report. Patients with mental illness also have rights. Moreover, Fang Jian's condition is not severe. She has the right to receive a normal education. He frowned disapprovingly at Wang Jing. Seeing his wife reprimanded by Wang Jing, Hu's father pulled her behind him, adjusted his glasses, and did not agree with Wang Jing's explanation. Teacher, Wang, we do have some fault here. But even if Fang Jian has a mental illness, it still doesn't justify beating someone into the hospital. Exactly. She must apologize and pay. Can a mentally ill person just hit others? Liang's father slammed the table, shouting loudly, completely unreasonable. Where is that Fang Jian? My son is still in the hospital. Why is she hiding like a turtle? Bring her out. Wang Jing frowned, looking at the unreasonable group before her with a serious expression, and coldly remarked, do you think your child is the only one in the hospital? Fang Jian is in the hospital because of your son. Oh, she was rescued yesterday afternoon and is still in a coma. Your child is a child, but is she not one too? She was bullied and insulted by your child for no reason. How could she be at fault? Hu's mother tried to interject, but was silenced by Wang Jing's piercing gaze. Do you still want to call the police? Wang Jing scoffed. Fang Jian wanted to report yesterday for illegal detention and long-term bullying by the 3 of them. She slowly stood up, placing her hands on the desk, her tone icy. If it weren't for me stopping it, you would all be at the police station for questioning right now. I initially thought you would at least feel a little guilty. Now it seems. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the parents calmed down. Even if reprimanded by Wang Jing, they dared not speak. Hu's mother, supported by Hu's father, leaned against him, her gaze evasive. In truth, she was aware of some of Hu Minghui's. However, as they had only one son cherished since childhood, even knowing that Hu Minghui bullied classmates, they were reluctant to scold him, so as long as nothing major occurred, they would resolve matters for him. Upon hearing they were going to call the police, Peng's mother lost her initial bravado, awkwardly laughing. This doesn't seem serious enough to call the police, does it? It's just a minor scuffle among kids, no need to escalate it to the police, right? Hu's mother chimed in, agreeing with Peng's mother. Yes. This isn't a big deal, we don't ask for too much, just an apology from Fang Jian to the 3 kids, and a portion of the medical fees, then this matter can be settled. What do you think, Teacher Wang? Hu's father pushed up his glasses, feeling that his wife's suggestion made sense. Yes, after all, she did strike first. How about we each take a step back? Wang Jing looked at the relentless faces of the parents before her. Even though she knew the problem lay with their own children, they still demanded an apology from others, sneering coldly. It seems I didn't express myself clearly enough. Wang Jing crossed her arms and sat in her chair, educating these parents on the law. Firstly, according to Article 47 of the Minor Protection Law, the bully who strikes first bears the primary responsibility. Furthermore, your son not only has been verbally abusing and bullying Fang Jian for a long time, but yesterday, he was also involved in illegal detention, which constitutes a criminal offense. As for Fang Jian hitting someone, I'm sorry, from a legal standpoint, that would be considered justifiable defense. Wang Jing suddenly revealed a sarcastic smile. Moreover, she is a patient with mental illness, and during her episodes her actions are not subject to criminal liability. The office fell into a deathly silence. Wang Jing looked at the gradually paling faces of the parents and dealt the final blow. Your son has already turned 16, hasn't he? She deliberately elongated her tone. If Fang Jian refuses to accept the private settlement and insists on pursuing legal action, then Peng Mingxiang and the other 2 will really have to spend a few days in a juvenile detention center, which will be recorded in their personal files for a lifetime. Hearing the stakes, Peng's mother, with her carefully manicured nails digging deep into her palm, replied, This isn't that serious, is it? She forced a stiff smile, her mouth twitching unnaturally. It's just a little scuffle between kids. Under Wang Jing's sharp gaze, Hu's mother's voice got softer, while Hu's father tugged at her sleeve, urging her to say less. They had never expected that what they viewed as mere pranks among students could have such severe consequences. The previously arrogant atmosphere had completely dissipated. Wang Jing observed their reactions. They had completely fallen into her rhythm, and the initiative was now in her hands. She leisurely organized the documents on her desk, her fingers tapping a distinct rhythm on the surface. Each tap resonated in the hearts of those present, each strike making their faces grow paler. Sigh. Wang Jing suddenly sighed deeply, lifting her teacup for a sip. The rising steam obscured her eyes behind the lenses, and her tone softened. Ultimately, we are all parents. I have children too. My first reaction upon seeing my child being hit would certainly be anxiety, so I understand. Seeing Wang Jing take the initiative to provide an exit, the parents nervously chuckled in agreement. Hu's mother forced a smile, adding, yes. We were just a bit anxious. Please don't take Teacher Wang's words to heart. Wang Jing smiled faintly, without speaking, gently placing the teacup back on its saucer. The delicate sound of porcelain clinking made the parents unconsciously straighten their backs. Regarding yesterday's incident, I have done my utmost to keep it under wraps. Wang Jing looked at the parents, her hands folded. Except for the teachers present, no one knows the specific details. As for Fang Jian, she deliberately paused for a moment. That child's father passed away early, and her mother neglects her. She is also a pitiful child. I will try to persuade her to abandon the idea of reporting it to the police and to accept a private settlement as much as possible. Liang's father swallowed hard, beads of sweat rolling down from his temples. Seeing that Wang Jing also did not wish to escalate the matter, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened his mouth, ultimately managing to squeeze out, "Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Wang. We were just too anxious earlier. It's good that you understand. After all, escalating this matter would benefit no one." Wang Jing smiled at the parents. "As for making Fang Jian pay medical fees and apologize, you can forget about it." Hearing there would be no compensation, Liang's father wore a grim expression, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. He stepped forward wanting to say something, but was abruptly stopped by Peng's mother. "Old Liang." Peng's mother lowered her voice, leaning closer to his ear. "Don't act recklessly. This matter is less about compensation. If it really escalates to the police station, not only will the children be humiliated at school, but we might even have to pay Fang Jian instead." Liang's father's muscles tensed instantly, his calloused hand frozen in midair. His murky eyes shifted, realizing Peng's mother had a point, and he inwardly cursed Liang Wan, that little brat, for being more trouble than he was worth. After weighing the pros and cons, Liang's father stopped in his tracks and retreated a half-step with Peng's mother. She, being neighbors with Liang's family, knew him well. Although he appeared rugged, he was someone who valued money above all. Don't be fooled by his current concern for his son. He just wanted to use the child as an excuse to demand more compensation. From the start, they were in the wrong. Now, minimizing the situation was the best outcome. She certainly couldn't let Liang's father cause a scene that would affect her son's future. At that moment, the head teacher of Class 6, who had been with Wang Jing the night before, walked into the office with several disciplinary notices, her expression devoid of emotion. Hu Minghui and Liang Wen's parents recognized who she was, forcing a strained smile on their faces as they awkwardly. Teacher Li said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Teacher Wang, the Academic Affairs Office has issued disciplinary actions for these students. Take a look." Teacher Li sat down next to Wang Jing and handed her the disciplinary notices. Wang Jing politely thanked her for her hard work, took the notices, and began to read them carefully. Looking at the disciplinary actions for Hu Minghui, Liang Wan, and Peng Mingxiang, they were roughly what she had anticipated. Wang Jing distributed the disciplinary notices to the parents, adopting an official tone. "This incident is fundamentally their fault, so there will be penalties. Here are the disciplinary actions. You may take a look." According to the student disciplinary action regulations, Peng Mingxiang, Hu Minghui, and Liang Wan will receive a probationary stay at school recorded in their files. They will lose all eligibility for awards this academic year. They will undergo a 2-month suspension for reflection, during which they must complete a 5,000-word reflection paper guaranteed by a parent's signature. Teacher Li's voice was gentle, yet serious. "This is the unanimous decision of the teachers in the Academic Affairs Office. This punishment is too harsh, isn't it?" Hu's mother's voice trembled, disbelief evident on her face as she stared at the disciplinary notice. A record in their files could affect the children's future studies. Wang Jing's gaze turned cold, her tone resolute. "Compared to juvenile detention, this is already lenient, considering it's their first offense. Of course, this is only a temporary punishment proposed by our Academic Affairs Office. If Fang Jian feels unsatisfied and insists on reporting the matter, then I can't do anything about it." Teacher Li, having learned about the actions of those 2 students in her class, through Wang Jing, cast a cold glance at the parents before her. "You are worried that such a punishment will affect their lives, but what about the actions they took? Won't those affect others' lives?" Peng's mother stood up in agitation, her eyes gleaming with anxiety and pleading. "Teacher Wang, Teacher Li, could you possibly consider their youth and treat them more leniently?" Her gaze fixated on Teacher Wang, as if searching for a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "You know, young people can be impulsive and make mistakes, sometimes acting without thinking. They might just be confused in the heat of the moment. It wasn't intentional. Plus, didn't Fang Jian get off like at worst? Well, just compensate her a bit. You see this matter." Wang Jing interrupted coldly. "They are already over 16 years old and can bear partial criminal responsibility." Hearing Peng's mother blurt out such nonsense, Wang Jing interjected coldly. "You should be grateful that Fang Jian didn't suffer any serious consequences. Otherwise, your son would truly be facing prison time. Do I need to remind everyone how long the main perpetrator in last year's bullying case at City No. 15 High School?" Rather than haggling over the details here, Wang Jing's tone suddenly softened, but was even more chilling. "It would be better to seriously consider the issue of your children's education. What kind of family raises a child who would say something like, 'Let's take her down'?" The issues that both sides had been deliberately ignoring were suddenly brought up by Wang Jing, and the office fell into a terrifying silence, with only the ticking of the wall clock echoing. The parents who had been pleading just moments ago froze, not knowing whether to feel guilty or ashamed, lowering their heads and daring not to plead further. She pointedly glanced at her phone for the time. If we go to the academic affairs office now, we can still complete the suspension paperwork before school ends. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, the parents didn't dare to linger any longer, fearing Wang Jing might say more unfavorable things about their children, and they could only leave the office reluctantly one by one. Suddenly the sunlight outside was obscured by clouds, and the office grew dark. Teacher Li collected her lesson plan and bid farewell to Wang Jing before leaving to teach. With Teacher Li's departure, the office returned to silence. Wang Jing watched the parents' retreating figures until they completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. She slowly raised her hand, lightly pressing her fingers against her temples, leaving faint red marks on her skin. Wang Jing sighed deeply, the sound of her sigh seemingly carrying the exhaustion of the entire confrontation echoing in the empty office. The blood vessels under her fingers throbbed, and Wang Jing closed her eyes. The cup of tea on the table, long gone cold, reflected her somewhat pale face, the sediment at the bottom resembling the last embers of this storm. She reached out to open the drawer, putting the documents on her desk inside. The metallic drawer slid with a slight click, as if marking the end of the matter. Although the parents left with lingering resentment in their eyes, they dared not take any further action for the sake of their children, and this storm was temporarily quelled. As for Fang Jian, just thinking about her reckless nature made Wang Jing's previously eased headache begin. Wang Jing's fingers hovered over her phone screen, hesitating for a moment before opening the call log, viewing the missed call notifications from Fang Jian the night before, her brows instinctively knitting together. Finally, she exited the dialing interface and switched to WeChat. The ringtone for the video call rang particularly clear in the silent office. During the waiting seconds for the connection, Wang Jing mindlessly tapped her nails against the desk, her rhythm quickening. The screen suddenly lit up, revealing a blur of white, the ceiling of a hospital ward. The camera shook a few times before focusing on Fang Jian's pale face. She was half reclining on the hospital bed, her sickly complexion devoid of color. The loose blue and white striped hospital gown hung on her frame, making her appear even more fragile. Teacher Wang. Fang Jian's voice was as light as a feather, tinged with a slight hoarseness. Is there something wrong? Wang Jing squinted, her eyes carefully examining every detail in the frame, the heart monitor at the head of the bed, the half-eaten pills on the bedside table. Seeing this, her doubts dissipated somewhat. It's nothing serious, I'm just worried about you. Wang Jing wore a loving smile, her voice soft. I wanted to visit you, but unfortunately, I couldn't break free from my schedule. She deliberately sighed. The parents of Peng Mingxiang and the others have made quite a fuss at school. Fang Jian suddenly coughed a few times, her complexion growing even paler. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang. The doctor said I can't be discharged for now, so their parents might have to trouble you. Seeing Fang Jian looking weak and helpless, Wang Jing's voice grew even gentler. You don't need to worry about that, focus on your recovery. I've already handled this matter. Wang Jing reassured Fang Jian a few more times, then informed her of the punishments for Peng Mingxiang and the other two, subtly revealing how challenging it had been for her to confront those parents on Fang Jian's behalf. Finally, she pointedly added, since the school has already severely punished them regarding the idea of reporting this matter to the police. Wang Jing's eyes behind her glasses were fixed intently on Fang Jian's response. Fang Jian naturally caught Wang Jing's meaning, tilting her head with a well-behaved smile. Thank you, Teacher Wang. I know you are doing this for my own good, and I will listen to you. Hearing the outcome she had anticipated, Wang Jing's smile grew warmer, her concern more sincere. It's good that you understand the teacher's intentions. Now rest well, and come back to school whenever you recover. After giving Fang Jian a few final reminders, Wang Jing hung up the phone with satisfaction. The moment the screen turned dark, Fang Jian's vulnerability receded like the tide. I never would have guessed you cared about her this much as a homeroom teacher, the system remarked in Fang Jian's mind. Fang Jian scoffed, tossing aside her hospital gown while disdainfully mocking care. It's just her own future she's concerned about. Wang Jing's eagerness to help Fang Jian deal with the parents of Peng Mingxiang and the others stemmed from her desire to prevent Fang Jian from reporting anything to the police. Wang Jing was well aware that the boundary between a typical school dispute and a criminal offense was her entire career. If this incident were to spread, the century-old reputation of Jiangxu, one high school would come crashing down. Moreover, the one in charge was Wang Jing, the vice principal of the education department, with students from her class involved. At that point, it would be considered mild if she were merely demoted or suspended from work. Thus, Wang Jing desperately tried to suppress the matter, aiming to minimize it while firmly standing on Fang Jian's side, arguing for her to ensure Fang Jian would be satisfied and abandon the idea of reporting. This was exactly what Fang Jian wanted. As long as Wang Jing did not assume the position of head of the education department, she would have to continue cleaning up her mess. It was all worth it for her to have endured the facade of being weak and obedient in front of Wang Jing. Wait, so you were planning from the very beginning how to utilize Wang Jing to help you smooth over all the trouble? The system, overwhelmed by its own intelligence, voiced its disbelief as it pieced everything together through Fang Jian's hints. Fang Jian casually tossed her hospital gown onto the crumpled bed, the fabric rustling against the metal frame. Hearing the system's delayed epiphany, the corners of her lips curled into a mocking arc, the faint reddish mole at the corner of her eye appearing exceptionally enchanting under the pale light. You just figured it out now? How stupid. She nonchalantly uttered these words, her fingertips lightly tapping against the metal surface of the bedside table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. The system's main program fluctuated violently, as if it suddenly had a surge of intelligence, realizing everything. Fang Jian had never been one to disguise herself. Making her imitate the original Fang Jian's docile and timid personality was less desirable than just so she simply donned the perfect guise of a mental patient. After all, the characteristic symptoms of bipolar disorder include extreme mood swings and emotional volatility. Those sudden outbursts of rage and unpredictable attitudes had reasonable explanations. Not only that, Fang Jian specifically noted on the forged medical record that the condition is controllable and long-term hospitalization isn't necessary, allowing her to use her episodes as an excuse to act recklessly without the fear of being committed to a mental hospital. The system suddenly recalled how Fang Jian had consistently conformed to Wang Jing, feigning that weak and obedient demeanor merely to ensure that this unfortunate teacher willingly jumped in to take on all her troubles. So you registered at the hospital and even got the doctor to issue a hospitalization order. The system's electronic voice distorted in shock, because you anticipated that Wang Jing would call to confirm. Fang Jian paused momentarily, the cold metal seeping into her skin as she leaned against the doorknob. The corridor's light spilled through the crack of the door, casting a line of shadow across her profile. The time reverted to 8 a.m. Fang Jian, with the intention of staging a complete act, booked an appointment with the most authoritative psychiatrist at Jiang Xu Hospital, planning to use some means to have the doctor forge her medical records long-term. At this moment, Fang Jian sat bored on a plastic chair in the waiting hall, her fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest. She raised her eyes to look at the electronic screen at the front of the hall, which was looping the honors introduction of a psychiatric expert, Professor Lan Tingzhou, chief physician, the first in Asia to receive the Outstanding Contribution Award from the World Psychiatric Association WPA, selected as one of the most influential scholars in the Lancet Psychiatry for 3 consecutive years, leading the project, establishment and application of precision diagnosis and treatment system for mental disorders, which won the National Science and Technology Progress First Prize, World Health Organization WHO Mental Health Policy Advisor Lifetime Achievement Award from the Chinese Medical Doctor Association for Outstanding Psychiatrist. The screen displayed Professor Lan standing tall on the podium, the spotlight casting a faint shadow on his sharply defined profile. He slightly lowered his head to match the height of the award presenter, the delicate chain of his gold-rimmed glasses swaying gently with the movement, refracting fragmented golden light under the flash. Dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit that wrapped around his proportionate figure, a subtle platinum lapel pin was faintly visible at the collar, echoing the metallic luster of his glasses. Fang Jian squinted her eyes and lowered her head to look at the registration slip in her hand, her fingertip tapping the 3 characters Lan Tingzhou, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes. A few parents with children sitting on the long bench nearby were conversing in hushed tones, but the waiting area on the 7th floor was eerily quiet, with even the sound of breathing clearly audible, and Fang Jian listened to their conversation without missing a word. Are you also here for Dr. Lan's specialist appointment? A middle-aged woman in a beige knit sweater asked softly, gripping the registration slip tightly. Of course. The nearby aunt with curly hair patted her thigh, her voice tinged with pride. I had my husband stay up at 3 a.m. to grab the appointment, but he still couldn't get it. In the end, I had to pay 1,000 yuan to a scalper to get it. As soon as I got the appointment, I rushed my child over from City A for treatment. As she spoke, she took out a neatly folded registration slip from her bag, carefully unfolding it, as if showcasing a treasure. In the corner, a bespectacled young mother couldn't help but interject, it is indeed hard to get an appointment with Dr. Lanu. I waited for 3 months before finally getting one. She pushed her glasses up, her eyes sparkling behind the lenses, but it's worth it. Last time my daughter came for a follow-up Dr. Lan not only remembered her last month's exam scores, but also specifically asked about her pet hamster. Dr. Lan may look young, but he is indeed more diligent and responsible than many doctors. Oh, who says otherwise? Dr. Lan is indeed meticulous. The woman in the knit sweater nodded repeatedly. My cousin's child had severe depression 2 years ago, attempting suicide several times, which tormented the whole family. Her voice carried a hint of lament. Later they found Dr. Lan, and guess what? That child not only recovered, but also got into a key high school last year. Right. The curly-haired aunt lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. I heard that when Dr. Lan was studying abroad, even Nobel Prize winners wanted to keep him for research, but he insisted on returning to China. Yeah, I also heard from my nephew that as soon as Dr. Lan returned to the country, many top hospitals invited him, but he refused them all and ended up at this obscure Jiangxing second hospital. The young mother quietly said, I know about this. It seems that Jiangxing is Dr. Lan's hometown. A few mothers continued their hushed discussions, adding a bit of liveliness to the originally quiet waiting hall. Fang Jian was busy scrolling through information about Lan Tingzhou on her phone, her fingertips unconsciously gliding across the screen. The cold white light of the waiting hall made her profile appear somewhat pale. At that moment, a mechanical female voice echoed from the intercom. Please Fang Jian from number 9, proceed to the psychiatric department room 7 for consultation. The voice reverberated in the empty waiting area, and Fang Jian put down her phone and walked towards room 7 with her registration slip. When Fang Jian opened the consultation room door, Lan Tingzhou was engrossed in reviewing a medical record. A slender silver pen held between his long fingers, his white coat, sleeves revealing a section of a black shirt, exuding a cold and reserved demeanor. Sit, he said without lifting his head. Fang Jian followed his instruction and sat down in the armchair opposite Lan Tingzhou. The air conditioning in the consultation room was strong, and the cold wind carrying the smell of disinfectant brushed against her exposed skin. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings. On the left wall hung 7 or 8 academic certificates in gold frames. The cold light, reflecting off the glass, flowed across the surface of the certificates. On the right side, professional works with gilded spines were meticulously arranged by color on a wooden bookshelf. The medical records on the desk were categorized into 3 stacks, the edges aligned, as if measured with a ruler, neat and orderly. Once Fang Jian sat down, Lan Tingzhou finally closed the medical record and looked up at her. At that moment, Fang Jian clearly saw Lan Tingzhou's full appearance, and she found him truly unphotogenic. His bone structure was exceptionally well-defined, with cheekbones and jawlines that seemed meticulously sculpted, with a scalpel gleaming with a marble-like texture under the cold white light of the consultation room. His gold-rimmed glasses rested on a high nose bridge, and the phoenix eyes behind the lenses were slightly upturned, the outer corners forming a sharp arc that obscured the emotions hidden within. However, when his gaze passed through the lenses towards her, it did not come off as cold or distant. Fang Jian noticed his deliberately slowed blinking rate. 0.8 seconds between blinks, precisely the comfortable gaze rhythm recorded in psychology textbooks. The top button of his black shirt beneath the white coat was fastened, almost harsh in its restraint. Professional, yet restrained, like a finely tuned machine, yet still carrying a calculated warmth of humanity. A hypocritical and boring madman. Fang Jian stared intently at Lan Tingzhou unashamedly. Her pitch-black pupils seemed capable of devouring everything. Even the glaring, incandescent light in the consultation room could not leave a trace of reflection within. Her gaze was excessively bare, carrying an elevated scrutiny, as if Lan Tingzhou was merely a specimen waiting for dissection. Lan Tingzhou did not shy away from Fang Jian's nearly offensive stare. His eyes narrowed slightly behind the lenses, observing the girl before him with a professional gaze. Fang Jian's beauty was indeed stunning. Her porcelain-white skin, exquisite features, each line like a meticulously carved artwork. Yet this beauty was excessively cold, akin to those perfect, yet lifeless ancient Greek statues in a museum devoid of any warmth that a living being should possess, leaving a chilling sense of fear after the initial awe. Especially her eyes, the pitch-black pupils were as calm as a stagnant pool. However, beneath this perfect facade of calm, Lan Tingzhou keenly sensed a lurking madness. Like the dark currents beneath a frozen lake, the seemingly tranquil eyes concealed a beast ready to break the ice. Yet this boiling madness was perfectly suppressed beneath her exterior. Like scalding magma contained within a crystal vessel as thin as a cicada's wing, the surface appeared calm and undisturbed, but within roiled a fury capable of destroying everything. What a thoroughgoing madwoman. The two stared at each other in silence for a minute. The air in the consultation room seemed. After a while, Lan Tingzhou's gentle yet detached voice broke the silence in the consultation room. You are not here to seek treatment. Fang Jian squinted, her eyes lazily leaning back in the armchair, her hands elegantly folded in front of her, a hint of a smile curling her lips. Oh, why do you think that? With a sharp sound, Lan Tingzhou slid a medical record across the table, the sound of paper rubbing against one another particularly jarring in the silence. He pointed at the signature line where his electronic signature was glaringly present. I have a habit of regularly organizing medical records, his voice light, as if discussing the weather. Just yesterday, I saw this on a strange medical record. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. Interestingly, I have no recollection of signing this medical record. This was the very record Fang Jian had fabricated to deceive Wang Jing earlier. Fang Jian did not show any embarrassment at being exposed by the person involved. Instead, she joked, well, now that I'm here, this medical record can become real candid. Lan Tingzhou stared at Fang Jian, the glass lenses reflecting a cold light as indifferent as his words. But you are beyond saving. The consultation room fell silent instantly. Fang Jian froze for a moment, her expression darkening for an instant. Then she laughed again, though her eyes bore no trace of mirth. She straightened up, her hands pressing against the table, her voice soft, yet laced with unabashed sarcasm. How can a psychopath with antisocial personality be the chief psychiatrist? Why am I beyond saving? Lan Tingzhou ignored Fang Jian's mockery, methodically removing his glasses, the long fingers gently folding the arms, producing a faint sound. Under the stark white light of the consultation room, the originally refined and cultured brows and eyes revealed a gloomy sharpness. Without the lens barrier, those narrow Danfeng eyes revealed their innate coldness and sharpness, the upward curve at the corners carrying an inherent sense of oppression. Lan Tingzhou let out a barely audible sigh, revealing his disdain for madmen, especially for a clever madwoman like Fang Jian, who saw through everything. They both understood each other's disguises, yet insisted on bluntly exposing that layer of hypocritical facade, forcing the other to reveal their darkest and most despicable side. What do you want me to do? Lan Tingzhi's voice was low and cold, looking down at Fang Jian, the warmth in his eyes entirely replaced by piercing indifference and arrogance. When that gentle and jade-like facade of a healer was torn away, Lan Tingzhou appeared as if he had unraveled some. His pupils darkened completely, the originally clear light brown irises now swirled like a disturbed ink pool, churning with unsettling dark emotions. Like a predator finally shedding its disguise, revealing its formidable fangs without concealment. Lan Tingzhou stared at Fang Jian like a snake poised to strike from the shadows, coldly eyeing its prey, instilling primal fear. At this moment, Lan Tingzhou was a different person from before. Anyone seeing him would never associate him with the gentle and patient Dr. Lan. Fang Jian looked at the unmasked Lan Tingzhou, a hint of madness in her eyes, her smile deepening as she teased, "So we're not pretending anymore." Lan Tingzhou took out a lens cloth and slowly wiped his glasses, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Jian, his voice devoid of warmth. "I do not engage in futile endeavors. Help me forge all future medical records until I am cured. You can set any conditions you want." Fang Jian candidly stated her purpose without holding back. "Sure, but you must come for a follow-up once a month." Lan Tingzhou readily agreed. This surprised Fang Jian, though she narrowed her eyes suspiciously, as if trying to see through him. After a moment, as if understanding something, Fang Jian's gaze towards Lan Tingzhou became strange and novel. A self-destructive antisocial madman was actually willing to impose moral constraints on himself. It was truly unbelievable. However, what did that have to do with her? Fang Jian leaned back into the armchair, her delicate fingers toying with a strand of. She needed the convenience brought by Lan Tingzhou, the leading expert in psychiatry in the country, while Lan Tingzhou sought to satisfy his hypocritical moral sense by restraining her. Each had their own needs, and she had no reason to refuse. "All right," Fang Jian resumed her usual nonchalance, "but I will decide the follow-up schedule." This additional condition was delivered casually, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Upon hearing Fang Jian's agreement, Lan Tingzhou was not surprised. He knew that with Fang Jian's almost terrifying insight, she could not be deceived. But so what? Their game was never about concealment, but a tacit conspiracy. The gold-rimmed glasses were placed back on the bridge of his nose, and Lan Tingzhou resumed the image of the gentle and cultured psychiatrist he had been before. He turned to the computer, and his long fingers tapped on the keyboard, completing Fang Jian's treatment information. "First go to the first floor to pay." Lan Tingzhou handed over a stack of documents, "then go to the inpatient department for a while to put on a show." Fang Jian took the documents and stood up, politely bidding farewell to Lan Tingzhou before leaving. At that moment, their interaction was like that of an ordinary doctor and patient, as if the earlier dangerous confrontation had been merely an illusion. Fang Jian took the payment slip to the first floor. A total of 98672 yuan. The cashier mechanically reported the amount, sliding a thick stack of bills. Fang Jian, upon receiving the payment slip and glancing at it, a cold laugh involuntarily escaped her throat. Lan Tingzhou, this madman with the mind smaller than a needle's, I not only ordered all the most expensive tests at this hospital, but also prescribed a bunch of imported medicines not covered by insurance. Just because he was forced to shed his disguise, he retaliated in these trivial matters, not hurting anyone, but purely. However, Fang Jian could not confront Lan Tingzhou again over this. She could only walk towards the inpatient department with an unhappy expression. When she arrived at the inpatient department, the nurse took Fang Jian to the single patient room at the innermost part of the psychiatric ward, which was also the most expensive room in the ward. As the saying goes, it is better to be lucky than early. Just as Fang Jian entered the room, Wang Jing's call came through. At 8:20, the morning mist of Jiang City No. 1 high school lingered around the teaching building, reluctant to depart. In the corridor, hurried footsteps mixed with the sound of zippers, creating a prelude to the morning symphony, while thermos cups occasionally clinked, producing crisp notes. The urging of the duty students echoed in the empty corridor like a string of stones kicked away. As the door to Class 5 was pushed open, a wave of sound surged forth like a tide. The English class representative stood in the middle of the aisle with her homework book pressed against her waist. Her voice pierced through the noise of the classroom. "Who hasn't handed in the English workbook yet? If it's not submitted soon, I'll start taking names." "Right away. Just the last question." Several students in the classroom shouted without raising their heads, their pen tips tracing hurried lines on the paper. Wait. I'm almost done. Who has finished physics? Let me see. Lu Wangbi Sihai Yu Shushan Wu Afang Chu. Covering over 300 miles, isolating from the sun. What are you having for lunch? Still don't know? Various conversations collided and intertwined in the classroom, creating a marvelous resonance. Positioned by the window in the corridor, Zhou Ying took a bite of her meat bun and turned to listen to her classmates chatting at the. "I heard from someone in Building 4. A girl with a ponytail whispered, last night around 11 the blue lights of an ambulance were flashing over by the old playground for a long time." The boy with glasses at the back adjusted his glasses and added mysteriously, "My good buddy is in class 6. They said something happened last night with Peng Mingxiang and 2 boys from their class." "What happened?" Zhou Ying became interested, leaning closer to the boy with glasses and whispering, "Tell me how you know." The boy with glasses looked around to ensure the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived, then continued. I heard that the three of them were locked inside the largest sports equipment room at the old playground. When Wang Jing and the homeroom teacher from class 6 found them. He paused, lowering his voice. The three of them were completely disoriented, muttering strange words. Zhou Ying gasped and quickly asked, "Why?" The classmate with glasses straightened up and shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. "I don't know about that." At that moment, a boy with a slightly baby-faced appearance interjected. "No wonder," Wang Tao said. "Peng Mingxiang disappeared last night. The teacher came to check on the dorms, and they were desperately covering for him to get through." Zhou Ying's curiosity was piqued. He was like a weasel in a melon field looking for food, but after asking around, no one seemed to know the exact reason. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu, who was writing the physics exam, instinctively glanced at Fang Jian's seat upon hearing Zhou Ying and the others' discussion. The seat was empty. Fang Jian didn't come to school today. He furrowed his brow, forcing himself to focus back on the questions, but the formulas and numbers suddenly felt foreign. Jiang Xu's fingertips unconsciously tapped the table, his thoughts drifting away. Acting recklessly, without considering the consequences, how could the parents of those three let her off easily? Although it wasn't her fault. "Hey, Jiang Xu." Zhou Ying's voice suddenly exploded in his ears, startling him and causing his pen to slip, leaving a long mark on the... Lost in thought, Jiang Xu was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Ying. Realizing what he had just been thinking, there was a moment of awkwardness on his face. "What?" Jiang Xu looked up, meeting Zhou Ying's gossiping face. "I just remembered, didn't you help me return the equipment?" Zhou Ying lowered his voice, leaning in mysteriously. "Did you notice anything strange when you went to the equipment room by the old playground?" Jiang Xu's expression remained natural, although his fingers tightened slightly. "No," he coldly spat out 2 words, pushing Zhou Ying away. "Don't ask me." Zhou Ying was just casually asking, and had no hope. "All right, then I'll go ask others. When I figure out this melon, I'll let you know." Saying this, Zhou Ying went to bother other classmates. Jiang Xu lowered his head, staring at the exam paper, to continue solving problems, but after writing just 2 lines, his pen tip paused again. So, what happened to Fang Jian now? That question would remain unanswered as the day quickly passed. Jiang Xu thought Wang Jing would come looking for him, since he had said he was present at the scene. But she didn't. During this time, only Peng Mingqiang's mother had come by, and it was unclear what she had gone through. Her face was haggard, her eyes red and swollen, as she walked into the classroom, silently gathering Peng Mingqiang's books before leaving. It was during a self-study period, and the classroom was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone pretended to be busy with their own affairs, yet couldn't help but sneak glances. After Peng's mother left, a new round of discussions erupted in the classroom. And Fang Jian still hadn't come. "Jiang Xu, I finally figured out the melon." Zhou Ying suddenly leaned over Jiang Xu's desk, his eyes shining with excitement. "Come, let me tell you in detail." He had been like a weasel in a melon field, gathering information across classes, finally piecing together a version closest to the truth. Jiang Xu maintained his posture of solving problems without looking up, but his pen tip stopped, indicating Zhou Ying to continue. Wasn't Lu Wei beaten by Fang Jian before? Zhou Ying lowered his voice even further, leaning in closer, his elbow pressed against half of Jiang Xu's physics paper. The three of them are Lu Wei's loyal buddies. Could they swallow this humiliation? So last Thursday, during the last PE class, they planned to teach Fang Jian a lesson, and the location was chosen near the largest equipment room at the old playground. At this point, Zhou Ying suddenly patted Jiang Xu's shoulder with a look of regret. "It's a pity you left too early that day, you..." Jiang Xu half lowered his gaze, the long lashes casting a shadow under his eyes, obscuring the emotion beneath. His hand holding the pen paused, neatly writing the answer he had just calculated onto the exam paper, his fair profile showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Hearing Zhou Ying's lament, he merely responded flatly with an "oh." So guess what happened next? Not caring about Jiang Xu's indifferent reaction, Zhou Ying continued excitedly. The three big guys didn't even lay a hand on a single girl. Peng Mingxiang ended up with a broken arm, and the other two were left bruised and battered. He mimicked locking a door. In the end, they were locked inside the equipment room by Fang Jian and kept in there for an entire afternoon. When Wang Jing and the others found them, the three were huddled in a corner, looking as if they had seen a ghost. It was a miserable sight. Zhou Ying spoke while laughing with a hint of schadenfreude. "But I heard that Fang Jian also didn't come out unscathed." Zhou Ying stroked his chin, analyzing with certainty. "It's been 3 or 4 days since he last came to school. He must be hurt badly." The corner of Jiang Xu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He propped his chin up with one hand to mask his expression that was on the verge of breaking. "Not unscathed." He scoffed inwardly. "Are you saying that the one who beat Peng Mingxiang and his 2 friends until they cried out for their parents, and then locked them in the equipment room for an entire afternoon, not only faced no punishment or consequences, but also made those 3 take the blame, go home, and reflect, while Wang Jing handled all the communication with their parents without showing her face would suffer? The reason she hadn't come to school these days was probably just that she found it boring." At first, Jiang Xu was a bit worried that Fang Jian might encounter some trouble. But during Saturday's extra class, he was called to the office by Wang Jing. As he was considered a half-witness, she briefly informed him of the follow-up handling results. This time, Wang Jing called Jiang Xu to mainly remind him that this incident had blown up and affected the school's image, and to not speak about it everywhere. Thus, Jiang Xu emerged from the office with a cold expression. For an entire day, he was enveloped in an unshakable low pressure. Even the usually noisy Zhou Ying smartly refrained from bothering him. That night, Jiang Xu returned home after school and pulled out his phone, looking at the chat interface with Fang Jian, where he had sent a message the previous day. "Are you okay?" It was simply glaring. Jiang Xu expressionlessly deleted this message along with the last trace of concern. However, WeChat's message withdrawal limit is only 2 minutes. When Zhou Ying animatedly finished speaking, he saw Jiang Xu still writing his exam paper, showing a flat reaction. Zhou Ying, who was eager for attention, felt utterly defeated. But he didn't think it was because his melon was no longer fresh, but rather blamed Jiang Xu for taking the path of tranquility. Alas, it turned out that Zhou Ying had misjudged him, wasting his precious 10 minutes of break. "Jiang Xu." Zhou Ying dragged out the tone like a wronged woman in deep mourning. "You have no heart," Jiang Xu, without raising his head, replied, with a perfunctory seemingly oblivious to Zhou Ying's palpable grievance, continuing to solve problems. Seeing Jiang Xu like this, Zhou Ying became angry. He sat up straight, vowing not to speak to Jiang Xu for the entire day, and also not to help him get food or save a spot at dinner. He was just contemplating how to make Jiang Xu deeply realize his mistake, when suddenly the light faded in front of him. A physics exam paper filled with answers was placed on his desk. Jiang Xu's finger was still pressing on the corner of the paper, and on the back of his distinctly knuckled hand faint blue veins were visible. "Don't copy the last extra question." Zhou Ying was momentarily angered, then immediately hugged Jiang Xu's arm, expressing his true feelings, calling him his adoptive father. Another day passed, and Jiang Xu returned home, close to 10 o'clock. After washing up, he glanced at the time. 2232, still early, so he prepared to do a set of exercises before sleeping. Jiang Xu sat down at his desk, and just as he wrote down the answer to one problem, his phone suddenly vibrated in the quiet room. Unlocking the phone, he saw a message from Fang Jian. "Fang Jian." Jiang Xu frowned at the period, and after a moment's pause, he replied, "Jiang Xu." "Jiang Xu, is there something?" After sending the message, he put the phone aside and continued writing problems, but the pen tip lingered on the exam paper for a long time without producing the next step. The second hand of the clock ticked particularly loudly, and Jiang Xu's gaze flickered to his phone screen every few minutes. After half an hour, he had barely written a third of the paper. In the end, he couldn't resist anymore and picked up his phone to send another message. "Jiang Xu, speak, if you have something to say." Just as he clicked send, an eye-catching red exclamation mark appeared before the green chat box. Jiang Xu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the chat record to confirm he hadn't sent any strange messages. The cold light from the phone reflected his suddenly tense jawline. Jiang Xu laughed at Fang Jian's inexplicable behavior. "Crazy," he muttered under his breath, his thumb swiping across the screen to exit WeChat, the phone hitting the desk with a crisp sound. The pen tip returned to the draft paper, smudging a blot of ink. After finishing 2 formulas, Jiang Xu's hand holding the pen suddenly paused. He abruptly looked up, snatched his phone to unlock it, and opened the message inbox where the text from unknown number still lay. Looking at the familiar chat interface, Jiang Xu couldn't help but understand. The last time he had pondered for days about who sent the message was none other than Fang Jian. Although he didn't know Fang Jian's phone number, he was certain only she could pull off such inexplicable antics. Weariness settled over him. He raised a hand to rub his temples. The skin beneath his fingertips felt faintly feverish. His chest felt as though stuffed with rain-soaked cotton, dense, suffocating, dragging downward. He sensed a flicker of anger, yes, but far stronger was a profound, hollow exhaustion. Across the Pacific Ocean in the United States, Christie's auction house headquarters on Manhattan's 5th Avenue blazed with. It was hosting its most anticipated jewelry auction of the year. The Baroque-style edifice, built in the 19th century, glowed with opulent grandeur beneath the radiance of glittering crystal chandeliers. In the second-floor VIP suite, a delicate incense of sandalwood curled through the air. Fang Jian sprawled carelessly across an imported Italian leather sofa, her slender fingers idly tapping the rim of a crystal champagne flute. On the low coffee table, a plate of madeleines and macarons had diminished by nearly half. Their sugar glaze shimmered like scattered stardust upon the gilded porcelain. At the center of the auction hall, behind bulletproof glass, rested the evening's final and most coveted lot of Burmese pigeon's blood ruby, blazing under the focused beam of spotlights. Its red was almost supernatural, a frozen cascade of blood aflame arrested mid-conflagration. As the light shifted, molten gold seemed to swirl within its depths, scattering star-like sparks that ensnared the gaze. Weighing precisely 26 carats, this crimson heart was the most flawless ruby ever offered at public auction in the past decade. $58 million. Any advance on 58? The auctioneer's voice trembled, edged with exhilaration. Bidding slowed visibly. Several jewelers wiped sweat from their brows while urgently dialing superiors. Overlapping phone rings wove a tense web across the hall as each whispered frantic negotiations into the receiver. Whispers collided in French, English, and Cantonese, every tongue bent toward the same goal, securing decisive authority in the shortest possible time. Fang Jian's proxy called to confirm whether she wished to raise her bid. "Ms. Fang, we're now 15 above." Her agent's voice remained calm and measured. "Your instructions. Shall we continue bidding?" Inside the suite, Fang Jian lifted the last raspberry chocolate mousse with a silver fork. As its sweet-tart richness bloomed on her tongue, she gazed through the one-way glass at the gemstone. frozen fire incarnate, and murmured almost absently, 70 million. Her agent hesitated for a breath, instinctively glancing at his budget sheet, then steadied himself. He raised his numbered paddle with quiet confidence. In the gilded auction hall, the crystal chandeliers cast his silhouette across walls adorned with Venetian mosaics. $70 million from number 3. The auctioneer's voice echoed faintly in the acoustically perfect chamber. He loosened his Hermes tie, the first time in 20 years he'd felt short of breath on the rostrum. The bid is now $70 million. He braced his left hand against the oak podium, his right trembling slightly as it held the gavel. Do I hear 75? 75 million. A peculiar hush descended upon the room. The royal gemological advisor from the Z Kingdom lowered his loupe. Jewelers from Tokyo's Ginza ceased their murmurs. Even behind the bulletproof glass of the VIP suites, mining magnates, usually unflappable, held their breath. $70 million. Fair warning, at 70 million. Williams wiped the gavel's head with velvet, a reflexive gesture that granted him a moment's composure. A century-old grandfather clock certified by the American Horological Society ticked audibly in the corner. On the podium, the 50. 26-carat Burmese ruby pulsed with eerie sanguine light. Within its heart, rutile inclusions flowed like liquid flame beneath the custom spotlight. Going twice. Across the hall, proxies simultaneously removed their Bluetooth earpieces, an unspoken right of the trade. When prices breached critical thresholds, remote commands ceased to matter. Sold. The heavy thud of the century-old oak gavel struck like thunder. The 50. 26-carat crimson heart pigeon's blood ruby is sold to bidder number 3 for $70 million. 50.1 crimson heart pigeon's blood ruby to bidder number 3 for $70 million. At that instant, the baccarat crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling flared brilliantly, a special lighting effect reserved by Christie's for record-breaking sales. Security immediately activated Level 1 protocol. 12 former Special Forces operatives formed a tactical perimeter around the display platform. The finance director strode swiftly toward Suite 3, clutching a crocodile leather folder embossed with the firm's family crest. Inside lay pre-notarized Swiss bank drafts. The Crimson Heart, now enshrined beneath bulletproof glass, shimmered silently. A new benchmark in auction history, measured not just in price, but in price per carat. A low murmur of awe rippled through the hall. Collectors from every continent exchanged incredulous glances. Some shook their heads with wry smiles, others murmured praise. Most pulled out smartphones, feverishly capturing this historic moment. James Wilson, Asia-Pacific president of Sotheby's, slowly removed his gold-rimmed spectacles and polished the lenses with a handkerchief. As one of the bidders, his authorized limit stood at only $40 million, a sum that hadn't carried him past the $70 million. He murmured, his gaze fixed through the bulletproof glass upon the Crimson Heart, now being carefully sealed by security personnel. The gem pulsed with uncanny brilliance beneath the spotlight, as if mocking all rational calculation. Wilson turned to his assistant with a rueful smile. Did you know that sum could buy an entire Manhattan apartment building or a private vineyard in Switzerland? He shook his head. For a single stone. There are more madmen in this world than I ever imagined. Outside the suite, several Middle Eastern jewelers debated heatedly. One gestured emphatically. This per carat price has shattered last year's blue diamond record. His companion mused quietly. Who was this mysterious buyer? A Chinese collector? A Russian oligarch? Or? Wilson, overhearing them, suddenly recalled something. He withdrew a folded slip of paper from his inner jacket pocket. It was the expert team's pre-auction appraisal report. The estimated hammer price circled in red read $38 to $45 million. He gave a self-deprecating smile and crumpled the note into the champagne bucket. Mr. President, his assistant ventured cautiously, shall I prepare the report for headquarters? Wilson watched the dispersing crowd and replied softly, tell headquarters. We may need to reassess the entire pricing architecture of the high-end jewelry market. He cast one final glance at the podium. Because this stone, I suspect, will double the opening bids for every top-tier gemstone starting tomorrow. When Fang Jian acquired the ruby for $70 million, she had no notion of the seismic shockwaves it would send through the global jewelry market. Nor would she have cared, even if she had known. Escorted by 12 fully armed security personnel arranged by Christie's, she returned to her penthouse suite at the Peninsula Hotel. Fang Jian reclined halfway on the sofa and retrieved a velvet jewelry box from her password-locked case. As the lid lifted, the 50, 26-carat crimson heart ignited under the crystal chandelier, casting an eerie crimson glow that stained her fingertips rose pink. Truly exquisite, she whispered. As the gem rolled in her palm, its internal rutile inclusions shimmered like molten magma. Such fierce, violent beauty reminded her of the crimson moon she'd seen before death. Coincidentally, after returning from the hospital, Fang Jian had idled away days at the hotel, just in time to see the auction preview for this very gem. One of her few enduring passions was collecting luminous, glittering stones. By dawn the next day, her Gulfstream G650 had already touched down on the private tarmac of a city international airport. She held the ruby up to the window, viewing the neon-lit skyline through its facets. Since her last financial maneuver, the funds dispersed across her offshore accounts had swollen with uncanny autonomy. Later, finding management cumbersome, she hired the world's most elite asset management team. Today Fang Jian's net worth had reached a truly staggering magnitude. A soft knock sounded at the suite door. The hotel butler arrived bearing champagne. To celebrate your acquisition of this cherished treasure, he said with quiet reverence. Fang Jian swirled the crystal flute lazily. Tiny bubbles rose like constellations through the amber liquid, bursting with delicate effervescence. She took a sip. The cool liquid slipped down her throat, delivering a gentle, intoxicating euphoria. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the nocturnal splendor of the United States glittered as fiercely as the pigeon's blood ruby resting in her hand. Everything perfectly, exquisitely balanced. Cough, cough. Host, permit me to interject. A mechanical voice sliced abruptly through the stillness. Your task completion tokens are exhausted, and today's assignment remains unfulfilled. Fang Jian's fingertips stilled, bubbles continued their restless dance in the glass. 3 days had passed since her last completed task, yet her mood remained buoyant. She didn't begrudge the system's untimely interruption. Casually, she summoned the task interface, glanced at today's pending item, and sent a brief message to Jiang Xu. Fang Jian. She tossed the phone onto the velvet sofa and resumed studying the crimson heart resting in her palm. How best to set such a gem? What design would do justice to its savage brilliance? Her phone vibrated suddenly. Fang Jian frowned, glancing at the screen. Jiang Xu's reply had arrived with unexpected. She ignored it, but the phone kept vibrating, her patience dissolving like champagne bubbles. With practiced ease, she picked it up and added Jiang Xu to her blacklist. Smooth, swift, and utterly habitual. Jiang Xu's life returned to its previous tranquility. He attended school punctually every day, while Fang Jian's seat remained empty. However, discussions about Peng Mingxiang, Minghui, and Liang Wan at school intensified, becoming a hot topic among faculty and students alike. Even Jiang Xu, who had always been disinterested in gossip, learned about their recent circumstances through whispers among classmates. After all, these three had become notorious, albeit for the worst reasons. Peng Mingqiang's family business Laozhao Hot Pot was once well known in Jiang City, thriving to the point of being hailed by local media as a time-honored brand. However, one night the Market Supervision Department suddenly conducted a surprise inspection and discovered that the restaurant not only had a forged business license, but also an expired health permit, leading to an immediate closure. This inspection unveiled the dirty secrets behind the hot pot restaurant. Footage showed the kitchen staff filtering leftover oil from customers and mixing it with fresh oil. The cold storage was filled with untraceable frozen meat, some of which had been stored for over 5 years. Most disturbingly, there was footage of an employee stepping on slices of fatty beef, waiting to be cut. Once the news broke, it immediately exploded on social media. Quickly, Laozhao Hot Pot grease oil climbed the trending charts, with many netizens sharing their medical records after food poisoning and diarrhea from dining at the restaurant, and some even initiated collective lawsuits. Angry netizens flooded review sites with negative comments, and some even went to the restaurant's entrance to throw red paint and hang banners. The Business Bureau acted swiftly, issuing a hefty fine of 5,800 yuan after verification and mandated an immediate shutdown for rectification. The health department revoked the restaurant's food service license, sealing the door with a notice declaring the long-standing establishment completely closed. Peng Mingqiang's parents were placed on the food safety blacklist, forbidden from engaging in the catering industry for the next 15 years. If Peng Mingqiang's fate was merely retribution, then Hu Minghui's scandal ignited public outrage. Someone anonymously posted revealing Hu Minghui's sexual assault of a female classmate during middle school, which had been covered up due to his parents being faculty at that school. The victim came from a rural background, and her honest parents had no idea how to seek justice for their daughter. Hu Minghui's parents not only threatened them with, "If you dare to cause trouble, well, expel your daughter," but also secretly offered money to settle the matter. Eventually, the victim, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped from the top of the school building. To cover up the scandal, the school claimed she had committed suicide due to academic pressure. This revelation sent shockwaves through the internet. Outraged netizens quickly dug up detailed information about Hu Minghui's family, discovering that his mother had been awarded Outstanding Teacher of the City the previous year. Netizens flocked to the Education Bureau to report, demanding a thorough investigation into the parents who sheltered the criminal. Within 48 hours, the Education Bureau announced that Hu Minghui's parents had been dismissed from their positions and would never be employed again. Jiang City No. 1 High School also promptly issued a statement announcing Hu Minghui's expulsion. The victim's parents took legal action against Hu Minghui's family again and successfully won, seeking justice for their deceased daughter. Hu Minghui and his parents received the punishment they deserved. Hu Minghui was sentenced to 13 years in prison for rape. His parents were sentenced to 6 years for sheltering a criminal and abusing power. They were ordered to compensate the victim's parents 1.28 million yuan. Both husband and wife had their teaching qualifications permanently revoked and were placed on the blacklist of the education sector. This delayed justice shook the entire city. On the day of the verdict, the image of the victim's parents holding her portrait in tears trended online, while Hu Minghui's family vanished from public view under police escort. In contrast to the first two, Liang Wen's fate was comparatively better. Classmates living close to Liang Wen said that his father was a gambler who had been in debt for years due to his addiction. To repay his debts, he even stole Liang Wen's tuition to gamble, resulting in even more losses. Later, when creditors came looking for him, Liang Wen's father fled, leaving Liang Wen and his mother behind. With no other option, Liang Wen's mother had to sell all their possessions to transfer Liang Wen to another school and moved out of Jiang City to escape the debts. Jiang Xu listened to the discussions around him with a calm expression. He wasn't concerned about the fates of these people, but everything felt too coincidental. The timing of these three incidents occurred precisely after Fang Jian left school, and each event seemed like a meticulously crafted chain reaction from business violations to old cases, each detonated with precision, making it hard not to think of Fang Jian. Jiang Xu's gaze unconsciously drifted to Fang Jian's seat, where sunlight fell on the empty desk and dust floated quietly in the light. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this, Fang Jian, was enjoying herself in country, pushing the limits of madness. On a whim, she went skydiving, boarding a Cessna alone under the terrified gaze of her instructor. At 4,000 meters, as the cabin door opened, the cold wind rushed in. Without hesitation, Fang Jian leaped into the void. During free fall, she even unbuckled her reserve parachute, letting her body plummet under the acceleration of gravity. It was only at the last kilometer that she deployed her main parachute, landing perfectly on the designated mark. After nearly giving her skydiving instructor a heart attack, she rented the entire royal racetrack. Refusing the racetrack's offered navigator, she entered the driver's seat alone. The engine roared like thunder, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds. This beast displayed breathtaking explosiveness on the track. 3 hours later, Fang Jian concluded this madness with a record-breaking performance. After nightfall, she headed to the largest casino in Country A, Golden Palace. That night, Fang Jian made history at the Golden Palace. In every round, she unhesitatingly went all in, yet miraculously, she won every time. From Texas Hold'em to roulette, from blackjack to sick bow, she remained undefeated. The casino manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching Fang Jian's almost supernatural winning streak on the surveillance screen. Even after they had secretly changed dealers 3 times and adjusted the dealing machine, they still could not stop Fang Jian's consecutive victories. At 3 in the morning at the Golden Palace Casino, crystal chandeliers reflected extravagant golden light, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of cigars and the crisp scent of champagne. Fang Jian sat in the center of the VIP area with a mountain of chips piled before her, glinting coldly under the lights, as if it were a small fortress forged of desire. The dealer flipped the last card, player 9 points, born winner. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. Gamblers clapped furiously, waiters popped champagne, golden liquid sprayed everywhere, fireworks boomed, and streamers flew, turning the entire casino into a surreal celebration. The sole protagonist of this revelry, however, lounged lazily on a leather sofa, her long fingers casually playing with a high-value chip. Light fell upon her exceptionally beautiful face, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes held a chilling mad. Suddenly, Fang Jian chuckled softly and pushed forward. With a crash, chips tumbled down like an avalanche, diamond-like glimmering discs scattered across the smooth marble floor, instantly turning into a rain of money. The crowd instantly erupted. Gamblers scrambled to bend down and grab the chips. Socialites, disregarding their image, knelt to search, and gentlemen in suits jostled to seize a chip that rolled into the corner. Champagne glasses were knocked over, high heels stepped on scattered playing cards, and the entire casino fell into a chaotic frenzy. Yet the architect of this madness had already slipped away unnoticed. By the next morning, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains into the room, where Fang Jian leaned against a velvet bed, her delicate fingers lazily scrolling through her tablet. The screen flashed with information about rare gemstones being auctioned worldwide, each sparkling gem casting tiny reflections in her eyes. Ding! An abrupt system notification pinged. Today's task: send a message to Jiang Xu. Fang Jian's finger paused slightly, and she nonchalantly clicked her tongue. As the tasks had been the same for the past few days, Fang Jian pulled Jiang Xu out of her blacklist again. She took her phone to unlock it, intending to send a period to finish it off like the previous days. Unexpectedly, as soon as she clicked send, a conspicuous red exclamation mark appeared in front of the green chat box. Message sent, but the recipient has rejected it. Fang Jian was taken aback, staring at the red exclamation mark. She straightened up, oblivious to the silk robe slipping off her shoulder. The cold light from the screen illuminated her face, and the eyes that always held a mocking smile narrowed dangerously. Jiang Xu dared to block her. The system evidently noticed as well. Seeing that Fang Jian showed no intention of returning, fearing she might truly neglect her tasks, it could only subtly use its limited privileges to change the daily task to send a message to Jiang Xu. However, now witnessing Fang Jian being blocked, the system was even more anxious and quietly advised her, "Host, why not go back today? You only need 2 more days to earn another task completion card, so don't give up now." Fang Jian frowned, but said nothing, though she also didn't refuse. On Friday morning, Jiang Xu rode his bicycle through the desolate streets. Due to Uncle Zhang being hospitalized with acute appendicitis, he could only bike to school these days. When Jiang Xu arrived at school, he found the bicycle parking area near the school overflowing, with even the gaps filled with shared bikes. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xu had no choice but to turn around and head to the public parking area 2 streets away. Jiang Xu. Just as he locked his bike, a familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Xu's back stiffened. He hadn't heard that voice in a week. Fang Jian. Turning around, he saw Fang Jian leaning against a tree trunk in the shade morning sunlight, filtering through the leaves, casting tiny patches of golden light on her. She wore the school uniform, but the collar of her shirt was casually unbuttoned, exposing her delicate collarbone. The morning breeze rustled the leaves, and those golden patches danced across her, as if she were draped in a layer of breathing golden silk. Her face was half hidden in the shadows of the tree, with sunlight casting shallow shadows in her eye sockets, obscuring the expression in her eyes. Her fair and exquisite face bore no expression, yet remained breathtakingly beautiful. Good morning. Once he regained his senses, Jiang Xu nodded coldly and turned to leave. Fang Jian quickly caught up, walking beside him, without any small talk, bluntly asking, "Why did you block me?" Her tone showed no hint of guilt, only a sense of righteousness. Jiang Xu halted, feeling it absurd. So she knew that blocking someone was wrong. "The messages you send are meaningless and affect my studies." He continued walking without looking back. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow. "Just because of that? You blocked me too, so it's even." Fang Jian retorted confidently. Facing Fang Jian's sudden closeness, Jiang Xu's breath caught, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively pushed her shoulder, trying to distance themselves. Fang Jian didn't mind being pushed away as she continued to stare at Jiang Xu. "So now unblock me." Her voice was flat, yet left no room for refusal. Jiang Xu's fingers curled unnaturally, as if burned, the warmth from her school uniform lingering on his fingertips. He lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting tiny shadows on his face, trying to mask his tumultuous emotions. Just as he finally managed to calm his thoughts, he heard Fang Jian's twisted reasoning. Jiang Xu was so frustrated he laughed, deciding to ignore Fang Jian, and lowered his head to walk around her. Fang Jian stood still, slightly furrowing her brow, gazing at Jiang Xu's retreating figure deep in thought. She was always perceptive, able to quickly detect others' abnormalities. At that moment, Fang Jian keenly sensed that Jiang Xu seemed upset. Why? A rare hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Though she didn't understand the reason, she was always straightforward. She caught up to Jiang Xu and directly asked, "Are you angry?" Her voice carried unmasked confusion. Hearing Fang Jian's puzzled words from behind, Jiang Xu paused, calmly rebutting, "No. You're angry." Fang Jian insisted, following Jiang Xu, her tone resolute. Jiang Xu abruptly stopped and turned to face Fang Jian, forcing a smile. "Then tell me, what am I angry about?" "I don't know," Fang Jian replied, honestly, shaking her head lightly, her hair swaying with the movement. "That's why I asked you." Jiang Xu fell silent, merely watching her. Sunlight shone from the side, casting a slender shadow dividing the... At that moment, Jiang Xu felt a familiar sense of helplessness rising in his chest. "We're going to be late, let's hurry." Jiang Xu diverted his gaze first. They had just reached the school gate, and he took out his student ID to swipe into the school. Fang Jian didn't get the answer she wanted and felt a bit unhappy, but more than that, she felt confused. Frowning, she followed him into the school. So why was he angry? At the school gate, 2 card machines were under maintenance. By the time Fang Jian queued to enter the school, Jiang Xu's back was almost gone at the end of the tree-leaned path, and the direction he was heading was clearly not toward the teaching building. Fang Jian stared at Jiang Xu's retreating figure for a moment before stuffing the gift she originally intended for him back into her school uniform pocket, planning to find another opportunity to give it to him. When Fang Jian leisurely strolled to the classroom door, there were still 8 minutes left before class. The originally noisy classroom fell silent the moment she appeared. The sound of flipping pages abruptly stopped, jokes caught mid-sentence, and even the students in the back who were secretly having breakfast halted their actions. All eyes turned to Fang Jian in unison, then subtly and swiftly glanced at the person sitting next to her. The air in the classroom became momentarily stagnant. Some exchanged meaningful glances, some wore a smirk of anticipation, others pretended to be busy with their homework, but couldn't help but steal glances, while some frowned their gazes toward Fang Jian, tinged with unspoken worry. A strange undercurrent filled the classroom, akin to the low pressure before a storm, oppressive yet restless. Yet Fang Jian appeared unfazed, hands in her pockets, walking straight to her seat amidst the multitude of probing and gloating gazes, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. As Fang Jian reached her desk and saw the chaotic state of the chairs and tables, a faint cold laugh escaped her lips, the chill in her eyes palpable. The once clean and tidy desk had been transformed into a canvas of vicious insults written in various inks. "Bastard, go die, slut." The handwriting was grotesque, imbued with deep-seated hatred. A vacuum zone formed around her desk, surrounded by trash, the desk compartment stuffed with crumpled paper, leftover snack wrappers, and rotting banana peels. The most repulsive sight was the 2 stiff dead mice on top. They were deliberately placed in the center, their bodies slightly swollen, fur stained with unknown filth, surrounded by a few dead cockroaches as embellishments. The stench of decay wafted through the air, while the surrounding students had already covered their noses in disgust. However, a few girls nearby stifled laughter, their eyes gleaming with malicious excitement, as if they were enjoying a meticulously prepared performance. Seeing all this, the smile on Fang Jian's face widened, yet the amusement did not reach her eyes, making her expression appear even more sinister and terrifying. The dark energy within her pupils expanded, and her already deep-set eyes now showed no shine at all. A palpable aura of malice surrounded her, slithering through the air like a venomous snake. The girls who had just been giggling instinctively held their breath, their smiles freezing on their lips. A few students nearby shivered in unison, instinctively retracting their necks. Even the boys in the back who were watching the drama involuntarily tensed up, their throats tightening. In the deathly silence of the classroom, a girl sitting next to Fang Jian, wearing light makeup and of average appearance, let out a sharp, piercing laugh. Leaning against the desk, her meticulously drawn eyebrows arched high, her lips painted with reddish-brown lipstick curled into an exaggerated smile. "Fang Chicken," she said warmly, using the insulting nickname. "I saw your desk was too empty, so I added a little something for you. Do you like it?" Fang Jian turned her head to look at the girl who spoke, recognizing her as Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan, the girl who had just spoken, was completely immersed in the thrill of bullying Fang Jian, oblivious to Fang Jian's gaze that was as cold as one would give a corpse. Luo Yuanyuan had been feeling miserable lately. Ever since her mother's death, it seemed like everyone had stopped loving her. At her mother's funeral, she cried until she fainted, while her father merely stood by coldly, offering no comfort at all. Ironically, before her mother's body had even cooled, her father eagerly brought home some wild woman. That day, when she pushed open the door to her home, a pungent scent of perfume assaulted her senses. In the living room, her father was embracing that wild woman, followed by a pair of fraternal twins. Her father even told her to call them and take care of the siblings who were only 5 months younger than her. Seeing all this, Luo Yuanyuan understood everything. In a fit of hysteria, she screamed and went wild, smashing the living room to pieces only to receive a hard slap. He warned her that if she continued to cause trouble, he would throw her out. Her father's words pierced her heart like a knife. Meanwhile, that wild woman feigned sympathy, patting her father's back and advising him not to be angry, claiming the children were still young and didn't understand. But her fox-like eyes clearly conveyed a mocking triumph. Before she could even recover from this blow, an even greater betrayal followed. Her childhood friend, her betrothed Gong Ming, suddenly broke up with her. He even expressed his disgust, stating that if it weren't for her mother, he wouldn't have been with her at all. Gong Ming's words were like poisoned arrows, cutting deeper as he called her ugly and said she couldn't compare to Chi-Chi. Luo Yuanyuan broke down, driven by rage, and confronted Luo Chi-Chi. In the room where only the two of them were present, Luo Chi-Chi shed her little rabbit disguise. Luo Chi-Chi played with the diamond necklace left to her by her mother, her gaze venomous as she mocked Luo Yuanyuan for being ugly, a brainless fool, and insulted her mother as a useless person who had nothing but family background. At that moment, the last thread of reason snapped. Luo Yuanyuan lunged at her frantically, her nails digging deep into Luo Chi-Chi's neck. Watching her face turn red, she felt a surge of pleasure. But with a roar, she was violently kicked away. Gong Ming had directly kicked her against the wall. The pain in her back was nothing compared to the pain of what she saw. Gong Ming was cradling the unconscious Luo Chi-Chi, his face full of concern. The wild woman, seeing her daughter almost choked to death, fainted right in her father's arms. Everyone glared at her with hostility, as if she were a notorious criminal. Her father furiously slapped her several times, threatening that if anything happened to Luo Chi-Chi, he wouldn't spare her. Luo Yuanyuan covered her face, completely disappointed in her father. After everyone left, she ran away from home to find her grandfather. Luo Yuanyuan told her grandfather everything, thinking he would stand up for her and make that wild woman and her 2 wild offspring leave. Unexpectedly, although her grandfather felt sorry for her situation, he was powerless. Over the years, Luo Xianghua had disguised himself too well. Her grandfather had long handed over all his connections to him. Luo Yuanyuan's uncle was also useless. Now they all relied on Luo Xianghua. Luo Yuanyuan felt utterly helpless, especially when her uncle saw her. Though he didn't say anything overtly, he repeatedly hinted for her to lower her head and admit her mistakes. After all, that was her father, and to bear with it since her mother had already passed away. With no other choice, Luo Yuanyuan could only return home in shame under everyone's cold sarcasm. Upon returning, she was forced to apologize to Luo Chi-Chi. Later, Luo Yuanyuan couldn't stand staying at home any longer. The home she once saw as a safe haven had now become the most suffocating place. So she actively canceled her leave and returned to school. Upon returning to school, Luo Yuanyuan heard that Fang Jian, the girl she had once bullied, had changed. Not only had she become beautiful, but she had also become formidable, having beaten up Peng Mingxiang and his gang recently. Hearing this, Luo Yuanyuan sneered, her first reaction being disbelief. The timid, submissive Fang Jian, who had always avoided eye contact, how could she possibly resist? She believed her friends were exaggerating and paid no heed to their warnings. Luo Yuanyuan's mood grew increasingly agitated. The family issues had already bottled up her anger, and now back at school, she desperately needed an outlet. And Fang Jian, the once pitiful creature she had trampled upon, was undoubtedly the most suitable target. No background, no support, and a weak character, bullying her required no consideration. On the second day back at school, Luo Yuanyuan could hardly wait to prepare a surprise for Fang Jian. Just thinking about the expression that might appear on Fang Jian's submissive face made her fingers tremble with excitement and her blood boiled. But when Fang Jian appeared at the classroom door, Luo Yuanyuan's pupils constricted sharply. The girl who was always disheveled had truly become beautiful. This realization twisted her expression for a moment, and then sharp jealousy coiled around her heart, like a venomous snake, igniting a violent impulse to scratch Fang Jian's face. But catching a glimpse of her masterpiece out of the corner of her eye, Luo Yuanyuan raised a cruel smile, the malice in her eyes palpable as a long-forgotten thrill surged within her. It turned out that causing others pain could truly help one forget their own for a while. Seeing Fang Jian remain silent, Luo Yuanyuan with her nude pink nails reached out to poke Fang Jian's shoulder. Why aren't you? Oh. Her words were abruptly cut off. Before her fingertips could touch Fang Jian's clothing, her scalp was suddenly assaulted by a tearing pain. Fang Jian had grasped her meticulously styled hair with such force that it felt like it would be yanked out by the roots. Before Luo Yuanyuan could react, she was violently yanked forward. Bang! Her face was slammed onto the desk, her entire face sunk into a pile of rotten dead mice. The sticky blood and flesh stuck to her made-up face, while dead cockroaches were squished into her nostrils. The slimy cold sensation seeped through her skin, the stench filling her nostrils. Luo Yuanyuan wildly beat on the desk with her hands, her screams nearly piercing through the eardrums. Ah! Let go! Let go of me! Fang Jian's fingers tightened in Luo Yuanyuan's hair, her knuckles turning white. From expressionless, she yanked Luo Yuanyuan's head back, forcing her to look up, her face smeared with rotten fluid, making eye contact with Fang Jian. In those pitch-black eyes a chilling coldness swirled, looking at Luo Yuanyuan as if she were a lifeless corpse. I see you quite like it. Fang Jian's voice was terrifyingly calm, each word laced with ice. Why not try it yourself? What do you want to do? Luo Yuanyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. No. Before she could struggle, Fang Jian's left hand had already pressed against her jaw. With a crisp sound, her chin was cleanly dislocated. The pain radiating from her jaw made Luo Yuanyuan cry out, but due to the dislocation, only incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Fang Jian grabbed a dead mouse, its rotten innards sliding out from the gaping belly, leaving a dark red trail. Huh. No. Luo Yuanyuan's pupils dilated, watching as the already decaying mouse drew closer, her throat emitting gasping sounds as she struggled, twisting her body like a fish out of water, but powerless. As the cold mouse corpse brushed against her tongue, the stench instantly flooded her nostrils. Luo Yuanyuan trembled uncontrollably, her stomach convulsing violently, a strong urge to vomit rising in her throat, yet the rotten mouse stuffed in her mouth blocked her entirely. The foul viscous liquid slid down her esophagus into her stomach, choking her to tears, her face smeared with the sticky substance. Ugh. Luo Yuanyuan struggled to push Fang Jian away with her hands, but Fang Jian's movements were faster, directly pinning her wrists down, with one hand twisting sharply. Followed by two crisp crack sounds, her arms dropped limply like a marionette with severed strings. The excruciating pain exploded from her wrists, and at that moment true terror washed over her like a tidal wave. Disheveled hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. Luo Yuanyuan shook her head frantically in a plea for mercy, but her dislocated jaw could only produce fragmented whimpers. As Fang Jian picked up the second dead mouse, the onlookers in the classroom finally awakened from their stupor, chaos instantly erupting. Several girls nearby covered their mouths, stumbling back, colliding with desks, and scattering books everywhere. Some even began to dry heave right there, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Ah, stop it. Fang Jian, are you crazy? Let go of Yuanyuan. The classroom buzzed with cries. Finally, Luo Yuanyuan's friends snapped back to reality and rushed forward to pull Fang Jian away. But before they could get close, Fang Jian delivered a side kick that sent the first one flying. Amidst the loud crash of overturned desks and chairs, Fang Jian slowly lifted her gaze, her sinister glare sweeping over those still attempting to stop her. Step forward again, she shook the dead mouse in her hand, her voice light as a feather, and it will be you who eats it. The moment her words fell, the entire classroom fell into a stunned silence, only the muffled sobs resonating in. Those who had originally wanted to rush forward to help stood frozen in place, their faces pale, as they stared at the dead mouse in Fang Jian's hand, not daring to take another step. One girl with a lower tolerance for stress covered her mouth in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Luo Yuanyuan's vision blurred, tears, mucus, and the mouse's rotten slime mixed together, each breath filled with the stench of decay, nearly suffocating her. She twisted her body desperately, trying to seek help from the nearest person, but her entire body was drained of strength from fear and lack of oxygen, her hair still firmly grasped by Fang Jian. A broken whimper escaped Luo Yuanyuan's throat as her desperate gaze swept across every face in the classroom, but those who had usually laughed and played with her all lowered their heads, huddling, not daring to meet her eyes. No one dared move. No one dared save her. Luo Yuanyuan felt utterly desperate, but there was no time for sadness. The stench of the second dead mouse was already close at hand. Fang Jian tugged at her hair, forcefully forcing her mouth open. She shook her head violently, tears flying, watching Fang Jian with pleading eyes, but that hand remained unmoving. As the second mouse was shoved in, a non-human wail erupted from the depths of her throat. The rotten flesh stuck to her palate as if maggots were writhing on her tongue. The intense heaving turned her body into a taut bowstring, but the nauseating rotten flesh only lodged deeper in her airway. Luo Yuanyuan's complexion turned purple, feeling as if she might suffocate at any moment. Just as Luo Yuanyuan's consciousness began to fade, believing she was going to die here today, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed from the classroom. Door, what are you all crowding around for? Did you not hear the class bell? The chemistry teacher, seeing the entire class disregarding the bell, hurried over in high heels, her eyes blazing with anger behind her glasses. Her reprimand sounded like thunder, and the onlookers scattered like startled birds returning to their seats. Once the crowd dispersed, the chemistry teacher felt her vision go dark. Fang Jian stood there expressionlessly, her right hand lifting the nearly lifeless Luo Yuanyuan like a rag doll. Luo Yuanyuan's mouth was stuffed with dead mice, her complexion already greenish, her legs weakly kicking, and upon seeing the teacher, she emitted faint huffing sounds from her throat. The chemistry teacher inhaled sharply, feeling dizzy, realizing her career was about to end. She held onto the podium to avoid falling, and when she looked up again, her voice had risen by 3 octaves. Fang Jian, what are you doing? Hearing the chemistry teacher's furious shout, Fang Jian leisurely straightened up, casually tossing aside the half-conscious Luo Yuanyuan, as if discarding trash, and wiped the sticky foul liquid from her hands onto Luo Yuanyuan's school uniform. The chemistry teacher hurriedly approached the 2 students in her high heels, intending to help Luo Yuanyuan, but upon seeing the nauseating stench emanating from her, her hand froze in midair, and she struggled to swallow, unable to touch her. Thus she suppressed her urge to vomit, and directed a few girls nearby to assist Luo Yuanyuan to the infirmary. Luo Yuanyuan's close friends rushed forward, holding back their disgust, and together, they helped the semi-unconscious Luo Yuanyuan out of the classroom. The chemistry teacher watched Luo Yuanyuan's figure being supported out, her brows furrowed, still feeling uneasy. She turned to the class representative and monitor, instructing them to have a self-study class and maintain order while she followed to check on the situation. Just as she finished giving instructions, her peripheral vision caught Fang Jian standing beside her, calm and composed as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. The chemistry teacher's anger flared up instantly. She had been so focused on Luo Yuanyuan that she almost forgot about the instigator. Fang Jian. She slammed her palm on the desk beside her, her voice sharp with anger. Have you lost your mind? What did Luo Yuanyuan do to offend you for you to stuff a dead mouse in her mouth? At this moment, Fang Jian was pulling out a tissue, frowning as she wiped her hands. Without raising her head, she replied casually, she put a dead mouse on my desk. I thought she liked it, so I stuffed it in her mouth. The chemistry teacher was momentarily speechless by Fang Jian's words, clearly sensing that there was more to this incident. However, Fang Jian's indifferent attitude only fueled her anger further. Even if Luo Yuanyuan was at fault, does that justify your actions? The chemistry teacher scolded loudly, her eyes filled with fury and discontent. I can't be bothered to argue with you. We'll call your homeroom teacher shortly to handle this. After saying that, the chemistry teacher shot Fang Jian a fierce glare and left the classroom to check on Luo Yuanyuan. At that moment, all the students in the classroom were silently focused on their assignments, creating a profound silence where not a single sound was heard. However, everyone's attention was fixated on Fang Jian, the only one still standing in the classroom, as they all subtly stole glances at her direction. Fang Jian left the classroom under everyone's watchful gaze, her brows tightly knitted as she stared at her hands, and despite having cleaned them several times, she still felt they weren't clean enough. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Simply letting Luo Yuanyuan eat 2 dead mice was still too lenient for her. Fang Jian went to the restroom to wash her hands. Host, your behavior just now was a bit too impulsive. The system in her mind finally came to its senses, astonished by Fang Jian's recent reckless actions. Impulsive. Seeing such a scene as someone with mental issues not reacting would be abnormal, okay? Fang Jian kept rubbing her left hand, her skin turning red from the friction. In the 3rd floor homeroom office, Wang Jing was discussing the citywide physics competition with Jiang Xu. Suddenly, Wang Jing received a phone call, and her expression changed dramatically. Jiang Xu stood beside her, vaguely hearing fragmented words from the other end of the line, such as Fang Jian, Luo Yuanyuan, and infirmary. Jiang Xu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Wang Jing's unmasked shock, feeling a sense of resignation. He had just parted ways with Fang Jian less than 20 minutes ago, and in such a short time, she had caused such a ruckus. Okay, I'll be right over. Wang Jing suddenly stood up, the abrupt motion knocking over the thermos on the table, but Jiang Xu was quick enough to catch it. After thanking him, Wang Jing instructed Jiang Xu to go back first, as she had matters to attend to. Jiang Xu wanted to ask a few questions, but Wang Jing hurriedly left the office. Reluctantly, Jiang Xu could only return to the classroom. Upon reaching the classroom door, he found the usually noisy class silent. He instinctively glanced towards Fang Jian's seat, finding it a mess with books and desks scattered everywhere, creating a scene of chaos. Jiang Xu's brows involuntarily furrowed, and he could roughly guess what had transpired. What are you doing standing at the door? Aren't you going in? Suddenly, a cool voice came from behind him, and Jiang Xu turned his head, meeting Fang Jian's gaze as she returned after washing her hands. Fang Jian stood there with an air of nonchalance, as if the chaos in the classroom had nothing to do with her, even tilting her head and raising an eyebrow at Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu's gaze scanned her figure. Her school uniform was pristine, not a wrinkle in sight, showing no signs of having just gone through a conflict. It was evident that only Luo Yuanyuan had been hurt in that previous conflict. A mysterious weight lifted from his heart, recalling that he had promised not to get involved in Fang Jian's matters again. Thus, Jiang Xu turned away from Fang Jian and walked straight to his seat. Fang Jian watched his back, squinting her eyes, still unable to comprehend what Jiang Xu was upset about. However, she couldn't be bothered to ponder over it. Fang Jian followed him into the classroom. Observing her own wretched desk and chair, she walked over to her deskmate, who was at least 100 miles away. She lifted her foot and kicked the desk of her deskmate, who was pretending to be dead, and spoke up to negotiate. "Deskmate, let's switch seats." The deskmate, who had been playing dead, looked up at Fang Jian in disbelief. "Are you implying that she should sit in that pile of trash and cockroaches?" The deskmate wore a smile more hideous than crying, ready to struggle. "Can we not switch?" Fang Jian snorted lightly, looking at her deskmate with a smile that was not quite a smile. "What do you think?" "Whoa." The deskmate's tears instantly streamed down her face as she stood up, clutching her books and leaving her seat. Fang Jian took a long stride and directly sat in her deskmate's seat, casually pulling out a book and starting to flip. All the students in the class were closely watching the situation regarding Fang Jian, and upon seeing how she treated Li Jie, the deskmate, even those who had some sympathy for Fang Jian frowned, feeling that the current Fang Jian was no different from Luo Yuanyuan. The female class monitor Lin Shui had never liked Fang Jian, and naturally, she also disapproved of someone like Luo Yuanyuan, who was keen on bullying classmates. When Luo Yuanyuan had been forcefully stuffed with a dead mouse by Fang Jian, Lin Shui hadn't intervened, partly out of shock, and partly because she felt that Luo Yuanyuan deserved it for her actions. But now, as Li Jie had not provoked Fang Jian, she felt that Fang Jian was no different from Luo Yuanyuan. "Fang Jian," Lin Shui took a deep breath and stood up, deliberately keeping her voice steady. "Zhou Ying is on leave today. You should temporarily sit in his place and return Li Jie's seat. We still have self-study to do." Lin Shui's suggestion was as tactful as possible, but Fang Jian didn't even lift her eyelids. She lazily leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed over the desk's horizontal bar, continuing to flip through her book. "Sure," Fang Jian's indifferent voice sounded. "Let her clean my seat first before anything else." However, her tone was unyieldingly firm. "Fang Jian, don't go too far. The ones who provoked you were Luo Yuanyuan and her crew. What does Li Jie have to do with this? If you want to take revenge, at least target the right person." Seeing Fang Jian's attitude, Lin Shui's dissatisfaction grew stronger. She stood up and justifiably Fang Jian slowly straightened up, lightly tapping her fingers on the desk as her gaze fell on Li Jie, a smile that was not quite a smile on her lips. "Oh. You tell me, is my request too much?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it made Li Jie shudder, her fingers gripping her book, turning white, her head nearly buried in her chest. "No. Not too much. Then hurry up and clean it up." Fang Jian coldly threatened, her tone carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. Li Jie was startled and hurriedly shoved her book onto her friend's desk, turning to rush to the supplies room for a broom and cloth. "No going. Li Jie." Lin Shui slammed the desk and glared at Fang Jian, then grabbed Li Jie's wrist, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Do you have any dignity left? You didn't provoke her. Oh, why should you listen to her?" "Whoa. Class monitor, please let go of me." Li Jie was in tears, desperately trying to break free from Lin Shui's grip, her voice laced with sobs. "Just let me go clean. Those messes were actually thrown by me." As soon as she finished speaking, the whole class was shocked, and many couldn't help but look up at Li Jie, unable to suppress their feelings. What a warrior. Then came the unabashed contempt. They hated such petty people who struck from the shadows. Ugh. Lin Shui looked at Li Jie in disbelief, her entire being frozen in place. Fang Jian, on the other hand, slightly raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mocking arc, the coldness in her eye. Taking the opportunity, Li Jie broke free from Lin Shui's grip and ran to the supplies room. Having not come to school earlier, Li Jie had long forgotten the fear instilled by Fang Jian. Especially last night, when she saw Luo Yuanyuan and her gang placing dead mice and cockroaches on Fang Jian's desk, writing those malicious words. Thinking back to the humiliation she suffered at Fang Jian's hands, previously, Li Jie's pent-up resentment after Luo Yuanyuan and her gang left, Li Jie stealthily entered the classroom and dumped all the trash from her bin around Fang Jian's seat, even stepping on Fang Jian's desk and chair a few times. She had thought no one would notice, but who could have anticipated that Fang Jian would actually find out? Lin Shui stood in shock, the color draining from her face and then flooding back in. The tips of her ears burned red, and a blush of shame crept up her neck. Her lips trembled several times, but no sound came out. After holding it in for quite a while, she finally managed to squeeze out an apology. These two words were almost forced out through her teeth, sounding as tiny as a mosquito, but using all her strength. After apologizing, Lin Shui sat down abruptly, wishing she could bury her entire face in her textbook. Her fingers gripping the pen trembled slightly, her knuckles white from pressure. So foolish. She stared at the math formulas in front of her, those numbers and symbols twisting into mocking faces in her vision. It felt as if she was being burned by countless gazes on her back. Without needing to look up, she already knew how her classmates were regarding her. At this moment, Lin Shui remembered that among those who had bullied Fang Jian in the past, there seemed to be Li Jie as well. She glared fiercely at Li Jie, who was sweeping the floor, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She hated Li Jie to death. Meanwhile, Li Jie was sweeping while wiping away her tears, regretting so much that she wished she could go back to yesterday and slap herself twice. Occasionally, she could hear other students discussing her, which shattered Li Jie's already bruised self-esteem even further. When Jiang Xu heard Lin Shui say that Fang Jian should sit in Zhou Ying's place, his heart tightened, and he recalled all his interactions with Lin Shui, confirming that he hadn't offended her. So why was Lin Shui trying to harm him? Was his life not worth anything? Seeing the situation turn, Jiang Xu felt relieved, but couldn't help but marvel again. Indeed, evil people would meet their match. Li Jie spent a whole class period cleaning Fang Jian's seat, yet in the end Fang Jian didn't sit back in her original spot. Because as soon as class was over, Wang Jing called Fang Jian away. As Fang Jian approached the door of Wang Jing's office, she heard a familiar voice coming from the slightly ajar door. She paused, raised an eyebrow, and stood casually at the door listening to the conversation inside. "Teacher Wang, I'm so sorry." Yang Mai's voice, tinged with a cry, was particularly grating. "That dead girl Fang Jian has caused you a lot of trouble, hasn't she? As her mother, I really can't control her anymore." Fang Jian peeked through the crack in the door and saw Yang Mei wiping non-existent tears with a tissue, her pretentious demeanor disgusting. "You have no idea, a few days ago she not only beat me and her brother, but also stole all the money in the house." Yang Mai's voice suddenly rose. "Oh, what sins have I committed to raise such an ungrateful wretch?" "Wang teacher, please don't be too agitated. Is there some misunderstanding between you?" Wang Jing gently comforted. "Fang Jian told me before that you don't take care of her, and that you didn't even know when she was sick, so she had to go see a doctor by herself." "Oh, Wang teacher, don't listen to her." Yang Mei suddenly interrupted, pounding her thigh, her fake tears transforming into righteous indignation. "This child has loved to lie since she was little. The neighbors around here all know it. How could I not care when she was sick? It's she who refuses to tell me. I shouldn't have given birth to her in the first place." Wang Jing wasn't foolish. While comforting Yang Mei, she cautiously asked, "But I called you before, and you didn't say that." Yang Mei's exaggerated expression froze, then erupted into an even more heart-wrenching wail, gripping Wang Jing's sleeve tightly, her nails almost digging into the fabric. "Teacher Wang, you have no idea," she cried, snot and tears flowing. "That vicious Fang Jian is so... Her little brother is still in the hospital with 2 broken ribs. I was just so angry at the time that I said a few harsh words." Listening to Yang Mei's accusations, she began to doubt whether Fang Jian was really deceiving her, but recalling how she had neglected Fang Jian before. "Wang teacher, you'd better explain to me clearly what's going on. Why can a student with a history of mental illness and violent tendencies still attend school?" Sitting nearby, Luo Xianghua's face was grim, and he asked in a deep voice. Having heard Yang Mei's lament, he was convinced that Fang Jian was a good-for-nothing, cruel student. Although he didn't like Luo Yuanyuan, she was still his daughter, and being forced to deal with dead mice at school was a blow to his face as a school director. Wang Jing's thoughts were interrupted by Luo Xianghua's questioning. Just as she was about to respond, Yang Mei tightly grabbed her sleeve, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Wang Jing finally managed to help Yang Mei sit on a chair, then turned to Luo Xianghua, forcing a smile, as she explained, "Director Luo, please calm down. I just found out about this, but I will handle it strictly. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. As for that child Fang Jian," she swallowed, "I reviewed her medical records, and the hospital's diagnosis indeed states that it does not affect her ability to attend school, so I..." "Then what's going on now?" Luo Xianghua interrupted Wang Jing directly, a flash of harshness in his eyes. "How can you let such a problematic student roam the school, allowing her to bully and assault classmates? Where do you place the safety of the students? I now seriously doubt whether you can fulfill this position." Wang Jing was taken aback, her back instantly drenched in cold sweat, her face devoid of color, and she didn't dare to say anything more. After all, compared to her future, Fang Jian was nothing. She hurriedly put on a flattering smile and admitted her mistake. "Director Luo, this is indeed my negligence, and I will seriously address Fang Jian's issues. Rest assured." She kept bowing and apologizing, having already cursed Fang Jian in her heart 100 times. If she had known, she would have directly let Fang Jian drop out and go home. How could she beat the director's daughter when she returned to school? How could I handle this? What did she owe her? Seeing the middle-aged man sitting next to her was of a higher rank than Wang Jing, Yang Mei hurriedly stepped forward, her bony fingers tightly clutching Luo Xianghua's tailored suit sleeve. "Oh dear, leader." Her suddenly raised voice was exaggeratedly tearful, and her wrinkled face squeezed out a few drops of tears. "It's all my fault. I have not taught my daughter well. I've caused you trouble," she said, while wiping the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. "However, leader, don't worry. I have already contacted a mental hospital, and as soon as that dead girl Fang Jian comes in, I will immediately take her back. I guarantee she will never appear in front of you again." She hunched over, her face filled with a fawning smile. Hearing Yang Mei's words, Luo Xianghua looked down at her, scanning her from head to toe, and snorted in disdain. Yang Mei's old faded clothes and fawning demeanor, however, diminished his anger somewhat. At least this parent was at least there's someone who understands. Luo Xianghua glanced at Yang Mei, forcefully yanked back his sleeve, and took out a silk handkerchief from his suit pocket, meticulously wiping the area she had touched. Every action exuded unabashed disgust, as if he had touched something dirty. "Fang Jian's mother, it's not that I discriminate against your daughter, but her behavior is extremely atrocious. If you say she's sick, then get her treated." He casually tossed the used handkerchief into the trash can, his voice suddenly rising. "Using mental illness as a shield to run rampant in school, what kind of order is that?" Turning to Wang Jing, Luo Xianghua's gaze turned cold again. Teacher Wang, you cannot escape responsibility in this matter either. However, considering your many years at the school, even if you have no achievements, you have put in effort, so I won't pursue this matter further. I hope to see a letter of reflection on my desk before work tomorrow. Wang Jing was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to indicate that she wouldn't make such mistakes again. Yes, thank you, Director Luo, for giving me another chance. I will take care of Fang Jian's leave of absence right away. Rest assured, leader, this matter is indeed our fault, and I will ensure Fang Jian apologizes to your daughter. You can rest. To prevent Fang Jian from having an episode, I even brought a caregiver from the hospital. Yang Mei was smiling while pointing at the three burly men in psychiatric uniforms behind her, patting her chest in assurance. These three had already determined Fang Jian's guilt and fate without knowing the truth. Hearing this, Fang Jian curled her lips into a cold smile and kicked open the slightly ajar door. If Director Luo is not pursuing this matter, then it's my turn to pursue it. Fang Jian stood at the door looking coldly at the few people in the office, slowly speaking. The people in the office were all startled and turned to look at the door. Yang Mei, seeing the drastic change in Fang Jian, especially her face, which resembled Madame Feng's, her pupils suddenly constricted. When she came to her senses, a trace of malice flashed in her eyes. Fang Jian must go to the mental hospital. Absolutely cannot appear in front of the Feng family. She took the initiative, her bony finger pointing at Fang Jian as she scolded, Fang Jian, you ungrateful money grubber. Her sharp voice was painfully piercing. Have you gone crazy again? Dare to run wild in front of the leader? Did I raise you to embarrass me? Apologize to the teachers quickly. Fang Jian stared at Yang Mei's outstretched finger, a smile that was not a smile. If you point at me again, I'll break your hand once more. Yang Mei's expression froze, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she recalled the moment Fang Jian had broken her wrist. That outstretched hand recoiled as if scalded, instinctively protecting the wrist that had once been broken. Fang Jian. Wang Jing dashed in front of Yang Mei, her eyes behind the glasses burning with anger, looking at the completely different Fang Jian from before. She now fully believed Yang Mei's words. Wang Jing trembled with rage, thinking of how she almost lost her job because of Fang Jian, and angrily pointed, What do you think you are? A little thug on the street. You dare to threaten your mother in front of others. It seems that everything your mother said is true. I was truly blind to believe your lies and help you clean up your mess time and again. The fluorescent lights in the office cast a stern shadow on Fang Jian's face. She twisted her lips into a mocking arc. Didn't you suppress this matter back then because you were afraid of affecting your election for Director of Student Affairs? This sentence stabbed Wang Jing's heart like a sharp blade, and her face instantly turned pale. She panically glanced at Luo Xianghua standing by, her voice suddenly increased by 8 degrees, trying to cover her fluster. Fang Jian. What nonsense are you talking about? If I hadn't felt sorry for you, I wouldn't have suppressed this matter. Her nails dug deep into her palm. Otherwise, you would have been expelled long ago. Fang Jian looked at the furious Wang Jing, leisurely pulled a chair beside her to sit down, crossing her arms, her posture relaxed, yet carrying an underlying sense of oppression. She slightly raised her eyes, her tone calm, yet piercing. Oh, is that so? But I heard that later Mingwei's parents and Peng Minqiang's mother seemed to discuss things privately. Enough. Luo Xianghua slammed the table, startling the documents on it. He wore a dark expression, his eyes like knives stabbing at Fang Jian. I'm not here to listen to you dig up old grievances. You are Fang Jian. He stepped closer, his voice barely concealing his anger. Explain to me why you treated Luo Yuanyuan that way. Upon hearing Luo Xianghua's questioning, Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning against the back of her chair, she crossed her legs and stared into Luo Xianghua's eyes, retorting, Before answering this question, I'd like to ask Director Luo to guess where the dead mouse I stuffed into Luo Yuanyuan's mouth came from. Luo Xianghua looked at Fang Jian's provocative attitude, his anger intensifying. His face turned visibly red and veins throbbed at his temples. Enough, he yelled, his voice shaking the windows. I'm the one interrogating you now. Stand up. Who told you to do that? Do you even know what your identity is? In the face of Luo Xianghua's fury, Fang Jian didn't flinch, sinking deeper into her seat, her fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest. Once Luo Xianghua had vented his anger, she continued, her voice laced with biting sarcasm. It seems you know right. Why is it only allowed for your daughter to bully others? Just because she has a good father. Fang Jian. Wang Jing's sharp voice abruptly interjected, glancing nervously at Luo Xianghua's pale face. What nonsense are you saying? Luo Yuanyuan was just joking with you, and you directly stuffed a dead mouse into her mouth. Now Luo Yuanyuan is still in the hospital, getting her stomach pumped. Don't you realize where you went wrong? She spoke while frantically signaling Fang Jian to stop. Did I say anything wrong? Luo Yuanyuan has been bullying me for more than a day or two. Just because her father is a school director, nearly all the teachers ignore what I've been through. Now that I understand how to resist, you all can see it. How would a medical miracle? Fang Jian's derisive smile grew more pronounced, and she even clapped her hands in applause at the end. As soon as Fang Jian finished speaking, Luo Xianghua's expression twisted abruptly. His temples throbbed with veins, his face turned a horrifying shade of purplured, and the veins on his neck bulged as if they might burst. His bloodshot eyes bulged as if they might pop out, his jaw muscles twitching violently, his teeth grinding together. He certainly knew that Luo Yuanyuan bullied classmates at school, but it had never come to light, and he was too lazy to. But now being publicly called out by a student and openly provoked, it had been years since anyone dared to challenge his authority since he became a school director. And this audacious student was trampling on the dignity he had built over the years. Luo Xianghua felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face in public, the sting burning. He stared fiercely at Fang Jian, his gaze chillingly terrifying. "Shut up!" A thunderous shout erupted in the office, and Luo Xianghua suddenly grabbed a teacup beside him and smashed it onto the ground. The teacup shattered with a loud crash, flying glass shards slicing through the air. His suit and tie were already askew, his chest heaving violently, and his breath came out with a searing rage. "What are you even worth?" Luo Xianghua's bloodshot eyes fixed on Fang Jian. "Do you even deserve to speak here?" His voice had become hoarse, each word spitting saliva. Luo Xianghua pointed at Fang Jian with a trembling hand. "I think there's no need to process her leave, just get out immediately. This school cannot accommodate trash like you." Wang Jing was so frightened by the scene that she slumped in her seat, covering her mouth tightly with her hands. Yet Fang Jian chuckled lightly in this tense atmosphere. She leisurely adjusted her sitting posture, a dangerous glint flickering in her eyes. "Expelling a student requires following proper procedures, right? Director Luo, are you going to abuse your power for personal gain?" She tilted her head, revealing a malicious smile, continuing to provoke. No wonder Luo Yuan can act so recklessly in school. It turns out it's family tradition. Madness. Truly madness. Wang Jing screamed as the situation spiraled out of control, her voice shrill, like nails scraping glass. She yelled at Yang Mei, who was huddled by the air conditioner, Fang Jian's parent. "Didn't you say you were going to send her to a mental hospital? She's clearly having an episode now. Why aren't you taking her away?" Yang Mei had long been stunned by the sudden turn of events. Now awakened by Wang Jing's scream, she stammered, Oh yes. Protect. The caregiver." Her trembling voice rose, directing the three men who had been standing idly against the wall. "Hurry. Quickly go and hold Fang Jian down. Can't you see she's having an episode? Hurry up." The three burly men in white uniforms moved at her command. Knowing Fang Jian had some skills, Feng Yuding hired 3 bodyguards disguised as caregivers for an extravagant sum to ensure nothing went wrong. The caregivers' taut uniforms outlined their bulging muscles, and every step they took radiated the oppressive aura unique to professional brawlers. Fang Jian looked coldly at the 3 poorly disguised caregivers, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. The leading burly man with a beard stepped forward, and just as his massive arm was about to touch Fang Jian, she lightly uttered a sentence that rooted him in place. "I called the police before I came. If you touch me, it counts as illegal detention." Just as if on cue, the sound of police sirens rang out from downstairs, approaching steadily. Not long after Fang Jian finished speaking, a sudden sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the office. 2 police officers in uniform appeared at the door just in time, one of whom raised a hand to knock on the already open door. "Sorry to disturb you." The leading officer spoke in a steady voice, casting a sharp glance over the people in the room. "We received a report from the 110 Command Center stating that an illegal detention case has occurred at Jiangxu one high school." His gaze finally landed on Fang Jian, and his tone shifted to a calm official manner. "May I ask who reported this?" The air in the entire office seemed to freeze at that moment. Luo Xianghua's angry expression instantly stiffened, and his well-maintained face visibly turned pale. He released his white-knuckled fists and instinctively adjusted his suit and tie. Fang Jian swiveled his chair around, politely raised his hand, and wore a smile that was barely there. "It was I who reported." Then with a twist of his arm, he pointed at the people behind him and continued, "Not only do I want to report that someone attempted to illegally detain me, but I also want to report that Luo Xianghua's daughter Luo Yuan has been bullying me for a long time." Fang Jian, shut up. I've already said it was all a misunderstanding. Wang Jing, seeing that Fang Jian had indeed called the police, turned pale and quickly shouted to stop him. The leading officer scanned the office, his gaze lingering for a moment on the 3 burly men, frowning slightly. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we need to wait until we understand the situation." Although Luo Xianghua wanted to tear Fang Jian apart in his heart upon seeing the police's gaze fall upon him, he quickly composed himself, approaching with a smooth smile. He slightly bowed, shaking the officer's hand with just the right posture, his voice steady. "Hello, officer. I am Luo Xianghua, a school board member of Jiangxu one high school. This is all a misunderstanding. The situation is like this." Luo Xianghua sighed, a look of anguish appearing on his face. "This student Fang Jian does have some special circumstances. She suffers from a mental illness." He deliberately paused, glancing at Fang Jian. "Of course, we do not mean to discriminate against, but she has been running amok simply because of her illness. This morning she actually stuffed a dead mouse into my daughter, who is also her classmate's mouth. You tell me who is bullying whom." He shook his head, his tone heavy. "However, as educators, we are still very tolerant towards students with illnesses. I even planned not to pursue this matter too much, and today I specifically contacted her mother to come to the school and take her to see a doctor. But who would have thought she not only resisted treatment, but also maliciously reported false accusations." Suddenly an audio recording interrupted Luo Xianghua's words. Fang Jian turned the volume of his phone to the maximum as Luo Xianghua's furious roar and Wang Jing's sharp scream echoed in the office. Officer Fang Jian calmly looked at them while holding his phone. This is what they said, taking me to see a doctor claiming I was ill and trying to forcibly send me to a mental hospital while I was completely sane. She pointed at the 3 burly men. Before you arrived, these 3 so-called caretakers were preparing to use violent control. Once again, the office fell into silence. Luo Xianghua froze in place upon hearing the recording, his usually masked face showing a true panic for the first time. Yang Mai's face turned pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She was just an ordinary citizen, and the boldest thing she had ever done was to switch her child. Now that the police had arrived, she was already feeling guilty and feared that Fang Jian would expose her background. She dashed in front of Fang Jian, her skinny fingers gripping Fang Jian's sleeve tightly, her voice becoming sharp and piercing with panic. Fang Jian, you shut up. Her eyes frantically scanned the police present, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This officer, it's all a misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding. She hurriedly reached for Fang Jian's hand. This child has always loved to lie since she was little. You must not take her seriously. As Yang Mei lunged at Fang Jian, she quickly stood up and hid behind the police, handing her phone to the officer. Officer, I also have a video of Luo Yuanyuan bullying me on my phone. The 2 police officers exchanged glances and accepted the phone. Fang Jian handed over, inspecting it closely. Inside, clear evidence of Luo Yuanyuan bullying others was displayed along with that crucial audio recording. In that case, please cooperate with us to go to the police station for a detailed record. The leading officer's tone was firm and not open to debate. Wang Jing was instantly flustered and stumbled forward in her high heels. Officer, this is all a misunderstanding. We were just a bit urgent at the time, so our tone was a bit harsh, and there's no need to escalate this small matter to the police station. We could have resolved it privately. The young police officer beside her raised his hand to stop her. Cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty. If what you said is true, you will be back soon. He stepped aside to clear the exit, the badge on his uniform glinting coldly. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Luo Xianghua and his group could only get into the police car with grim faces. At this time, the school bell rang, and the entire teaching building erupted in chaos. Damn! Look downstairs. The window of Class 5 was instantly filled with heads peering down, some even tiptoeing to get a better view. Isn't that Director Luo? And Wang Jing, a bespectacled boy, exclaimed Fang Jian, is actually standing with the police. What a surreal storyline. The one in the gray clothes next to her is Fang Jian's mom, right? A girl with a ponytail gasped, her biological mother is getting into a police car. This is going to be a righteous execution of family ties. The hallway was crowded with students whispering to each other. Some were holding phones, secretly taking pictures, the sound of cameras clicking rising and falling among the crowd. I said Fang Jian is not simple. A boy with a buzz cut in the back row excitedly patted the shoulder of the student in front. Last time Peng Mingqi and the others were definitely beaten into the hospital by her. You all didn't believe me. Luo Yuanyuan finally got her comeuppance. A short-haired girl in the crowd whispered, wasn't she always bullying people at school because her dad is a director? Now her dad can't help her anymore. I wonder how she will act in the future. Fang Jian is so cool. Not only did she beat Luo Yuanyuan, but even her dad is in trouble. TSK tisk, I'm glad I never bullied Fang Jian. A boy closest to the window watched below with his arms crossed. Me too, I'm glad I don't have a habit of bullying classmates unlike that Li Jie who dares to scheme behind people's backs, but is too cowardly to act in front of them. The girl near the door wearing glasses was whispering with her friend. Shoo. Her friend suddenly tugged at her sleeve. Stop talking, Li Jie is coming over. So what if she comes? I didn't say anything wrong. A Luo Yuanyuan had it coming. Is Li Jie innocent? The girl with glasses ignored her friend's warning and continued to speak sarcastically in front of Li Jie as she walked past. The crowd turned their attention to Li Jie upon hearing her words. Li Jie appeared with a pale face and red-rimmed eyes, forcing herself to push open the door to enter the classroom. Watching Li Jie's disheveled figure, many students lowered their heads and continued to gossip. Suddenly, the sound of sirens blared as hundreds of eyes watched the police car slowly leave the campus. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu, one of the few students still sitting in the classroom doing homework, heard the discussions of his classmates in the hallway. The nib of his pen abruptly halted, leaving a small ink stain on the exercise paper. He intended to continue working on his problems, but the pen hovered above the paper, not falling for a long time. If only Zhou were here. Jiang Xu lowered his gaze, hiding the thoughts in his eyes. Though Zhou was gossipy and noisy as the king of gossip, his information was always well-informed, ensuring that Jiang Xu would not be left in the dark about events happening at school. If that guy were here, he would have clarified the whole situation and could even recount it vividly to him. But now he could only piece together a rough idea from fragmented discussions, and the police's arrival cast a deeper layer of fog over the entire incident. Fang Jian. This name felt like a small thorn gently pricking Jiang Xu's nerves. He instinctively tightened his grip on the pen, the metal body pressing against his palm with a slight sting. He had clearly decided not to be involved with Fang Jian any longer. Yet at this moment his heart felt as if a stone was lodged within it, heavy and suffocating. The murmurs in the hallway continued to seep into his ears intermittently. He forced himself to look down at the problems, but the physics formulas before him twisted into blurred symbols, making it impossible to focus. A sense of irritation washed over him like a tide. He clearly didn't want to care. But why? Could he not help Outside the window, the police sirens had long faded, yet his heart remained unsettled. In the end, Jiang Xu couldn't resist taking out his phone and opening Fang Jian's profile, staring at the profile picture that had changed to a black cat, with a ruby necklace, his finger hovering over the remove from blacklist option, caught in endless turmoil. Jiangcheng Police Station. Under the bright fluorescent lights of the police department, Luo Xianghua and his group were each taken to different interrogation rooms as soon as they got out of the car. Fang Jian was arranged in a relatively cozy inquiry room, with posters of minor protection advocacy on the walls and a few potted plants even placed in the corner. "Come, Fang student, have some water first." The middle-aged female officer who received Fang Jian gently pushed a disposable cup in front of him, steam forming a white mist at the cup's opening. The middle-aged policewoman had fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her voice warm like a sun-dried quilt. "My surname is He. You can call me Officer He. I see that your wrist is all scraped up," she said as she took out a cartoon band-aid from the drawer. "Let me take care of it for you." Fang Jian obediently extended his right hand. There was a barely noticeable scratch on the radial side of his wrist, likely from Luo Yuanyuan's struggle. If Officer He hadn't pointed it out, even he wouldn't have noticed. After Officer He put the band-aid on Fang Jian, he held the cup with both hands, his fingertips rubbing against the wall of the cup, revealing a well-behaved smile. "Thank you, Officer He." Officer He returned a gentle smile, sitting down opposite Fang Jian, opening her notebook and softly comforting him. "Don't be nervous, let's just chat, say whatever comes to mind." She then took out her reading glasses and put them on, her gaze kind, yet sharp behind the lenses. "Let's start with today's incident. Why did your mother take you to the hospital?" Fang Jian's fingertips gripping the cup turned slightly pale as he recounted the events in detail. When he reached the crucial part, his eyelashes trembled downwards, casting a shadow over his eyes. While taking notes, Officer, he suddenly shifted the topic. "You said Luo Yuanyuan has been bullying you for a long time. Why didn't you tell the teachers before?" "I have, but it was useless." Fang Jian raised his face, revealing a bitter smile. "The teachers all said it's normal for students to mess around." Officer, he paused, her note-taking gently comforting Fang Jian before continuing to ask. In the subsequent inquiries, no matter how she changed her approach, this seemingly fragile girl always answered fluently. When asked about the source of the video on her phone, Fang Jian's voice suddenly choked. Officer, he noticed the girl biting her lip hard, her originally light pink lips turning pale. "I downloaded it from a WeChat group. Luo Yuanyuan and her group of friends have a group specifically for sharing bullying videos, and there are not only mine, but also videos of other classmates." After the inquiry ended, Officer, he took off her reading glasses, rubbed her forehead, comforted Fang Jian a few times, and told her to rest well while she stepped out for a while. Just as Officer he closed the door, Sister He, a young technician named Zhang, hurried over the USB drive, glinting in his fingers. The videos and recordings have been verified original files with no signs of editing or forgery. He suddenly lowered his voice. "Those bullying videos." Even Lao Wang from the tech team was so angry after watching them that he smashed his cup. Just then a young officer also walked over, holding a stack of medical records, sounding a bit surprised. "Sister, here, are you done questioning so soon?" "I printed out Fang Jian's medical records. Oh, and her attending physician has also arrived." He paused, leaning in to add, "This person you also know is our department's specially appointed criminal psychology consultant, Professor Lan Tingzhou." Before he finished speaking, a leisurely sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, the sound of leather shoes clicking on the tiles approaching from afar. Lan Tingzhou's tall figure appeared before everyone. "Long time no see, Captain He." The newcomer, standing in the backlight, extended his hand to Officer He, revealing a neatly pressed shirt cuff under his white coat, with platinum cufflinks glinting coldly. Officer He took a few steps forward to shake hands, smiling as she replied, "Long time no see, Professor Lan. I didn't expect Fang Jian to actually be your patient." Lan Tingzhou wore his habitual refined smile, and the gentle warmth in his eyes visible behind the golden-rimmed glasses was the kind that easily dissolved the distance between people. He raised his hand and gently adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a soft halo under the light. "The situation regarding Fang Jian is indeed quite special." His voice was deep and magnetic. "Especially after learning about her family background, I felt a deep sympathy. I heard the police requested her medical records, and I worried it might impact her condition, so I specifically came to see her." At this point he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across the faces present. "I hope I haven't interrupted anyone's work." "How could that be?" Officer, he replied with a smile, sincerity lacing his tone. "Professor Lan's sense of responsibility towards his patients is truly admirable. By the way, we indeed have several professional questions regarding Fang Jian's condition that we would like to consult you about." Officer, he gestured invitingly, smiling. "Professor Lan, let's talk in the office." Lan Tingzhou nodded, gently responding warmly, "Of course, I hope to be of help as well." The two entered the office, where Officer he closed the door and gestured for Lan Tingzhou to take a seat, then poured him a glass of warm water. After sitting down, Officer he opened his notebook and began to inquire. "Professor Lan, we have reviewed Fang Jian's medical case, but there are still some details we would like to confirm with you. Did she come for treatment alone?" Lan Tingzhou sighed lightly. "Yes, she has always come by herself. As far as I know, her mother is almost completely indifferent to her." Officer, he frowned. "Is it that serious? What about her treatment costs?" Lan Tingzhou's long fingers tapped lightly on the table absent-mindedly. "Initially, she earned the money herself." His gaze fell on the green plant on the table. Later when I found out, I covered part of her expenses in the name of a hospital research project. I also applied to the hospital, and they reduced some of the costs after understanding her situation. Lan Tingji's gaze shifted slightly, sitting up straight discreetly, his tone sincere. Actually, I have an idea. If her mother truly cannot fulfill her guardianship responsibilities, could we consider changing the guardian? For instance, could the hospital or a social welfare organization intervene? After all, her condition requires long-term observation, and her family clearly cannot provide support. Officer, he pondered for a moment. Theoretically, it is feasible, but the procedure still requires court approval. Moreover, today Yang Mei attempted to forcibly take Fang Jian away with a caregiver from the Anning Mental Care Center. Although we stopped her, this at least proves her willingness to be a guardian. So your suggestion might not work. Upon hearing the words Anning Mental Care Center, Lan Tingji's eyes narrowed slightly, hands clasped together, his gaze behind the lenses becoming sharp and alert. Officer, he is the hospital you mentioned located at 128, Jiada Road, Luofang District. Officer, he paused in her note-taking, looking up with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yes, Professor Lan, have you heard of this hospital? Last year, the criminal police discovered that the Anning Mental Care Center was suspected of illegal detention, misuse of psychiatric drugs, and even involvement in a gray industry chain related to human trafficking. Unfortunately, the key witness suddenly recanted their testimony, severing all evidence chains, and the criminal police have not been able to seal the hospital since. Lan Tingji's gaze suddenly turned cold behind his lenses, but his tone remained steady. Officer, he abruptly looked up, shocked, her pen leaving a long ink mark on the notebook. Human trafficking. Her voice tightened. Professor Lan, are you sure? The air in the office seemed to freeze, and Officer, he felt a chill crawl up her spine. If Officer, he has any doubts, Lan Tingji's voice remained steady but carried an undeniable weight. You can request the criminal police's files from December last year regarding this hospital. His long fingers lightly tapped the table. Or call Captain Zhang, who is still secretly investigating this hospital. Officer, he, seeing Lan Tingji's certainty, dialed an external line for verification. After completing these tasks, Officer, he raised her head, her gaze penetrating. If the situation is true, not only can we apply to revoke Yang Mei's guardianship on the grounds of endangering minors, her voice grew progressively colder, but we can also pursue her criminal responsibility for illegal detention. Lan Tingzhou heard the response. He desired the corners of his mouth, slightly lifting, yet a trace of pity emerged in his expression. He gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone gentle. As long as I can help Fang Jian, that's enough. This child's situation requires more understanding and support from us. Officer, he nodded in deep agreement and continued. There is one more question, Professor Lan. This morning, Fang Jian's classmate Luo Yuan placed a dead mouse on her desk, causing her condition to flare up. During the episode, Fang Jian not only broke Luo Yuan's shoulder joints, but also forcefully stuffed the dead mouse into her mouth. From a professional perspective, do you think such behavior is a normal manifestation of her illness? Lan Tingji's eyes twitched slightly at the account of Fang Jian's fierce behavior, but quickly resumed his professional demeanor. He placed his hands together on the table, pondering for a moment before answering. Based on Fang Jian's medical history and my clinical observations, she is currently in a critical period where her bipolar disorder is developing. In such cases, patients exhibit extreme sensitivity to external stimuli. He paused for a moment, explaining with more specialized terminology. When encountering specific stressors, the regulatory functions of the patient's prefrontal cortex may temporarily become dysregulated, leading to overactivation of the amygdala, resulting in intense emotional reactions and aggressive behaviors. According to the situation you described, Luo Yuan's actions constituted a typical trigger. In such cases, patients often enter a dissociative state, and their aggressive behavior is more of an instinctive defensive mechanism rather than a conscious act of retaliation. Officer, he pondering asked, is it reasonable for her to regain consciousness in a short period? That fully aligns with clinical norms. Lan Tingzhou nodded affirmatively. First, after the stressor is removed, the patient's neurotransmitter levels gradually return to balance. Secondly, Fang Jian has been consistently taking mood stabilizers and antipsychotic medications, which help her rebuild neurotransmitter balance more quickly. He paused for a moment, noticing Officer, he listening intently, and continued to explain. Such episodes typically exhibit an episode recovery pattern similar to the postictal state after an epileptic seizure, with recovery speed varying from person to person. Fang Jian's condition precisely indicates that her treatment plan is effective. The entire analysis was coherent, showcasing Lan Tingji's exceptional professionalism as a psychiatric expert along with his profound understanding of Fang Jian's condition. Officer, he listened intently to Lan Tingji's clear analysis, her pen quickly jotting down key points in her notebook. When she put down her pen, she looked up at the young yet composed psychological expert before her, a hint of admiration. She closed her notebook, stood up, and extended her hand to Lan Tingzhou, her tone sincere and gentle. Professor Lan, your professional analysis is a great help to the case. Fang Jian is fortunate to have such a responsible doctor as you. Lan Tingzhou immediately stood to greet her, his long fingers gently clasping Officer He's hand. Hearing the praise, he shook his head slightly, his gaze clear and humble behind his lenses. You're too kind, Officer He. As a doctor, this is merely my duty. His voice was steady, imbued with the calm characteristic of a professional. Moreover, Fang Jian herself is a very strong child. As Lan Tingzhou followed Officer He out of the office, he suddenly paused at the doorway. His long fingers gently adjusted his glasses, a rare hint of hesitation crossing his brow. Officer He, his voice lowered slightly. I wonder if it would be convenient. I would like to see Fang Jian. Officer He was visibly taken aback, but soon smiled in understanding, of course. Officer He replied warmly. Turning, she waved to the corridor, Xiao Lu. She instructed the young officer walking briskly towards her. Take Professor Lan to see Fang Jian. After the questioning concluded, Officer He's footsteps faded gradually. As the lock of the questioning room clicked softly, Fang Jian's aura underwent a subtle transformation. Her previously slightly hunched back slowly straightened, as if shedding an invisible restraint. The hair that had been unconsciously tangled around her fingertips was casually swept aside, revealing her eyes, which had now shed all pretense. The fragile expression that had been there moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by an unfathomable depth. The system watched as Fang Jian, who had appeared weak and pitiful before Officer He, revealed her true self as soon as the room was empty. Host, the electronic voice echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of emotion. I believe you would be wasting your talents if you didn't pursue acting. I'll take that as a compliment, Fang Jian replied languidly to the system, tilting her head as a strand of hair fell against her cheek. People like Luo Xianghua would only take advantage of weakness. And Officer He. She chuckled lightly. The weak naturally invoke sympathy, don't they? The system expressed its admiration, once more recognizing Fang Jian's skillful manipulation of words honed to perfection in the infinite world. Fang Jian lounged lazily in the swivel chair, her long legs casually crossed, her fingertips drumming idly on the armrest. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds, casting mottled shadows over her, enveloping her in a lazy golden halo. Oh, why is Lan Tingzhou here? The system's electronic voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Fang Jian's movement abruptly halted, her slender fingers gripping the armrest, leaving faint marks on the leather surface. She narrowed her eyes slightly, the amber hue of her pupils contracting in the sunlight, flashing with a sharp glint. You can monitor the situation over there, right? Broadcast it to me. Fang Jian's voice remained languid, but the tone carried an unrefusable chill. I can, but it will cost 100 points to unlock this feature. The system's tone suddenly became hesitant, its small hands fidgeting together. Fang Jian waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead and deduct it. All right. The system's tone brightened instantly, and with a chime indicating points were deducted, a semi-transparent virtual screen slowly unfolded before Fang Jian. On the screen, Lan Tingzhou was engaged in a low conversation with Officer He, the 360-degree surveillance, capturing every subtle expression clearly. Fang Jian rested her chin on her hand, lightly tapping on the armrest with her other hand, contemplating Lan Tingzhou's motives for acting this way. The sunlight refracted various shades of gold in her eyes, yet could not conceal the increasingly profound gaze. Lan Tingzhou followed Xiao Lu through the dimly lit corridor of the police station, the sound of his leather shoes echoing crisply against the tiled floor. Xiao Lu stopped before the questioning room, awkwardly scratching his head. This is it, Professor Lan. You know the Bureau has regulations preventing you from being alone with the subject, so I have to wait outside. I understand. Lan Tingzhou nodded slightly, indicating comprehension, his long fingers brushing against the cold metal handrail. He adjusted his suit cuffs slightly, pushing the door open, causing a subtle rush of air. The bright white light of the questioning room was somewhat blinding. Fang Jian sat with her back to the door, her slender figure appearing particularly frail under the light. Long time no see, Fang Jian. Upon hearing this gentle voice, Fang Jian's back visibly stiffened. She abruptly turned around, the chair creaking as it shifted. Sunlight streamed in at an angle from the window behind her, casting dappled light on her face, accentuating the sudden brightness in her eyes. Dr. Lan. Fang Jian's voice carried just the right amount of surprise, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile. What brings you here? She leaned forward slightly like a cat anticipating its owner's affection. Lan Tingzhou observed her exquisite performance, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. He sat in the chair opposite Fang Jian, his long fingers interlaced on his lap, his gaze gentle as water. The police suddenly retrieved your medical records, and I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you. His voice was low and soothing like a cup of hot tea in winter. Fang Jian's expression instantly froze, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. I didn't mean to. Her voice gradually faded, and like a child who had done something wrong, she dared to glance at him. I'm sorry for worrying, Dr. Lan. It's not your fault. Lan Tingzhou leaned slightly forward, the sleeves of his white coat slipping back to reveal his well-defined wrists. He deliberately lowered his voice, hiding a malicious mockery beneath his gentle facade. I believe you did it on purpose. The light in his eyes glimmered with an all-seeing quality, and the corners of his lips curled into a meaningful arc. Fang Jian stared at him, and in the blind spot of the surveillance, she unceremoniously rolled her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. When she looked up again, she resumed her pitiful demeanor, tilting her head and speaking the most exasperating words in the weakest, most aggrieved tone. Since Dr. Lan saw it, can we leave now? The next moment, she lowered her voice using a tone that only the two could hear to sarcastically say, I'm afraid if the hospital doesn't have Dr. Lan, it might stop operating in the next second. After all, you love meddling so much. The bright white light of the questioning room cast subtle shadows between the two, and the monitoring showed a warm scene of doctor-patient affection, while amidst the interplay of light and shadow there were unsheathed daggers. Lan Tingzhou looked at Fang Jian, who was not willing to concede, even an inch, unable to help but chuckle and shake. He gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze full of helplessness. You're truly not willing to concede any ground. His deep voice carried a hint of amusement. At least I've helped you. Fang Jian looked at him with a puzzled expression, scoffing, and continued in a low voice. I never asked for your help. She shot Lan Tingzhou a sideways glance, sarcastically saying, You're being overly sentimental. After Lan Tingzhou left, Fang Jian remained in the interrogation room for another 4 or 5 hours. During this time, officer, he also asked additional questions regarding certain details of the case. By around 6 p.m., officer, he entered the interrogation room again, carrying a stack of case files. A young female police officer accompanying him skillfully activated the recording device and nodded to officer, he indicating that preparations were complete. Officer, he neatly placed the materials on the table, his voice steady, as he explained to Fang Jian, Student Fang, the preliminary processing results regarding today's incident have been released. In accordance with the procedures of the Public Security Agency, I am now informing you of the progress of the case. He opened the case file and continued in a professional, yet gentle tone, firstly regarding the conflict between you and Luo Yuanyuan. After investigation and evidence collection, and based on the medical diagnosis provided by Professor Lan Tingzhou, it has been confirmed that you were in a state of mental illness at the time of the incident. According to Article 13 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, we hereby decide not to impose an administrative penalty, and the accusation of intentional injury against you by Luo Xianghua is also unfounded. Officer, he pushed a copy of the decision not to impose administrative penalty stamped with the Public Security Agency's red seal towards Fang Jian, and then said, secondly, regarding your report about Luo Yuanyuan's involvement in school bullying. Considering that the involved parties are minors based on Article 12 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law and relevant provisions of the law on the prevention of juvenile delinquency, those aged between 14 and 18 should be given lighter or reduced penalties in accordance with the law. Our Bureau has activated a multi-departmental coordination mechanism to conduct a special investigation into campus bullying with the Education Bureau. Since Luo Yuanyuan is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, we are temporarily unable to conduct questioning and evidence collection. At this point, officer, his tone became serious regarding Luo Xianghua's alleged abuse of power. Although inappropriate remarks were made, no substantial disciplinary actions have been taken. According to Article 38 of the Interim Provisions on Disciplinary Actions for Staff of Public Institutions, our Bureau has referred this case to the Disciplinary Inspection and Supervision Office of the Education Bureau. He took out a case transfer notice stamped with the transfer seal from a brown paper file and added, based on the video you provided, our Bureau has organized a special team to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the other victims. Of course, if you have new evidence, you may supplement your submission to the investigating agency at any time. Fang Jian lowered her gaze, staring at the scattered documents on the table, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. She quietly listened to Officer He's account of the handling results regarding Luo Xianghua and his daughter, her expression calm and showing no signs of disturbance. Hearing such results, Fang Jian was not surprised. After all, no matter how much Luo Xianghua disliked Luo Yuanyuan, for the sake of face, he would do his utmost to protect her. Officer, he unconsciously rubbed the pen in his hand, his gaze drifting over Fang Jian's pale knuckles. She mistakenly took this silence for discontent, her throat moving slightly as she lowered her voice. Student Fang, we understand your feelings, but the existing evidence is indeed. But the law is the law. Luo Xianghua's threats in the office ultimately did not cross the red line of the law. Therefore, aside from an inconsequential conversation record in the archives, it has had no impact on him whatsoever. As for Luo Yuanyuan, Luo Xianghua immediately hired a professional legal team for her and paid a hefty officer. He had tried to intervene, but it was useless. She let out a deep sigh. Picking up another document, trying to shift Fang Jian's attention, she said, however, regarding your mother Yang Mai's alleged illegal detention of you, officer, his voice became steady again. According to Article 238 of the Criminal Law and Article 53 of the Law on the Protection of Minors, her actions constitute the crime of illegal detention. Although ultimately unsuccessful, the psychiatric hospital she contacted was an illegal institution in itself, and combined with the 3 bodyguards she hired posing as caretakers, as well as the powerful anesthetics they carried, it indicates a premeditated act. She retrieved the information on Anning Mental Sanatorium and the identities of the 3 bodyguards posing as caretakers. Continuing, given Yang Mai's criminal circumstances and your status as a minor, the prosecutor's office has approved the revocation of her guardianship. According to Article 36 of the Civil Code, your guardianship will temporarily be exercised by the Civil Affairs Department. Of course, since you are already over 16 and capable of independent living, you may also apply to designate your own guardian. At this point, officer, he paused briefly, recalling Professor Lan Tingzhou's instructions before he left, and casually added, by the way, your attending physician, Professor Lan Tingzhou, specifically asked me earlier if he could act as your temporary guardian. He said that if the case requires your cooperation with the police station in the future, he would be willing to accompany you in the capacity of a guardian. Fang Jian, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up at this, a glint of barely noticeable sharpness flashing in her. But soon she returned to her obedient demeanor, a faint pale smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This is too much trouble for Dr. Lan. He has already helped me a lot. Do I really feel bad to trouble him again? On the surface, Fang Jian maintained her weak and helpless appearance, but inside, she had long cursed Lan Tingzhou, that lunatic. Playing the good person for so long had truly made him think he was a model of morality. He even wanted to be her guardian. How ridiculous. Officer, he, seeing Fang Jian's refusal, did not press further. She merely mentioned it casually. She took out a decision to revoke guardianship stamped with the official seal and a criminal case filing notification. To continue her earlier topic, then, I will continue based on the nature of the case and the sentencing guidelines. Your mother will be sentenced to 1 year in prison. Her voice was steady and clear, her fingers lightly tapping on the relevant clauses in the document. However, Article 290 of the Criminal Procedure Law stipulates that obtaining the victim's understanding can be a mitigating factor for sentencing. Officer, he slowly pushed the materials towards Fang Jian, her movements gentle. Fang Jian leaned slightly forward, noticing the girl's shoulders tense up, her voice unconsciously softening. Of course, this entirely depends on your wishes. The law clearly states that forgiveness must be voluntary, and you need not bear any psychological burden. Sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds, casting dappled shadows on the table, while Officer He's gaze remained warm and focused. She continued, outlining the subsequent arrangements regarding your placement. If you have no place to go, we can contact a community welfare institution to provide temporary housing. Alternatively, if you have other relatives who are willing to act as your guardians, you may apply at any time. Throughout the process, she did not show the slightest hint of urgency or suggestion, but simply waited quietly, completely returning this important yet difficult choice to the excessively quiet girl before her. Fang Jian's fingertips gently grazed the edge of the document, producing a faint rustling sound. She looked up, the sunlight just right illuminating the slight lift of her lips. Thank you, Officer He. I truly appreciate everything you have done for me. Her voice was soft yet filled with sincere gratitude. I don't know how to repay you. Officer He gazed at the overly sensible girl before her, feeling a pang of bitterness in her chest. The girl's lowered eyelashes cast a small shadow under the light, making her appear even more fragile. Officer He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a good child she was, with delicate features and a resilient spirit at an age when she should be cherished, yet she was forced into mental issues and subjected to bullying even at school. She stood up, her fingers gently resting on the girl's thin shoulder, her expression gentle. This is what I should do. She softened her voice, the corners of her eyes crinkling. Let's exchange contact information, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just reach out to me. Fang Jian raised her face, a compliant smile spreading across her pale features. Yes, thank you, Officer He. After a few more brief instructions, Officer He allowed Fang Jian to leave. But Fang Jian suddenly expressed a desire to see Yang Mei. Officer He thought for a moment and arranged for someone to take her to see Yang Mei. Yang Mei had already been detained in the detention center waiting for the court summons. She was seen on the other side of the bulletproof glass, her clothes disheveled, her face ashen, and the eyes that once held a commanding presence were now bloodshot, devoid of the arrogance from the morning. She shrank back, holding the phone, not daring to meet Fang Jian's gaze. At this moment, there was not a trace of the obedient demeanor left in Fang Jian. Fang Jian slowly picked up the phone in front of her, her voice cold as ice while her gaze was as frigid as a blade. Do you remember what I said? This sentence pierced through Yang Mei's fragile psychological defenses like a sharp knife. Memories flooded back in an instant, recalling Fang Jian's warning. Yang Mei instinctively gripped the receiver tightly, her pupils dilating, and her whole body trembled like a leaf. What do you want? Yang Mei regretted it. She truly regretted it. She should not have listened to Feng Yuding, believing that sending Fang Jian to that psychiatric hospital would eliminate future troubles. Yang Mei remembered how Feng Yuding had contacted her after returning from her studies, telling her she had found a way to deal with Fang Jian. Feng Yuding said Fang Jian had severe mental issues, and they could exploit that. She had contacted an institution that appeared to be a mental sanatorium, but was actually involved in organ trafficking. Moreover, she had already contacted the head of the institution, stating that as soon as Fang Jian entered the hospital, she would be rendered disabled and sold off to the mountains, later presenting the family with a suicide declaration to ensure Fang Jian vanished without a trace. After hearing Feng Yuding's plan, Yang Mei had been hesitant and fearful of being discovered, worrying she would end up in prison. But she was abruptly interrupted by Feng Yuding's fierce voice, saying that if Fang Jian was not dealt with once Fang Jian was recognized by the Feng family, not only would she be expelled from the Feng family, but her past of swapping babies would also be revealed, leading her to prison as well. Feng Wei would be affected in his future, and everyone would know he had a mother involved in human trafficking. Hearing that her son would be affected, Yang Mei steeled her heart and ultimately made the decision to take a gamble. Just then Wang Jing called, saying Fang Jian had gone mad and attacked the daughter of a board member, even stuffing a dead mouse in her mouth, insisting that she must come this time. After hanging up the phone, both Feng Yuding and Yang Mei felt that fate was helping them. To be safe, Feng Yuding hired 3 burly bodyguards in Yang Mei's name and secured a bottle of strong anesthetic through connections. Confident, Yang Mei went to the school. Everything went smoothly before Fang Jian's arrival. Just when she thought everything would continue smoothly, Fang Jian suddenly announced that she had called the police and that they had arrived promptly. Yang Mei was dumbfounded as she never expected Fang Jian would actually call the police. Even at the police station, Yang Mei remained in a daze, especially as the police quickly discovered that the mental institution had problems and she was unable to explain the origin of the strong anesthetic. Consequently, she was detained for illegal detention alongside the 3 bodyguards. Hearing that she would go to prison, Yang Mei panicked. She quickly looked for an opportunity to call Feng Yuding to explain everything and ask her to find a solution. However, after Feng Yuding scolded her, she said she would find her a lawyer and not to think about anything else, insisting that she must not incriminate herself or everyone would die together, and she ended with a threat regarding Feng Wei. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mei felt utterly hopeless. She never expected Feng Yuding to be so ruthless. Later, when the lawyer Feng Yuding found arrived, he said Feng Yuding had a message for her. She said as long as Yang Mei didn't talk nonsense and quietly served a full year in prison, not only would she receive a large sum of money, but she would also be taken care of in her old age. Feng Yuding would also provide money for Feng Wei's future housing and marriage, and during her imprisonment, she would take good care of Feng Wei. Thus, for the sake of future wealth and Feng Wei, Yang Mei could only bear all the charges. Fang Jian suddenly leaned closer to the glass, startling Yang Mei, who had been lost in thought, causing her to lean back and nearly fall from her chair. What do you want? Her voice was as faint as a whisper, her fingertips digging into her palm, but she could not stop. Fang Jian slightly tilted her head, malice swirling in her eyes like a serpent. She slowly spoke, her voice flat, but laced with a chilling coldness. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to remind you to adapt well to prison life, since your future life will be spent in prison. Yang Mei's pupils constricted suddenly, and she instantly understood what Fang Jian meant. She lunged forward, pressing her upper body against the glass, shouting hoarsely at Fang Jian, "No. You can't do this to me. You can't go after Feng Yuding. Fang Jian, you can't." Fang Jian calmly watched Yang Mei's hysterical reaction on the other side of the bulletproof glass, the smile on her face growing increasingly malicious as she continued to provoke her. "Don't worry. Although I won't let Feng Yuding off, I never said I'd spare Feng Wei." Fang Jian. Fang Jian. Hearing Fang Jian mention Feng Wei, Yang Mei suddenly went mad, throwing herself against the glass, her hands clawing at the transparent partition, creating a grating sound, her expression twisted with rage. "What do you want to do to Xiaobao? He's your brother. What are you going to do? This is all Feng Yuding's doing. It has nothing to do with Xiaobao. He's still a child. Don't go after him." Thinking of Fang Jian's methods, Yang Mei could no longer hold on, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam, her trembling fingers almost crushing the receiver, her voice filled with heart-wrenching, "Please, it's all my fault. Please. Fang Jian." Her sobs broke her words into fragments. "Xiaobao knows nothing. Spare him. He's still so young. Please spare him." Fang Jian narrowed her eyes, looking down at Yang Mei with the gaze of someone observing a dying insect. She quietly savored Yang Mei's despair, remaining unmoved by her pleas. After she had seen enough, she hung up the phone, standing up slowly to prepare to leave, leaving Yang Mei screaming in despair in place. As soon as Fang Jian stepped out of the iron door of the detention center, the system reminded her that 300 meters to the left was Yang Mei's lawyer, who was currently on the phone reporting the situation to Feng Yuding. "Her emotions are very unstable. Oh, she keeps shouting that she wants to see you." On the other end of the line, Feng Yuding was listening to the lawyer's report, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table. Suddenly, a strange and cold female voice pierced her ears. "Feng Yuding, second young lady of the Feng family." Not for long. The nonchalant tone, carrying unmasked mockery, struck her nerves like a sharply pointed knife. Feng Yuding's pupils suddenly constricted, and she shot upright from the sofa. Her heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to her head, leaving her with only the sound of her own rapid breathing. Beep. The call was unexpectedly disconnected, leaving only a busy tone in the dead receiver. When she realized who was on the other end, she abruptly smashed her phone against the wall, the shards exploding outward, reflecting her distorted face in the mirror. "Fang Jian." Feng Yuding spat this name through gritted teeth, her chest heaving violently. Her meticulously manicured nails dug deep into her palm, crescent-shaped blood marks glaring against her fair skin. The mirror on the dressing table across from her reflected her bloodshot eyes, swirling with an almost frenzied obsession. She was the true heiress of the Feng family. As long as Feng Yuding was around, Fang Jian would never set foot in the Feng family mansion. As the final bell of the evening self-study rang, the lights in the teaching building gradually went out, and the sound of zippers echoed in the corridor. "I'm heading out now. See you tomorrow." Bye. I have extra classes tomorrow, so annoying. Yeah, I'm going to be exhausted." The evening breeze carried the unique fragrance of the phoenix trees brushing against their cheeks, while the lingering sound of the bell still resonated in their ears. Amidst the tired complaints and hurried farewells of the surrounding classmates, Jiang Xu moved towards the school gate with the crowd. By the time he reached the bike storage area, there were hardly any people left on the road. Since the corridor was too narrow for riding, Jiang Xu had to walk his bike for a while. As he pushed the bike forward, lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind to the right. "Jiang Xu." On the deserted sidewalk, a shadow abruptly appeared, elongated by the streetlight, alongside Jiang Xu's own shadow. Jiang Xu was startled and instinctively looked to the right. He saw Fang Jian, who was originally headed to the police station, standing to his right, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at him. The dim yellow light from the shops along the street cast a warm glow on Fang Jian's dark eyes. Jiang Xu looked at the suddenly appearing Fang Jian, his fingers gripping the handlebars, unconsciously tightening. He averted his gaze and continued to push the bike. The two walked side by side as the night breeze rustled past, stirring a few fallen leaves that danced around their feet, and no one spoke. Eventually, it was Jiang Xu who broke the silence first. He swallowed slightly, his gaze wandering to the shadows of the trees in the distance, and awkwardly said, "Are you?" Fang Jian turned her head at his words, the streetlight casting fragmented shadows under her eyelashes as she raised an eyebrow and replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Oh," Jiang Xu replied softly, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the patterns on the handlebars. Fang Jian suddenly stopped under the streetlight. "Here, take this." She pulled something from her school uniform pocket palm, facing up, slowly revealing an uncarved piece of white agate resting quietly in her hand, shimmering with a warm luster under the light. Jiang Xu looked down and was immediately captivated by the stone. The natural patterns of the raw stone astonishingly outlined the figure of a sitting samoyed, its ears slightly perked, its fluffy tail curled naturally by its side, the rounded contours vividly alive, showing no signs of human carving, and under the light, it seemed to emit a faint white halo. "This is a gift I brought for you from my outing." At this moment, Fang Jian's voice mixed with the night breeze reached him. Jiang Xu stood momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Fang Jian would specifically bring him a gift. Remembering his cold attitude that morning, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and a warm wave of sweetness rise in his chest. "Thank you, Just as Jiang Xu was about to reach out to accept it. Ding! Daily task, give Jiang Xu a gift completed. The system's notification sounded jarringly in the quiet street. Jiang Xu's hand froze in midair, the warmth in his eyes suddenly fading as his feelings were withdrawn. "Thank you, but I don't like this." He retracted his hand, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, turning to push his... Fang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly as she firmly gripped his wrist, staring into his eyes with a dangerous tone. "Jiang Xu, I told you no one dares to refuse me." Jiang Xu fell silent for a moment. The warmth from Fang Jian's hand on his wrist sent a strange sense of powerlessness surging back to his heart. Jiang Xu looked up and unexpectedly collided with Fang Jian's deep gaze. The increasingly dangerous look in her eyes made him involuntarily tense his back, and a phantom pain of a broken neck surged in his neck. Fearing that his neck might snap again at any moment, Jiang Xu slowly extended his hand to accept it. The moment the white agate fell into his palm, the cold hard sensation made his fingertips tremble. Seeing Jiang Xu obediently accept the gift, Fang Jian's lips curled slightly, a satisfied smile flickering. She let go of his wrist, but maintained a pressing distance, her tone leaving no room for rejection. "Since you've accepted my gift, you need to pull me back." After saying this, Fang Jian disregarded Jiang Xu's reaction and turned to leave. In the end, the night breeze carried her light words of "see you tomorrow," breaking into fragments in Jiang Xu's ears. Jiang Xu's gaze lingered for a long time in the direction Fang Jian had departed, until that figure was completely swallowed by the night. He lowered his head to gaze at his palm. The piece of white agate shaped like a samoyed, warmed by his body temperature, glimmered under the dim streetlight, the dog's outline edged with a gentle glow, like a moonlit sprite curled in his palm. He took out his phone to unlock it, and the system notification, "The other party has been removed from the blacklist," his thumb unconsciously stroked the smooth ears of the agate puppy as the myriad thoughts surging in his chest ultimately sank into a sigh that dissipated in the night breeze. The next morning, as the classmates gradually entered the classroom to prepare for class, they were astonished to find Fang Jian sitting peacefully at her desk. This seemingly ordinary scene stirred undercurrents throughout the entire classroom. You see, the events of yesterday had been spread far and wide. Even students from neighboring schools were aware. While the classroom appeared calm on the surface, it was actually bubbling with excitement beneath. Classmates exchanged knowing glances, huddling in small groups to whisper. Especially when Wang Jing walked into the classroom and saw Fang Jian, her entire face darkened, almost dripping with anger. Just when everyone thought Wang Jing would confront Fang Jian, they saw her completely ignore Fang Jian as if she were air. The classroom instantly erupted in noise as students clustered together, speaking in hushed tones. Some informed classmates said that Fang Jian was not only fine, but had almost caused Luo Yuanyuan to end up in custody. It was Luo Yuanyuan's father who used connections to bail her out, but it was likely that things would not end well. It was rumored that Fang Jian had handed over the video of Luo Yuanyuan bullying others to the police, and to this day the police were still entangled with Luo Yuanyuan's lawyers. At the podium, Wang Jing was focused on discussing important grammar points while the students below were too distracted to listen, bustling with discussions. From time to time, students stole glances toward Fang Jian with admiration in their eyes, and others sighed that Luo Yuanyuan had done countless wrongs, and this time, she had finally met her match. Although the entire classroom maintained the order of a lesson on the surface, exciting undercurrents flowed everywhere. Smack. A crisp slap echoed in the high-end single-patient room of the hospital. Luo Xianghua's face turned ashen as he rushed to Luo Yuanyuan's bed, and without a word delivered a harsh slap. Luo Yuanyuan was caught off guard, her whole body leaning to one side, nearly falling off the bed. Her arm still in a cast collided with the edge of the bed, causing her to gasp in pain, dark spots dancing before her eyes. Ouch. Xianghua. The child is still injured. Is there nothing that can't be said nicely, eh? Yan Xiuyun stood by frowning and softly advising, yet her feet remained rooted, even taking half a step back as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Her meticulously manicured fingers hovered near her lips, a glimpse of barely detectable glee flickering in her eyes. What does this have to do with you? Aren't you just here to see me make a fool of myself? Stop pretending to be a good person and get out. Luo Xianghua's slap was delivered with full force, and Luo Yuanyuan's face immediately swelled, her eardrum ringing. Yet Yan Ziyun's feigned tone instantly ignited Luo Xianghua's fury. He turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at her. You reckless brat. Luo Xianghua shouted angrily, swinging another slap towards her. Do you have any conscience? If it weren't for Aunt Yin helping you hire a lawyer to apply for medical parole, do you think you could lie here like this without a... His veins bulged on his forehead as he pointed at Luo Yuanyuan's nose, cursing loudly. I've lived for over 40 years, and the first time I was in the police station was because of you, this disgraceful thing. Luo Yuanyuan was slapped so hard that her head turned to the side, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She gripped the bedsheet tightly, her nails almost digging into her palm. How was I supposed to know that Fang Jian, that bitch, would call the police? She suddenly looked up, her eyes devoid of remorse, her voice sharp and piercing. She used to be bullied and didn't even dare to fart. Aren't you a school director? Then make her withdraw from school. Let her get lost. Shut up. How dare you bring this up? Huh. You dare to record your despicable acts and share them everywhere, afraid others don't know you bully classmates relying on our connections. He yanked his tie loose, his chest heaving violently. Do you know how many connections I had to use and debts I owe to settle this for you? If those videos get out, do you know what the consequences will be? Luo Xianghua's voice suddenly rose in volume. I've almost lost my face because of you. Now who in the school's upper echelon doesn't know that I, Luo Xianghua, have raised a daughter with no sense of restraint? Yes, Yuanyuan, you really are too immature this time. Yan Xiuyun quickly stepped to Luo Xianghua's side, gently patting his back, her tone filled with helplessness and reproach. The lawyer said the evidence is conclusive and handling it is extremely tricky. Your father has been working tirelessly, reaching out to every connection he can find, and has incurred many debts just to suppress this matter. He has done so much for you, yet you still argue with him and upset him. Luo Yuanyuan abruptly raised her head, her swollen face full of shock. Wait. What video? What did I send? She frantically searched for her phone. What are you all talking about? I have no idea about this. Stop pretending to be ignorant. If it weren't for the video of you bullying others being shared in the WeChat group and saved by Fang Jian. Otherwise, how do you think Fang Jian had the guts to report you for school bullying? Why did I have to give birth to such a fool like you? Luo Xianghua, seeing Luo Yuanyuan's bewildered expression, thought she was feigning ignorance, and the little anger he had managed to suppress surged back twice as strong. If it weren't for Yan Xiuyun holding him back, he would have slapped Luo Yuanyuan again. I did record the video, but I never shared it carelessly. Luo Yuanyuan screamed hysterically, her fingers trembling as she swiped her phone screen. Even if I showed it to others, it was always in person with my phone. Someone must have set me up. She anxiously opened WeChat, flipping through group chats one by one, repeating, impossible. When she reached the bottom of the group, her fingers suddenly froze, her face turning pale. Luo Xianghua keenly noticed his daughter's abnormal behavior and snatched the phone from her. On the screen was a group chat named Study Group, with the latest message being a video Luo Yuanyuan had personally sent, completely documenting her placing a dead mouse on Fang Jian's desk. You still dare to argue? Luo Xianghua furiously slammed the phone down in front of Luo Yuanyuan, the screen hitting the bed rail with a loud bang. His veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted with rage. The evidence is right in front of you. Are you still going to keep lying? Luo Yuanyuan sat slumped on the bed, realizing the seriousness of the situation, her hands tightly gripping the sheets, her knuckles turning white from the force. At this moment, she was genuinely panicking, her voice tinged with tears. It wasn't me. I really didn't send it. I don't even know when I joined this group. Dad, believe me. It must be. Someone is trying to frame me. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes were frantic, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly, she caught sight of Yan Xiuyun standing behind Luo Xianghua, looking gleeful. A flash of realization struck her mind like a lightning bolt, and she raised her uncasted right hand, pointing directly at Yan Xiuyun, her voice sharp enough to pierce the air. It's Luo Qiqi. It must be her. It must be her framing me. Dad, you believe me. It has to be Luo Qiqi and this bitch teaming up against me. However, Luo Yuanyuan's credibility in Luo Xianghua's heart had already plummeted to the bottom. Seeing her not only unrepentant, but also trying to drag Yan Xiuyun and Luo Qiqi down with her, he smiled in anger, the flames in his eyes nearly bursting forth. Enough. He suddenly grabbed her collar with such force that he almost lifted her off the bed, followed by another fierce slap. Lying isn't enough, you still want to slander Xiuyun and Qiqi. Your late mother really spoiled you beyond control. Ouch, Xianghua, I said to talk nicely, why do you have to resort to violence again? After Luo Yuanyuan was solidly slapped, Yan Xiuyun leisurely stepped forward, pretending to grab Luo Xianghua's arm, her voice soft as a spring stream, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of triumphant delight. Yuan is just angry right now. It's understandable that she spoke impulsively. Me and Chi-Chi. It's no big deal. She sighed lightly, her tone filled with graceful pity, though her lips curled up just slightly. Don't defend her. She's just a stubborn fool who won't repent. Just like her short-lived mother. Luo Xianghua abruptly shook off Yan Ziyan's hand with such force that she stumbled back 2 steps. His veins bulged, and his finger almost poked Luo Yuan's nose, his voice laced with furious coldness, every word like a poisoned knife, delivering a final ultimatum to Luo Yuan. I tell you, Luo Yuan, if this matter cannot be resolved, you will roll back to the countryside and never think of coming back. Luo Yuan curled up on the hospital bed, half her face swollen and shining blood seeping through her fingers. The lingering force from 3 slaps made her tremble all over, and she bit back sobs, daring not to let out a single sound. Even upon hearing her father's insults toward her mother, she merely buried her head lower, letting the tears mix with blood drip onto the white sheets, blooming into a striking red. Luo Xianghua finally warned Luo Yuan to stay quietly in the hospital and not go anywhere during this time, otherwise he would break her legs. After saying that, he left with Yan Xiuyun without looking back. The door of the black business car was slammed shut heavily, and Luo Xianghua sat in the back seat with a sullen face, while Yan Xiuyun cautiously sat next to him, even her breathing lightening a bit. Drive, he commanded. The driver Xiao Wu dared not make a sound, and quickly started the vehicle, even muting the navigation prompts. The interior was deathly silent, with even the faintest sound from the air conditioning vents clearly audible. Xiao Wu stole a glance through the rearview mirror, and was immediately frightened stiff by Luo Xianghua's piercing gaze. It wasn't until the sudden ring of a mobile phone broke the silence. Luo Xianghua glanced at the caller ID, his brows furrowing tighter. Speak. The voice of his assistant Xiao Lu reported from the other end, faintly audible in the enclosed car. Yan Xiuyun noticed that Luo Xianghua's previously tense body suddenly relaxed. Got it, Luo Xianghua said as he hung up the phone, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Xiao Wu, first take the lady home, then head to the Yue Hotel. Okay, Mr. Luo. Xiao Wu immediately adjusted the navigation route. Yan Xiuyun timely displayed a worried expression. Is it the Deputy Director Yang from the police station? Yes, Xiao Lu urged me to go over quickly, Luo Xianghua replied, closing his eyes and pressing his temples. Yan Xiuyun observed Luo Xianghua's expression, then gently held his hand, feeling the dampness in his palm. Don't push yourself too hard. If things don't work out with Deputy Director Yang, I'll have Xiuyun think of another way. No need, Luo Xianghua countered, gripping her hand back, his thumb gently stroking her knuckles. You've worked hard during this time along with Xiuyun. He just took office, we can't let him be targeted over these minor issues. He paused, lowering his voice. Don't take to heart the nonsense Yuan said earlier. Yan Ziyuan's eyes instantly turned red, but she forced a gentle smile. How could I argue with a child? She lowered her eyelashes, a single tear falling perfectly onto their clasped hands. I just feel for you. I haven't had a full night's sleep these past few days. Luo Xianghua felt warmth in his heart, gripping her hand tighter, and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Don't worry, once this is over we will get married. Aren't you always wanting to have the wedding in Japan? Once Chi-Chi and Yao Yu are on break, we'll go. In the meantime, you can discuss the wedding details with Chi-Chi. Yan Ziyuan's eyelashes fluttered at his words, a blush spreading from her ears to her cheeks. She bashfully punched Luo Xianghua's shoulder lightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was soft like a mosquito, carrying a hint of playful reproach. At our age, we shouldn't be a laughingstock for the kids. Luo Xianghua, however, caught her reluctant hand, his thumb rubbing over the cool diamond ring on her ring finger. I promised you, Luo Xianghua, never go back on my word. His gaze fell on her still exquisite profile, the fine lines left by the years now appearing as gentle imprints. Yan Xiuyun seemed unable to withstand his burning gaze, lightly murmuring an before burying her flushed cheeks into his shoulder. From an angle Luo Xianghua couldn't see, a fleeting smile graced her lips. The car stopped in front of the Luo family villa. After Yan Xiuyun got out, she stood at the villa's door, watching the black business car gradually fade into the distance. Once the car disappeared at the end of the road, her gentle smile receded like the tide, and she turned to enter the villa. In the living room, Luo Chi-Chi was lazily nestled on the sofa, chatting with Luo Yaoyu. Yan Xiuyun took the juice from the nanny and elegantly took a sip, the cold liquid sliding down her throat. She sat down on the single sofa across from the siblings, crossing her legs, the ice cubes in her cup gently clinking. I just returned from the hospital, she said, setting down her cup with a crisp sound as glass met the coffee table. Luo Yuan said she has no idea how those videos got leaked. She also didn't know when she joined a WeChat group called Study Group. Her sharp gaze shifted between the siblings. So tell me, whose idea was this? The air suddenly thickened. The siblings exchanged a subtle glance, and finally Luo Chi-Chi slowly extended her hand. It was me. She sat upright with a soft pillow awkwardly touching her nose, her tone holding a hint of playful reproach. I didn't expect this either. Her voice rose slightly. Who knew Luo Yuan was so useless? I had just started and she managed to get herself in trouble. Yan Ziyuan's gaze lingered on her daughter's face for a moment before she sighed helplessly. She reached out and gently poked Luo Kiki's smooth forehead. You. Her tone mixed with both reproach and affection. How many times have I told you to be patient when doing things? Yin Xiuyun lightly tapped her fingers against the cup's wall, producing a clear sound. Let this slide this time, but remember not to leave any evidence behind. I fear that one day your father might suddenly become aware and suspect you both. Her voice lowered a bit. Your father hates being outsmarted by others. If he finds out. The unfinished words hung in the air, causing the siblings to tense up simultaneously. Luo Xianghua was inherently suspicious. If he discovered that his usually obedient children had schemed against him, their carefully cultivated image would surely be ruined. The siblings clearly understood the consequences. Luo Qiqi pouted, burying her face in a pillow, while Luo Yayu quietly shrank his neck. Luo Qiqi's plan was for Luo Yayu to get close to Luo Yuanyuan's friend under the guise of a social event, gradually building trust, and then enticing her to secretly implant a Trojan program in Luo Yuanyuan's phone. By remotely controlling Luo Yuanyuan's WeChat account, they would join the meticulously disguised study group chat, and subsequently release those videos. In this way, not only could they construct a complete timeline of Luo Yuanyuan's bullying incident, but they could also ensure that the video leak seemed reasonable, all while perfectly clearing themselves of suspicion. However, just as Luo Qiqi had begun her actions, Luo Yuanyuan was reported. That chat group also came under police scrutiny, but fortunately Luo Qiqi reacted quickly and canceled the carefully disguised accounts overnight. Fortunately, those accounts were registered using virtual numbers, and the IP addresses were also routed. Even if Luo Xianghua really wanted to investigate, he wouldn't find anything. Luo Yaoyu scratched his head in confusion, full of disbelief. Wait, we were clearly so discreet, how could we be? Yin Xiuyun elegantly took a sip of juice, leaving a faint lip mark on the rim. According to your father, it was the girl who was bullied by Luo Yuanyuan who reported the video to the police. She set down the crystal cup, producing a clear sound. Later, when investigating the video source, that girl said she saved it from the group. I think her name was Fang Jian. Luo Yayu looked bewildered, evidently having no recollection of that name. However, Luo Qiqi suddenly straightened up, burying her face deep into the soft pillow, only her contemplative eyes visible. She indeed knew Fang Jian. Her name had appeared in the recent campus gossip. Speaking of which, a couple of weeks ago, she heard that Fang Jian had beaten up a few boys who had bullied her just in the equipment room of the old playground. Luo Qiqi stared at the light reflections from the crystal chandelier on the dining table, lost in thought. So could that person be Fang Jian? Later, with Luo Xianghua's maneuvering, Fang Jian's report on Luo Yuanyuan's bullying incident quietly came to Under Deputy Director Yang's operation, the police assigned to the case soon received instructions from their superiors to terminate the investigation on the grounds of insufficient evidence and unclear facts. All case files were stamped with a red stamp of no case filed and locked away in the deepest drawer of the archive. At the Education Bureau, Yin Xiuyun, Yin Ziyuan's brother, also took advantage of his position to withdraw all investigations and sanctions against Luo Yuanyuan. Afterward, Yin Xiuyun specifically arranged to meet with Luo Xianghua, solemnly reminding him that although this matter was settled, the upcoming midterm exams were a joint exam across 7 provinces, and the provincial education department had begun deploying inspection work since last month. Now the supervisory team has already entered various education bureaus, and the situation is tense. Yin Xiuyun suggested that Luo Yuanyuan should take a break from school for the time being, applying for a short-term leave of absence to avoid the storm and reconsider after the joint exam ends and the supervisory team leaves. If any issues arise at this critical moment, he would be powerless. Luo Xianghua nodded in agreement regardless of whether Luo Yuanyuan was willing or not, and once she was feeling better, he directly sent her to a highly private rehabilitation center, letting her fend for herself. Meanwhile, discussions and rumors about Luo Yuanyuan gradually subsided under the deliberate guidance of various leaders and teachers, as if nothing had ever happened. That's how things are, Student Fang. On the other end of the line, Officer He's voice was filled with fatigue and apology, every word heavy with a deep sense of helplessness. The higher-ups have officially issued a notice to terminate the investigation. So, I'm sorry. Fang Jian sat in the taxi, her gaze falling on her reflection in the window, her expression unchanged. I understand, Officer He. Fang Jian slowly replied, her voice soft as a feather landing, carrying a heartbreaking understanding. This isn't your fault. Well, let's leave it at that. She paused and added, thank you very much. After the call ended, only the faint hum of the air conditioning remained. Fang Jian locked her phone screen, her fingertips lightly tracing the cold metal casing, then slowly leaned back. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains outside cast dappled shadows on her face, making her expression increasingly obscure. Fang Jian was not surprised by what Officer He had just said. After all, Luo Xianghua had been a school director for over a decade, and it would be strange if he had no connections. Those videos were merely a stone thrown into a deep pond. Oh, she had never expected them to make Luo Yuanyuan pay a price. Regarding Luo Yuanyuan's escape from legal punishment, Fang Jian had no further actions planned. She was waiting for Luo Qiqi to take action. It was more enjoyable to watch a show than to act herself. Instead of exhausting herself with revenge, it was more interesting to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Moreover, she was curious about what Luo Qiqi would do next. But all of that was for later. Today was Fang Jian's re-examination day. She was currently on her way to the hospital, and thinking about seeing Lan Tingji's insincerely smug face again made Fang Jian feel displeased. But no matter how much she didn't want to face it, the taxi still steadily stopped in front of Jiangxu's Second People's Hospital. Fang Jian paid the fare and looked up at the glaring sunlight, reluctantly stepping out. There was a long line at the registration desk. Fang Jian took a registration slip from the self-service machine, clutching it, as she walked toward Lan Tingzhi's consultation room, every step radiating irritation. Pushing the door open, a faint aroma of tea mixed with the scent of disinfectant greeted her. Lan Tingzhi sat upright in the center chair, 2 cups of tea placed in front of him, the tea no longer steaming, clearly having waited for a long time. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the blinds, casting fragmented light on his golden half-frame glasses. Lan Tingzhi glanced at his watch, adjusted his golden half-frame glasses, and spoke in a low tone. Fang Jian, allow me to remind you, you are 78 minutes and 27 seconds late. Fang Jian smirked, a look of indifference on her face as she casually pulled out the chair opposite him, crossed her legs, and lazily sank into the back of the chair, her tone nonchalant. Oh, there was traffic on the way. Oh, I couldn't help it. Lan Tingzhi's brow slightly furrowed at Fang Jian's dismissive explanation. The second hospital is in the suburbs. It's not possible to be stuck in traffic for an hour. Is that so? Then he'll come up with another excuse next time, Fang Jian languidly replied, still exuding extreme indifference. She leaned back, her whole body slumping in the chair. Watching Fang Jian's apathetic attitude, the light in Lan Tingzhi's eyes behind his glasses became difficult to discern. After a moment, he took out a prepared zetan wood chessboard, placing it between them, the warm wood grain gleaming softly in the light of the consultation room. The chessboard made a light thud sound as it landed on the tea table. Today's consultation will be about playing chess. You go first. Fang Jian didn't hold back, scooting her chair closer, then reclined sideways, picking up a black piece and casually placing it on the board. Lan Tingzhi followed suit with a white piece. After a few turns of back and forth, Fang Jian suddenly declared. Lan Tingzhi paused in surprise, staring at the unformed game on the board, his face showing a puzzled expression. Seeing Lan Tingzhi at a loss, Fang Jian's lips curled up, pointing at the 5 black pieces lined up in a row. You never said we couldn't play 5 in a row. Lan Tingzhi's breath hitched, the eyes behind his lenses shifting slightly before he chuckled softly. He was usually calm and composed, rarely showing emotional fluctuations, but with Fang Jian, he repeatedly broke that habit. Lan Tingzhi gently pushed his glasses, the lenses flashing a sharp light. He methodically gathered the white pieces, a rare competitiveness in his voice. Best of 3, let's go again. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, ready to continue. In the second round, Lan Tingzhi won, bringing the score to a tie. In the third round, Lan Tingzhi narrowly won. Fang Jian squinted, lightly tapping the chessboard, her voice carrying a competitive spirit matching Lan Tingzhi's. Best of 5, let's go again. 75 rounds, 38 wins, let's continue. Fang Jian flicked her fingertip, the black piece landing precisely. Lan Tingzhi calmly responded. 99 rounds, 50 wins, keep going. 125 rounds, 63 wins. 181 rounds, 91 wins. Until the setting sun dyed the window frames red, the door of the consultation room was gently knocked. A nurse peeked in somewhat helplessly. Dr. Lan, the outpatient service is closing. Only then did the two realize, as if waking from a dream, and simultaneously withdrew their hands. The chessboard was densely covered with black and white pieces, nearly filling every gap. In the final round, Fang Jian narrowly won with a score of 1-1-1-2-0. She languidly leaned back against the chair, a satisfied look on her face. I won. Lan Tingzhi lowered his head to adjust his cuffs, but a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corners of his lips. What do you want? Although neither of them specified the conditions of winning or losing, it was understood that the winning party would propose conditions to the losing party. Fang Jian moved her stiff neck, the joints cracking lightly as she pressed against it. She picked up the already cold teacup, the brown-green liquid reflecting a fleeting cunning in her eyes. Yesterday afternoon, I found a dog by the roadside. I originally wanted to take it home, but unfortunately my house is being renovated and has excessive formaldehyde, so I can't take care of it for now. Lan Tingzhi's movements of adjusting his cuffs slightly paused, the eyes behind his glasses suddenly darkening. Given his limited understanding of Fang Jian, since she had already brought it up, it meant she had planned everything. So Fang Jian set down the teacup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden desk. I'll have to trouble Dr. Lan to take care of it for a while. Once my house is done being renovated, I'll come pick it up. I'm afraid I can't agree to that request, Lan Tingzhi replied, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table. His voice remained gentle but carried an unmistakable chill of refusal. I have a cleanliness obsession. I'm not suitable for keeping pets. Fang Jian leaned back in her chair again, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. You have to agree whether you like it or not. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of mischief. Because I've already sent it to your house. Fang Jian deliberately elongated the last syllable, emphasizing, a deal is a deal, Dr. Lan. The air froze for a moment. Lan Tingzhi closed his eyes, his long fingers pressing against his temples. He should have expected that Fang Jian was the type to repay a grudge. He had probably let her know about his request to offer he to be her guardian, and she was now finding ways to torment him. Lan Tingzhi slowly exhaled, reluctantly asking, what breed? Beagle. Fang Jian's smile became even brighter. She was doing it on purpose. Oh right, because Little Bai is a retired experimental dog, and has a history of being abandoned. I registered it with the Haiqing Animal Protection Association. She tilted her head, deliberately dragging out her tone, relishing the slight frown on Lan Ting's forehead. The association will send people for regular home visits to check on little Bis' situation. So don't think about putting it in a pet hospital or transferring it to someone else. Fang Jian's final remark completely cut off all of Lan Ting's escape routes. He took a deep breath, the corners of his forehead hinting at a dull pain as he anticipated the exciting future of living. Since Fang Jian left the hospital, a period of tranquil days had passed. Luo Yuanyuan suspended her studies and stayed at home, while her group of friends were so frightened that they dared not trouble her. The other classmates in the class also avoided Fang Jian, fearing trouble would come their way. Wang Jing was harshly reprimanded by her superiors because of the previous incident. Not only was her position as the director of the teaching office completely ruined, but even her current position was almost jeopardized. Every time she saw Fang Jian, her eyes were filled with resentment, but due to the regular visits from the police and the education department, she could not do anything to Fang Jian. In the end, she simply chose to completely ignore Fang Jian, treating her as if she did not exist in the class. Therefore, besides finding Jiang Xu to complete daily tasks, Fang Jian spent her days taking leave to go out and have fun. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the first major test for the first-year students of Jiangxu One High School, the joint examination of 7 provinces, was approaching. As the examination date drew near, the entire grade was enveloped in a tense atmosphere of preparation. Class teachers repeatedly emphasized the importance of this exam, urging everyone to be honest and not cheat. This joint examination was also subject to inspection by the Provincial Education Bureau, and any cheating behavior would result in severe penalties. With only 5 days left until the exam, almost all first-year students were on high alert. The classroom was filled with the scent of coffee and essential oil, and during breaks few people moved around. Instead, the sounds of turning pages and the scratching of pens against paper filled the air. Even Zhou Ying, who usually loved to slack off and gossip, was caught up in pre-exam anxiety, waking up before dawn to memorize vocabulary and squeezing in a few math problems during the 10-minute breaks. However, this atmosphere had no effect on Jiang Xu and Fang Jian. The former had held the top position in the grade since elementary school, already elevated to a divine status, unaware of the struggles of ordinary people. The latter was completely indifferent, continuing to do as she pleased, even taking leave again in the last 3 days before the exam. Aside from receiving a periodical message from WeChat, Jiang Xu had not seen Fang Jian's figure. It wasn't until the day of the exam that Jiang Xu stepped into the classroom and saw Fang Jian leisurely sitting at her desk, her long legs crossed, casually flipping through an extracurricular book. Sunlight streamed through the glass window and illuminated her, giving off a lazy and carefree aura that starkly contrasted with the anxious students around her. Just as Jiang Xu was about to look away, her peripheral vision suddenly caught an unexpected figure. Luo Yuanyuan, who should have been at home due to her suspension, was now sitting in her seat with a sullen face. She was surrounded by a few friends who were talking to her, but her mood was low, only occasionally casting a dark glance toward Fang Jian. Fang Jian, however, seemed completely oblivious, showing no reaction at all. Jiang Xu withdrew her gaze and walked straight to her seat. Just as she sat down, her sleeve was mysteriously tugged by Zhou Ying. "Hey Jiang Xu, did you see that?" Zhou Ying whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "See what?" Luo Yuanyuan and Fang Jian. Forget about Fang Jian, but didn't Luo Yuanyuan suspend her studies? How come she suddenly returned to school right before the midterm exam? Zhou Ying held her Chinese book in front of her as a shield, leaning closer to gossip quietly in Jiang Xu's ear. "Isn't she just passionate about studying?" Jiang Xu casually replied. Zhou Ying took this seriously, straightening up slightly and pondering. "Now that you mention it, it's indeed possible. Although Luo Yuanyuan isn't known for her character, her grades are undeniably good," she said, stroking her chin with a look of amazement. "I've never seen her drop out of the top 5 in the grade. Is she the so-called gifted student?" As Zhou Ying said, despite Luo Yuanyuan's questionable character, her academic performance was impressive. Since the start of school, her grades had consistently placed her in the top 5, and her best score was only 15 points behind Jiang Xu. Moreover, she rarely studied, and even the assignments given by teachers were left undone, causing her classmates to initially suspect she was cheating. While getting into the top 5 once or twice could be attributed to cheating, consistently ranking in the top 5 could only be explained by extraordinary talent. At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan was glaring at Fang Jian's back with intense hatred. Her clenched fists trembled slightly under the desk. This was all because of that wretched person. If it weren't for Fang Jian, how could she have fallen to this point? If her grandfather hadn't learned that she was forcibly locked away in a sanatorium by her father and taken her away himself, she would probably still be trapped in that godforsaken place. However, just as she felt relieved, Luo Xianghua, upon receiving the news, completely disregarded any feelings and laid bare all her actions right in front of her grandfather. Her grandfather, who had always doted on her, revealed an expression of extreme disappointment for the first time after hearing the whole story. Having risen from a grassroots teacher to the position of the Education Bureau director, he had seen countless cases of school bullying. He never imagined that his most cherished granddaughter would turn into the very kind of person he despised the most. Luo Yuanyuan still remembered the moment when her grandfather pointed at her with trembling fingers, his suddenly aged face filled with disappointment. "Yuanyuan, you have disappointed me too much." She desperately defended herself, sobbed, and even knelt down to plead, but these clumsy performances were laid bare under her grandfather's piercing gaze. Just as she was in despair when she mentioned her mother, tears welled up in the old man's murky eyes as he remembered his deceased daughter, his only daughter. With a long sigh, her grandfather ultimately softened. He stroked her hair and said he could overlook the past, but she must study hard and get into a good university. Before he closed his eyes, he wanted to see her find a good place to settle down so that he could meet her mother. She felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, not caring to wipe away her snot and tears, and immediately vowed to change her ways. Her grandfather chose to believe her in the end. After all, her excellent report card was right in front of him. Ranking in the top 5 was indeed the best assurance. So when Luo Yuanyuan expressed her desire to take part in the midterm exam, her grandfather agreed, without a second thought, and immediately arranged for her to return to school. He also urged her to perform well, and to trample the pair of twins underfoot, so that that woman would know that a mountain chicken is still a mountain chicken and cannot lay phoenix eggs. Luo Yuanyuan confidently assured her grandfather, her face radiating with certainty of victory. After all, she was a gifted student who had consistently ranked in the top 5, while the pair of twins born after her father's remarriage had never even touched the threshold of the top 10. But having immersed herself too long in this carefully woven lie, Luo Yuanyuan began to believe in this illusory persona. She sincerely believed that those rankings on the red list were proof of her abilities. Whenever she heard classmates privately discussing, "Luo Yuanyuan is truly a genius," she would unconsciously lift her chin as if those praises were rightfully hers. At this moment, she truly believed she was extraordinarily gifted, that she was an academic prodigy. All those results were achieved by her own efforts, not by using her mother's connections to have someone steal the exam papers before each test, and then using a bone conduction earpiece to have someone relay the answers to her. Luo Yuanyuan's fingertips rubbed the tiny wireless earpiece in her pocket, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. This time, she would undoubtedly trample Luo Xianghua's precious twins underfoot, just like before. She would make her grandfather proud, and would make Luo Xianghua regret treating the fish eye as a pearl. Hiss! Just as Luo Yuanyuan was lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain interrupted her reverie. "Are you blind or something?" A friend beside her immediately jumped up, grabbing the girl who had accidentally bumped into her. "Didn't you see that Yuanyuan has an injury on her arm?" The girl, terrified by the sudden grip on her collar, turned pale and repeatedly bowed to apologize before fleeing. The surrounding friends saw Luo Yuanyuan holding her wound and looking down in silence, thinking she had just bumped into something hard, and they all gathered around to express concern, but no one noticed the twisted expression on Luo Yuanyuan's lowered face. Luo Yuanyuan kept her head lowered, pressing down hard on her subtly aching arm. The scar left by the steel pins fixing her bones under the bandage seemed to burn her nerves, reminding her of the humiliating experiences she had endured. And yes, she wouldn't let that wretched Fang Jian go either. She raised her head, her piercing gaze locked onto Fang Jian's back, and then, as if struck by a thought, slowly broke into a grin. It's fine. Once tomorrow passes, she would see how Fang Jian would continue to act arrogantly. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the early morning self-study rang, and the classroom was instantly filled with the sounds of moving desks and chairs. Students hastily packed their stationery and began to leave for their respective examination venues. Fang Jian also leisurely closed her book, stood up, and prepared to leave, but just as she took a step, she suddenly turned to look at Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan was startled and immediately glared back defiantly. However, Fang Jian made no further move. She merely glanced at the pocket where Luo Yuanyuan kept her earpiece, and then walked out. Luo Yuanyuan felt her body stiffen under Fang Jian's seemingly all-seeing gaze as she instinctively tightened her grip on the earpiece in her pocket, her mind unsettled. She reassured herself that Fang Jian was merely glancing casually and wouldn't notice anything. She had hidden this matter very well. The person providing her with the exam papers had harbored an unrequited crush on her mother for over 20 years and would not expose her, while the impoverished student who read the answers to her had long been silenced with a hefty sum and had even signed a confidentiality agreement. Aside from these two individuals, no one else knew about her cheating. She had executed this plan flawlessly, even managing to deceive her own mother. Therefore, Fang Jian could not possibly know. Luo Yuanyuan took a deep breath, tucked a stray hair behind her ear, and regained her composure. She stood up, said goodbye to a few friends, and headed to the first examination room. On the way, Luo Yuanyuan stopped by the restroom, donned her mini wireless earpiece, and after confirming communication with the person on the other end of the line, she finally walked into the first examination room. As the examination bell rang, a tense silence enveloped the classrooms in the first-year teaching building, with only the soft rustle of pen tips gliding across paper and the occasional sound of exam papers being turned. A gentle breeze slipped through the half-open window, lightly lifting a corner of the exam paper before retreating quietly. Occasionally, the footsteps of invigilators could be heard in the corridor, the sound of polished shoes tapping against the tiles growing closer before fading away. Jiang Xu glanced through the exam paper and realized it was not as difficult as the questions he usually practiced. He picked up his pen and began to solve the problems. Sitting in the fourth row, Luo Yuanyuan listened to the deliberately lowered voice reading out answers from her headphones, her pen swiftly creating a hurried rustle on the answer sheet. In the corner of the first examination room, Luo Qiqi rested her chin on one hand, her gaze fixed on Luo Yuanyuan's bandaged arm, a meaningful smile spreading across her face. The sunlight gradually slanted westward as it flowed along the pen tip. When the afterglow of the setting sun stained the west side of the classroom's window with a reddish hue, the sharp sound of the final examination bell rang out suddenly. At the moment the exam papers were collected, the entire teaching building seemed to be released from a silent spell, and a cacophony of voices erupted from various examination rooms. Heavens! This exam is so difficult. What did you choose for that classical Chinese question? What did you choose for the last multiple choice question in math? I can't believe I think my essay went off topic. What are we having for dinner? In an instant the corridor was filled with students discussing answers. Some were excitedly bouncing and cheering in relief, while others were pulling their hair in despair over their mistakes. Groups of 3 to 5 students gathered together, arguing heatedly over the answers to a particular multiple-choice question. Jiang Xu walked through the noisy corridor back to the classroom. At this time, everyone had gone to eat, leaving the classroom empty. Jiang Xu walked to his seat, sitting down to organize his books. Suddenly a box of steaming giant takoyaki appeared before him. The golden surface was evenly coated with a layer of cheese surrounded by lightly dancing bonito flakes. Do you want to eat? Jiang Xu looked up to see Fang Jian, who had been elusive, standing beside him without him noticing. Seeing him stunned, Fang Jian raised an eyebrow and nudged the takoyaki forward, causing the bonito flakes to tremble slightly with the motion. Jiang Xu stared at the takoyaki, which was almost the size of half his palm, momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively wanted to refuse but hesitated as the words hung on the tip of his tongue. Recently, he and Fang Jian had been getting along quite well. Aside from Fang Jian coming to find him to complete daily tasks assigned by the system, they had almost no other interactions. Jiang Xu was reluctant to disrupt their currently peaceful way of getting along. Meanwhile, Fang Jian took the opportunity, while Jiang Xu hesitated, to sit in the seat in front of him, propping his chin on one hand as he looked at him. Under Fang Jian's intense gaze, Jiang Xu hesitantly reached out his hand, his fingertip accidentally brushing against Fang Jian's slightly cool knuckle, only to retract quickly. Thank you. His hand gripping the skewer tightened slightly as he carefully poked at the smallest takoyaki. The golden crispy outer layer made a faint crunch sound under the skewer, revealing the snow-white chunks of octopus inside. Just as he bit into the first piece, cough, cough, cough. The sharp spiciness of the mustard mixed with the numbing heat of the green peppercorns shot straight to Jiang Xu's head, and he abruptly turned around, one hand clenched into a fist against his lips, bending over and coughing violently, his eyes reddening and his slender shoulders shaking with each fierce cough. Ding! You have sent Jiang Xu a gift, any type completed. Hearing the notification of Fang Jian's task completion, Jiang Xu coughed even harder, the joints of his fingers gripping the skewer turning white from the force. Fang Jian's system watched Jiang Xu cough painfully and muttered softly, I told you that flavor is not good. You insisted on listening to the vendor's persuasion. Fortunately, I only got one. Fang Jian said with relief, casually picking up another flavor of takoyaki with a new skewer and began to eat leisurely. Jiang Xu propped himself up on the table and straightened up, his red eyes filled with silent accusation. He opened his mouth but was choked again by the lingering spiciness, coughing repeatedly, and could only glare angrily at the guy in front of him who was enjoying the takoyaki after having him taste it first. Jiang Xu threw the takoyaki in his hand into the trash can and drank half a cup of water before he felt better. Seeing Jiang Xu recovering, Fang Jian moved closer again, continuing to offer the takoyaki in his hand, speaking sincerely. I have one plane left, do you want it? Jiang Xu wiped his mouth vigorously with a tissue, lifted his eyes to glare at the culprit. The corners of his eyes were still tinged with unshed tears, and he replied with annoyance, You keep it for yourself. Oh. Fang Jian was not annoyed, withdrew his hand and took another bite. There were only 3 in total, 2 plain and 1 flavored with green pepper and mustard. How could you pick so accurately? Is this what they call the child of luck? So terrifying, so terrifying. The system extended 2 short lines from its yellow orb covering its lower face and whispered to Fang Jian. The crispy outer layer crumbled between his teeth, producing a clear crunch sound. Fang Jian squinted his eyes in satisfaction, nodding in agreement. So terrifying. Jiang Xu tightened and then relaxed his grip on the tissue, finally taking a deep breath and continuing to organize his desk. After tidying up, he stood up to leave the classroom and head to the cafeteria for dinner. Just then Fang Jian finished eating and also walked towards the classroom door. The two walked towards the door, one after the other, their footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Fang Jian's shadow was elongated by the setting sun, almost merging with Jiang Xu's shadow, only to suddenly part at the corner. The classroom returned to silence. The breeze lifted the curtains, and the chalk marks that had not been fully erased on the blackboard glowed faintly white in the dusk. The dust floating in the air slowly settled, marking the final period of this silent farewell. Time quickly reached the last day of the midterm exam. The morning sunlight poured through the classroom windows, and Wang Jing briskly walked into the classroom, stepping into the first ray of morning light. She looked around and found that her classmates were all droopy, some resting their heads on their desks for a nap, while others stared blankly at their textbooks. Clap, clap. She forcefully clapped her hands on the podium, the crisp sound echoing in the classroom. The students all raised their heads looking at her with large dark circles under their eyes. Students. Wang Jing raised her voice. There is only one day left until the exam. I know everyone is very tired, but it is especially important to hold on at times like this. She rested her hands on the podium, leaning slightly forward, her gaze intensely sweeping over each face. Today, the inspection team from the Provincial Education Department will come to supervise the exam. This is not only a test of our learning results, but also a test of our integrity. Her tone suddenly became serious. Remember my words, it is better to submit a blank paper than to cheat. This not only concerns personal reputation, but also the honor of the entire school. The classroom fell silent, and the students unconsciously straightened their backs. Wang Jing nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile on her lips. All right, it is getting late. Everyone hurry up and arrange the exam room, then go take the exam. Upon hearing this, the students at the podium began to take action, moving the desks and chairs in groups. Zhou suddenly ran to the restroom due to a stomach ache, leaving Jiang Xu to carry 2 desks outside by himself, the metal legs of the tables scraping loudly against the floor. When he returned to the classroom after tidying up, the large space was already more than half empty. Jiang Xu picked up his pencil case and walked out. Just as he stepped out of the classroom door, he suddenly heard a whispering discussion behind him, which seemed to mention Fang Jian. He instinctively turned back to look, but only saw a few girls engrossed in organizing their bags, with only the sound of desks and chairs colliding remaining in the classroom. Jiang Xu frowned, thinking he must have misheard, and didn't pay it much mind, continuing to walk towards the first examination room. As the examination bell rang, the midterm exams commenced in an orderly fashion. At the school gate, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, casting a ground full of golden fragments. Luo Xianghua, as a board member of Jiang Xu One High School, was dressed in a dark gray suit, the school badge on his chest shining under the sunlight. He stood in a row with the principal and several other school leaders, welcoming the arrival of the Provincial Education Department's inspection team. He leaned slightly forward, warmly shaking hands with the team leader Li Mingde. It is truly an honor for us at Jiang Xu One High School to have team leader Li visit amidst his busy schedule. Luo Xianghua's voice was loud but respectful, with warm smiles crinkling at the corners of his eyes. Li Mingde adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled in response. You're too polite, Luo board member. Jiang Xu One High School is our province's key demonstration school, and we are here mainly to learn and exchange ideas. Oh, there's no need for that. Li Mingde waved his hand, turning to the members of the inspection team behind him, saying, let's go to the examination room first. We can also get a feel for the school's academic atmosphere. Of course, please, this way. The school leaders exchanged glances. The principal quickly smiled and said certainly. Luo Xianghua immediately understood, gesturing for them to proceed. He began to explain. Our first-year exam rooms are all in Yusho building, and we have specially arranged for cross-monitoring with signal jammers in each exam room. They walked slowly along the tree-lined path, with Luo Xianghua occasionally pointing out the teaching facilities along the way, while Li Mingde nodded frequently. When they reached the foot of Yusho building, Li Mingde suddenly stopped, looking up at the red banner hanging in the center of the teaching building. The 12 gilded characters stating uphold strict examination, discipline, promote integrity, and righteousness were particularly striking in the sunlight. He clasped his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, his gaze behind the lenses revealing a look of approval. Li Mingde's voice was deep and powerful as he turned to the accompanying staff, his finger unconsciously tapping the banner. Examination rooms are like battlefields. Examination discipline reflects school spirit. This is the best representation of a school's essence. You're absolutely right, team leader Li, the principal quickly interjected. We have consistently adhered to the philosophy of integrity in examinations. Genuine education. Right ahead is the first examination room. Why not take a look? Li Mingde nodded slightly and stepped up the stairs. His gaze lingered on the cultural wall on both sides of the corridor, where photos of outstanding students and inspirational quotes were displayed. An environment nurtures people, he murmured. These details reflect the school's dedication. Turning the corner of the corridor, the first examination room was just ahead. At this time, over an hour had passed since the exam began. Through the glass window, 30 students could be seen hunched over, writing furiously, and the classroom was so quiet that only the sound of pen tips gliding across paper could be heard. The invigilator saw the visitors and immediately stood up to greet them, but was stopped by Li Mingde. Li Mingde waved his hand, signaling not to disturb the examinees, and stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window, slowly scanning the entire examination room. All 30 students bowed their heads, the sound of their pens scratching on the exam papers blending into the silence, as not one of them was disturbed by the noise outside. Even the faint footsteps of the inspection team in the corridor did not cause any student to look up. Good, very good. Li Mingde's voice was kept extremely low, yet it could not hide the tone of appreciation. This level of focus is truly rare. He turned to Principal Wang beside him and whispered, today's children are easily distracted. To be able to remain focused in such an environment shows the good study habits they have developed in their daily lives. Principal Wang's face broke into a pleased smile as he replied softly, we have always emphasized cultivating students' concentration. Before the exams, all the homeroom teachers have specifically stressed that each exam should be treated as the college entrance examination. Li Mingde nodded and his gaze returned to the examination room. The sunlight slanted through the windows, casting a soft glow over the students' hunched figures, creating a gentle halo around their youthful forms. The accompanying staff moved quietly to adjust their positions, capturing the focused expressions of the young students as they answered questions, freezing those moments into eternity. Just as Li Mingde and his group were about to turn to leave, a piercing electrical noise suddenly erupted in the examination room. At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan furrowed her brows, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. The mini Bluetooth earpiece hidden in her ear constantly provided English answers, the intermittent electrical noise forcing her to hold her breath and concentrate, fearing she might miss any single word. She was so focused that she didn't even notice the Bluetooth connection had long since dropped, and the sound was uncontrollably leaking from the receiver hidden beneath the bandage. The jarring electronic sound abruptly rang out in the quiet classroom, interrupting everyone's thoughts as students turned in unison, casting bewildered glances toward the source of the noise. Fill in question 57. Beep. Zzz. Luo Yuanyuan was frowning while adjusting her earpiece, when someone suddenly yanked her up forcefully. What are you doing? The furious shout of the principal sounded like thunder in her ears. She looked up in panic, meeting dozens of bewildered gazes. In that moment of silence, a clear prompt echoed from beneath the bandage. Fill in question 58. Luo Yuanyuan trembled all over, finally realizing what had happened. The blood drained from her face, her heart plummeting to the depths. She felt her legs weaken, a buzzing sound filling her ears, and the entire world seemed to spin around her. The air in the examination hall instantly froze. At this moment, Li Mingde walked into the classroom, his originally amiable face now devoid of expression as he stared at Luo Yuanyuan's hand still wrapped in bandages, his gaze darkening. It seems that your school's integrity education is merely a facade. Li Mingde's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it made the temperature in the examination hall seem to plummet. Without hesitation, the principal seized Luo Yuanyuan's right arm, and in an instant the bandage was roughly torn away, causing a tiny receiver to drop onto the floor with a thud, still emitting faint electrical noises. Luo Yuanyuan's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat rolling down her forehead. The examination hall erupted in an uproar, students whispering among themselves, some gasping in shock. A member of the inspection team picked up the cheating device from the floor and handed it to Li Mingde. Li Mingde examined the receiver, its metallic shell glinting coldly under the light. Standing behind Li Mingde, Principal Wang, witnessing this scene, felt like he wanted to die. He swayed slightly, darkness clouding his vision, feeling a wave of dizziness as cold sweat soaked through his shirt, clinging to his skin. The vice principal quickly supported his swaying body, feeling the arm beneath his hand trembling violently. Principal Wang's lips trembled uncontrollably as he tried to explain, his face paler than Luo Yuanyuan's. When caught cheating, his voice dry and out of tune. This is an accident. He finally managed to squeeze out a few words. We have very strict security measures for our exams with metal detectors in every examination room, so this is truly an accident. His frantic gaze swept over the glimmering cheating device on the ground before darting away. Li Mingde's gaze sliced through like a knife, and Principal Wang's voice grew smaller, eventually turning into meaningless murmurs. Didn't Principal Wang say that all examination rooms were equipped with signal jammers? Li Mingde's voice was steady yet heavy, so are they merely for show? Principal Wang's cold sweat slid down his brow, leaving a blurred mark on his glasses. His throat tightened violently, his lips trembled but couldn't form a word. Take her away first, don't delay the other student. Li Mingde waved his hand, signaling to take Luo Yuanyuan away, then instructed the accompanying inspection team member, Xiao, who go dismantle the signal jammer and bring it back for testing. I want to see if it's a malfunctioning device or human negligence. Understood. The young team member with black-rimmed glasses responded swiftly, and under the guidance of the invigilating teacher quickly walked toward the equipment box next to the podium. Li Mingde's gaze swept over the silent students, finally landing on the trembling Luo Yuanyuan. He raised his hand to signal the accompanying personnel, Xiao Zhang, take some people to inspect the other examination rooms. If any cheating students are found, bring them to me immediately. After saying that, Li Mingde adjusted his suit collar and strode toward the door. Meanwhile, the principal was dragging the already limp Luo Yuanyuan away. Once all the leaders left, a deathly silence lingered in the examination hall for several seconds before a subtle disturbance broke the stillness like cracking ice. The students in the first examination room quickly regained their senses from the shock. Those who could sit here were all intelligent individuals with clear minds. Many gazed at Luo Yuanyuan's empty seat, their disdain almost palpable. Continue answering questions. The invigilating teacher tapped the podium, his voice 3 degrees harsher than usual. You have 50 minutes left to submit your papers. The sound of pen tips scratching against the paper gradually resumed, but a subtle restlessness still lingered in the air. In the far corner of the classroom, Luo Qiqi leisurely twirled the gel pen in her hand, her smile slowly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting intricate shadows on her face, slicing her increasingly broad smile into eerie fragments. Luo Qiqi glanced up at the clock hanging above the blackboard, and in a daze seemed to lock eyes with a janitor outside. Luo Yuanyuan stumbled forward, wedged between the inspection team members, her hands tightly gripping the torn bandage, being led to the principal's office. Li Mingde walked straight to the black leather chair at the main seat, while the accompanying personnel quietly settled in a fan shape on either side of him. The metallic badge of the Provincial Education Department gleamed coldly on everyone's chest, pressing the atmosphere in the office into a grim seriousness. Luo Yuanyuan was thrown amidst the crowd, shrinking in place. Dad! Dad! At this moment, feeling isolated and helpless, Luo Yuanyuan trembled as she looked at Luo Xianghua, who stood at the back of the inspection team, calling out in desperation. Instantly all eyes turned to Luo Xianghua, and Li Mingda's gaze became laden with meaning. Luo Xianghua, who had been pretending to be dead from the start, turned pale upon hearing Luo Yuanyuan call for him, his complexion shifting from red to green, then finally to a deathly gray. At that moment, he truly wanted to strangle this incompetent Luo Yuanyuan, who always caused trouble. Luo Xianghua's face stiffened, then he stepped forward quickly, wearing a somewhat helpless yet sincere expression. Li team leader, I really had no knowledge of this matter. He paused for a few seconds, seemingly weighing his words, his tone filled with evident difficulty, as he explained, some time ago something happened, so I had Luo Yuanyuan temporarily suspend her studies and return home. Later her grandfather, Mr. Huang Zhongyi, the former director of the Education Bureau, felt that I had rashly allowed the child to suspend her studies and that I was hindering her education, so he took her away. When mentioning the former director, Luo Xianghua subtly emphasized those 3 words. The old man believed I made a hasty decision and delayed the child's education, so he took Yuanyuan away. He sighed, shaking his head. Mr. Huang even explicitly stated that I should not meddle in the child's affairs, so. He spread his hands, revealing a bitter smile. I, as her father, am completely unaware of when Yuanyuan resumed her studies. He suddenly raised his voice, his tone carrying deep regret, as he scolded, but I never expected her to cheat. Such a despicable act. If I had known earlier, I would never have condoned it. As he spoke, Luo Xianghua cautiously observed Li Mingda's expression, fearing the other party would not believe him. He deliberately framed his words as both helpless and indignant, as if he were also a victim who had been deceived, while the true responsibility had quietly shifted onto Luo Yuanyuan's grandfather. Li Mingda listened without immediately responding, the light and shadow in his eyes flickering unpredictably, making it hard to gauge his emotions. After a while, he slowly picked up his teacup, sipping the warm tea with an unhurried demeanor that strangely exuded a sense of pressure. Cheating during an exam. He set down the teacup, his voice low and stern. To put it mildly, it reflects poor character. He paused briefly, his gaze suddenly sharp. To put it more seriously, he heavily tapped his knuckles on the table. This undermines the very foundation of educational fairness. Li Mingda piercing gaze shot toward Luo Xianghua, his tone growing increasingly severe. Director Luo, you should know better than anyone how much the Provincial Education Bureau values this examination. Inspection teams are monitoring the entire process to eliminate any fraudulent behavior. Li Mingda leaned slightly forward, his knuckles drumming a heavy sound on the solid wood table as he articulated each word distinctly. Therefore, this matter, the Education Department will continue to follow up and treat it as a typical negative case. At that moment, the color drained from Luo Xianghua's face, even his lips taking on an unnatural grayish hue. Beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, glistening under the cold light of the conference room. Yes, I understand. He reflexively nodded, repeatedly forcing a strained smile at the corner. Just then the door to the office was pushed open. A member of the inspection team dragged in a thin, acne-ridden boy. Team leader Li, we have caught the person. The inspection team member handed over a testing report. The technical team traced the Bluetooth signal and confirmed that he was in real-time connection with Luo Yuanyuan's earpiece during the exam. The last page of the report clearly displayed the pairing records of the 2 devices. The inspection team member also produced a test paper and a mobile phone, placing them on Li Mingda's desk, adding, we found him in the basement of Yushio building, where he was still reading the answers. Li Mingda's gaze locked onto the boy being brought in like a hawk. The boy hunched over his frail body, seeming lost in the oversized school uniform, his acne-covered face filled with fear. Li Mingda snorted lightly and raised his hand, signaling the nearby inspection team member to start questioning. The female team member sitting in the corner immediately understood. The female team member with black-rimmed glasses pushed her glasses up, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. She gently placed a voice recorder on the table. With a soft click, sound the red indicator light turning on. Student, please state your name, class, and your relationship with Luo Yuanyuan. Why did you help her cheat, and where did this test paper come from? Her voice was calm without a trace of emotion, yet it carried a heavy sense of pressure. The boy suddenly raised his head at the words. He was already timid as a mouse, and upon being caught red-handed, he was utterly terrified, now trembling like a leaf. His pale lips quivered violently. Under the piercing gazes of the crowd, he stammered, I am Lu Ji from class 23, and with Luo Yuanyuan. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet it abruptly halted when he caught sight of Luo Yuanyuan's glance. The girl's gaze was like a poisoned ice blade, instantly silencing him. The female team member in black-rimmed glasses keenly picked up on this detail and immediately signaled to her colleague to take Luo Yuanyuan away from the questioning area. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Classmate Lu Ji confessing will bring lenience. Her voice was steady but carried an undeniable pressure. You have seriously violated regulations. If you continue to conceal the facts, she deliberately elongated her tone, expulsion would be mild. Lu Ji stared intently at the worn tip of his sneaker, his hands nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. I have a working relationship with Luo Yuanyuan. He swallowed hard. Every time there's an exam she would pay me to help her cheat, and later she would transfer me some money. Every time. The female team member keenly caught the key phrase, leaning slightly forward. Are you saying that all of Luo Yuanyuan's exams at school involved cheating? Her pen lightly tapped on the notebook. Can you specify how the cheating was done? Lu Ji shrank his shoulders, his voice getting lower. Sometimes Luo Yuanyuan would get the exam paper in advance. Once I finished, she would memorize the answers. Sometimes when she was too lazy to memorize, she would have me read the answers to her through a Bluetooth earpiece during the exam. His Adam's apple rolled violently, this time in the joint exam. It was doing both at the same time. You're talking nonsense. Luo Yuanyuan suddenly erupted with a piercing scream, her carefully styled hair in disarray sticking to her tear-stained face. She struggled frantically to come forward, but was firmly held back by the inspection team members. You're lying. I didn't. I only did it this once. Her face twisted as she hysterically cried out in protest. Lu Ji's frail body trembled violently like a withered leaf in autumn wind. He was terrified by Luo Yuanyuan's hysterical scream, nearly curling up into a ball. His thin shoulders hunched unnaturally, as if trying to hide himself within his faded school uniform. He certainly knew that helping Luo Yuanyuan cheat was wrong, but he was too poor. There were other children in his family, so his living expenses were pitifully small. He was so broke at school that he could barely afford meals, and in desperation he agreed to help Luo Yuanyuan cheat. When Li Mingda received the exam paper, his fingertips tightened slightly. His gaze quickly swept over the paper, his pupils suddenly contracting. Every question, every option was identical to the joint exam paper. With a loud slap, he slammed the exam paper onto the table, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Everyone look at this. The paper arced across the conference table, silently passed around by the team members. Everyone's faces visibly darkened, and the air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Li Mingda stood up, his hands braced against the table, casting a shadow over the trembling Luo Yuanyuan. The joint exam paper was leaked before the exam. His voice was low and terrifying. This is no longer just a cheating issue. Luo Yuanyuan, answer me, honestly, where did you get this exam paper? Luo Yuanyuan shuddered all over, lowering her head in silence, too afraid to meet Li Mingda's gaze. Her fingertips dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her mind was in a daze. A buzzing sound filled her ears, and only one thought kept circling. What to do? What should she do? Clearly it had worked flawlessly so many times before. Clearly this process had been executed so smoothly. Getting the exam paper in advance, Lu Ji finishing it, and during the exam transmitting answers through a miniature earpiece. There had never been a mistake in a year. Why did it have to go wrong during the most critical joint exam, right at the moment the inspection team was stationed at the school? It's over. It's all over. She couldn't bear to think how disappointed her grandfather would be if he found out about this. That bitch Luo Qiqi seems to be in the first examination room too. She must be so happy right now. And those hypocritical classmates at school, they must have been preparing their mocking faces long ago. Luo Yuanyuan's stomach twisted in pain, a metallic taste rising in her throat. She took a sharp breath, as if an invisible hand was tightly squeezing her chest. Black mist began to creep into her peripheral vision, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling twisted and deformed. She instinctively grabbed her collar, wrinkling the school uniform collar in her fingers. So humiliating. 1,000 times more disgraceful than being stripped naked in public. How would those poor students whom she despised the most talk about her in the future? So it turns out the top 5 in the grade were achieved through cheating. No wonder she always copied others' homework. So disgusting. Pretending to be so noble, turns out she is a fraud. These imagined taunts fell like heavy hammers upon her spine. Luo Yuanyuan suddenly felt her legs go weak, her whole body sliding uncontrollably towards the ground. At the other end of the conference table, the school leaders of Jiang Xu, one high school, were passing around the original exam paper, the hand of the head teacher trembling so much he could barely hold the paper. Principal Wang slumped in his chair, his face ashen as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. After 30 years in education, today might just be the day he faces a disgraceful conclusion. Luo Xianghua was on pins and needles, bearing the piercing gazes of condemnation from all directions. The veins on his forehead bulged as he desperately tried to distance himself from the situation. Team leader Li, I truly had no knowledge of this. His voice turned sharp due to urgency. This child has always been raised by her mother and grandfather. She is not close to me. I haven't even attended her parents' meetings more than a few times. I really had no knowledge of this. Hearing Luo Xianghua's eager denial of any relation, Luo Yuanyuan suddenly looked up. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Luo Xianghua say this made her open her mouth, but only a broken sob escaped, tears flooding out like a dam breaking. Li Mingda coldly observed the farce, turning to the inspection team members, methodically giving orders. First, urgently halt the exam and use the backup paper for a retake. Second, control all confidential personnel from the Jiangxu Education Bureau. Third, he glanced at the exhausted Luo Yuanyuan and the nearby Lu Ji, who was trying to shrink into the background. Transfer the suspects to the disciplinary inspection team and increase the guard to 2 people. He finally surveyed the conference room, his gaze as sharp as a knife. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Luo Xianghua was also taken away, temporarily suspended from duty for investigation. As soon as the inspection team left the teaching building, the entire campus erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. First, the invigilators who had suddenly been dispatched to the examination rooms were patrolling the corridors like hawks, and within half an hour they had caught 7 or 8 students who were carrying cheat sheets. Luckily, none of the cases were serious, and all were handed over to the teaching office for processing. Later, just as the English exam was about to end, a sudden announcement stated that due to the leakage of the exam paper, the scores for this English exam would be voided and a retake would be conducted in the afternoon using the backup paper. The security inspection standards were all upgraded, aligning directly with the college entrance examination. Instantly, waves of wailing swept through every classroom. Some students angrily slammed their pens down, others helplessly buried their heads in their exam papers, while more students began to inquire about the reasons for the leak. Coincidentally, the students from the first examination room also returned to their classes, informing everyone of the truth about the retake. It was because Luo Yuanyuan had cheated in the exam using high-tech devices and was caught red-handed by the head of the inspection team. Once this news spread, it spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the entire grade. The first-year classes erupted into chaos, with waves of angry voices rising one after another. What a fake top student. So disgusting. So she was cheating all along. Why should she cheat alone and drag all of us into having to retake? Damn it, don't let me see her again. I finally got the essay right this time. Now it's all gone. Damn it. What talented player. Uffed. Turns out it was all fake. The electronic screen in the corridor was still looping the retake notification, while the furious students had already spontaneously initiated denunciation on the campus forum. Later, someone dug up Luo Yuanyuan's past transcripts for comparative analysis. Someone took out her homework from various subjects to analyze. The others even edited her into a meme labeled Cheating Queen. The once glorious genius girl was now being nailed to the pillar of public humiliation. Jiang Xu heard the news about the retake and merely sighed lightly, his expression calm and composed, standing in stark contrast to the aggrieved classmates around him. When he returned to the classroom after lunch and had just sat down, he was pulled by Zhou Ying, who was eager to know the ins and outs of the situation. Before long, his seat was surrounded by curious classmates. After all, he was the only one besides Luo Yuanyuan who had taken the exam in the first examination room. Surrounded by the intense gazes of everyone, Jiang Xu felt utterly uncomfortable but could do nothing about it. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then slowly spoke, clearly and concisely recounting what had happened in the first examination room, without any redundancy or personal emotions. As Luo Yuanyuan's classmate, they were clearly able to notice more details, leading to a new wave of discussions about Luo. All the doubts that had once been overshadowed by Luo Yuanyuan's aura now became the strongest evidence. The discussions in the classroom rose and fell, gradually dismantling this top student persona. Jiang Xu took out his grammar book, preparing to review it for a while, when suddenly he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Fang Jian's seat. Are you looking for Fang Jian? Zhou Ying, who had been munching popcorn, turned around and saw Jiang Xu staring at Fang Jian's seat and kindly reminded, don't look for her. She didn't come to school today. Caught red-handed, Jiang Xu abruptly turned his head back, his Adam's apple rolling unnaturally. He feigned calmness, lowering his head to continue reading, but his ears turned suspiciously red. Oblivious to his abnormality, Zhou Ying leaned over the desk, conspiratorially lowering her voice. But I have a new gossip about Fang Jian. Want to hear it? Zhou Ying eagerly continued. Isn't Luo Yuanyuan in conflict with Fang Jian? This exam happened to have her 2 best friends in the same examination room as Fang Jian, and one was sitting right behind her. Jiang Xu's fingers froze on the pages, and although his face maintained an indifferent expression, his body involuntarily straightened. Luo Yuanyuan gave those 2 friends a copy of the answers. Zhou Ying gestured as she spoke, planning to have them frame Fang Jian at an opportune moment. Guess what happened next? At this point, he couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jian didn't even show up for the exam. Haha. Zhou Ying laughed so hard that she pounded the table, causing classmates in the front row to turn around. He quickly covered his mouth, but his shoulders still shook with laughter. Those 2 unfortunate souls didn't even get a chance to handle the answers before they were caught red-handed by the suddenly appearing inspection teacher. I heard they're still waiting in the teaching office to be called in with their parents. The high school teaching building was permeated with a stifling sense of resentment, yet the afternoon English retake still arrived as scheduled amidst the piercing sound of the preparatory bell. The entire examination hall was shrouded in an almost suffocating atmosphere, with tension lingering in every corner. The security check procedures were infuriatingly strict, with metal detectors scanning each candidate repeatedly. Even the compartments of pencil cases had to be opened for inspection. The invigilators wore grave expressions, their eyes vigilantly surveying the room. Due to the cheating incident in the morning, they had not even had time for lunch before being urgently summoned to a meeting. Especially the 2 invigilators in the first examination room, who not only faced public reprimand, but were also required to write lengthy reflections and had several months' wages deducted. At this moment, the Jiangxing Education Bureau was also enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of tension. Team Leader Li led an inspection team directly into the bureau, and the entire floor was designated as a temporary investigation zone. Phones of all personnel involved were confiscated. The meeting room was converted into an inquiry room, and everyone was called in for individual discussions, leaving only the sounds of knocking and suppressed coughing in the corridor. Luo Xianghua, as a key suspect, had already been suspended for investigation. Even the retired Mr. Huang Zhongyi was summoned to the Education Bureau for questioning due to Luo Yuanyuan. The atmosphere in the bureau was one of widespread panic. Everyone was on edge, fearing that even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. In this chilling atmosphere, Yan Xiaowen, the head of the Legal Affairs Department, was meticulously cooperating with the inspector. As one of the few mid-level officials still assisting with the investigation, every action of his was exceptionally cautious, fearing to leave any incriminating evidence in this sensitive moment. Upon understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Yan Xiaowen fell into a brief silence. Seeing the situation grow increasingly severe, he now had to confirm whether this matter had any relation to Luo Xianghua. After much hesitation, Yan Xiaowen seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom and dialed his sister Yan Zuyan's number. The call was quickly answered, and in the background he could vaguely hear his niece Luo Qiqi vividly describing, "Mom, you won't believe how Luo Yuanyuan looked when she was caught her face." Yan Zuyan's voice interrupted her narration. "Qiqi, go back to your room first." Luo Qiqi obediently left, her footsteps fading away, followed by the sound of a door closing. Yan Xiaoyun then continued, "Xiaowen, how is the situation over there?" Yan Xiaowen briefly explained the current state of the Education Bureau. "It's in chaos right now. Team leader Li is personally overseeing things, and even Huang Zhongyi has been brought in for questioning." He suddenly raised his voice, "Sister, is there any relation to Luo Xianghua in this matter? With the scrutiny from above being so severe, I'm worried." After hearing her brother's concerns, Yan Zuyan's tone was calm and composed. "What are you panicking about?" She smiled casually. "Rest assured, Luo Xianghua has been kept in the dark about this matter from start to finish." Yan Zuyan's voice was filled with sarcasm. "His foolish daughter has devoted all her thoughts to the wrong path. Very few people know about Luo Yuanyuan's cheating." Yan Xiaowen still felt a bit uneasy, but, "All right." Yan Xiaoyun interrupted him. "If you're unsure, just investigate the vice principal of the No. 1 high school. Isn't he also the director of the Academic Affairs Office?" Yan Xiaowen was taken aback, then quickly pieced together the key points. But how would Yan Xiaoyun, who usually never stepped out of bounds, know these things? His brow furrowed, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone. "Sister, how do you know about these internal matters?" "She offended someone." Yan Xiaoyun replied dismissively. "They find it troublesome and want to use us as a knife." At this point her tone suddenly turned sharp. "Luo Xianghua is probably going to suffer greatly this time. After all, he has no use for you now that he has helped you to this position." Yan Xiaoyun looked at the vase on the table, speaking meaningfully. "This is your opportunity, Xiaowen." "That person," said Huang Zhongyi sighed, "is also not clean." This sentence was delivered softly and slowly, yet it struck Yan Xiaowen like a heavy blow. After hanging up, Yan Ziyuan's heart raced as he stood at the window motionless for a long time. The lights of Jiangcheng began to flicker in the dusk, reflecting a determined glint in his eyes. Yan Xiaowen turned back to his desk and quickly began drafting a new investigation plan, each stroke of the pen on the paper resembling a carefully woven net. The next morning, before the sound of early reading at Jiangxing No. 1 high school had dissipated, a commotion had already erupted in the administrative building. The investigation plan Yan Xiaowen had drafted the previous day was approved by Li Mingda and placed under his full responsibility. So early in the morning, just as everyone was stepping out to prepare for work, he rushed to Vice Principal Su Jiang's office with a search warrant bearing a bright red seal, leading the inspection team. Yesterday, upon learning of the exam paper leak, Li Mingda immediately detained all personnel involved, including Su Jiang, who also concurrently served as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Thus, the exam papers that had yet to be handed over to Luo Yuanyuan were left in his office. After a thorough search, Yan Xiaowen indeed found the exam paper, opening it to discover it was the biology joint examination paper that had not yet started this morning. Having found the crucial evidence, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yan Ziyuan's eyes as he hurriedly gathered his team and rushed back to the Education Bureau to report. Meanwhile, the investigation into Su Jiang by the Education Bureau's inspection team had hit a snag. Faced with the relentless questioning from the investigators, this usually straightforward vice principal exhibited an unusual level of composure. He alternated between frowning in thought and shrugging with a wry smile, skillfully dodging every crucial question with responses like, "I really don't know about this matter, and that aspect isn't my responsibility." The investigation team could clearly sense that Su Jiang seemed to have already prepared a complete set of responses. Fortunately, Yan Xiaowen returned to the Education Bureau with the key evidence just in time. When he slammed the sealed joint examination paper down in front of Su Jiang, the usually calm vice principal finally showed a glimmer of panic on his face. However, he quickly regained his innocent expression, claiming it must be a deliberate framing. "The lock on my office door often doesn't close, so it appearing here is quite puzzling for me." He defended himself with this reasoning, his voice even carrying a hint of grievance. Coincidentally, the surveillance system in Su Jiang's office had also malfunctioned during this recent period, causing the interrogation to fall back into a stalemate. Just as the inspection team was at a loss, the police's technical department delivered a significant breakthrough. The technicians not only successfully recovered all chat records between him and Luo Yuanyuan, but also discovered that Su Jiang was implicated in multiple corruption cases by tracking his payment accounts and communication records, including several senior officials from the Education Bureau. This major discovery escalated the original exam leak case into a systematic corruption scandal. Upon learning of this situation, Li Mingde was extremely furious and vented his anger during the meeting. After thoroughly analyzing the case, Li Mingde keenly realized that this was a key opportunity to advance his career. After all, he had stagnated in his current position for many years. After careful consideration, Li Mingde immediately organized a special task force to write a detailed investigation report and personally submitted a request to the higher authorities asking for the establishment of a joint investigation team to thoroughly investigate the series of cases. In the request document, Li Mingde particularly emphasized, this case involves numerous leading officials in the education system, has a severe nature and far-reaching impact requiring serious investigation to uphold educational fairness and social justice. This meticulously worded report with sufficient evidence quickly garnered the attention of the higher authorities. In less than a day, the higher authorities approved Li Mingde request document and even dispatched additional personnel to assist him in solving the case swiftly. As the breakthrough suspect, Su Jiang was immediately given high priority, and the police promptly organized a skilled team to conduct interrogation. The police, like falconers, conducted round-the-clock questioning aiming to break down his psychological defenses. Ultimately, heaven rewards the diligent. Under the police's fatigue tactics and a wealth of conclusive evidence, Su Jiang could no longer withstand the pressure and voluntarily confessed everything he knew. Su Jiang initially confessed to helping Luo Yuanyuan cheat. Luo Yuanyuan's mother was his university classmate. Because they were from the same hometown, Luo's mother had looked out for him during their time in school, creating a special bond that made Su Jiang develop feelings that transcended mere friendship. However, thinking of his humble beginnings compared to the daughter of the Education Bureau director made him hesitate to express. Eventually, Luo's mother married Luo Xianghua, and on her recommendation, Su Jiang began teaching at the affiliated junior high school of Jiangxu. One high school. Years later, when Luo Yuanyuan entered junior high and happened to be placed in his class, Su Jiang transferred his unfulfilled feelings for Luo's mother onto Luo Yuanyuan, treating her almost like his own daughter and fulfilling her every request. Thus, when Luo Yuanyuan first asked Su Jiang to help her cheat, he hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. However, this assistance extended to the present. Su Jiang continued to help Luo Yuanyuan cheat, even during the high school entrance examination. This allowed her to successfully enroll in Jiangxu One high school, while he himself was promoted to vice principal and also took on the role of director of the academic affairs office. He had considered stopping, but every time he saw Luo Yuanyuan's face, which was so similar to Luo's mother's, especially after Luo's mother passed away, he found it even harder to refuse Luo Yuanyuan. He thought anyway, once high school graduation arrived, Luo Xianghua would send Luo Yuanyuan abroad for further studies. Her grades didn't really matter. In the interrogation room, after hearing Su Jiang's confession, even the strongest professional ethics couldn't hide the shock and outrage within the investigators. Several seasoned officers exchanged glances, their eyes revealing unmistakable disdain and contempt. In the name of gratitude, turning someone's daughter into a habitual offender of academic misconduct. Was this really gratitude or revenge? In the end, he still used feelings as a pretext to excuse his selfishness and negligence. Luo Yuanyuan's mother encountering someone like him was truly a stroke of bad luck. The interrogation recorder heavily inscribed the words suspected of long-term organized exam cheating on the record, the pen leaving deep indentations on the paper. Without waiting for Su Jiang to immerse himself in his self-pity, the interrogator knocked on the table, urging him to continue detailing the school-related corruption. The heavy air in the interrogation room was abruptly shattered by a sharp sound of knuckles striking the table. The lead interrogating officer fixed his piercing gaze upon Su Jiang, his voice steady and authoritative. Regarding the matter between you and Luo Yuanyuan, a dedicated task force will follow up on this case. Now please honestly confess to the corruption charges you are involved in. Su Jiang's expression of sorrow stiffened, beads of sweat forming at his temples. His hands resting beneath the table nervously rubbed against his trouser legs, his voice trembling. This. Comrade Su Jiang, allow me to remind you. The recording clerk paused his writing, speaking sternly. You are aware of the policy of leniency for confession. Clarifying your situation now is beneficial for both yourself and the investigation into the case. The lead interrogator flipped open a new case file and adjusted his glasses. Upon verification, it has been found that over the past 3 years, only 370 out of the 2.8 million yuan allocated for student aid at Jiangxu One high school was actually distributed. The bidding price for the new cafeteria exceeded the market price by 204. The accounted discrepancy in teacher performance salaries totaled 183 million yuan. At this point, the accompanying juror handed the lead interrogator a ledger. We found this in one of your properties. The lead interrogator raised the ledger, looking at the pale-faced Su Jiang. This ledger belongs to you, doesn't it? Is the record of the profit-sharing ratios among various school leaders accurate? Su Jiang's throat bobbed up and down, his complexion shifting from pale to green, feeling as if his spine had been pulled out, slumped in the interrogation chair, sensing that he was on the verge of fainting. His suit collar was already drenched with cold sweat, his back hunched, and he appeared to age 10 years in an instant. Su Jiang knew that today he was completely finished. He slowly raised his head, his gaze unfocused, voice hoarse. I confess everything. In the following hours, Su Jiang disclosed all details, as if spilling beans, including how much money was involved, who the accomplices were, how the assets were laundered. In the end, he even named several public officials from the Education Bureau. As the task force compared the files of the involved parties overnight, they discovered a shocking pattern. 70 of the individuals on the list had to varying degrees been promoted and aided by Huang Zhongyi. Li Mingde looked at the investigative report handed to him by the task force, feeling that he was not far from a promotion. Time to close the net. With Li Mingde command, the Jiangxu Discipline Inspection Commission, in conjunction with the municipal police, urgently deployed, with multiple arrest teams simultaneously moving out, initiating a silent encirclement. Meanwhile, Huang Zhongyi, who was at home attempting to use his connections to bail out Luo Yuanyuan, was completely unaware that his name had already appeared at the top of the arrest list. So when the doorbell rang, Huang Zhongyi thought it was the intermediary he had contacted, but opening the door revealed the disciplinary inspection officer brandishing identification silver handcuffs gleaming coldly under the entrance light. At the same time, anxiety gripped the campus of Jiangxu One High School. Director Wang of the mathematics department was taken away in the midst of grading entrance exam papers. Teacher Li from the academic affairs office was stopped just as she exited the school gate, and even the security guard Old Zhang was summoned for questioning. All faculty members felt on edge as no one knew who would be taken next. This anti-corruption storm came so swiftly that many involved parties did not even have time to destroy evidence. In Huang Zhongyi's villa study, investigators uncovered 3 ledgers from a hidden compartment detailing the flow of funds and profit distribution across various projects in the education system over the past decade. Meanwhile, in the file room of Jiangxu One High School, investigators discovered a large number of forged project contracts and false reimbursement vouchers. As the investigation deepened, the corrupt network that had long been entrenched in the Jiangxu education system was being uprooted. All of this began with what seemed like an ordinary entrance exam cheating case. Under the thunderous actions of the task force, within just 5 days, all 23 individuals involved, including Huang Zhongyi, were captured. The prosecution charged them with corruption, bribery, abuse of power, and forgery of official documents, with the amount involved exceeding 47 million yuan. Due to the integrity of the evidence, all defendants confessed in court, and the case was processed unusually swiftly. In court, the silver-haired Huang Zhongyi, escorted by judicial officers, appeared particularly aged. The judge solemnly pronounced, defendant Huang Zhongyi is guilty of bribery and abuse of power, receiving a combined sentence of 15 years in prison and the confiscation of all personal assets. This once mighty titan of the education sector now hunched over, murky tears streaming down his wrinkled cheek. He never imagined that the small act of allowing Luo Yuanyuan to return to school would lead to his own disgrace. Other involved parties also faced severe legal repercussions. Su Jiang was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his act of confession. Director Wang, from the mathematics department, was sentenced to 7 years for embezzling student aid. Teacher Li from the academic affairs office was sentenced to 6 years for forging documents for needy students. Principal Wang and Luo Xianghua, although not directly involved in the embezzlement, faced severe neglect charges, with one dismissed from his principal position and the other suspended for investigation. Other involved parties received various disciplinary actions, such as dismissal, demotion, or reprimands. Meanwhile, Li Mingde was promoted to deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau for his professional skills and firm stance during the investigation. Yan Xiuwen, who made a key breakthrough in the case, was appointed deputy director of the Jiangxu Education Bureau and head of the disciplinary inspection team, becoming the U. It seemed that everyone tacitly ignored the various doubts in this case, and no one probed why the investigation proceeded so smoothly that it felt almost eerie. Key evidence was as readily available as if it had been meticulously arranged. These big figures, who had deep roots in Jiangxu, received no prior warning, and no one put up any significant resistance. Like puppets with their strings cut, the protective umbrellas behind them collectively fell silent at the same moment, allowing the pawns to become discarded pieces. Not even a desperate struggle from the cornered was seen. This seemingly perfect textbook-like trial allowed every participant to achieve their wishes. As for where the truth lay hidden in the face of this happy ending, no one seemed to care. The source of it all, Luo Yuanyuan, also received her due punishment. Following the deliberations of the Jiangxu One High School administrative meeting, and with approval from the Municipal Education Bureau, the following actions were taken against Luo Yuanyuan: expulsion from school, cancellation of her student status at Jiangxu One High School. Her disciplinary actions will be permanently recorded in her academic file. All exam results are voided and her entrance exam scores will be invalidated and publicly reported. All competition awards she received will be revoked, and her family must return the illegally obtained student aid and scholarships totaling 8600 yuan. Standing in the principal's office, Luo Yuanyuan trembled as she signed the disciplinary decision, finally breaking down in tears. Outside the window, the once familiar campus still resonated with the sounds of learning, yet she could never return to that familiar classroom. This once revered, top student now became a cautionary tale within the Jiangxu education system. I hope you can recognize your mistakes and actively correct them, or life is still long ahead of you, the new principal said to Luo Yuanyuan earnestly. As Luo Yuanyuan pushed open the door to the principal's office with red-rimmed eyes, the class bell suddenly rang. The tide of students surging into the hallway seemed to hit pause at the sight of her. The sounds of laughter and chatter abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of gasps and whispers. Look, isn't that Luo Yuanyuan? Her father was suspended because of her. I heard she had been cheating since middle school. Each word felt like a knife, piercing her heart. Several girls even exaggeratedly pulled their companions back a few steps, as if she carried some plague. Behind the windows on either side of the hallway, curious heads peeked out, the gestures of pointing and whispering unabashed. Luo Yuanyuan bit her lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. She felt countless gazes penetrating her body like X-rays, exposing her most disgraceful self under the shining light of day. A buzzing sound filled her ears, and those deliberately hushed discussions became disturbingly clear. My family said that because of her, even her grandfather has gone to prison. How can she still have the face to live? Cheating scum. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the noisy crowd. Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan instinctively turned around, and a bottle of open cola came soaring towards her, the icy soda flowing down her hair, soaking her school uniform shirt. The sweet liquid slid into her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she saw a disheveled girl being held back by her companions. Why don't you go die? The girl's frenzied screams were filled with overwhelming hatred. My dad was sentenced to 7 years. My mom committed suicide with sleeping pills yesterday. Now I'm the only one left in my family. It's all your fault. You wretched person caused all this. You murderer. The crowd gasped, instinctively retreating half a step. Luo Yuanyuan stood frozen, the soda dripping onto her eyelashes, the girl's twisted face magnified in her pupils. That bone-deep hatred seemed to solidify into something that would stab her thousands of times. She opened her mouth, but the only taste was that of blood mixed with soda at her lips, having unknowingly bitten her lip. Get this on camera. Quick, get this on camera. Wow, look, the daughter of the school board was splashed with soda. Hurry, Luo Yuanyuan. Get your dad to expel her. Laughter erupted from behind her, with boys whistling and cheering, while more people raised their phones, forming a semicircle, as if watching a spectacular street performance. The consequences of her past actions began to turn against her. The continuous notification sounds from phones jolted Luo Yuanyuan back to reality, as she stumbled back 2 steps, suddenly pushing through the crowd, in a frenzy, fleeing amidst the laughter. Her scattered hair clung to her tear-streaked face as she ran from the once proud campus, as if escaping for her life. But upon bursting out of the school, she suddenly stopped in front of the busy street. With traffic flowing like a river and crowds surging, she felt as if the whole world had abandoned her, lost and helpless. She slowly sank onto a public bench by the road, her fingers unconsciously gripping the disciplinary notice, crumpling it in her palm. She didn't know where to go. After her father was suspended, he had thrown her out the moment she got home. She had just been released from the Education Bureau and hadn't even had time to understand what had happened. Later, when she went to find her grandfather, her aunt blocked her at the door, hurling insults at her. Get lost. Don't come here to ruin our family. It's because of you that our family is cursed. It's all your fault. Your uncle and grandfather are in prison because of you. I lost my job because of you. Now are you satisfied? Luo Yuanyuan sat there dazed, her whole body cold. The icy soda dripped from her hair, spreading a dark stain on the concrete ground. She only wanted to achieve good grades, to earn a compliment from her grandfather, to maintain the halo of an excellent student. How did it all lead to this? In one night, she fell from the clouds into the dust, from the adored daughter of the school board to the despised rat everyone wanted to beat, from a top student on the honor roll to a blemish on the education system. How could this happen? Luo Yuanyuan had wandered outside for a week, and only when the last bit of money in her pocket was spent did she return home, like a stray dog to a place that no longer belonged to her. When Luo Xianghua saw her, his eyes were as cold as if he were looking at a stranger. He couldn't even be bothered to ask her any proper questions, merely turning his face away in disgust with a cold snort before walking away. Her room had long since changed owners. The pink curtains had been replaced with the light yellow that Luo Qiqi liked, and the bookshelf was neatly arranged with brand new study materials. In the new family photo on her bedside table, her position had already vanished. All her belongings were carelessly piled in the dark, damp attic, treated like a heap of trash that needed to be dealt with. A few days ago, when you ran away, Dad thought you wouldn't come back, so he gave your room to me. Luo Qiqi leaned against the doorframe, twirling a strand of hair with her fingertips, feigning innocence as she spoke. So sister can just make do with living in the attic for a while. By the way, the guest room has been turned into a study after all. Neither Yayu nor I are as smart as you are, so we can only rely on hard work to make up for our shortcomings. She deliberately emphasized the word smart, and the mockery in her eyes was almost overflowing. Luo Yuanyuan tightly gripped the handle of her suitcase, her nails digging deep into her palm, but she dared not retort, fearing she would be thrown out once more. After being expelled from school, she curled up in a corner of the house all day like a shadow that could not be seen. Every time Luo Xianghua caught a glimpse of her, his brows would tightly knit together, and the disgust in his gaze was almost palpable. He had tried to throw this hot potato away, but whenever schools around Jiangxu heard the name Luo Yuanyuan, they would wave their hands as if trying to shoo away a plague. Even when he offered to sponsor them, the principals shook their heads like rattles. Moreover, deep down, he didn't want to spend a single cent on this daughter, who had brought him nothing but disgrace. In the end, it was still Yin Xiuyun who, in order to showcase her generosity, used connections to find a vocational high school willing to reluctantly accept Luo Yuanyuan with a fully closed management system. However, the school's attitude was also very clear. They were only willing to break the rules due to Yin Zuyun's brother, Yin Xiuwen, who worked in the education bureau. The school required that Luo Yuanyuan could only enroll as a temporary student with her student status, not being transferred for the time being. Moreover, if Luo Yuanyuan caused even the slightest trouble at school regardless of whose responsibility, it was she would have to leave immediately. Luo Xianghua signed the agreement almost the moment he saw it. Those harsh conditions seemed trivial in his eyes. Ever since Luo Yuanyuan had caused him to be suspended, she had completely become a burden in his eyes. Now that even the last support he could rely on had been taken away because of her, what right did she have to be picky? Luo Yuanyuan clutched the admission notice tightly, her knuckles turning white. She would rather starve on the streets than step through the doors of a vocational high school. In her deeply rooted belief, such places were nothing but garbage dumps prepared for societal dregs. But before her protests could finish, Luo Zhanghua's slap, accompanied by a sharp wind, struck her hard. Luo Xianghua laid down the law: either obediently go to school or get out right now. In the end, Luo Yuanyuan still dragged her luggage through the gates of that vocational high school. The words temporary student on her registration felt like a glaring brand, making her feel as if she was under the scrutinizing eyes of the teachers in the administrative office. Just before leaving, Luo Zhanghua's final reminder echoed in her ears: remember, once you go to school, you are just an ordinary student. I will have someone keep an eye on you. If you dare to use my name to cause trouble, you will go back to the countryside and farm. The notification sound of living expenses arriving in her bank account rang out at that moment. Luo Yuanyuan looked down at the glaring 1,000 on the screen. She recalled that in the past her lunch would cost more than this amount. Now this money had to last her through the entire month, covering all expenses, including food and textbooks. Her fingers tightened around the phone, trembling slightly as the harsh sound of the class bell echoed from the teaching building in the distance. For the first time, she felt regret in her heart, yet she didn't know where to start her repentance. Meanwhile, Yin Xiuyun looked at the news of Luo Yuanyuan's enrollment, revealing a meaningful smile. She took a sip of the coffee on the table. Of course, she had no good intentions. That vocational high school was the good place she specifically found for Luo Yuanyuan. This vocational high school was notorious in the Jiangxu education circle as a no man's land filled with all kinds of people, including those involved in gambling and drugs. Bullying was rampant in the school and fights were almost a daily occurrence. A pampered young lady like Luo Yuanyuan would soon realize after just a few days of attending what it truly meant to live a life worse than death. Yin Xiuyun edited a text message about Luo Yuanyuan and Huang Zongyi's current situation and sent it to us. She stared at the number in a daze. If it weren't for Luo Yuanyuan offending this person and the other party looking down on handling it personally, then using the Yin family's influence, her brother Yin Xiuwen would not have been able to sit in the position of deputy director of the education bureau so quickly. At this thought, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Yin Xiuwen had once used every connection to secretly investigate this person, yet he couldn't find even the slightest clue. What kind of terrifying power was required to erase one's existence so thoroughly? The coffee cup in her hand trembled slightly, and the brown liquid reflected the apprehension deep in her eyes. She quietly warned herself such a person could only be carefully appeased and befriended. There could be no room for offense. After all, the ability to elevate a family to great heights could just as easily lead to their irrevocable downfall. Meanwhile, at a reservoir somewhere in Jiangxu, Fang Jian, who was walking his dog, showed no change in expression upon seeing the message sent by Yin Xiuyun. The system in his mind also saw that text message and gained a deeper understanding of Fang Jian's character. It's not the crazies with education that are to be feared, but those who not only have education, but also bear grudges. It stayed in Fang Jian's mind, witnessing how he carefully laid out his plans to eliminate Luo Yuanyuan's every support and resource, thoroughly sending her into the abyss. By now, Huang Zhongyi probably still thought it was his political enemies causing trouble, while Luo Yuanyuan remained oblivious to whom she had offended to end up in such a situation. As for Yin Zuyun's subtle attempts to please and test him, Fang Jian did not take them to heart. After all, if Yin Xiuyun took advantage of her without showing any signs of gratitude, the next Luo Yuanyuan could easily be them. Right now, the only thing she cared about was one thing. Looking not far ahead, beside a toddler being held by a parent, squatted a beagle wagging its tail, eagerly waiting for food. Fang Jian's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice ball. If you dare eat poop, I'll throw you into the river. The previously excited beagle froze, clearly understanding its owner's threat, and mechanically turned its head. In its round, pleading eyes, it brimmed with grievance, letting out a war sound while its tail wagged apologetically behind it. Fang Jian remained unmoved, lightly tapping on the leash with her long fingers, her voice firm as she commanded, "Come." The beagle drooped its ears, taking 3 steps back, reluctantly moving to its owner's feet, glancing back at the child, who was doing their business. Fang Jian scoffed lightly, raising her foot to gently kick the dog's backside. If you look again, it'll kick you into the ditch. This beagle was the same one she had previously fostered at Lan Tingzhou's house. Lan Tingzhou had named it Bal, claiming it was derived from West Asian mythology, the god of fertility and abundance. Bal Hadad, symbolizing good wishes for health and longevity. However, Fang Jian sneered upon hearing this. It wasn't a less-known myth, and she knew that Bal was also a storm god in West Asian mythology, possessing destructive power capable of wreaking havoc. As for why Bal, who originally resided at Lan Tingzhou's home, ended up with Fang Jian. Time rewinds 3 hours ago. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, dusk was settling in. Fang Jian knelt on the living room floor, methodically stuffing climbing hooks, waterproof bags, and first aid kits into her backpack. Her phone lit up beside her, the screen flashing Lan Tingzhou. She glanced at it, swiped to answer, and hit the speaker button. What is it? It's not yet time for the follow-up this month. Fang Jian spoke lazily, continuing her movements as she folded the last windbreaker and stuffed it into the bag. On the other end of the line, Lan Tingzhou's voice remained calm, but the background noise faintly carried the sound of war. War. Barking. I have a business trip tomorrow. Lan Tingzhou paused, seemingly taking a deep breath. Bal, the beagle you fostered with me, you need to take it back. Fang Jian zipped up her backpack, a barely noticeable smirk on her lips, her tone extremely innocent. Sorry, Dr. Lan, although I want to take Bal back, I'm currently staying in a hotel, and it's not convenient to keep a pet. She surveyed her spacious villa. Her talent for lying through her teeth was impeccable. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a loud bang, as if a door had been forcefully opened. Lan Tingzhou's voice finally showed a hint of crack. Just 3 days, I'll take it back in 3 days. Fang Jian leisurely zipped up her bag, chuckling lightly, her tone innocent. You can have it fostered at a pet store, or ask someone to help take care of it. I'm going to a city tomorrow to hike. I won't have time. You think I haven't tried? Lan Tingzhou's voice unusually carried a hint of gritted teeth. The pet store near my house has blacklisted Bal. No amount of money will get him in, and I've had several babysitters quit out of anger. Fang Jian almost laughed out loud, but forced herself to hold back, her tone serious. Is it really that serious? Fang Jian. Lan Tingzhou took a deep breath, his voice returning to calm, but clear in every word. This is your dog. It's only right for you to take it back. After a pause, he added, still steady but revealing a hint of fatigue in his tone. Moreover, my apartment has already been almost destroyed by it. This is the 3rd room it has wrecked, and the speed of renovation can't keep up with the speed of its destruction. Fang Jian finally couldn't help but laugh. To get someone like Lan Tingzhou, who remained unfazed in the face of calamity, to say such things, Bal truly deserved credit. Yet she still didn't want to agree. No, I don't. 3 days. Lan Tingzhou interrupted her, his voice calm and resolute. Help me look after it for 3 days, and you won't need to come in for a follow-up next month. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, agreeing. Deal. 3 hours later, Fang Jian regretted it. Fang Jian had never been liked by small animals. As she grew up, many animals became afraid of her on sight, so she had never kept any pets. But this beagle, she didn't know if it was lacking a brain or something else, came charging at her with excitement from the first encounter. No matter how she tried to shoo it away, it followed her, persistently trailing behind her for 3 streets, its wet nose leaving muddy prints all over her pants. At that moment, Fang Jian still found it fresh and exciting. After all, this was the first living creature that wasn't afraid of her. Just right, she had thought of a brilliant idea to annoy Lan Tingzhou, and thus she adopted the beagle. Now, with a blank expression, Fang Jian once again pulled the beagle up from the water dam. Looking at Bal's eager eyes, she took a deep breath, experiencing for the first time the feeling of lifting a stone only to smash her own foot. In the short hours since she picked up Bal, including but not limited to bothering stray cats and getting beaten up, untying its leash when she wasn't paying attention, and dashing through busy streets, knocking over fruit stands and costing her a fortune, suddenly charging at a child to grab the sausage from their hand, almost getting hit by the child's parent had she not pulled it back in time. There was no choice. Fang Jian had to lead the beagle back from the reservoir. Yet even in less crowded places, it couldn't behave, almost going to eat poop. Fang Jian took out her phone and once again called Lan Tingzhou, but the other end was directly turned off. Thus, during Fang Jian's journey to climb the mountain in city, she unexpectedly acquired a beagle. The destination Fang Jian chose was a pristine forest that had yet to be developed. Towering ancient trees cast deep shadows with a dense canopy blocking out the sky, and the vegetation coverage reached as high as 90%. When the car stopped at the foot of the mountain, she nimbly jumped out, confirmed the pickup time with the driver, and then shouldered her heavy hiking backpack. The over 100 pounds of weight on her back felt as light as a feather. She adjusted the straps and set off with a light step into the depths of the dense forest. The lively beagle bear could hardly contain its excitement, bursting out of the car like an arrow as soon as the door opened, its brown and white figure darting in and out of the bushes, leaving behind a trail of cheerful barking. As the sun dipped in the west and twilight began to settle, the thick jungle grew darker much faster than outside. Thus Fang Jian halted her ascent and found a sheltered slope nearby. She skillfully cleared away the surrounding thorns and dead branches, creating a flat campsite. The heavy camping bag made a muffled thud as it hit the ground. Fang Jian deftly unfolded the tent poles, and the metal rods connected seamlessly in her hands. Bear had been in a state of extreme excitement since entering the forest, even recklessly charging into a wild boar's nest in the morning. If not for Fang Jian arriving in time, it would have likely been gored by the boar's tusks. However, Bear clearly hadn't learned its lesson, and at this moment it could not suppress its adventurous impulse, its round eyes darting about. Seeing Fang Jian focused on securing the tent, it quietly slinked back, its brown and white figure flashing before disappearing into the bushes. Fang Jian caught a glimpse of the sneaky shadow slipping away from the corner of her eye, a slight smile creeping onto her lips, yet she made no move to stop it. Having surveyed the surroundings, she noted there were no large predators or poisonous snakes nearby, so she allowed the energetic bear to frolic freely. After Fang Jian managed to start a fire and set up the iron pot, she began to butcher the wild boar she had. Suddenly, she caught sight of Bear bustling back and forth. That rascal would return to the campsite every few minutes, each time with a piece of fabric in its mouth, thinking she hadn't noticed, sneakily stuffing it into the doghouse next to the tent. Just then, Bear was heading toward its makeshift doghouse with another piece of fabric in its mouth. Under the flickering firelight, the fabric in the dog's mouth suddenly reflected a dazzling light. Fang Jian frowned slightly, put down the knife in her hand, and walked over to Bear, who was busily digging in its den. She squatted beside the doghouse and gently pushed aside Bear's fluffy body. Reluctantly, Bear let out a whimper, its paws still clinging tightly to the trophy in the den. Fang Jian lifted the piece of fabric, revealing a delicate green gemstone cufflink that was precariously hanging, its vivid emerald hue shimmering with a deep glow in the firelight. As Fang Jian pulled off the cufflink, she caught a faint whiff of blood. Her fingertip brushed along the back, and a smear of still-drying blood came away, starkly visible against her pale skin. Fang Jian squinted, looking down at Bear, who appeared guilty, and reached out to pat its head. "Where did you find this?" Bear lay on the ground, covering its eyes with its paws, trying to feign death to escape. Seeing Bear playing dead, Fang Jian stood up and lightly kicked its rear in, threatening, "If you keep pretending to be dead, you won't eat tonight." Upon hearing that its dinner was at risk, Bear sprang up, its fluffy head nuzzling against Fang Jian's calf. Facing Bear's antics, Fang Jian remained unfazed, pushing the dog aside and retrieving a new knife from her backpack, instructing Bear lead the way. Fang Jian followed Bear through the dense forest, the thick bushes brushing against her clothes. After 10 minutes of arduous trekking, she followed Bear to a hidden dry gully. Bear agilely jumped down to the bottom of the gully and skillfully circled around a prone human body. It gently nudged the person's shoulder with its wet nose, and then barked sharply, the sound echoing clearly in the silence. Fang Jian braced herself against a birch tree to steady her position, raising her other hand to shine a flashlight. The blinding beam pierced through the twilight, illuminating the scene at the bottom of the gully. There lay a young man in a black suit, lifeless and face down in the gully. His suit jacket had already been torn to shreds by Bear, the remaining fabric barely hanging on, exposing a blood-soaked red shirt beneath. The surrounding soil was soaked with a copious amount of blood, which had dried to a bizarre dark brown color. Half of a delicate cufflink chain was visible at the man's right wrist, clearly matching the green gemstone cufflink in Fang Jian's hand. After identifying a stable foothold, Fang Jian adeptly leaped into the gully. She approached and squatted down, the flashlight beam illuminating the man's body. Beneath the tattered suit were shocking injuries, multiple fractures, and 2 penetrating wounds in the waist, still oozing blood, along with 3 gunshot wounds on his back. As the flashlight swept across the man's bloodied face, Fang Jian noticed his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. Despite being on the brink of death, he remained in a defensive posture. Under such injuries, an ordinary person would have long since passed away, yet he stubbornly held on. It was practically watching the faint rise and fall of the man's chest, Fang Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a tough life." After her remark, Fang Jian stood up, preparing to leave, showing no intention of saving him. Given the man's injuries, he could last at most half an hour. Anyway, he was going to die regardless, so why bother saving him? Moreover, she wasn't someone who meddled in other people's affairs. The night wind swept through the gully, and the man's breathing grew even weaker. Fang Jian warned Bear a few times not to bring the bloody fabric back to the campsite, or she would throw it out along with its dog. Just as she turned to leave, suddenly something snagged at her ankle. Fang Jian looked down and saw that the man's bloodied fingers had somehow grasped her pant leg. He used the last ounce of his strength to lift his head, messy black hair, revealing a pair of gray-blue eyes that shone with the glimmer of a dying animal under the flashlight. Blood trickled down from the wound on his forehead, but it couldn't hide the striking contours of his features. "Help me." His broken voice mixed with blood and foam spilled from his lips, and the night wind carried this plea gently past Fang Jian's ears. His eyelashes trembled lightly, a drop of blood fell from them into the dirt, and he lapsed into unconsciousness. In the wilderness, a lone man, a woman, and a dog resembled the beginning of a novel. However, Fang Jian kicked the man's hand away, her expression dark. Damn it, all the blood got on her pants. This was her specially tailored hiking outfit, and it was her first time wearing it. So annoying. Fang Jian yanked the piece of torn fabric from Bear's mouth, wiping the bloodstains from her pant leg. Suddenly the system in her mind sprang to life, narrating dramatically, "Pay attention, the man on the brink of death is named Fu Wenyu. He was the least noticeable eldest son of the Fu family in the capital, yet was framed for stealing family secrets during his father's birthday banquet and publicly expelled from the family." As Fang Jian nodded in agreement, The adjacent Long Outyin system, fearing that Fang Jian might change his mind, eagerly transmitted the healing potion that had long been prepared. A blinding white light suddenly flashed through the dim forest, startling the bald dog into a few barks. In the next moment, a small jade vial fell with a thud onto the dry leaves at Fang Jian's feet. She bent down to pick up the vial, her fingertip grazing the cool surface as she twisted off the cap and poured out around. Under the cold light of the flashlight, the pill glimmered with a lustrous sheen, faint golden patterns swirling on its surface, revealing its extraordinary quality. Fang Jian glanced at it a few times, then firmly supported Fu Wenyu's head, her thumb pressing against his chin. With a slight exertion, she pried open his tightly clenched jaws. The instant the pill was stuffed into his mouth, it transformed into a ribbon of golden light, sliding down his throat. Immediately, a warm current spread from Fu Wenyu's chest, surging like a tide into his limbs. Fu Wenyu's pale complexion visibly regained color, and the wound that had been bleeding earlier quickly stopped. Fang Jian squatted beside him, watching with great interest for a while. However, aside from his improved complexion and the cessation of bleeding from the wound, there was no further change. She couldn't help raising an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in her tone. Is that all? Cough cough, host, after all this is the real world. The system chuckled awkwardly, quickly explaining if the wound healed completely, it would become a supernatural event. But don't be misled by Fu Wenyu's appearance. While he doesn't look too different, his life is preserved. Now, even if you stab him twice more, he won't die. After hearing this, Fang Jian nodded thoughtfully, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against the dagger at her waist, her gaze gradually turning dangerous. Seeing this, the system felt a sudden jolt of fear. Damn, I almost forgot Fang Jian is the most dangerous one. The task reward has been credited. Would you like to take a look? It hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that if it delayed for even a second, Fang Jian would indeed stab Fu Wenyu again. Fang Jian's attention shifted to the rewards. Looking at her significantly increased points and a stack of task completion cards, she narrowed her eyes, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. Fang Jian patted her clothes and stood up, waving at Ball, who was still tugging at Fu Wenyu's tattered clothes. Ball, stop tearing it, let's go. The excited Ball immediately perked up its ears upon hearing this, dropping the already tattered cloth and happily howling a couple of times. It bounced over to Fang Jian's side, rubbing against her legs, its fluffy tail creating shadows behind it. Host, could you possibly do a good deed and change Fu Wenyu's position? The system, noticing Fang Jian was about to leave, suddenly spoke, its voice tentative. You see that Fu Wenyu got lost, right? His meeting point with his subordinates is near your campsite, so could you move him over? Fang Jian filled in the last sentence for the system. Yes, host, you're so smart. The system flattered, making a heart shape with its little hand. Sure. Fang Jian agreed readily. I won't ask for too much. Host, you agreed. The system had already prepared for Fang Jian to demand a lot, but it was unexpected that she directly agreed. Having been squeezed by Fang Jian for so long, the system could hardly believe its ears. It excitedly jumped around in the electronic space. Really? Host, you agreed. Fang Jian was startled by the sudden rise in the system's voice, her ears tingling. Tilting her head and patting her ear, she nonchalantly replied, of course it's true. I don't need too much reward. Just one of those pills from the adjacent system will do. The system. It knew Fang Jian wouldn't be so kind. What a wasted joy. The system angrily opened the dialogue window with the adjacent Long Outyin system frantically typing on the virtual keyboard, relaying Fang Jian's request word for word. The adjacent Long Outyin system didn't feel that Fang Jian was overstepping. It nodded in agreement with her request, but also put forth its own condition. Fang Jian must ensure Fu Wenyu is successfully taken away by his subordinates before the task reward is settled. The system conveyed Long Outyin system's conditions to Fang Jian, who had no objections, and agreed. Then she walked over to Fu Wenyu, grabbing the only clean piece of fabric on the back of his neck. As she lifted him, Fu Wenyu's head drooped weakly onto his chest. Fang Jian dragged Fu Wenyu along at a leisurely pace, her face showing no signs of effort, even her breathing rate unchanged, as if she were carrying just a human-shaped doll. Fu Wenyu's slender body trailed on the ground, leaving uneven grooves on the sandy path. Occasionally, when his body accidentally bumped against exposed tree roots or jutting stones, a sound that made one's teeth ache echoed clearly in the quiet forest. The towering ancient trees intertwined their branches and leaves above, completely blocking the already dim moonlight, as if the entire forest were enveloped in an airtight black cage. Occasionally, a night breeze swept by, causing the tree shadows to dance and producing a whispering rustle, as if some creature lurking in the darkness was gently breathing. Fang Jian dragged Fu Wenyu and slowly walked to the dense forest at the edge of the campsite. The dry branches and leaves beneath her feet made faint cracking sounds in the silence, while the campfire's glow flickered in the distance, shimmering through the tree shadows like a mirage, its orange-red halo piercing the darkness, but failing to penetrate the depths of this secluded forest. Suddenly, Fang Jian halted, her steps narrowing, her eyes exuding an aura of danger. The campfire continued to burn, yet the dancing flames reflected a chilling, murderous intent in her eyes. By the firelight, Fang Jian discerned every detail of the campsite. The dagger that had been left lying on the cutting board before her departure was now slightly askew, its blade reflecting a sharp, cold light. On the muddy ground, several unfamiliar footprints were scattered in disarray, varying in depth, clearly indicating that someone had lingered here briefly. Fang Jian's gaze swept slowly around the tree shadows, looming silent and quiet, as if no one had ever been here. The corners of her lips curled slightly, yet there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Only a cold, silent, murderous intent spreading. Fang Jian waved his hand at Bear, signaling it to go play a little further away. He then set down the critically injured Fu Wenyu and slowly stepped back a few paces, his tall figure gradually merging with the thick night. The few assassins lurking around the camp were startled when Fang Jian, who had originally been approaching, suddenly vanished. They instinctively tightened their nerves and looked around. They had been chasing Fu Wenyu all the way, but unexpectedly lost track of him near this area. The forest became foggy at night, making it even more difficult to track. Fortunately, Fu Wenyu was severely injured and surely could not run far. This was the only camp within 100 miles. If Fu Wenyu sought help, he would definitely come here. Even if he didn't, to prevent any leaks, they would kill to silence him. Watching the spot where Fang Jian had disappeared, the lead assassin's expression grew grave. He subtly gestured, and the others immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings while gripping their pistols tightly. However, the night fog thickened, and Bear let out a few whimpers in the woods. The lead assassin looked at the eerily quiet camp, and suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable dread. Could it be that they were discovered? Impossible. As soon as this thought arose, he dismissed it. They had dominated the assassin world for over a decade. Their ability to hide had become instinctual. Even their leader could not possibly detect them from such a distance. But the unease in his heart grew stronger, and his years of professional intuition were in a frenzy of warning. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold surged up his spine. The lead assassin turned sharply, sensing something moving swiftly through the thick fog. He widened his eyes but saw only emptiness. Retreat. Immediate retreat. His instinct screamed, but it was already too late. In the mist, a cold glint flashed, and the first assassin to notice something unusual widened his eyes in shock as a scarlet bloom burst from his throat. As he fell, the last image in his pupils was of a fading shadow. Deep in the fog, Fang Jian turned her wrist lightly, the blood droplets on the dagger tracing elegant arcs in the air. A slight smirk appeared on her lips, though her eyes were filled with a dense, killing intent. After their shock, the remaining assassins instantly reacted, aiming their guns at Fang Jian's position and pulling the bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through the mist, sparks flying in the darkness, but they only pierced the swaying shadows of the trees. Fang Jian's figure had long since vanished from her original spot. Where is she? One of them widened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. In the next second, a shadow darted out like a ghost from the side, the short blade gleaming coldly as it accurately stabbed into an assassin's neck. Blood spattered, and the man didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Behind you, another assassin shouted sharply, his gun swinging around, but Fang Jian was faster. She crouched low, dodging the bullet as she lunged forward, the blade slicing horizontally, directly severing them. The pistol clattered to the ground. The assassin cried out in pain, but before he could react, Fang Jian had kicked him squarely in the chest, hurling him violently against a tree trunk, and then she disappeared into the darkness once more. The darkness was not a limitation for Fang Jian, it was her domain. The last two assassins stood back to back, cold sweat soaking their backs. They had never encountered such an opponent, moving with inhuman speed, each strike precise and fatal, as if she had predicted their every action. Come out, one of them shouted hoarsely, his finger tightly gripping the trigger as he sprayed bullets around him. Yet the only response was the rustling of the wind through the trees. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky as Fang Jian leaped down, using the branches for support, her dagger aimed directly at one assassin's throat. The man hurriedly raised his gun to block, but at the moment of metal clashing, Fang Jian twisted her wrist, the blade smoothly slicing across his throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the face of his companion. The fallen assassin couldn't even see her face. In the final moments of his life, he could only glimpse the coldly glowing eyes in the darkness, calm and indifferent, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. The last assassin finally broke down, turning to flee, but just as he took 2 steps, a dagger came hurtling through the air, piercing precisely through his heart. He stumbled and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. As the last one collapsed, Fang Jian stood in the center of the pool of blood, slowly withdrawing her dagger. Thick blood dripped from the blade, striking the ground and creating dark red ripples. The mist silently wrapped around her, swirling and coiling as if it were a living creature, greedily licking the scent of blood in the air. The moonlight was fragmented by the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows at her feet, resembling countless twisted hands crawling out from the depths of hell, offering a silent cheer for this one-sided massacre. In her pitch-black pupils, there was no trace of human warmth left. Her lips unconsciously curled up, lacking any smile, only a primal beast-like satisfaction. Madness spread beneath the calm. Fang Jian tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the remnants scattered across the ground. The heavy scent of blood permeated the night, clinging to her nostrils, causing her to involuntarily frown. Staring at her bloodied fingertips, she suddenly realized a problem. She would have to spend the night here, and with such a strong smell of blood, how could she possibly sleep? Fang Jian pursed her thin lips, looking at the bodies strewn across the ground with a displeased expression. In a cool tone she spoke, "This will cost extra." In the electronic space, the newly manufactured system trembled in a corner, frightened by Fang Jian's swift and decisive slaughter. It finally realized the terrifying nature of Fang Jian from the infinite worlds. Killing was as simple to her as drinking water. Hearing her words suddenly startled the entire system, leaving it completely dumbfounded. The neighboring Long Outyin system could no longer watch and reminded it, through cross-channel communication, tell your host that I will add 1,000 points to ensure Fu Wenyu's safety before he meets with his subordinates. The system, finally waking up from its daze, tremblingly conveyed Long Outyin system's request. Fang Jian squinted her eyes lightly, stroking the edge of the dagger with her fingertips, and after a while lazily responded with a nonchalant Fang Jian dragged the corpse deep into the forest where the surrounding trees grew dense and eerie. The damp, decaying leaves crunched subtly beneath her feet, while distant howls of wolves echoed in succession. She found a low area crisscrossed by animal trails to dispose of the body. The stench of blood would soon attract various ferocious beasts, and within 2 days the corpse would be devoured to the very bones. Upon returning to the campsite, the campfire crackled cheerfully. After a day of play, Ball was now unusually quiet, dozing beside the fire. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, he perked up his ears, and his round black eyes brightened instantly when he recognized the visitor. He joyfully pounced towards Fang Jian, his furry body rubbing against her legs, his tail wagging like a small propeller. Fang Jian patted his head and continued to butcher the wild boar, her dagger skillfully slicing open its belly. The blade danced precisely between the layers of flesh, quickly extracting 2 pieces of well-marbled ribs for tonight. After preparing the wild boar meat, Fang Jian expertly flipped the chunks skewered on a branch as golden fat dripped down, popping small sparks in the fire. Ball had already obediently returned to his spot, his wet nose twitching incessantly, his gaze fixed on the gradually browning roasted meat, his tail beating the ground in a rapid rhythm. Once the meat was cooked, Fang Jian tossed the unseasoned roast to Ball. He immediately pounced on it, happily gnawing away, his ears twitching with each chew. After finishing his meal, Fang Jian took a shovel and walked to the back of the campsite, burying the remaining wild boar meat in a pit, then firmly stepping down the soil. Ball followed closely at her feet, curiously sniffing the ground, occasionally scratching at it with his paws. Fang Jian lifted her foot to nudge him aside, threatening, "If you keep messing around, I'll bury you too." Ball understood his owner's threat, his ears drooping pitifully. After a soft whimper of grievance, he tucked his tail and slinked to the side, no longer daring to cause trouble. Next, Fang Jian took out the cleaner she had exchanged from the shop, the light blue liquid shimmering with an eerie glow under the. She sprayed it around the perimeter of the campsite. The light blue liquid splashed on the ground, instantly dissolving the blood and stench, leaving no trace behind. The night breeze brushed past, leaving only the fresh scent of grass and trees. Beside her, Ball sneezed, unaccustomed to the pungent smell, shook his head, and scampered back to the fire. Having dealt with everything, it was already the early hours of the morning. Fang Jian dragged the unconscious Fu Wenyu to the fire, allowing him to sleep next to Ball. Ball sniffed his face, his cool, wet nose brushing against the skin. Seeing no reaction, he returned to his doghouse, curling up to prepare for sleep. After adjusting the time for adding firewood, Fang Jian crawled into the tent to get some rest. The night grew deeper, and even in summer the temperature in the jungle could drop to 0 degrees Celsius. The adjacent Dragon Aotion system was worried that its male lead might freeze. So it transferred some points to Fang Jian, allowing her to buy a blanket for Fu Wenyu. Fang Jian felt a bit fond of the generous Dragon Aotion system. She got up from the tent, took the blanket, and walked over to Fu Wenyu to cover him, even pressing it down gently for him. Just as Fang Jian was about to rise, she was suddenly tugged by a weak force at her wrist. That bony hand felt icy, yet the slender fingers stubbornly held onto her wrist, faint veins visible on the pallid back of the hand. Startled by the sudden grip, Fang Jian nearly fell due to inertia. She frowned in displeasure, turning her head only to collide with a haze of gray-blue mist. Fu Wenyu had awakened at some point, his thick eyelashes still glistening, with tiny blood droplets casting a dim red hue over his vision. He could only faintly make out the shadow of a figure in front of him by the firelight. Noticing that the figure before him was about to leave, he instinctively reached out to grab hold, struggling to open his eyes to see the face of the person trying to save him. "Don't go." His pale lips, tinged with the pallor of blood loss, voiced a weak plea that echoed in the silent campsite, only to be scattered by the wind. Disheveled black hair clung to his pale forehead, a few strands limply falling, partially obscuring his dim gray. The bloodstains on his handsome face formed web-like cracks resembling fragile porcelain, on the verge of shattering, evoking a sense of fear to touch. His long eyelashes cast a shadow in the firelight, gently quivering with his faint breaths, as if they might forever still, at any moment, evoking a deep pity. Fu Wenyu's pale lips quivered slightly, as if wanting to say something, but his cracked lips could only emit a faint sound. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed, sharply piercing the silence of the space. Fu Wenyu turned his head, and the originally pale cheek quickly bore 5 clear fingerprints. His consciousness was already wavering, and this slap shattered the last thread of his awareness, causing him to collapse like a puppet with severed strings, falling silently. Fang Jian lowered her gaze, her cold eyes falling upon the glaring bloodstains on her wrist, her fingers involuntarily tightening, a surge of suppressed rage roiling in her depths. This was the second time. This had already happened twice. Why do these people always like to use their hands against others? If it weren't for the task, rewards still pending. Fang Jian's gaze slowly shifted down to Fu Wenyu's lifeless body, a cold laugh escaping her throat. She lifted her foot, aiming for Fu Wenyu's waist, almost ready to kick, but ultimately the frantic apologies of the system and the Dragon Aotion system in her mind stopped her. Disgusted, she withdrew her foot, vigorously shaking her wrist and heading to wash her hands. Damn it, it's filthy. The next morning, as dawn broke, Fang Jian dragged Fu Wenyu by the back of his collar, pulling him to the designated location by the long Aoyan system like a sack. After the task rewards were settled, she turned and vanished into the morning mist without looking back. Just as Fang Jian left, Fu Wenyu's subordinates arrived with bodyguards. They pushed through the bushes and saw the usually dignified and elegant young master lying on the ground, covered in blood, his expensive custom suit torn to shreds, and his exposed skin riddled with ghastly wounds, his handsome face pale as paper with barely perceptible breaths. Everyone gasped in horror at the sight before them and rushed forward, shouting, "Young master! Young master! Quickly, contact the Central City Hospital." The bodyguards hurriedly lifted Fu Wenyu into the car, speeding towards the hospital. Fu Wenyu's grandfather, Old Master Wen, rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news, and when he arrived, the lights of the operating room had just gone out. The patient has multiple soft tissue contusions all over his body, 3 broken ribs, and 3 gunshot wounds. The attending physician took off his mask and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, none of the internal organs were harmed. He is now out of danger and has been moved to the ICU for observation. Family members need not worry too much. Old Master Wen looked through the glass window of the ICU at his grandson, who was covered in tubes. His murky eyes were filled with heartache, but more so with anger as the veins in his hand gripping the cane bulged. Fu Wenyu lay on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper, with only the fluctuating lines on the ECG monitor proving that he was still alive. He spent 3 days in the ICU before being moved to a regular ward. This terrifying recovery speed was unbelievable even to the doctors. In the ward, the faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Fu Wenyu, wrapped in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and all he could see was an unfamiliar ceiling and the glaring white light. He furrowed his brows, slightly unable to discern where he was. "Young master, you've finally woken up." The excited voice of his assistant reached his ears, followed by hurried footsteps and the ding of the bedside bell being pressed. Fu Wenyu instinctively tried to prop himself up, but as soon as he moved, a tearing pain shot through his muscles, especially in the back of his head, as if someone had hammered it. A sharp pain surged through his mind, causing his vision to darken. "Young master, don't move. You have several large bumps on the back of your head. The doctor said you mustn't move around." Seeing Fu Wenyu trying to get up, the assistant quickly pressed him down, afraid he would hurt himself further. Fu Wenyu gritted his teeth to endure the dizziness. Hearing the assistant's words, he frowned tightly. He clearly remembered that he hadn't hit his head during his escape, so where did the injury on the back of his head come from? Just as he was pondering, the ward door was pushed open, and a steady sound of footsteps accompanied by the tapping of a cane approached. "Where?" Fu Wenyu raised his eyes to see his grandfather striding over his usually dignified face, now furrowed with worry. Several doctors in white coats followed behind, and the chief physician quickly approached, expertly checking his pupil reactions and other vital signs. "Mr. Wen, you need not worry too much. Young Master Fu's vital signs are all normal, and his recovery is much better than expected," the doctor said, as he put away his stethoscope, speaking in a calming tone. "That's good." Old Master Wen's tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit as he let out a long breath. However, the doctor continued, his gaze sweeping over the numerous bodyguards and assistants in the ward, gently reminding the patient has suffered a head injury and may experience headaches and temporary memory confusion. It is advisable to reduce the number of visitors and maintain a quiet environment to aid in recovery. Old Master Wen immediately understood, raising his hand and saying in a deep voice, "Everyone please leave, don't crowd in here." The bodyguards nodded in unison and quickly exited the ward, leaving only the assistant and a personal guard to stand by the door. The ward finally quieted down, with only the regular beeping of the monitor remaining. Old Master Wen pulled up a chair and sat by the bed, his wrinkled hand gently holding Fu Wenyu's wrist, rubbing his fingertip against the bone as if confirming his grandson's real existence. "Grandfather." Fu Wenyu's voice was hoarse, his throat dry as if it had been sanded down. The old man immediately poured a cup of warm water, placed a pillow behind him, and carefully supported him, saying, "Drink slowly." The warm water soothed his throat, and Fu Wenyu's brow finally relaxed a little. He leaned back against the pillow, his gaze falling on the old man's weary face. The usually meticulous silver hair was a bit disheveled, and the dark circles under his eyes were evident, clearly showing he hadn't rested well these past few days. "You've been here all this time." Old Master Wen grunted, tapping his cane lightly on the ground. "If I hadn't come, your little life would probably have been lost out in the wilderness." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his murky eyes, and his voice suddenly deepened. "Was it done by Fu Jian?" Fu Wenyu's hand, which hung by his side, tightened slightly, his gray-blue eyes filled with a coldness. "Yes, Adi confessed everything before he died." With a loud bang, Old Master Wen's dragon head cane slammed hard against the marble floor. The old man's wrinkled face showed unabashed disgust. "It really is that wretched woman's spawn." just as ruthless and merciless as she is. Fu Jianhe, Fu Wenyu's younger half-brother whose mother was once the best friend of Fu Wenyu's mother. Thinking back to when Fu Wenyu was 7 years old and lost his mother in a car accident while his own mother passed away, just a year later the faithless man hastily brought the mother and child into his home, causing Old Master Wen to tremble in anger. Back then your mother's death was suspicious, and the Wen family suddenly suffered a devastating blow. Old Master Wen's voice trembled, his age-spotted hands gripping the cane tightly. For the past 10 years he had always suspected that that woman had caused the death of his only daughter, yet he had been unable to find evidence. At this moment, looking at his grandson's pale face, a horrifying killing intent erupted in the old man's murky eyes. If Fu Wenyu were not still alive, he would risk his own life to make the entire Fu family pay with blood for their debts. Grandfather. Fu Wenyu reached out to grasp the old man's trembling arm, his ice blue eyes unfathomable. It's not the time yet. Indeed, it was not the time yet. The Wen family had only just begun to recover from the devastating blow 10 years ago, and could not yet contend with the Fu family, nor could they seek revenge for his mother. Therefore he could only endure for now. Old Master Wen gradually calmed down his anger under the comforting presence of his grandson. He then recalled another matter, his brows furrowing again. By the way, Yue, how did you escape from those assassins? Your assistant mentioned that after you got separated a group of assassins followed you. Fu Wenyu closed his eyes briefly, the dull pain at the back of his head still lingering, his memories shrouded in a mist. I can't remember clearly, he replied hoarsely. I only vaguely recall. Someone saved me. He raised his hand to press against his temple, sporadic images flashing in his mind. Fu Wenyu frowned slightly, as if he found it absurd himself, and then, that person slapped me. Old Master Wen stared at his grandson for 2 seconds, confirming he wasn't speaking nonsense, then spoke in a deep voice. Are you saying someone saved you, and also hit you? Fu Wenyu softly replied with a hint of complex emotion flashing in his gray-blue eyes. Can grandfather find this person? Old Master Wen pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It might not be easy. That mountain is still undeveloped, desolate, and uninhabited. By the time we found you, we had already sent people to search the surrounding area, but found no trace of anyone. Fu Wenyu lowered his gaze and silenced the dull pain at the back of his head still nagging, causing him to furrow his brows unconsciously. His long fingers absent-mindedly stroked the edge of the teacup, complex emotions roiling in his gray-blue eyes. Old Master Wen gazed at his grandson's gray-blue eyes, which resembled those of his late wife, and his heart suddenly. He affectionately patted Fu Wenyu's head, assuring him, if such a person really exists, grandfather will definitely find. Fu Wenyu raised his eyes to meet his grandfather's concerned gaze, knowing that grandfather must have misunderstood that he was thinking of his savior. He couldn't bring himself to dismiss the old man's goodwill, and softly said, Thank you, grandfather. Old Master Wen looked at Fu Wenyu's numerous injuries, a flash of pain and guilt crossing his eyes. He sighed lightly, his tone gentle yet firm. Your uncle is taking care of things at the company, you don't need to worry too much. Your most important task right now is to recover your health. Since the Wen family business suffered a severe blow 10 years ago and was forced to leave the capital to return to their ancestral home in F City, Old Master Wen felt increasingly helpless. The family business had once fallen into a slump, and it wasn't until Fu Wenyu's arrival that the situation began to turn around. Once you recover, you can go back to school. Old Master Wen took a sip from the nearby teacup. You have already been out of school for a year. You can't continue to stay out forever. Fu Wenyu frowned slightly. Grandfather, the company has just started to improve. Fu Wenyu attempted to prop himself up, disregarding the pain from his wounds. Furthermore, I have already self-studied the high school curriculum and received the recommendation qualification for B University. It's just that I was expelled from the Fu family at that time and later learned part of the truth about my mother's death. I didn't want to stay in the capital, so I didn't report to B University. Nonsense. Old Master Wen slammed his cane down heavily, then softened his tone. Your grandfather knows you are smart, but school is not just a place to learn knowledge. Seeing his grandson remain silent, Old Master Wen sighed and continued to persuade. I have already contacted Ovia Academy for you, is one of the top aristocratic schools in Huahua, where half of the children from noble families are. Just think of it as expanding your connections. After all, it's just 1 year in the 3rd year of high school. It won't take up too much of your time. Old Master Wen added meaningfully, moreover Feng Ming Group's young lady Feng Yuding is also there. Don't you want to meet? If you become friends with his sister, won't you have an easier time seeing him? Fu Wenyu's eyes flickered slightly, his long fingers gently stroking the cuff of his sleeve. The sunlight outside the window filtered through the glass, casting a faint glow on his handsome profile. After a moment, he slowly nodded. All right, I will follow grandfather's arrangement. In the suburbs of F City, halfway up Yunlu Mountain, the Jiang family villa was nestled among lush greenery as the late spring evening breeze swept through the courtyard, bringing with it the sound of rustling leaves. Jiang Xu took advantage of the May Day holiday to return to F City to have dinner with his parents. The round Zeaton wood table slowly turned, the 3 sets of bone china dishes gleaming with a delicate pearlescent luster under the warm light. It was rare for the family to gather for a meal, and the Jiang family had no rule against speaking at the table. Try this, the kitchen specially prepared it according to your favorite flavors. Lanilan placed a piece of steamed East Star grouper meat into Jiang Zu's bowl, her brows gentle. Have you been tired from studying lately? My teacher mentioned that you ranked first in the city again in this joint examination, but you were just a first-year high school student, so don't push yourself too hard. Your health is more important. I understand, Mom. Jiang Xu replied, lowering his head to take a bite of rice. By the way, have you encountered any extreme pursuers at school? Jiang Huayuan asked his son tactfully. Lan Yilan, hearing this, also put down her chopsticks and looked nervously at Jiang Xu. The atmosphere in the restaurant froze for a moment. Jiang's parents had deep experience with the various pursuers their son encountered since childhood, otherwise they would not have agreed to let Jiang Xu go to a small city for school. Jiang Xu was taken aback for a moment, then replied no. After finishing, he lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, subconsciously concealing Fang Jian's existence. If his parents found out, he estimated he would have to transfer schools again. However, he did not want to transfer. He had become accustomed to his current life. Hearing Jiang Xu's answer, Jiang Huayuan and Lan Yilan both felt relieved and sighed in unison. The atmosphere at the dining table became relaxed again. The three of them occasionally chatted about recent interesting events, and suddenly Lan Yilan recalled some gossip happening in the high society recently. A faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips, and her tone suddenly shifted. Speaking of which, the Feng family has stirred up quite a bit of trouble recently. The entire circle is buzzing about it. Jiang Huayuan timely put down his chopsticks. He had been on business trips recently, and was not clear about what had happened, so he cooperatively asked, "Oh, what happened?" Lan Yilan's smile deepened as she continued. "You know Feng's second son, who is known for his playboy ways and has a multitude of lovers. This time, however, he has really messed up." She leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice, but unable to hide her excitement. A while ago, a mistress came to his door with a child claiming it was his. Feng Er had been reckless over the years, his body already worn out with only one daughter and no son. Suddenly a boy appeared which made him ecstatic, but he was still uneasy and took the person for a paternity test. You won't believe the result. Lan Yilan paused for dramatic effect, a glint of mischief in her eyes. The child was not his, but coincidentally had a blood relation to the Feng family. Jiang Xu raised his brows slightly, clearly intrigued by this twist. Jiang Huayuan also showed an expression of surprise at the right moment. That is indeed strange. And the stranger things are yet to come. Lan Yilan gently brushed her temples. Feng Er exploded on the spot, insisting on getting to the bottom of this matter. The mistress had previously been with Feng Er's cousin, but the cousin firmly denied any involvement and also took a test which turned out not to be his. She shook her head, her tone tinged with sarcasm. In the end, after all the investigations, it turned out that this child was actually Feng Er's nephew, the son of Feng Da's son. Jiang Xu's lips twitched slightly, clearly feeling speechless at this chaotic relationship. And it doesn't end there. Lan Yilan picked up her teacup and took a sip, continuing, Old Master Feng was furious when he found out and ordered all family members to take a paternity test on the spot. Even the younger generation studying abroad were not spared, fearing someone would tamper with the results. She paused, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. As a result, the beloved daughter of Feng San, Feng Yuding, turned out not to be his biological child. Jiang Xu. The high society is truly chaotic. Now the Feng family is in complete disarray. Lan Yilan shook her head and sighed. Even Feng Yuanjing, who was conducting business abroad, was urgently called back. Everyone is looking for that lost bloodline. After the May Day holiday, the air in Jiang City No. 1 high school was filled with the sweet fragrance of locust flowers still in bloom. The new leaves of the phoenix trees in front of the teaching building had grown to the size of a palm, swaying gently in the breeze, casting a cascade of sunlight like crushed gold on the concrete ground, creating mottled shadows. In Class 5, the cacophony of voices erupted as students animatedly shared their holiday experiences, laughter and chatter nearly shaking the ceiling. Let me tell you, the seafood in Qingdao was simply amazing. You actually climbed Mount Tai? The Disney fireworks show was absolutely spectacular. Students gathered in small groups, excitedly sharing their holiday adventures with exaggerated gasps and laughter erupting between desks. Jiang Xu walked into the noisy classroom with his backpack, his gaze sweeping over Fang Jian's seat, where she was lazily resting her head on her desk asleep. He averted his gaze and walked to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Ying eagerly leaned over, lowering his voice conspiratorially. New gossip, want to hear it? Jiang Xu cast him a sidelong glance and leisurely pulled out a neatly stacked pile of holiday assignments from his backpack. If I don't want to hear it, will you stop talking? Hee, that's not going to happen. Zhou Ying chuckled, awkwardly leaning a little closer and encroaching on Jiang Xu's desk. I just heard from the English class representative that we have a new classmate who transferred from City No. 3 high school. Jiang Xu paused in organizing his books, somewhat surprised. Transferring at this time. It was already May and summer vacation was just a month away. Yeah, who says it's not strange? Zhou Ying shrugged, the fabric of his uniform rustling. Everyone finds it odd. But I heard. He suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes lighting up. Apparently she's a girl, and she's super beautiful. Jiang Xu responded disinterestedly with a simple "oh." Zhou Ying didn't get the reaction he wanted and felt a bit annoyed. Aren't you even curious? Not curious. Jiang Xu didn't even lift his eyelids, his slender fingers continuing to flip through the textbook on the desk, the pages making a soft rustling sound. Hey, Suyu. Zhou Ying was about to protest when the class bell rang, the clear chime echoing in the hallway. Homeroom teacher Wang Jing walked into the classroom with the sound of the bell, followed by a strange figure. As everyone caught sight of her appearance, there was an instant chorus of gasps in the classroom. The girl standing next to Wang Jing had her head slightly bowed, her glossy black hair tied up in a high ponytail, the ends swaying gently with her movements, shimmering like satin in the natural light. Her skin was fair and luminous like fine mutton fat jade, with a hint of blush on her cheeks, a high nose bridge, rosy lips, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with clarity, the outer corners slightly upturned, exuding a natural charm. Even wearing the oversized school uniform of Jiang City No. 1 high school, her superior figure could not be concealed. Hearing the students' admiration, the girl smiled shyly, a blush rising on her cheeks, making her look even more pure and adorable. Quiet. Wang Jing tapped the podium, but the commotion below still couldn't be quelled. A few boys in the back were shoving each other, exchanging sly glances, the girls huddled together whispering, "This is our new classmate who transferred in, named Xia Weishue." Wang Jing waved her hand to signal the new student to come up to the podium. "Come on, Weishue, please introduce yourself briefly." Xia Weishue nodded gently and walked up to the podium without hesitation, beginning her self-introduction. "Hello classmates, my name is Xia Weishue, and I come from." Her voice was clear and pleasant, like the tinkling sound of a mountain spring, with a slight rise in pitch at the end that carried a hint of sweetness. As she spoke, her hands naturally folded in front of her, her posture elegant and poised, completely devoid of the shyness she had shown earlier. Below the podium, Zhou Ying elbowed Jiang Xu excitedly, lowering his voice to say, "Look. See, I told you. Isn't she beautiful?" Jiang Xu paid no attention to Zhou Ying's enthusiasm. He raised his eyes to Xia Weishue on the podium, his gaze devoid of any admiration, leaving only an infinite chill. Fang Jian, who had been asleep, was also awake, lazily propping her chin, curiously observing the new classmate. Because at the moment Xia Weishue began to speak, both Fang Jian and Jiang Xu heard a sudden jarring electronic sound. Ding. Skill heavenly voice activated, lasting for 30 minutes. Charm aura activated, countdown 30 minutes. Consumption points for this use 200. As the mechanical voice faded, a hazy aura seemed to envelop Xia Weishue. Her voice suddenly became even more melodious and captivating, like honeyed spring water, every syllable carrying an enchanting power. The originally noisy classroom fell silent, all eyes irresistibly drawn to her. The boys stared blankly, while the girls unconsciously showed warm expressions. Xia Weishue smiled slightly, her gaze drifting lightly over the audience. Everyone was gazing at her, their eyes dazed, as if their souls were captivated. A few boys even leaned forward unconsciously, as if wanting to get closer to her. She raised the corners of her eyes slightly, a hint of proud satisfaction glimmering in her gaze. Then she turned her attention to her target, Jiang Xu. However, just as she expected to see a similarly enamored gaze, she met a pair of cold, clear eyes. Jiang Xu looked at her expressionlessly, his demeanor cold, even carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny, as if the alluring aura surrounding her had no effect on him. How could that be? Xia Weishue's pupils constricted, her heart racing, her fingertips involuntarily digging it. The buff provided by the system had never been wrong, and her charm value had long been maxed out. How could it have no effect on Jiang Xu? Just then a piercing alarm rang in her mind. Warning. Detected abnormal resistance from target. Jiang Xu aura effect reduced by 100. Suggestion for host: immediately use the heart strike skill to remedy, requires additional consumption of 100 points. Xia Weishue gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept this exchange. The moment her voice fell, the aura surrounding Xia Weishue intensified, making her appear as if she had a soft focus filter applied, her skin radiant like jade and her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She tilted her head slightly, focusing her gaze on Jiang Xu, her eyes soft enough to drip water, as if the whole world was left with only him worthy of her attention. However, Jiang Xu frowned, the disgust in his eyes nearly palpable. He turned his face away, lowering his head to flip through the pages of the book in his hand, unwilling to spare her even an extra glance. Meanwhile, Xia Weishue's system continued to broadcast. Ding. Detected change in favorability towards target Jiang Xu, current value 100, extreme dislike Xia Weishue. Is this a joke? It was the first time she realized that favorability could also be negative. Xia Weishue nearly couldn't hold back her expression. Though Xia Weishue faced setbacks with Jiang Xu, to the other students the Xia Weishue on the podium only seemed to become even more dazzling, her gaze lingering on Jiang Xu for a few seconds without any other oddities. As Xia Weishue concluded her self-introduction, thunderous applause erupted throughout the classroom. All students, except Fang Jian and Jiang Xu, welcomed the new classmate with genuine warmth and immediate affection. Wang Jing gazed at the demure girl before her, the fine lines around her eyes softening into gentle creases. She had already reviewed Xia Weishue's academic dossier, ranked among the top 10 in her grade at Shizanzhong High School, a consistent competitor and winner in municipal and provincial contests. Every homeroom teacher in grade 10 had vied fiercely for Xia Weishue's enrollment. Wang Jing had assumed she stood no chance, only to be pleasantly astonished when Xia Weishue herself chose her class. At the thought of soon gaining another academic prodigy, Wang Jing's voice instinctively softened. "All right, Weishue, please take a temporary seat there for now." She gestured toward the empty desk beside Luo Yuanyuan. "After this month's monthly exam, we'll reassign seats based on performance." Xia Weishue nodded obediently and walked toward her assigned seat, backpack slung over one shoulder. Her steps were light and graceful. Her high ponytail swayed gently with each stride, tracing elegant arcs in the sunlit air. As she passed Fang Jian's desk, he happened to lift his gaze. Yet their eyes narrowly missed meeting, glancing past each other midair. Xia Weishue's pupils contracted imperceptibly, while a flash of startled admiration flickered deep within her irises. Gazing upon Fang Jian's breathtakingly perfect features, she swiftly lowered her lashes, the thick dark fringe concealing the turbulent emotions surging beneath. Once seated, she withdrew her textbook from her bag, her knuckles whitening slightly from the quiet intensity of her grip. She had never imagined, least of all in this remote, unassuming town, that such transcendent beauty could exist. Without drawing attention, she stole another glance at Fang Jian, this time discreetly activating her system's eye of scrutiny skill. Ding, Fang Jian. Identity, ordinary human. Tier F. No narrative value. Assessment complete. The system's cold mechanical chime faded from her mind. Only then did the tension in her shoulders ease. When she looked up at Fang Jian again, the earlier awe had vanished, replaced by a detached, condescending disdain. A silent, venomous laugh curled inside her. No matter how exquisite his appearance, he remained nothing more than a dire failure. To Xia Weishue, such low-tier beings were no different from roadside weeds. Insignificant, disposable, fit only for trampling. She lowered her eyelids once more, her long lashes casting delicate shadows across her cheeks, masking the malice churning in her gaze. Since her binding with the system, she had come to regard herself as sovereign over ordinary humanity. Fang Jian's unervingly refined face lingered stubbornly in her mind, a mirror reflecting the darkest, most envious recesses of her soul. A subtle shift flickered in Xia Weishue's eyes, an insidious scheme coalescing in silence. Her gaze drifted to her immaculately manicured nails. In the unnoticed gloom at the corner of her mouth, her lips twisted into a sickly, triumphant curve. After all, he was merely a dire failure. If he vanished entirely from this world, who would truly care? And so, without Fang Jian's knowledge or consent, Xia Weishue had already sealed his fate. Meanwhile, at the far end of the classroom, Jiang Xu, having once again heard Xia Weishue's system alert, could not suppress a quiet chuckle. He hastily covered his face with one hand. Fortunately, Wang Jing had already begun lecturing. No one noticed, except Zhou Ying, who glanced at him with vague, unspoken curiosity. Fang Jian too had heard the system prompt and fell silent. Within his consciousness, the yellow orb of his own system cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, with suppressed mirth emitting faint rhythmic, puff-puff sounds. Amusing. Fang Jian's voice echoed coldly through the inner expanse of his mind, low, measured, and chillingly serene. The yellow orb froze instantly, then whirled about, frantically shaking its spherical form. No, 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 not amusing at all. That wretched system is utterly blind. It misjudged its own host as futile. Humph. Fang Jian's icy chuckle carried no warmth, only a still, terrifying calm. Explain this situation to me, thoroughly. Otherwise, his unfinished threat hung in the silence, sharp and unmistakable. The yellow orb shuddered violently, its luminous surface flickered erratically, dimming and flaring in panicked pulse. Well, it's simply that another system-bound cultivator has entered this world, it stammered. This realm possesses unusually high capacity thresholds, allowing multiple systems to coexist and operate simultaneously. Yet the number of celestial fortune bearers remains limited, so overlapping with rival systems is unfortunately inevitable. Then why can I hear her system's dialogue, but she cannot hear mine? Fang Jian had already tested this covertly, confirming Xia Weishue remained oblivious to his internal exchanges, thus permitting him to confront his system directly. Naturally, thanks to my system's unique ability. Upon hearing the question, the system swelled with pride, its tiny line-drawn arms planted defiantly on its non-existent hips. You possess skills? Fang Jian arched a brow, skeptical. Why shouldn't I? It muttered indignantly. Every system unlocks innate abilities upon binding with its host. Hers specializes in tier assessment, meaning its core function is identification. But it only perceives your surface data as Fang Jian, proving it hasn't yet upgraded. Ergo, it's a novice system freshly bound. And what precisely is your ability? Fang Jian pressed. Mine is synchronized communion. I may converse freely with any being or system and, most crucially, hear every exchange between host and system. It puffed up its luminous chest with visible pride awaiting praise. And since you are my bound host, you inherit this perception. Impressive, isn't it? Wow, truly impressive. Fang Jian offered perfunctory praise, then smoothly pivoted. Still, such a formidable ability must bear certain limitations. Ha, you caught me. The system scratched its head bashfully. This skill only functions against systems of equal or lower tier. Ah, I see. So that's why you're rarely present. You've been off networking with your peers. Fang Jian's tone held quiet, unsettling implication. Not at all. The system protested hastily. I'm fostering inter-system diplomacy. You have no idea how cutthroat system politics can get. Fang Jian narrowed his eyes, fingertips tapping a slow, languid rhythm on the desktop. Casual in posture, yet radiating an uncanny, spine-tingling chill. So, you're saying systems do not cooperate? They compete. Absolutely. With so few celestial fortune bearers, every system fights to claim them. Competition is inevitable. The system leaned closer, its stick-figure hand shielding its mouth as it whispered conspiratorially. I've even heard that height-year systems wage brutal wars, life-or-death struggles, for dominance. Therefore, Fang Jian's voice dropped ice-cold and razor-sharp, zeroing in on the crux. Host-to-host conflict is not only possible, it is sanctioned. Theoretically, yes. Its voice faltered. Though this world's high-capacity threshold comes with strict constraints, many high-damage artifacts and techniques are forbidden for use against ordinary humans. Against fellow cultivators, however, restrictions loosened considerably. Its whisper grew quieter still. I even heard from the Long-Outyan system. The world's own consciousness prefers cultivators eliminating one another. Then, does eliminating another cultivator elevate your tier? Fang Jian's gaze sharpened, thoughtful and probing. The system hesitated. That? I honestly don't know. As a fledgling system, I've yet to witness or survive such an encounter. Fang Jian's thin lips slowly curled into a dangerous arc, and a glimmer of bloodthirsty light flashed in her eyes. Then why not just try and see? Looking at the system, her heart tightened. The yellow orb froze for a moment before instinctively asking, "TTRY what?" Fang Jian did not answer immediately, merely lowering her gaze to her pale, slender fingers, the aura around her growing more dangerous and oppressive. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and fell on her, casting ambiguous shadows on her exquisite profile. Wait. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly rose by 8 degrees, its small hand waving in a flurry. Host you wouldn't be thinking of. It belatedly reacted, immediately frightening the orb into a glitch. This is too sudden. Fang Jian lazily lifted her gaze and retorted, "What, you don't want to upgrade?" "Of course I do." The system was so excited it became incoherent, the yellow orb flickering erratically. Finally, 2 pink blobs appeared on the orb, and its voice suddenly became shy, even tinged with embarrassment. "But I am not ready yet." "Whoa, host, you were so good to me." The system was not at all worried that Fang Jian would lose, it just felt suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. Even though Fang Jian usually acted like a tyrant, threatening it at every turn and demanding it complete tasks only after repeated requests, and constantly finding ways to squeeze its points. But, in terms of kindness, her host was simply beyond words. She actually took the initiative to help it upgrade. She was definitely the best host in the entire universe. The system was moved to tears, vowing never again to complain about Fang Jian mistreating it before other systems. Fang Jian looked at the system, acting coyly, and felt a bit disgusted, wrinkling her brow. "What is there to prepare for? It's not like I'm asking you to get married." At this moment, the system was overjoyed, not caring about being rebutted. This isn't my first time." Then the system, with a face full of eagerness, asked, "So what does the host plan to do? Do you need me to provide any support? Although my level isn't high, I still have a little meager savings." Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The last time she saved Long-Outyan, she had just drained the system's entire fortune. It had only been a month, and yet there were savings again. "Hidden talents, this system. I haven't thought of anything yet. Let's talk about it later," Fang Jian replied, perfunctorily planning to fatten it up before the slaughter. And the system was still happily thinking it had helped Fang Jian, dreaming of an upgrade. The two, one person and one system, fell silent. Just when Jiang Xu thought the conversation between Fang Jian and the system had ended, Fang Jian suddenly spoke, inexplicably asking, "Do you think the so-called child of destiny can hear our conversation?" As soon as Fang Jian finished speaking, Jiang Xu, who had been eavesdropping, felt his pupils suddenly constrict, his blood freezing in an instant, and his heart nearly stopped. He gripped his pen tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive pressure as veins bulged on the back of his hand. Everything around him seemed to blur, and all his attention was focused on Fang Jian. "That's impossible. The world consciousness will not allow the child of destiny to carry cheats," the system retorted without thinking, explaining. "Although some children of destiny may have system assistance, the restrictions are quite numerous. Just like that Long-Outyan system last time, you didn't see how close Fu Wenyu was to dying, or it could only anxiously wait, and in the end still needed to seek help from other hosts." "I see," Fang Jian casually responded, and fell silent, as if she had merely asked a casual question. Seeing Fang Jian not continue to ask, Jiang Xu's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. He cautiously exhaled a breath of turbid air only, then realizing that the shirt on his back had long been soaked with cold sweat, the icy fabric clinging to his skin. He quietly adjusted his sitting posture, using the motion of flipping through a book to cover his slightly trembling fingers. The sunlight outside remained bright, but Jiang Xu felt not the slightest warmth. Jiang Xu stared at the densely packed letters in the English textbook, the words before his eyes gradually distorting. The shock of hearing some of the truth about this world had been replaced by a deeper fear. Fang Jian could not have asked this question without reason, she must have had doubts long ago. The peaceful coexistence during this time had almost made Jiang Xu forget how dangerous Fang Jian truly was. Fang Jian's terrifying insight made him once again shrouded in the shadow of having his neck broken upon their first meeting. The pen tip unconsciously drew chaotic lines on the paper. Jiang Xu was well aware that his survival thus far was due to the abnormal performance that had piqued her interest after the world rebooted. But no one knew how long this interest would last, or if other matters would arise that would capture Fang Jian's attention. No. In fact, it had already appeared, as mentioned earlier, Fu Wenyu, and now the emergence of Xiao Weishua. The voice of Wang Jing from the podium seemed to come through a thin membrane, and Jiang Xu's gaze became unfocused, a sense of confusion arising in his heart. He did not know if he could still live or how much longer he could live. Fortunately, his life seemed to be connected to the world rebooting. The worst outcome would be that everyone would die together. The shadow of death once again loomed in his heart, and a hint of determination flashed in Jiang Xu's eyes as he tightened his grip on the pen. He could no longer just sit and wait for death. Previously, there was only Fang Jian as a strategist, but now that Xiao Weishua had arrived, could he kill with a borrowed knife? Fang Jian would eventually confront Xiao Weishua. He just needed to trigger this conflict to erupt earlier. After all, whether it was one of them who died, it would be a good outcome for him. When he unconsciously glanced at Fang Jian's seat, he saw that she had unknowingly fallen asleep with her head resting on the desk. Sunlight fell through the gap in the curtains onto Fang Jian's eyelashes, casting fragmented shadows that made her appear oddly fragile and unreal. Looking at Fang Jian's defenseless sleeping face, Jiang Xu's hand, holding the pen, hesitated. He began to waver, after all. As soon as the class bell rang, before Wang Jing's figure had completely disappeared at the end of the corridor, a circle of classmates gathered around Xiao Weishua's seat. The girls surrounded her as if they had discovered a new continent, their questions rising and falling in a cacophony. Weishua, can I call you that? A girl with a ponytail asked timidly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Xiao Weishua raised her delicate face, revealing a perfectly sweet smile. Of course you can. As she spoke, the corners of her eyes curved, slightly resembling two small crescent moons. This answer seemed to open the floodgates, and the surrounding girls instantly became excited. Wow, Weishua, you really are so beautiful, exclaimed a girl wearing round glasses. Are you very popular at City No. 3 Middle School? Xiao Weishua covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, activating her system skills Eye of Insight and Silver Tongue, her gaze discreetly scanning the level D floating above the other girl's head. Just as she was about to answer, she was abruptly interrupted by a tall girl squeezing in from the back row. Weishua, I heard the basketball team at City No. 3 is full of handsome guys. Is that true? Noticing the level C above the girl's head, Xiao Weishua immediately adjusted her gaze, her voice softening a few notches. There are indeed a few good ones. She deliberately elongated her tone, eliciting a burst of excitement from the surrounding girls. In the corner, a short-haired girl with a level of only F tried several times to interject, but her voice was always drowned out by others. When she finally mustered the courage to speak, Xiao Weishua seemed not to hear, turning to chat with another level C girl about the latest bags. The short-haired girl lowered her head in disappointment, but was soon healed by a smile that Xiao Weishua inadvertently cast her way. No one noticed the fleeting irritation and impatience in Xiao Weishua's beautiful eyes behind her perfect smile. The classmates exhibited immense enthusiasm for Xiao Weishua, the commotion here nearly drowning out any other sounds in the classroom. Xiao Weishua was surrounded in the center of the crowd like a star among the planets. Just when the topic was at its peak, a sudden sound of a chair being moved came from the front row. Fang Jian lazily stood up, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders with the motion. She absently rubbed the back of her neck, feeling a bit thirsty, and stood up to leave the classroom to buy a bottle of water from the vending machine. As she passed by Xiao Weishua's seat, the previously noisy classroom suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The classmates surrounding Xiao Weishua seemed to have hit a pause button, collectively falling silent. The crowded aisle automatically parted like the Red Sea, with a few girls instinctively stepping back, their backs pressed. Fang Jian was used to this, not even pausing her steps. Even if she sensed something was off, she would merely think that the classmates were considerate of a sick person. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor that the frozen air began to flow again, the sound of exhaled breaths in the classroom particularly clear. Xiao Weishua slightly squinted her eyes, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of her textbook. She assessed again. Fang Jian was indeed at level F. But the reactions of these classmates. Who was that girl? She feigned innocence, tilting her head and asking, she's really beautiful. The expressions of the surrounding classmates suddenly became stiff, exchanging glances with one another, and did not respond to Xiao Weishua immediately. Finally, it was her deskmate, a heavily bespectacled Flevel girl, who whispered, her name is Fang Jian. Weishua, you'd better stay away from her. Why? Xiao Weishua feigned surprise, sounding a bit disappointed as she said, I wanted to get to know her. You absolutely mustn't. The girl with round glasses suddenly grabbed her wrist, then quickly released it, as if burned, saying she has mental illness. Bipolar disorder or something, and she can be violent. In any case, Weishua, you should really avoid provoking her. The people who have provoked her before. The girl's voice grew softer, almost turning into a whisper. They all ended up in a bad way. After all, the girl with round glasses had been a good friend of Luo Yuanyuan before, and was well aware of Luo Yuanyuan's tragic fate. Xiao Weishua noticed that when saying this, the girl's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and the fleeting fear in her eyes seemed genuine. I see, thank you for the reminder. She smiled sweetly at the girl with round glasses, appearing to take the warning to heart, her face full of gratitude. However, when she turned to look towards the classroom door, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. The corners of her rosy lips lifted slightly, revealing a mocking arc. Pretending to be mysterious. Just in Flevel waist. Xiao Weishua elegantly flicked her long hair, giving a cold snort in her heart looking down on these unsophisticated bumpkins. They probably couldn't even dream that they could see everyone's levels through the system right. Xiao Weishu had disregarded the warning from the girl with round glasses. In the short 10-minute break, under the influence of the silver-tongued buff, Xiao Weishu had already blended in with most of her surrounding classmates, and everyone had a very favorable impression of her. The morning passed by in the blink of an eye. As the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang, a languid atmosphere still lingered in the classroom. At that moment, the usually inconspicuous sports committee member suddenly burst into the classroom radiating energy as she waved a registration form for the school's sports meeting in her hand. Classmates. Her vibrant voice instantly shattered the tranquility of the classroom, her sun-kissed face glowing with excitement. Do you want to experience something thrilling? Outdoor activities, group events, relays. There's something for everyone. As soon as the sports committee member finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chaos. The students who had been drowsy moments ago instantly woke up, their eyes wide open, all traces of sleep gone. Wow. Can we really talk about this in class? Wait. Is this a legitimate activity? Can we really participate? The sports committee member mischievously winked, and with a sudden flourish she unfolded the registration form. Ahem, the warm-up for the school's sports meeting starts next Wednesday. Outdoor long-distance running, sand pit, long jump relay races, two-person three-legged races, and tug-of-war, which is a team event. Get ready to unlock various venues. There's a plethora of activities to choose from. She gestured enthusiastically like a salesperson. How about it? Is that thrilling enough? Humph. The classroom was suddenly filled with hissing sounds. The literary committee member put down her mirror and disdainfully said, "You make the sports meeting sound like a grand event. That's excessive." A girl in the last row lazily lay on the desk. "With such a scorching sun, I don't want to go." The top student near the podium adjusted his glasses. "I can handle logistics, but I can't participate." The classroom was filled with a chorus of complaints, and the sports committee member looked troubled. She clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. "Oh, come on, don't be so heartless. This is our first sports meeting since entering high school. Let's be a bit more positive. Our class can't just send a few people." Xiao Weishu was the first to stand up, swiftly marking long jump relay race and 100 meters on the registration. She then pulled a few hesitant friends along. "Let's register together, just as my companions." Encouraged by her, several girls blushed as they selected a few events. The sports committee member looked at Xiao Weishu with gratitude, the level B label above her head flickering slightly. Xiao Weishu smiled lightly, feeling pleased as she heard the system's notification, sound favorability, 15 points 100. No one expected that aside from the golden, glowing child of destiny above Jiang Xu's head, the seemingly unobtrusive sports committee member was the highest-ranked individual in the entire class. Classmates. The sports committee member weaved through the aisles with the registration form resembling an insurance salesperson. First come, first served. Teacher Wang said that if there aren't enough volunteers. She deliberately elongated her tone. Then a random draw will be conducted for mandatory assignments. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in a flurry of activity. Sports committee, can I just sign up for the 100 meters? Two-person, three-legged race. Then I need to find a reliable partner. He'll handle logistics. I can bring a first aid kit. Under the pressure from the homeroom teacher, students gradually began registering. Eventually, aside from a few students with health issues who volunteered for logistics, most signed up for at least one event. However, even so, the column for the 3,000 meters remained completely empty. The sports committee member held the registration form with a frown. Just looking at the 3,000 meters made her feel a metallic taste rise in her throat. The students only wanted to sign up to avoid trouble, not to actually participate, so they all avoided it. Just then the back door of the classroom was gently pushed open, and Jiang Xu returned from the restroom. The sports committee member's eyes suddenly lit up. After frowning and pondering for a moment, she finally steeled herself and approached with the registration form in hand. Jiang Xu. She hesitated as she placed the form on his desk, her fingers nervously rolling the pen, gazing at him eagerly. Jiang Xu raised an eyebrow, thinking she was confirming his registration status. "Zhouing signed me up for the long jump. It's like this." The sports committee member's ballpoint pen squeaked under her grip, her ears turning red from embarrassment. "No one is willing to sign up for the 3,000 meters. Since I already signed up for the girls' 1,500 meters, I can't sign up again." She suddenly clasped her hands together, her tone sincere. "I remember you were amazing at long-distance running in middle school. So could you please help me out? Please. Many people noticed the commotion and perked up their ears. The noise in the classroom suddenly quieted down. Who doesn't know that Jiang Xu is notoriously aloof and avoids trouble? Last time during the school celebration, when the literary committee member invited him several times, he refused, saying it would affect his studies. Many thought the sports committee member would likely fail this time. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Xu just nodded lightly. "Okay, really?" The sports committee member was so excited she nearly jumped up. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I must treat you to dinner tonight. My dad's new restaurant is right behind the school." After writing down Jiang Xu's name, she enthusiastically patted his shoulder. It settled then. No refusing. Jiang Xu watched the sports committee member's joyful demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. It wasn't that he had a strong sense of collective honor, but because the sports committee member was a classmate from middle school, and they had been desk mates for a while. The sports committee member was a very nice girl who had helped him several times, so his agreement to participate in the 3,000 meters also carried a sense of reciprocation. Since the sports committee member didn't often mention their middle school relationship, Jiang Xu certainly wouldn't bring it up either. Although their relationship was decent, they would only greet each other when they met, so very few knew about this. Zhou was aware of their relationship, so he didn't think much of it, and was currently urging Jiang Xu to watch the basketball game in the afternoon of the next day, as he was a formal member of the school's basketball team and would be playing. However, to the uninformed classmates, it was a different story. In the heavy and monotonous life of high school, even the smallest gossip could become a topic of discussion. Xiao Weishue gazed thoughtfully at the physical education representative, and Jiang Xu, her eyes deep and inscrutable. The system's eye of scrutiny categorized every individual into hierarchical tiers, based on family background, wealth, innate potential, social standing, and more. The higher the target's rank, the greater the points awarded upon successful cultivation of their affection. Thus, following the system's directives, Xiao Weishue precisely pursued only high-tier targets to accumulate points and claim rewards. Since being bound to the cultivation system 1 year ago, Xiao Weishue had systematically engaged nearly all Tier B or higher targets at Shizanzhong High School. Leveraging various functional cards and buffs acquired from the system, she navigated effortlessly among peers, deploying measured tenderness, tantalizing ambiguity, and occasional vulnerability or dependence to steadily elevate their affection levels. Yet her rapid succession of pursuits entangled her in an overly complex web of relationships, tarnishing her reputation across Shizanzhong. Especially during her attempt to cultivate the affection of an austere target at Shizanzhong, she nearly suffered catastrophic failure, nearly forced to withdraw from school. Still, the system imposed a mandatory cultivation task upon that very target. Failure would incur a severe point penalty, one she could not possibly afford. Xiao Weishue stood on the precipice of collapse, until she chanced upon Jiang Xu. Above him shimmered four gilded characters, progeny of fortune, blazing so fiercely, they nearly blinded both her and the system. The system instantly recalibrated its mission interface, locking onto a single compulsory main quest: cultivate Jiang Xu. Success grants lavish rewards, failure results in erasure. Though perilous beyond measure, the potential return was intoxicating. Not only would she earn a colossal influx of points, but also coveted items long out of reach. The permanent charisma halo intellect amplification buff crisis premonition ability, each promising a life smoother, brighter, and more commanding. With no path of retreat, and the system's death sentence hanging like a drawn blade above her, Xiao Weishue spent a staggering sum of points to purchase Jiang Xu's comprehensive dimensional analysis report. She studied the dossier obsessively, spending an entire month crafting a meticulous cultivation strategy, and defying her parents' objections, transferred into the school ahead of schedule. The harrowing lesson from Shizanzhong's steer target taught her one irrefutable truth: elite tier boys never respond to overt advances. Overeagerness invites suspicion, not admiration. Even now, the memory of that boy's scornful gaze and humiliating words sent tremors through her fingertips. According to the system's analysis, Jiang Xu embodied the quintessential strength-worshipping personality. He was drawn solely to peers whose prowess matched, or even challenged, his own. Thus, Xiao Weishue made no haste to assert herself before Jiang Xu. She waited, patiently, for the precise moment to reveal her true caliber, knowing authentic allure would then arise naturally. Yet, the thought of Jiang Xu's shocking 100 affection level pierced her heart like a shard of ice. A tightness constricted Xiao Weishue's chest. The figure defied all logic. She had never exchanged a word with Jiang Xu. He was utterly unknown to her, a newcomer, just as she was. She even compelled the system to perform 3 self-diagnoses, each time receiving the same cold mechanical verdict: diagnosis confirmed, no error detected. This unforeseen anomaly unsettled her deeply. She could no longer be certain whether her meticulously devised plan remained viable, especially since her primary source of points lay in cultivating high-tier individuals. In Jiangxingno, one high, a modest provincial school, individuals exceeding Tier B were exceedingly rare. Since arriving on campus, Xiao Weishue had encountered only one such person, the physical education representative. She had already resolved to fully cultivate his affection, until the system revealed he shared a junior high past with Jiang Xu, having even sat beside him for a time. That connection rendered the representative unusable as a point source, and elevated him to the status of a latent threat, one she now classified strictly as a variable to neutralize, ensuring absolute fidelity to her Jiang Xu objective. Her very life hung in the balance as she tolerated no deviation, not even the faintest whisper of risk. Every incipient threat would be strangled at birth. At this thought, Xiao Weishue's gaze upon the physical education representative sharpened, complex, calculating, and dangerously intent. Time flew like a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, Jiangxingno one high school was preparing for the upcoming sports meeting next Wednesday. This 2-day athletic event was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for the high school students who were usually engrossed in their studies to relax. As the morning sun bathed the campus, the air at Jiangxingno one high school was already filled with the joyous Though the sports meeting was scheduled to officially start at 8:30, the students of Class 5 had already arrived early at the classroom, busily preparing for the opening ceremony. This was their first sports meeting since entering high school, and the entire class was eager to showcase Class 5 spirit in front of all the teachers and students. To this end, the two class monitors, after receiving Wang Jing's approval, specially organized a creative class meeting to encourage everyone to brainstorm ideas. During the meeting, the students were enthusiastic, eagerly sharing their suggestions. Some suggested performing acrobatics, while others proposed cosplaying anime characters. There was even a student who whimsically suggested renting a drone for a performance. However, these ideas were either too far-fetched to implement or lacked originality. The discussion gradually fell into a stalemate, and the atmosphere in the class became somewhat dull. At this moment, encouraged by a new friend, Xiao Weishua stepped forward to share her opinion. Considering the rule that students must wear school uniforms on the first day of the sports meeting, Xiao Weishua proposed that they purchase cute animal hats and choreograph a lively entrance dance. She volunteered to be the choreographer and thoughtfully took into account the different situations of her classmates, dividing the dance into two parts: main dancers and backup dancers. The former would perform more dynamic movements, while the latter would only need to hold colorful balls and do simple actions suitable for those who were introverted or less coordinated. After hearing Xiao Weishu's plan, voices of agreement gradually arose in the classroom. Although the proposal was not particularly stunning, it was practical and considerate of all classmates, covering every detail thoughtfully. In the end, all the students unanimously approved Xiao Weishu's proposal and entrusted her with organizing the event. By the end of the class meeting, the students looked at Xiao Weishua with newfound admiration. Xiao Weishu's attentiveness and organizational skills impressed everyone, and the previous sense of unfamiliarity that they had towards her gradually melted away. On the day of the sports meeting, all the girls of Class 5 arrived early to help each other with makeup and outfit arrangements. Wow, that little bear hat suits you perfectly, but so adorable. Your little yellow duck hat is also so cute, let me try it on. I think you would look better in the little rabbit hat. It makes your skin look especially fair. Help, my eyeliner is messed up again. Who can save me? Can you check if this lipstick color is too bold? Can you see if this class emblem is crooked? The classroom was filled with the lively laughter of the girls. The desks were adorned with various cosmetics, and the girls gathered in small groups, assisting each other with makeup. And the classroom echoed with cheerful laughter and gasps of delight, while a faint scent of cosmetics hung in the air, and even the usually quietest girl became lively. As the athletes' march began to play over the loudspeakers, the school sports meeting officially commenced. As each class lined up to enter, the two class monitors of Class 5 were busy counting heads and organizing the formation. They repeatedly checked the roster, confirming that all members were present except for a few responsible for logistics, before reporting to their homeroom teacher Wang Jing. Standing at the front of the line, Wang Jing occasionally turned back to check on the preparations. As the line slowly moved forward and each class entered, the students of Class 5 couldn't help but feel nervous. The arts committee member looked somewhat pale, tightly gripping the colorful ball in her hands, her fingers trembling slightly. She anxiously searched for Xiao Weishu's figure, her voice tense. Weishua, I am suddenly so nervous. What if I mess up later? Xiao Weishua activated her healing buff, gently patting the arts committee member's shoulder, her voice as warm as a spring breeze. Don't worry, if our dance moves are very simple, and we've practiced for a week, so we will be fine. Just relax. Her words seemed to carry a magical power, not only relaxing the tense shoulders of the arts committee member, but also making several other anxious classmates breathe a sigh of relief. The arts committee member's complexion visibly improved, looking gratefully at Xiao Weishua. You're right, Weishua, we've prepared so well. Thank you, without you we might still be in a panic now. Exactly. A girl with round-frame glasses chimed in, affectionately linking arms with Xiao Weishua. The dance you choreographed is super cute. My mom also said our rehearsal video looks great. Another girl touched the rabbit ears on her head. My sister is clamoring for me to give her the hat after the sports meeting is over. Amid the continuous praise, the system notification sound echoed in Xiao Weishua's mind. Xiao Weishua smiled as she listened to everyone's compliments, the system notifications ringing in her mind. Favorability 3, favorability 5. The curve of her lips deepened a bit, and her earlier impatience lessened. Though the favorability points offered by these students were insignificant, they still added up to a considerable sum. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few high-level individuals in this school, and her system points were depleting too quickly, she would have been reluctant to waste time on these ordinary students. Everyone, please stop praising me. She slightly lowered her head, revealing a shy smile. This is the result of our entire class efforts. As she spoke, she discreetly scanned the room, observing the favorability values floating above everyone's heads, silently calculating her gains for the day. Although the individual values were not high, they added up and could barely meet her immediate needs. Just then the announcement came that their class was about to enter. Xiao Weishua quickly adjusted her expression and made a cheering gesture to her classmates. It's our turn, let's all do it. Accompanied by cheerful entrance music, the host's clear voice echoed throughout the venue. Now, coming towards us is Class 5 of the first year. Look, they are full of vitality and fighting spirit, marching with firm steps to the rhythm of youth's anthem. The students of Class 5 straightened their backs and raised confident smiles upon hearing this. Under the sunlight, their fluffy animal hats were particularly eye-catching. Little rabbits with long ears, pandas sporting dark circles under their eyes, and little foxes swaying their fiery tails. From a distance, they resembled a lively troop of small animals, instantly captivating students from other classes with some pointing and exclaiming, "Look! The hats of Class 5 are so cute. That's my friend. Take a picture." Some pulled out their phones to capture this. As they reached the front of the podium, the class leader commanded, "Youth is like fire surpassing oneself. Class 5 of the first year, strive valiantly." The chant was loud and harmonious, resonating across the sports field. In the next moment, before the echoes faded, the team instinctively dispersed and changed formation, with the students quickly finding their positions. With the lively melody of dole playing, Class 5 instantly transformed into the cute dance troupe. They swayed and jumped to the rhythm, their movements crisp and lively, yet tinged with a playful charm reminiscent of a fairy tale forest celebration. Standing at the center was Xiao Weishue, the focal point of the entire audience. She wore a bright red little fox hat, her bright eyes peeking out from under the brim, with the emblem of Class 5 shining on her left cheek in the sunlight. Her dance steps were light and agile, her smile sweet and energetic, each turn and wave infused with a captivating charm that made it hard for anyone to look away. The front row of the audience began to stir. Who is that girl leading the dance? I've never seen her before. I don't know, I've never seen her either. This is just too cute. I need to get her contact information later. I'm going to go ask her out. Boys whispered to each other, their eyes closely following her figure. Xiao Weishue seemed oblivious, still immersed in her performance, her smile radiant like the summer sun. As the music faded, the students of Class 5 struck a final pose, shouting in unison, Class 5, absolutely extraordinary." The playground erupted in applause. Even the teachers at the judges' table couldn't help but smile and clap. Meanwhile, Xiao Weishue, wiping sweat and gasping for air, had her image quietly captured by countless phone cameras. As the entrance music played again, the students of Class 5 quickly lined up, maintaining their radiant smiles as they marched. "Youth is like fire surpassing oneself. Class 5 of the first year, strive valiantly." The chant still echoed across the playground. Once Class 5 returned to their respective spots, the previously composed crowd instantly revealed their true colors. I can't believe it." The class leader swiftly removed his panda hat, his hair drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "I almost forgot the formation. I didn't mess up, did I, eh?" A girl in a rabbit hat shook her deskmate wildly, saying, "I felt like I was offbeat the whole— Ha ha ha, you really were out of sync." A boy in a corgi hat laughed, slapping his thigh. "Especially the way you moved in that koala hat, it was hilarious." "You're laughing at me. Your hat was crooked while you were dancing and almost hit someone in the face. What do you know?" That was— As the main performer, Xiao Weishue's dance moves were broad and dynamic. She was now gently catching her breath, her cheeks flushed as she took off her little fox hat to fan herself. "Weishue, you danced wonderfully." A good friend leaned over, playfully poking the class emblem on her cheek. "Didn't you see the looks on those boys in the front row? They were practically glued to you." "Don't say that. They were looking at all of us, okay?" Xiao Weishue hurriedly covered her flushed face with her hat, only to hear a teasing chorus behind her. "Oh, maybe they were." Amidst the good-natured banter, the shy demeanor of the girl became even more endearing, her lowered lashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, and her lightly bitten lower lip revealing a delicate shade of pink like cherry blossoms. A few boys from the neighboring class unconsciously edged forward. One boy stepped on someone's foot without even realizing. Yet no one noticed that as Xiao Weishue fully covered her face with her hat, a glimmer of disdain flashed in her originally shy, introverted apricot eyes. These clueless boys had no idea what they were in for. However, compared to the cheerful atmosphere on the playground, the few students responsible for logistics in Class 5 were facing a significant problem. The gentle sunlight of May cascaded softly over the campus, and the morning's coolness had not yet completely faded. The lively sounds of the sports meet echoed from the new playground in the distance, making the small park in the center of the school feel especially tranquil. The new leaves of the phoenix trees rustled in the gentle breeze, with scattered patches of light dancing on the gravel path. Thud thud. The sound of two pairs of footsteps intersected at a leisurely pace, echoing along the silent, empty gravel road. Fang Jian and Jiang Xu each carried an equipment box, walking one after the other along the shaded path. The identical class emblem on their left cheeks glimmered softly in the sunlight, adding a touch of significance to their otherwise ordinary school uniforms. Jiang Xu adjusted the 3 stacked cardboard boxes in his arms, a gust of wind swept by, carrying the unique scent of Fang Jian, reminiscent of sun-dried pine wood, faintly mingled with a hint of acrid smoke. He quietly quickened his pace, increasing the distance between them, his gaze fixated on the mottled bark of the phoenix trees by the roadside. Staring at the nearby tree, Jiang Xu's thoughts wandered. How many times had it been that he and Fang Jian were alone together? From the uncontrollable shivers he felt upon first meeting Fang Jian, to now being able to maintain a facade of calmness, even he found it hard to believe. Jiang Xu glanced at Fang Jian's figure out of the corner of his eye, and his thoughts suddenly returned to this morning's game. Originally, the logistics team consisted of only 5 people, a classmate with congenital heart disease, and 3 others who were often on sick leave due to health issues. This was the fixed logistics lineup for Class 5, but later the sports committee decided to include Fang Jian, considering his mental state needed special care. According to past customs, the sports meet was always held at the old playground, and the 5 logistics personnel were barely sufficient. However, no one expected that this year the school would suddenly decide to change the venue, catching the logistics team off guard. The new playground was a full 800 meters away from the old one, and most of the sports equipment needed for the meet was still stored in the equipment room at the old playground. Thus, the logistics personnel from each class were assigned to transport the equipment back and forth. What made it even more troublesome was that each class had to rearrange their designated areas at the new site, leaving the original manpower severely stretched. To ensure fairness, Wang Jing drew lots and selected 2 boys, to help one of whom was Jiang Xu. As the students from Class 5 queued to enter, the logistics team quickly divided the tasks. Considering safety issues, the classmate with congenital heart disease was asked to stay in the equipment room to count items. 2 students remained to set up the class-designated area, the rest all engaged in transporting the equipment. Thus, Jiang Xu and Fang Jian found themselves walking one after the other on the shaded path connecting the 2 playgrounds. Lost in thought, Jiang Xu suddenly tripped over a raised stone, causing him to stumble forward. His arm muscles tensed instinctively as he clutched the 3 stacked cardboard boxes, yet he still couldn't control his body from leaning forward. Just as he thought he was about to embarrass himself in front of Fang Jian, the back of his collar suddenly tightened, and a force yanked him backward. Jiang Xu gasped, nearly being choked by his own collar, but he managed to steady himself and did not fall. Still shaken, he stood firm as a lazy taunt drifted into his ears. "Are you the heroine of a romantic drama? Can't even walk straight." Fang Jian stood beside him, one hand dragging the 3 cardboard boxes while the other had just released his collar. The corner of her lips curled slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of playful ridicule. Jiang Xu looked down and saw that the culprit was the edge of a raised paving stone. His face flushed bright red from his neck all the way to the tips of his ears, heat rushing to his head. He opened his mouth to explain, but the words stuck in his throat, feeling that any explanation would only make him seem more foolish. Just at that moment, Fang Jian had already turned to continue walking, leaving behind a light, ambiguous laugh. Jiang Xu hurried to catch up, organizing his thoughts for a long time, and finally awkwardly squeezed out a single word. "Thank you." A gentle breeze brushed past, yet it could not disperse the heat on his face. The 2 walked silently down the stairs leading to the old playground, the only sounds being the rustle of cardboard boxes against fabric and the echo of their footsteps in the empty stairway. Yet Jiang Xu's gaze kept drifting toward Fang Jian, finally fixating on her arms, which were holding the boxes. Her slender, fair arms displayed beautiful muscle lines glistening with a pearl-like sheen under the sunlight. He suddenly recalled the words of the equipment room manager. 1 box contained shot puts, be careful when moving it. At the time, Fang Jian hadn't even looked, casually picking up the 3 boxes closest to her and stacking them together. Jiang Xu had originally intended to help carry the heavy box, but he couldn't find the box with the shot puts after searching everywhere, so he gave up. And now, Jiang Xu felt his throat involuntarily swallow hard. At the moment when Fang Jian had yanked his collar, their distance had briefly closed, and his peripheral vision had caught a glimpse of the prominent word shot put on the side of the top box. 3 cardboard boxes. The top one contained the shot puts, held with one hand, leaving one hand free to pull him. That terrifying strength. Jiang Xu suddenly felt a chill creeping down the back of his neck, the spot where his collar had gripped starting to throb faintly. After climbing the stairs and walking a bit further, they would arrive at the large equipment room. As they approached the vicinity of the equipment room, they heard a commotion inside, where the boisterous laughter of boys was mixed with the pleading cries of a girl. In the dim light of the equipment room, 4 tall boys surrounded the petite Shun Jiao, forming an impenetrable wall. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sweat and rubber, while the sports equipment piled in the corner cast menacing shadows. "Don't you have a heart condition? Come on, show us a fit." The boy with a buzz cut leaned down deliberately, bringing his face close to Shun Jiao, his tone laced with malicious teasing. "I think you're just faking it." A tall boy leaning against a rack suddenly slammed his palm against the nearby locker, the sound of metal clashing echoing harshly in the confined space. "I've been chasing you for so long, and every time you use your heart condition as an excuse. It's harder to get you to dinner than to reach the heavens. So when you're with that pretty boy from class 7, the illness just disappears." Shun Jiao's back pressed tightly against the cold wall, her slender fingers gripping her uniform at her chest, her face as pale as paper. She looked at the boys before her and pleaded, "Please don't do this. I really feel unwell." Her voice trembled noticeably, tears welling in her eyes. "Liango, why are you wasting your breath on her?" The buzzcut boy interjected sarcastically. "Shun Jiao, come on, perform for us how a heart condition acts up right now. Don't worry, we'll definitely call an ambulance for you." Suddenly, a boy with a broken brow jumped out from behind Shun Jiao and shouted loudly in her ear. Shun Jiao let out a piercing scream, sliding down the wall to the floor. She pressed her hand against her wildly heaving chest, tears streaming down her face. "Get away from me. I'm really not feeling well. If you keep this up, I will tell the teacher." The tears didn't evoke any sympathy from the boys, but instead it ignited their twisted, sadistic desires like sparks landing in a barrel of oil. The boys' eyes visibly lit up, their smiles revealing an unsettling excitement. "Oh, you're going to tell the teacher?" "Oh no, I'm so scared." The boy with earrings exaggeratedly clutched his chest, pretending to be frightened. Yet the next moment his expression darkened, and with a threatening tone he said, "Let me tell you the truth, the surveillance in this equipment room has been broken for a long time, and all your friends have been given excuses to leave." He stepped closer, looking down at her with a cold smile. "Unless the king of heaven himself comes today, no one can help you. Stop with the nonsense and have a fit for us to see." The buzzcut boy squatted down, shoving Jiao's trembling body. "Maybe you'll even beg us to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." "Oh, I want to join too. I want to join too." The boy with the broken brow egged on, and the other boys joined in with lewd laughter, casting shadows that completely enveloped the curled-up girl. Bang! The tall boy known as Liang Gu suddenly grabbed a basketball and slammed it hard against the wall next to Jiao the rubber ball, making a deafening echo in the confined space. Jiao trembled all over, curling up like a frightened rabbit. "Did you hear that, Jiao?" Liang Gu glared coldly at the girl crouching on the ground, his voice twisted with anger. "If you don't have a fit today, don't think you can leave this door. I've been more than generous to you. You said you needed time to think, and I gave you that. But what happened? You turned around and got with that pretty boy. If it weren't for others telling me, I'd still be kept in the dark. Do you really think I'm a fool?" He yelled while frantically smashing the basketball against the equipment racks, the metal structures producing chilling clangs under the impact. The basketball bounced back and forth in the small space, each impact striking against Jiao's taut nerves. "I didn't." Jiao's breathing became increasingly rapid, her pale lips trembling. "Whoa, I already rejected you. It's you who keeps bothering me." Her fingers clutched her clothing tightly, her knuckles whitening with the strained beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, as if she would faint at any moment. "You're still pretending." Jiao's words pierced deeply into Liang Ji's most sensitive pride. His expression darkened suddenly, rage boiling in his eyes. He grabbed the basketball and hurled it towards Jiao. Bang! The basketball grazed her arm and slammed into the wall, producing a heavy thud before rebounding and speeding toward the door. At that moment, Fang Jian and Jiang Xu happened to hear the commotion and rushed over. As Jiang Xu stepped halfway through the door, a shadow flashed before him, and a basketball came hurtling toward his face with the sound of rushing wind. His pupils constricted, but his body was too slow to react, and he could only watch the ball approach. Thud! A long, fair hand suddenly crossed in front of him, fingers curling around the rapidly flying basketball, the knuckles momentarily turning white from the enormous impact. Jiang Xu's breath hitched his heart, nearly stopping as he turned to look at Fang Jian beside him. Fang Jian's expression was slightly cold, holding the basketball with one hand, while casually tossing 3 cardboard boxes onto the nearby table, creating a muffled thud. She slowly raised her gaze, her eyes slicing through the few people in the room with an undeniable air of authority, her voice soft, yet dangerous. "Who threw that?" As Fang Jian's cold voice fell, the entire equipment room froze for a moment, and everyone instinctively looked towards the Liang Gu's expression turned increasingly grim. At first he lost face in front of Jiao, and now he was stunned by a single sentence from a girl, feeling utterly humiliated. He wore a dark expression, his fists unconsciously clenching tightly. Seeing Fang Jian and Jiang Xu, Jiao felt as if she had found a savior, trembling as she pleaded for help. "Whoa. Fang Jian, Jiang Xu, save me. My heart hurts so much." Liang Gu glared at the two at the door, his eyes coldly scanning Jiang Xu's refined and handsome face, then glancing at the icy Fang Jian beside him, suddenly letting out a sneer. A mere bookworm with a pretty face, they had 4 people on their side, so they were nothing to fear. He chuckled coldly and stepped forward, looking down at them with disdain in his tone. "Mind your own business. Those who know better should scram quickly, or else." He tightened his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. "They'll take you all down together." The boy with the broken eyebrow obviously didn't take Fang Jian seriously. He scornfully sized up Jiang Xu beside him, his gaze provocative. "What, even the top student wants to play hero? With those skinny arms and legs of yours? Exactly, this has nothing to do with you, but..." The boy with the earrings stared at Fang Jian, licking his lips, his tone lewd. "Beauty, if you want to join us, it wouldn't be." Before he could finish, a basketball with a whoosh sound smashed into the boy's face, the clear sound of his nasal bone breaking. Bang! The boy with the earrings barely had time to scream before he was knocked to the ground by the immense force, blood gushing from his fingers, staining his chin and collar. He curled up in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed painfully in the empty equipment room. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in place. It wasn't until the boy's cries rang out that they snapped back to reality and rushed over to check on him. "Damn, Gongzi." The boy with the broken eyebrow rushed forward, first supporting his shoulder. "Are you alright, Gongzi?" The buzzcut boy quickly stepped up to help him up. Seeing this, Liang Gu kicked over a nearby table, the iron frame crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Veins bulged on his forehead, his gaze menacing. He fixed his stare on Fang Jian and spat out each word slowly. "You motherfucker are looking for death." The boy with the earrings was helped up, his vision still darkening, but the flames of rage had already consumed his reason. Wiping the blood from his face, he glared at Fang Jian with a twisted fury in his voice. damn it, kill this BTC. Before he could finish, Liang Gu charged at Fang Jian with two other boys like wolves, their sneakers screeching loudly again. Leading the charge, Liang Gu swung his fist, the metallic ring on his knuckles glinting ominously in the sunlight. Jiang Xu instinctively positioned himself in front of Fang Jian, but Fang Jian moved faster. He could only watch in shock as Fang Jian shot out like an arrow, the sound of the wind slicing through the air. A confrontation was about to erupt. Shun Jiao, usually a model student, had never seen such a scene as she trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her clothes tightly, trying to shrink herself into the corner. Jiang Xu, on the other hand, had long been used to such sights. He sighed softly, took a few steps back, resignedly closed the equipment room door and glanced outside to ensure no one was around before shutting the window, completely cutting off any chance of the others calling for help. After doing all this, Jiang Xu turned around to see the situation had shifted to a one-sided massacre led by Fang Jian. Liang Gu swung his fist at Fang Jian's face, but she easily dodged by tilting her head. Fang Jian countered by gripping his wrist, executing a swift over-thresholder throw, slamming Liang Gu heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. The boy with the broken eyebrow lunged from the side, but Fang Jian raised her leg and delivered a side kick right to his abdomen. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, crashing into the back shelves and being hit by falling sports equipment. The boy with the earrings struggled to get up, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but Fang Jian didn't even look back. A spinning kick struck him squarely in the chest. He fell to the ground again, and this time could not get back up. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, and the three boys lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The buzzcut boy, seeing that his companions had not lasted a single round against Fang Jian, felt his pupils contract sharply, cold sweat running down his temples as he turned to flee. But the door that had been open was now inexplicably closed with Jiang Xu standing by it. "Get out of the way." The buzzcut boy growled from his throat, his right fist bulging with veins. "Or I'll beat you up." He stared fiercely at Jiang Xu, his muscles tensed like a cornered beast. Yet Jiang Xu did not even flinch at his. He looked up calmly at the struggling buzzcut boy, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. The buzzcut boy, seeing Jiang Xu not only refusing to move, but also showing pity, felt his anger surge even higher. "IFU, ugh." His curse was abruptly cut off. A blinding pain exploded in the back of his head, leaving him momentarily blind, and then he fell heavily like a marionette with its strings cut. His cheek slammed against Jiang Xu's sneaker, producing a sound that made one wince. Jiang Xu lowered his gaze, noticing the rapidly swelling bump on the back of the boy's head, shaking his head gently in disappointment. Impulsive. Still too young, knowing nothing of strength. In the center of the equipment room, Fang Jian slowly withdrew her hand from where she had thrown the basketball, then looked down from above at the few sprawled on the ground, groaning. A mocking curve formed on her thin lips, her gaze disdainful. Trash. Fang Jian shook the blood off her hand, the remnants of her previous fight, and walked towards Shun Jiao. The fallen Liang Gu happened to be in her way, and she didn't even spare him a glance, kicking him over to the wall. Liang Gu let out a muffled groan, curling up and not daring to move. Fang Jian stood before Shun Jiao, her aura still laden with lingering hostility. She leaned slightly forward, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the trembling girl, her bangs falling, but unable to conceal the brutality lurking in her gaze. "You?" Fang Jian began to speak. "Free. I never said anything bad about you, nor did I. Whoa. You beat them, so you can't beat me." Shun Jiao, terrified, began to babble incoherently, still shaking from the earlier scene. Seeing Fang Jian, who seemed possessed by a vengeful spirit, walking towards her after taking care of the others, her expression looked as if she wanted to silence her as well. Fang Jian. A sudden soft laugh came from the door. Jiang Xu, unable to hold back his laughter at the scene, covered his mouth with one hand, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. Fang Jian irritably turned around, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Is it funny?" Jiang Xu's expression stiffened, then he turned to face the wall, pretending to be very interested in the instructions for the sports equipment. Fang Jian looked back at the corner where Shun Jiao was trembling nonstop, feeling a sudden headache. "You?" Fang Jian tentatively opened her mouth. Hearing Fang Jian's voice, Shun Jiao, who was trembling all over, whispered, "Ing." Fang Jian, "I." Shun Jiao, hugging herself tighter, "Woo-woo." Fang Jian. With no other choice, Fang Jian had to shout at Jiang Xu, who was pretending to count the balls at the door, "Stop playing dead, come over here." Jiang Xu had been watching the fun for a long time, laughing uncontrollably, but when Fang Jian yelled at him, he sheepishly scratched his nose and walked over to help out. Jiang Xu casually grabbed a bottle of unopened mineral water from a nearby table, loosened the cap, and walked slowly towards Shun Jiao. He maintained a safe distance while handing her the water, his voice softened. "Drink some water first." Seeing Fang Jian still frowning beside her, Jiang Xu discreetly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to step back a couple of steps. Fang Jian shot him a glance, but complied, stepping back a few paces, crossing her arms against the wall to give Shun Jiao some breathing space. "I've already contacted your friends." Jiang Xu glanced at his phone. "They should be here soon." He noticed Shun Jiao's pale lips, his tone turning serious. "You look unwell. Do you have any medicine on you?" Only then did Shun Jiao snap back to reality from her panic. When she took the water bottle with her trembling fingers, the cold sensation sent a shiver down her spine. It was then that she realized her chest had been tight all along. Since being surrounded by those four, her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, but she had never had a chance to take her medicine. I brought it, she stammered, pulling out a fast-acting heart pill from her school uniform pocket and swallowing it with water. As the medicine gradually took effect, Shun Jiao leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths, the tightness in her chest finally easing somewhat. Just as she was about to get up while leaning against the wall, the equipment room door was suddenly slammed open. Jiao. Three girls rushed in excitedly. The short-haired girl at the front knelt in front of Shun Jiao, cupping her cold cheeks with both hands. How are you? Is your heart uncomfortable? I knew it. The girl with the ponytail turned her furious gaze at the four boys lying on the ground, kicking Liang Gu again. It's you again, you idiot. Jiao has already rejected you, yet you stick to her like a leech. And you dare to block her while we're not here? You scumbag. The girl wearing thin-framed glasses supported Shun Jiao, her expression one of indignation. Exactly. How disgusting you are. Can't you see what a mess you are? You bought Jiao a few drinks from Mishiwa Bingqing, and when she didn't want you, you drank them yourself, then turned around to spread rumors that Jiao is a gold digger. Who would ever like you? In the equipment room, Jiang Xu and Fang Jian stood in the corner, giving the space to Shun Jiao's friends. Three girls who rushed in unleashed their fury upon the people on the floor. The short-haired girl was furious, pointing at Liang Gu's nose and scolding loudly, resorting to such despicable means when you can't catch someone. Spreading rumors that Jiao is a gold digger, saying she is materialistic. Chun Liang, you are truly disgusting. You're a piece of trash. Liang Gu, whose full name is Chun Liang, begrudgingly propped himself up, his face turning pale as he retorted, was what I said wrong? How is Shun Jiao not a gold digger? I've bought her breakfast and little cakes so many times, and she just throws them in the trash. But the fancy bread that pretty boy from class 7 gave her, she accepted that. The girl with the high ponytail sneered, kicking him again as she looked down at him. You say you like Jiao, but she has a heart condition and her diet needs to be low in oil and sugar. What did you bring her for breakfast? Fried dough sticks, pan-fried dumplings, and greasy meat buns. Everyone knows how oily that meat bun from the cafeteria is. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice echoing in the empty equipment room. And that little cake you gave her, it was from an online wholesale package loaded with additives, and there wasn't even a production date on it. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. And you give it to Jiao, acting as if you're so deeply in love. The girl with the thin-framed glasses continued to stab at him. The classmates from class 7 specifically checked the dietary restrictions for heart disease and brought unsweetened whole wheat bread. What about you? Besides being self-satisfied, what else can you do? Chun Liang was left speechless, his face flushed red, and after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out enough. Isn't it just that you think him poor? What else could it be? The three girls looked at Chun Liang in unison, each word sharp. If we don't dislike you, do we like you? What do we like about you? Your ugliness and stinginess. Or is it your lack of capability and desperate desire for face? Damn it, can you have some self-respect? Exactly. Jiao and the classmates from class 7 often work together to revise for the English speech competition, and now you say they are out to seek wealth and status. Indeed, those with heart conditions see everything as filthy. The short-haired girl glared at Chun Liang with disgust. Besides, Jiao is originally a rich beauty. Why would she like someone like you who has no achievements, no character, and who forces her to fall ill? Ugh. Scum. Shameless. Jiang Xu and Fang Jian stood by enjoying the drama, practically ready with a bag of sunflower seeds. Even the social butterfly system that had snuck out to slack off was drawn back by the noise. Not knowing how long it had been listening, it suddenly cursed in sympathy. Ugh. Scum. Jiang Xu was startled by the sudden vibrant electronic voice, but fortunately Fang Jian's attention was Chun Liang, besieged by the three, felt as if his dignity was being stripped away, akin to public execution. His face turned pale, his eyes reddened, veins bulged on his forehead, and the inner rage made him want to lash out. Damn it, He propped himself up, wanting to teach these chatty girls a lesson, but as he looked up, he met Fang Jian's eyes, which were half smiling while leaning against the window. Fang Jian merely stared at him calmly, but it frightened Chun Liang into a shudder. He had just lost his temper, nearly forgetting that this calamity was still present. The thought of Fang Jian's fierce demeanor made Chun Liang's wounds throb again. He forcibly swallowed the curses on the tip of his tongue, glaring fiercely at the three girls. The short-haired girl immediately shielded Shun Jiao behind her, glaring back fearlessly. What? Do you still want to make a move? You all wait for me. Chun Liang spat out harsh words, then left with the boy with the broken eyebrow, each supporting one another as they prepared to leave. Stop. Fang Jian, who had been watching the show, called out to them. Fang Jian's light remark sent a chill down their spines, and they instinctively froze in place. What? Fang Jian glanced around the messy equipment room and kicked the basketball at her feet. Are you waiting for me to clean up this equipment room that you've made such a mess? The basketball scraped against the ground and hit Chun Liang's calf with a dull thud. Chun Liang and the others dared not retaliate, letting the two motionless ones go and returning to clean up the equipment in embarrassment. Chun Liang clenched his teeth tightly, his forehead veins throbbing, as he squatted down to pick up scattered shuttlecocks, his movements so rough that he nearly crushed his racket. Meanwhile, the boy with the broken eyebrow was clutching his stomach, tidying up the fallen horse vault, every movement causing him to wince in pain, yet he dared not utter a word. At this moment Jiao weakly tugged at her friend's sleeve, her pale lips trembling, signaling that she wanted to go over to Fang Jian. Only then did the three girls seem to wake up from their stupor. They had almost forgotten that their real savior was still standing. The girl with the high ponytail reacted first, decisively supporting Jiao's arm. But the other two girls from Class 5 hesitated, exchanging glances, their faces showing awkward expressions. They usually avoided Fang Jian like the plague, even privately discussing her mental illness. Now facing the person they had talked about, it felt awkward from every angle, and they were reluctant to approach. Yet Jiao had already escaped her friend's support, wobbling forward a couple of steps. Her slender fingers tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, the knuckles turning white, but she still forced herself to raise her head and said, I'm sorry." As she spoke, she bowed deeply, her voice trembling like a frightened rabbit, yet stubbornly standing her ground. I wasn't clear-headed earlier and said some really excessive things, but it wasn't intentional. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, almost turning into a whisper, and also, thank you. Jiao was still a bit afraid of Fang Jian in her heart. After all, the impact Fang Jian had on her just now was too great. But she knew that Fang Jian had helped her, so she still forced herself to apologize despite her fear. Yes, since you helped Jiao, then you are my friend. The girl with the high ponytail said cheerfully. Yes, thank you, Fang Jian. The other two girls finally hesitantly stepped forward to express their gratitude. Fang Jian had originally been standing aside, somewhat displeased about getting her new shoes dirty while kicking people. But when she looked up, she saw a crowd approaching and instinctively took a step back, frowning. Then she watched as they each began to thank her, leaving Fang Jian feeling somewhat confused as she exchanged glances with them. Yet she noticed Jiao, who was clearly very scared, still forcing herself to walk over despite her fear. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly reached out to pat Jiao's head. Everyone was stunned by Fang Jian's unexpected action. Especially Jiao. Seeing Fang Jian suddenly reaching out towards her, she thought Fang Jian was dissatisfied with her apology and was going to hit her so much so that her breath stopped, and she even forgot to call for help. In the end, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she felt a few awkward pats on her head. Jiao. Fang Jian noticed that Jiao was so startled by her action that her pupils lost focus, and she frowned, slightly puzzled. Was it ineffective? Clearly Ball, when scared, liked having his head patted right. How strange. Not getting the reaction she wanted, Fang Jian felt somewhat bored. She withdrew her hand, her lips pressed together, her eyes half-flitted to conceal the emotions beneath. Without caring about everyone's reactions, she turned and left, leaving behind a crowd staring at each other, unable to make sense of what just happened. At that moment, Jiao suddenly snapped back to reality. She raised her hand and gently touched the spot on her head where she had just been patted, her originally pale cheeks visible. She suddenly recalled how when she was a child she would cry in fear when getting a shot at the hospital, and her mother would gently pat her head to comfort her. So just now, was Fang Jian comforting her? This realization made Jiao's heart leap. She gazed in the direction where Fang Jian had left, her expression complex. Actually, Fang Jian didn't seem as terrifying as rumored. The afternoon sun poured down, casting a layer of shimmering golden light over the playground of Jiangxu. One high school. The sports meet was in full swing, and the entire campus was alive with youthful shouts and the clash of fervor. The radio crackled with motivational speeches from each class, igniting every corner of the arena. Muscle memory is etched in our DNA. The metal board awaits a new chapter. The declaration from Class 3 of the first year sounded like war drums explode forth. Let the track tremble, let the opponents be awed. Class 3 warriors, go refresh your own legend. Following closely, the passionate shout from Class 5 of the first year echoed through the skies. Measure the wind speed with your running shoes, calculate the landing point with parabolas. Class 5's vanguard crushed all impossibilities with strength. Meanwhile, the liberal arts students of Class 16 responded with poetic zeal. In ancient times, Kwa Fu chased the sun, now Class 16 chases the wind, transforming soaring eloquence into swift steps, letting the grandeur of the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tung be reborn on the field. The liberal arts students can also break through 1,000 pounds with a pen, shaking mountains and rivers with their feet. Let sweat wash away cowardice, let footsteps shatter hesitation. All around the playground, students displayed their courageous forms in competition. Out on the track, figures darted like arrows by the sandpit. They leaped like eagles in the shot put. Area strength erupted. Each class cheerleading squad also raised their spirits for their classmates, the waves of cheers rising higher and higher, colorful flags waving, drums beating thunderously. Some hoarsely shouted the last go for it, while others nervously clutched banners filled with blessings. The sun blazed brighter, fueling their passion further. On the 3,000-meter running track, Jiang Xu had already prepared on his lane after changing his clothes. Around him, other competitors fidgeted anxiously. Athletic students rubbed their fists eagerly, while casual students paced nervously. On your marks, set. Bang! At the moment the starter's gun fired, the crowd surged forward like arrows released from their bows. Some fought with all their might to seize the inner lane, while others charged forward recklessly, their running shoes making sharp sounds on the rubber track. However, Jiang Xu did not follow the crowd. His steps maintained a steady rhythm, each footfall precisely landing in its designated position. The wind lifted the stray hairs on his forehead, revealing his calm and serene eyes. The new playground of Jiangxing No. 1 high school featured a standard 400-meter athletic track. As Jiang Xu ran past the halfway mark, the supply station of Class 5 came into view. Several logistical students were chatting lazily by the table, the water bottles sparkling under the sunlight. Jiang Xu glanced over at the shade of a nearby tree. He saw Fang Jian casually reclining in a folding lounge chair she had somehow brought over. Sunglasses covered half her face, leaving only her sharply defined chin visible. She crossed her legs and rested her hands on her lap, her posture languid, as if she were on vacation. Fang Jian, I just brought this cold watermelon from home. Do you want some? Shun Jiao brought over half a chilled watermelon, eagerly offering a spoon. It has seeds, no thanks. Fang Jian lazily waved her hand, continuing to recline and bask in the sun. Seeing this, Jiang Xu withdrew his gaze, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his breath and continued running forward. As he ran the second lap, Jiang Xu once again passed by Fang Jian's position, noticing that Shun Jiao had disappeared, leaving only Fang Jian comfortably lying on the lounge chair. On the third lap, Shun Jiao returned to Fang Jian's side, holding a fan and gently fanning her, while her other hand held a cup of chilled sour plum juice. Hey Fang Jian, are you thirsty? Want to drink the sour plum juice I specially brought for you? Not thirsty. Oh, okay, oh. As Jiang Xu ran past. On the fifth lap, Shun Jiao miraculously produced a mousse and a cup of chilled orange juice, with a straw thoughtfully inserted, continuing to approach Fang Jian. Fang Jian, this is the new chocolate blueberry mousse from Zust Dessert Shop. Do you want some? It's really delicious. Oh, and there's orange juice freshly squeezed for you, and this one has no seeds. You'll have a bit. Listening to Shun Jiao's enthusiastic pitch, Fang Jian took off her sunglasses, reluctantly propped herself up, and took a couple of bites of the little cake Shun Jiao offered her. When she felt thirsty, she took a sip of the orange juice from Shun Jiao's hand. Seeing Fang Jian finally eat what she had prepared, Shun Jiao smiled joyfully, feeding her orange juice, while sweetly fanning her with the little fan. On the track, Jiang Xu was both hot and thirsty. On the seventh lap, the students on the track were pale, their steps unsteady, all reaching their physical limits, and those who had not yet stopped were holding on by sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Fang Jian finished her little cake and started eating the pudding Shun Jiao handed her, and Shun Jiao had somehow produced a pink handheld fan, blowing it fiercely at her. Exhausted competitors. Damn, is this girl participating in a sports meet or on vacation? As the 3,000-meter race entered the final 300 meters, the track seemed distorted by the heat waves. Many competitors could no longer hold on, stopping to rest, leaving only Jiang Xu and an athletic student, Wu Li, still persevering. Students from both sides of the track had long surrounded the cheering classmates as Jiang Xu adjusted his breath amidst the shouts, preparing for the final sprint, while the athletic student beside him was also poised to explode. Jiang Xu, go for it. Study God, you got this. Only 200 meters left. The surrounding cheers rose wave after wave, with several girls even shouting until their voices went hoarse. Wu Li's class was equally relentless. Li, go for it. If you overtake him, you'll be the top of the grade. If you win, it's hot pot on me tonight. Suddenly a sharp scream pierced the noise. Jiang Xu, go for it. If you cross the line, I'll be your girlfriend. The crowd erupted in a wave of cheers. Immediately, Wu Li's friends shouted an even more explosive declaration. Wu Li, go for it. Win, and you can sleep in my bed tonight. The entire playground erupted in a frenzy, with whistles and shouts echoing. Jiang Xu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath, feeling the burn in his lungs while his legs mechanically maintained their rhythm. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Li's expression was equally twisted, whether from physical exhaustion or being startled by the sudden benefit. In the last 100 meters, both accelerated simultaneously. Jiang Xu and Wu Li erupted at the same time, almost neck and neck, their strides widening, arms pumping faster. The rubber track trembled beneath their feet, sweat splattered and breaths burned as if they would scorch their throats. Jiang Xu, go. Wu Li, a little faster. The shouts around them nearly overturned the playground. Jiang Xu stared fiercely at the finish line, his vision blurred from lack of oxygen, his ears filled with the sound of his own pounding heart and the roaring wind. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of his strength, and suddenly closed his eyes as he charged forward. Bang! He crossed the line. Jiang Xu. First, study God. Study God. So strong. First, haha. Our class has another. Jiang Xu is amazing. The cheers erupted instantly. Several girls excitedly embraced each other, and someone even threw their jacket into the sky. Jiang Xu. God, Jiang. Awesome. Zhou excitedly rushed over to support the swaying Jiang Xu, patting his back hard and praising him loudly. Wu Li followed closely, crossing the finish line, hands on his knees, panting heavily, but a smile of determination remained on his face. His friends rushed over, enthusiastically patting his shoulders. Damn. Li Gu is incredible. Silver medal. Let's go for hot pot tonight. It's on me. In the crowd, his close friends who had previously made the promise squeezed through, wrapping their arms around Wu Li's shoulders, looking coy. You promised. Tonight you sleep in my bed. You rascal. A wave of cheers erupted around them, whistles echoing. Wu Li rolled his eyes at his close friend, panting with his last bit of strength, gave him the middle finger, his voice weak but resolute. Get lost. The tumult at the finish line gradually faded. Jiang Xu took the water Zhou Ying handed him, refusing his assistance, and the concern of nearby classmates walking slowly for a while. Once he had slightly recovered, he sat resting on a flower bed in the shade, the cool tiles, transmitting a refreshing chill through the fabric. He tilted his head, finishing the last sip of water, his throat moving, his parched lips still pale. Jiang Xu raised his hand to wipe his face, preparing to get up and grab another bottle from the supply station. Want a drink? Champion. A cup of chilled orange juice was suddenly handed to him, the condensation on the cup slowly dripping down the slender fingers. Jiang Xu looked up, meeting Fang Jian's eyes that seemed to smile without smiling. She stood against the light, her figure flickering among the dappled shadows of the trees. God, Jiang, you've worked hard. Shun Zhaojiao peeked out from behind Fang Jian, the pink little fan, whirring towards him. We all saw it. Your final sprint was super cool. The cool breeze mingled with a faint scent of perfume wafted towards him. Jiang Xu paused for a moment, hesitantly took the orange juice. Thank you. The moment their fingertips brushed the cool sensation made him shiver slightly. The ice cubes rattled in the cup, the sweet and sour orange fragrance filled his nostrils, and his throat involuntarily rolled once. There are lounge chairs over there, sitting is more comfortable than on the tiles. Shun Zhaojiao cheerfully stuffed the little fan into his hand, winking at him. Just right, Fang Jian, and I need to go move things, you rest well. Jiang Xu held the suddenly filled gifts, ice drink in his left hand, fan in his right. He sat on the lounge chair, blowing the little fan, watching the two of them leave. He lowered his head and took a sip of orange juice, contentedly squinting his eyes. Indeed, summer should be spent drinking chilled fruit juice. Ding. Suddenly his phone rang, and Jiang Xu set down the juice in his hand, took out his phone, and opened it. Fang Jian, the lounge chair belongs to the security guard. Remember to return it after the sports meet ends. And there was only half an hour left until the sports meet ended. Jiang Xu. After all, there's no free lunch in this world. The sports meeting at Jiangqing One high school entered its final day, with the morning sun casting mottled shadows through the leaves of the phoenix trees along the corridor of the teaching building. As the morning events gradually came to a close, a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere enveloped the campus. Jiang Xu stood beside the long jump pit, brushing off the sand from his sports pants, feeling completely at ease after the recently concluded event. He tilted his head back and took a sip of mineral water, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down with the swallowing motion. The midday sun was somewhat glaring. He squinted as he looked into the distance, where groups of students dressed in colorful casual were taking photos around the campus, their laughter drifting with the gentle breeze. Hey, Jiang Xu. Zhou Ying suddenly hooked his arm from behind, leaning in with the heat of post-exercise excitement. You have to come watch me compete this afternoon, the finals. Jiang Xu pushed away his sweaty arm with a look of disdain. It's too hot, don't stand so close. No way, you have to come. Zhou Ying stubbornly tugged at his arm. My crush has agreed to come cheer me on. You can't let me down, can you? Jiang Xu sighed helplessly as he was half dragged by his friend toward the cafeteria. The afternoon sun remained scorching, and Zhou Ying excitedly recounted their class journey to the finals all the way. Just as they turned the corner of the teaching building, Jiang Xu was suddenly called by a girl, saying that Wang Jing was looking for him and wanted him to come to the office. Jiang Xu nodded to indicate he understood, thanked the girl, and let Zhou Ying go ahead. Zhou Ying pouted, released Jiang Xu's shoulder, and before leaving emphasized, you have to come, reluctantly departing. Jiang Xu walked to Wang Jing's office, saw the door was not locked, knocked lightly, and pushed the door open. Teacher Wang, you were looking for me. Wang Jing looked up, and seeing it was Jiang Xu, a warm smile spread across her face. Yes, come here quickly. It's like this. Wang Jing adjusted her glasses and handed some materials to Jiang Xu. You got first place in the city chemistry competition last time, and now the registration notice for the provincial competition has come in. There's a hint of undisguised pride in her tone. The teacher believes you can achieve great results again. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Jiang Xu received the materials and politely expressed his gratitude. By the way, this year Xiao Weishue will also compete, Wang Jing said with a smile. In previous years you were the only representative from the school. This time, at least you have a companion. Jiang Xu frowned slightly at this. Just then there was a gentle knock at the office door. Teacher Wang, are you looking for me? Xiao Weishue stood at the door, sunlight pouring in from behind her, casting a soft halo around her. Today she wore a light blue dress with a delicate butterfly hairpin in her hair, exuding a youthful and bright. Weishue, you arrived just in time. Wang Jing warmly invited her in. I was just talking to Jiang Xu about the provincial chemistry competition. Xiao Weishue walked into the office and naturally stood beside Jiang Xu. However, Jiang Xu subtly shifted a few steps to the side, increasing the distance between them. It's like this. Wang Jing looked at the two proud students in front of her, her smile deepening. The school has registered you both for a week-long chemistry summer camp at the city One high school, and all expenses will be covered by the school. She paused. You are classmates, so you can take care of each other. Weishue just transferred here not long ago. Jiang Xu, you as a boy should take extra care of Weishue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weishue's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Xu preemptively said, Teacher Wang, precisely because Xia is a girl, I think we should maintain a proper distance. And isn't there a supervising teacher accompanying us? If any issues arise, it would be more suitable to find the teacher rather than me. The office fell suddenly silent. Xiao Weishue was taken aback. She didn't expect Jiang Xu to refuse so bluntly. Wang Jing was also momentarily speechless, clearly caught off guard by such a response. You do have a point, Wang Jing chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask the awkwardness. The teacher was just thinking since you're in the same class. Ahem, take the materials first, and the supervising teacher will inform you of the specific arrangements. The summer camp is tentatively scheduled to start next week. Wang Jing adjusted her glasses, and after giving the two a few final instructions, let them leave. Jiang Xu left with the materials without looking back. His previously good mood evaporated upon seeing Xiao Weishu, even though she had done nothing. He admitted that he held a deep prejudice against all those who pursued him, but he couldn't help it. Having been surrounded by various pursuers since childhood, he had developed a physiological aversion. Jiang Xu, wait. Xiao Weishu finally caught up with him as he was about to descend the stairs. Jiang Xu paused, feeling a growing irritation in his heart. He turned to glare at Xiao Weishu, his gaze cold. What is it? The girl jogged to catch up, her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the sunlight. Since we're going to attend the summer camp together, can we add each other on WeChat? It would be convenient to contact each other then. The girl's shyness was as sweet as vibrant candies in the summer, and her sparkling eyes concealed a timid emotion, making it hard for anyone to reject her. Accompanied by her gentle voice, a series of electronic prompts echoed in Jiang Xu's mind. Buff of the celestial melody activated. Function card of love at first sight successfully used. Function card of adorable affection successfully used. Ultimate version of the charmer buff activated. Jiang Xu's lips curled into a mocking arc as he looked at the girl before him, whose ears were flushed red, his eyes cold as frost. In an effort to leave a deep impression during their first encounter, Xiao Weishu used several props in one go. Just when Xiao Weishu thought she had it in the bag, the system notification suddenly rang out. Target of pursuit, Jiang Xu, affection value 20, current affection value 120, please proceed with caution. No. What was even more chilling than the system was Jiang Xu's rejection. Xiao Weishu's smile froze as she stood dazed in place, her nails digging deep into her palms. She stared intently at Jiang Xu's retreating figure, her chest rising and falling violently. This wasn't right, it was completely wrong. She had clearly used the highest level combination of props, yet even an iceberg should have melted. A beautiful girl shows him kindness, and not only does he reject it, but he also deducts affection points. Damn it, is he gay? Xiao Weishu thought carefully. Since transferring here, she hadn't offended Jiang Xu at all. Why was the affection value so low? If it dropped any further, she might as well just wait to die. Xiao Weishu glared fiercely at the disappearing figure of Jiang Xu. Even though she was angry enough to want to tear him apart, she didn't dare to take any action. Before figuring out why Jiang Xu's affection value was so low, she didn't dare to act rashly. Xiao Weishu could only vow silently in her heart that once she caught up to Jiang Xu and raised his affection value to the max, she would make him pay for today. The afternoon sun at 3 o'clock streamed through the high glass windows of the gym, casting golden rays on the wooden floor. The referee's whistle echoed crisply in the venue as both teams positioned themselves on either side of the center line. Jiang Xu navigated through the noisy stands, finding the seat that Zhou Ying had specifically reserved for him. The center of the third row, conveniently next to the class supply station. Only Fang Jian was at the supply station, lazily crossing her legs and playing on her phone. Today she had tied her hair into a neat high ponytail with wisps of hair falling as she leaned down, glinting softly in the sunlight. Several classmates coming to grab water moved quietly, even twisting the bottle caps, cautiously afraid to disturb. Watching this scene, Jiang Xu couldn't help but smile slightly, the accumulated irritation within him deflating like a burst balloon. He didn't disturb Fang Jian, but quietly sat in his seat. Just then Zhou Ying executed a beautiful fake-out, dodging the defense and leaping for a shot. The ball arched perfectly and swished through the net. The stands erupted in cheers, girls in the front row jumping up and down, while Zhou Ying's crush excitedly waved a pom-pom in support of him. The dull thud of the basketball hitting the floor intertwined with the cheers from the stands, and Jiang Xu leaned back in his seat, applauding appreciatively. Sunlight slanted through the glass windows, casting a faint golden outline on his profile. When the halftime whistle blew, Jiang Xu unconsciously followed the movement of the players. Zhou Ying, sweating profusely, ran toward the supply station, grabbing a towel from a teammate and wiping his face haphazardly. Other players formed a circle discussing strategies for the second half in hushed tones. Fang Jian was bending down to take out bottled water from a cardboard box, neatly stacking them on the table. When she lifted her head, her gaze met Jiang Xu's. Jiang Xu was startled, uncertain whether to look away, and could only awkwardly stretch out his hand to greet Fang Jian. Seeing this, Fang Jian raised an eyebrow and waved him over. Jiang Xu frowned slightly, finding the gesture quite strange. He touched his nose, feeling a bit displeased, but still obediently stood up and walked over. Fang Jian pushed the empty chair next to her toward Jiang Xu and instructed, "Watch this for me. Someone will come to take over." Oh, Jiang Xu instinctively caught the sliding chair without refusing and asked, "Where are you going?" Fang Jian, holding her hat, got up without looking back, leaving only 2 words behind to eat. Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu felt a bit speechless, wondering why someone would ask for help while going off to eat. Despite internally complaining, Jiang Xu obediently took the sleeve badge of the logistics personnel from Class 5 and put it on his arm, then watched Fang Jian leave. After Fang Jian had been gone for a while, Jiang Xu suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, why was he being so obedient? Moreover, who exactly was the target of this pursuit? Was there really someone who pursued like her? Jiang Xu crossed his arms, fiercely criticizing Fang Jian, yet his body honestly waited until 5 o'clock for Shun Jiao and her good friend to come take over. Just then Zhou Ying's game wrapped up, and his team narrowly lost 7-3-7-0, the opponent sealing the victory with a last-minute three-pointer. Though they lost, Zhou Ying and his teammates generously surrounded the opponent, applauding the one who had turned the tide. After the match, the noise in the gym gradually dissipated with spectators leaving in small groups. Zhou Ying, with his arm draped over Jiang Xu's shoulder, was still immersed in the afterglow of the game, animatedly gesturing. Did you see? That last pass of mine was right up there with NBA stars. The angle, the force, perfect. He exaggeratedly waved his arms as if trying to recreate that brilliant moment. As they walked toward the back gate of the school, Zhou Ying, recalling his earlier mistake, slapped his forehead in frustration. If I had taken that last shot, we might have tied the game and gone into overtime. But the athlete from Class 18 was indeed impressive. That three-pointer was simply beautiful. Oh, Jiang Xu replied flatly, this being the third time he had heard Zhou Ying excitedly recount the same story. Zhou Ying, a bit displeased with Jiang Xu's reaction, happened to walk past a small grove near the school's back gate and quickly stepped in front of Jiang Xu, frowning. Hey, I've been telling you about the game, and you just reply with, oh, what are you trying to do? A sharp female voice suddenly rang out from deep within the grove, interrupting Zhou Ying. Both boys froze at the same time. Zhou Ying released his grip and exchanged a glance with Jiang Xu. They instinctively quieted their footsteps and moved toward the sound deeper into the grove. What do you think I want? A raspy male voice echoed. If you don't want your photos admired by the whole class, just obediently wait for me at the hotel this weekend. Slap. A loud slap echoed in the quiet grove, strikingly harsh. Beast, get away from me. The girl's voice trembled slightly with agitation. Zhou Ying and Jiang Xu could now see the scene in the clearing of the grove. The sports committee member, dressed in a school uniform, had her back to them, her shoulders slightly shaking. The boy standing opposite her had dyed yellow hair, his uniform unbuttoned, revealing a black tank top underneath, with an exaggerated non-mainstream inverted cross necklace hanging around his neck. Oh, a beast. The boy touched his reddened face and suddenly grinned maliciously. So why are you dating this beast? Pretending to be pure. He waved his phone. He'll say it one last time. If you don't come this weekend, I'll post the photos in the class. The sports committee member suddenly raised her head, her eyes red, as she glared at him, resolute. Go ahead. If you dare to post them, I will report you immediately. Fine, let's see who dies together. The boy sneered coldly. You think I'm afraid? I'm not your spineless father. The boy's voice rose sharply. Zhu Yuan, don't push your luck. He grabbed Zhu Yuan by the collar with an obvious threat. If you make me angry, I'll make sure both you and your stepfather are done for, believe it or not. What are you doing? Let her go. Zhou Ying could no longer hold back and charged forward with Jiang Xu closely following. The boy was startled, instinctively letting go of Zhu Yuan and stepping back 2 paces. When he realized it was just 2 students, he reverted to his punk demeanor. Oh, what? You two think you're going to be heroes and save the damsel? The sports committee member Zhu Yuan was hurriedly adjusting her disheveled collar, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. Zhou Ying stood in front of her, his height of 1.8 meters, giving a considerable sense of intimidation. What kind of skill is it to bully a girl? If you have the guts, come at me. The boy gave a cold smile, suddenly pulling out his phone directed at the 3, beginning to act shamelessly. All right, I'll record everything. Let's see how the top student and a member of the school basketball team gang up on me. You bastard. Shameless. Zhou Ying had never encountered such a brazen person before, his fists clenched in anger as he stood protectively in front of Zhu Yuan, glaring furiously at him. Finally, it was Jiang Xu who spoke up. According to Article 274 of the criminal law, extortion of public or private property in large amounts is punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years. 100,000 is enough for you to spend a few years inside. He waved his phone. We just recorded it, and you seem to be involved in other illegal activities, right? Should I hand this over to the police? Suddenly the forest fell silent. The boy's expression changed, and after putting away his phone, he spat heavily on the ground. Fine, you guys are impressive. He pointed at Zhu Yuan, saying, this isn't over. As he left, he deliberately bumped into Zhou Ying's shoulder. It was only when the boy's figure completely disappeared that Zhu Yuan slumped against the tree trunk, slowly sliding to the ground like a deflated balloon. The once vibrant sports committee member now buried his face in his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly. Zhou Ying stood awkwardly in place, scratching his head as he turned to Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu sighed, took out a tissue from his backpack, and squatted down to hand it to Zhu Yuan. We were just about to go eat. Thank you. Zhu Yuan lifted her reddened eyes and slowly got up with Zhou Ying's assistance. The 3 of them walked along the tree-lined path. Zhou Ying hesitated several times, ultimately only awkwardly brushing off the dry leaves stuck to her backpack. Suddenly, the ringtone of Zhou Ying's phone broke the silence. The excited voice of the basketball team captain came through the receiver, faint laughter heard in the background. They had organized an impromptu game for the basketball team, insisting that Zhou Ying must join. Zhou Ying looked at Zhu Yuan with difficulty, to which she managed a small smile. Go ahead, I'll be fine. Zhou Ying, unable to decline the invitation, awkwardly scratched his head and parted ways with them, leaving only Jiang Xu and Zhu Yuan. Silence spread in the air. Jiang Xu did not ask, and Zhu Yuan did not explain what had just happened. Zhu Yuan's father managed a well-established Chinese restaurant, and as business flourished, branches opened one after another to ensure better care for his daughter studying at Jiang City. No. One high school, Zhu's father specifically opened the restaurant near the school and moved there as well. When they arrived at Zhu's father's Chinese restaurant, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. The restaurant's exterior was in ruins, the carefully arranged outdoor seating smashed to pieces, decorative plants overturned, and glass shards glittered in the sunlight. Zhu Yuan's pupils dilated in shock as despair flashed in her eyes. Without thinking, she stumbled toward the restaurant, her voice trembling. Dad, where are you? Are you okay? Yet upon entering the restaurant, Zhu Yuan was stunned to find it in stark contrast to the chaos outside. The interior was flawless, devoid of any person. Her father was bent over, unaware of her presence. Hearing his daughter call, he raised his head, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he waved. One. You're back. Come here. Zhu Yuan hurried forward, her brow furrowed as she quickly checked her father from head to toe. After confirming he was unhurt, her tense shoulders relaxed and she exhaled deeply. At that moment, Jiang Xu also stepped into the restaurant, greeting Zhu's father politely with a clear voice. Hello, Uncle Zhu. Ah, it's Xiaosu. Zhu's father adjusted his chef's hat, his round face filled with joy. It's been a long time since I... However, Zhu Yuan, not caring for pleasantries, grabbed her father's wrist. Dad, did those people come to cause trouble again? The outside is all smashed. Her voice was trembling. Zhu's father's smile faltered momentarily, then he forced a smile. It's fine. Luckily your classmate was here, so there wasn't much damage. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something and stepped aside. They saw Fang Jian leisurely scoop a spoonful of translucent cherry meat into her mouth. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, she paused her chewing, then casually raised the spoon in a gesture of greeting. Fang Jian. Zhu Yuan was a bit surprised, not expecting to encounter her at her own restaurant. Yes, thanks to Fang classmate for driving away those troublemakers. I didn't expect Fang classmate to look so delicate, yet be so capable. Zhu's father praised Fang Jian without reservation. I must be getting old. If I were younger, I wouldn't even need Fang classmate's help. Ooh, I could handle it myself. Thinking back to my years in the army. Seeing her father about to reminisce about his military life again, Zhu Yuan quickly interrupted, deeply bowing to Fang Jian, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Fang Jian. My dad hurt his leg years ago, and those people were rough. Thankfully you were here today, otherwise. She looked at Fang Jian earnestly. In any case, from now on you can eat at my family's restaurant for free. Fang Jian didn't react much to Zhu Yuan's gratitude. She casually nodded, not considering it a significant favor. She had unknowingly discovered that several signature dishes of this restaurant suited her taste, which is why she often dined at Zhu's father's restaurant. However, due to the restaurant's booming business, they did not accept reservations, so Fang Jian had to arrive early to eat. Just as her dishes were served and she hadn't taken more than a couple of bites, a group of thugs suddenly barged in, smashing the place and driving people out. More than a dozen ruffians wielded steel pipes, smashing everything. The few workers Zhu's father hired rushed in, but were beaten to a pulp. Originally, this had nothing to do with Fang Jian. Seeing the fight break out, she thought about just packing her food to go. But just as she was about to get up, a loud crash sounded as a wooden chair grazed her hair and smashed against the wall, splintered wood flying everywhere. Hey, you filthy bitch, you dodge fast. The leader with yellow hair grinned, exposing his tobacco-stained teeth. Fang Jian glanced at the broken chair behind her, slowly turned her head, and with a cold gaze fixed on the tattooed dragon on the thug's neck, she smiled. 5 minutes later, the sprawled thugs lay scattered across the corridor. Zhu's father and the workers were all stunned. Even 120 had been called by Zhu's father out of fear that the thugs might actually die here. After the chaos, Fang Jian looked at the table of dishes she had ordered, completely ruined. In the mess, her mood worsened. Yet Zhu's father, to thank Fang Jian, not only waived her bill, but also made her another spread. Thus the scene Zhu Yuan and Jiang Xu witnessed upon arrival unfolded. Oh, stop standing around, come and sit. Just right, no one's here now. Tell uncle what you want to eat. Today it's my treat. Zhu's father tightened his apron and turned to invite them. When you chat with your classmate for a while. By the way, Xiaosu, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today, so don't be polite. His voice was loud and hearty, as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. Fang Jian's eyes brightened at this, and she unapologetically ordered several dishes. Zhu Yuan had no appetite at the moment, and Jiang Xu, after symbolically ordering 2 dishes, politely expressed his gratitude. Zhu's father returned to the kitchen with the menu, and soon the sounds of spatulas clashing and sizzling oil mingled with the restaurant's music, filling the place with a warm, homely atmosphere. Outside the restaurant, a sign reading "temporarily closed" hung, and most of the lights inside were off, leaving only Fang Jian's table lit. After Zhu's father left, Fang Jian continued to focus on enjoying the delicious food in front of her, the chopsticks clattering against the porcelain bowl. Jiang Xu sat quietly to Fang Jian's left, while Zhu Yuan sat across from her, absent-mindedly pouring tea for the two, occasionally spilling some over the edge of the cup, oblivious to the silent atmosphere spreading among the three. Finally, unable to bear the strange atmosphere any longer, Jiang Xu glanced at the teacup in his hand and initiated the conversation. This must be the tea Uncle Zhu brought from his hometown. He looked at the floating tea leaves in the cup, his voice gentle. I haven't tasted this flavor in a long time. Zhu Yuan seemed to suddenly awaken, realizing she had been neglecting her guests, and hurriedly forced a smile. Yet, she apologetically tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Dad likes to use tea from our hometown to entertain guests, saying it makes them feel valued and convey sincerity. Uncle Zhu is still as warm and hospitable as before. Jiang Xu took a sip of tea, subtly nudging the paper tissue box that was teetering on the edge of the table by Fang Jian's elbow. If you like. Zhu Yuan's voice suddenly lowered. You can take some back with you. We might have to close the restaurant for a while. Close the restaurant? Why? Fang Jian, who had been focused on eating, looked up at Zhu Yuan in confusion. Jiang Xu was also somewhat surprised, recalling the incident Zhu Yuan had faced earlier, and instinctively asked, is it because of what just happened? Sort of. Zhu Yuan rubbed her temple wearily, her fingertips trembling slightly. Just because of this? Fang Jian frowned, looking at Zhu Yuan with increasing confusion. To her, there were countless ways to ensure those thugs wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. It was completely unnecessary to close the restaurant. She had been diligently attending school on time recently, largely because the restaurant's signature dishes suited her taste so well that she hadn't grown tired of them. Yet, why was it closing? Jiang Xu glanced at Fang Jian, then turned to Zhu Yuan, cautiously asking, can I ask what the specific reason is? After speaking, he felt it was inappropriate, and added, if it's inconvenient to discuss, that's fine. Zhu Yuan recalled her tumultuous recent life, feeling as if she was on the verge of collapse. She covered her face, her complexion grim, tears streaming down her previously swollen eyes. Looking at the puzzled faces of Fang Jian and Jiang Xu's gentle gaze, Zhu Yuan suddenly felt a strong urge to confide. She choked up, saying, actually, there's nothing I can't say. My dad, it's all my fault. Zhu's father was actually Zhu Yuan's stepfather. Her biological father was a gambling and drinking addict. After Zhu Yuan's mother had endured enough of her biological father's gambling and domestic violence, she divorced him and remarried Zhu's father. Zhu's father was a wonderful man. He cared for his wife and treated Zhu Yuan as his own. When Zhu's mother passed away from illness, Zhu's father didn't remarry, but raised Zhu Yuan himself. Life was gradually getting better, but this peaceful existence shattered when Huang Yaoqiang learned that the property awarded to Zhu's mother during their divorce was to be demolished, with the compensation amounting to millions. That property was bought by Zhu's mother and Huang Yaoqiang before their divorce, and was awarded to her by the court due to Huang Yaoqiang's domestic violence and infidelity, later transferred to Zhu Yuan's name. Desperate and broke, Huang Yaoqiang began to covet that property. He teamed up with a group of thugs he knew to create trouble at Zhu's father's restaurant, and even took him to court, claiming that Zhu's father and mother were encroaching on his property. Even after losing the case, he refused to accept defeat, continually creating trouble for Zhu's father, hiring thugs to cause a ruckus. During Zhu's mother's lifetime, she could no longer bear it, and sent him some money each month to avert disaster. After Zhu's mother passed away, Zhu's father initially continued to pay, but once Huang Yaoqiang fell into gambling debt and couldn't pay back, he directly kidnapped Zhu Yuan to force her to sign a transfer agreement. It was only after Zhu's father reported to the police that she was found, and Huang Yaoqiang was jailed for a few days. However, being Zhu Yuan's biological father, he was released after a few days. After his release, the two sides completely fell out, and he intensified his harassment of Zhu's father. Not only did he frequently send thugs to cause trouble at Zhu's father's restaurant, but he also found out Zhu's father's home address and went to the apartment complex to make a scene. Zhu's father reporting to the police was futile. As soon as the police arrived, those troublemakers all fled. Even if a few troublemakers were caught, it was useless. Those ruffians were used to it and would be released after a few days of detention. Especially recently, Huang Yaoqiang devised a new scheme. He found a boy to deliberately get close to Zhu Yuan, getting him to date her, and once the timing was right, he would have the boy drug her and take her out of the school. After drugging her, the boy followed Huang Yaoqiang's instructions to take nude photos of Zhu Yuan and threatened her to either sign the property transfer agreement or pay him to keep silent. When Zhu Yuan woke up, she immediately reported to the police that she had been drugged and photographed. However, because she did not go for a checkup immediately, the drug had already been metabolized, and the police could not extract any traces from her body, lacking sufficient evidence to prove her claims. After Huang Yaoqiang and the boy were arrested, they denied everything. The nude photos also remained unfound due to the police's inability to gather evidence solely based on Zhu Yuan's one-sided testimony, resulting in the case being dropped. However, after the police left, Huang Yaoqiang continued to use the nude photos to threaten Zhu Yuan, and the boy also threatened her, wanting to have relations with her. Although Zhu Yuan had been reporting to the police without concrete evidence, the police were in a difficult position. Unless Huang Yaoqiang and that boy actually released her nude photos, they couldn't gather evidence, yet if that happened, Zhu Yuan's reputation would be ruined. Zhu Yuan originally planned to give up and let them release the photos, but her usually gentle father showed unprecedented firmness in this matter. In Zhu's father's eyes, his daughter's purity and dignity were paramount. He would rather endure any harassment and grievances himself than allow his daughter's reputation to be tarnished. Whenever Zhu Yuan with red eyes said she didn't care about what others thought, Zhu's father would stubbornly refuse, knowing that some injuries once inflicted could never be undone. Well, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Dad is suffering because of me. Zhu Yuan grew increasingly guilty and self-reproachful, covering her face as she broke down in tears. Jiang Xu saw Zhu Yuan crying uncontrollably and felt some regret for having asked about the reason. It is often said that even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. He never expected that such a biological father could exist in this world. He silently handed over a few tissues, his voice unconsciously softening. There will always be a solution. If the legal route doesn't work, why not try other methods? Zhu Yuan's sobs grew heavier as she clutched the already soaked tissues and shook her head in despair. It's useless. Huang Yaoqiang's connections are with the largest underworld organization in Jiangxu. My dad has hired bodyguards before, but those people. Her voice suddenly became choked, and after a long pause she continued, they beat the bodyguards into the hospital and threatened that anyone who dared to take our case would face trouble. After that, no one dared to accept our family's commission anymore. She raised her tearful eyes, her gaze unfocused as she looked at the store. Now several branches at home are smashed and cannot operate. Continuing to open will only lead to greater losses. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, soaked in a sense of helpless despair. The room fell into a strange silence, with only Zhu Yuan's intermittent sobs lingering in the air. The occasionally passing headlights outside cast flickering shadows on Fang Jian's face, making her expression even more inscrutable. Do you want to try my method? Fang Jian's voice abruptly shattered the silence. Both Jiang Xu, who was comforting, and Zhu Yuan, who was crying, were taken aback and turned to look at her. What method? Zhu Yuan's voice trembled, yet there was a hint of anticipation that even she herself was unaware of. It was like a drowning person seeing the last piece of driftwood. Even knowing it might be an illusion, they would desperately cling to it. Fang Jian fixed her gaze on Zhu Yuan's eyes, where her pitch-black pupils seemed to contain two unfathomable abysses. Her calm voice carried a kind of fatal allure, a method to solve the problem from its root. Zhu Yuan stared into Fang Jian's eyes, her breathing unconsciously lightening, as if her gaze was firmly captured by those abyss-like eyes. She mechanically repeated, a method to solve the problem from its root. Once this thought emerged, it spread like poisonous vines, wildly growing in her heart. Indeed, what could be better than making Huang Yaoqiang completely disappear? As long as Huang Yaoqiang is dead, everything will be resolved. Her father's restaurant would no longer be harassed, and she and her dad wouldn't have to live in fear. They wouldn't have to close the restaurant. As long as Huang Yaoqiang is dead. At this moment, what filled Zhu Yuan's heart was not fear, but hatred. Hatred for Huang Yaoqiang's shamelessness, hatred for that boy's despicability, but more than anything, hatred for her own powerlessness. Jiang Xu, holding the tissues, widened his eyes in horror as he watched the situation before him spiral out of control. Fang Jian's words were like a dangerous catalyst, transforming the despair in Zhu Yuan's eyes into something far more terrifying. Yuan. Jiang Xu suddenly raised his voice, grabbing Zhu Yuan, whose expression was becoming increasingly strange. In an attempt to change the topic, his tone intentionally lightened. I just remembered that your family's stir-fried beef is also very delicious. Could you please ask Uncle Zhu to add another dish? When he mentioned Uncle Zhu, Jiang Xu deliberately emphasized the words. This title struck like a warning bell, causing Zhu Yuan to shiver. She blinked, awakening from the dangerous thoughts she had just experienced, only to find that her back was already damp with cold sweat. Okay. Zhu Yuan responded stiffly, her voice still somewhat unsteady. She stood up and walked a few steps, but couldn't help turning back to look at Fang Jian. The latter remained quietly seated, her obsidian-like eyes unfathomable. Under the gaze of those eyes, Zhu Yuan felt that the thoughts Jiang Xu had interrupted earlier were now growing wildly in her heart, like weeds. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The previously wavering resolution began to solidify little by little under this silent gaze. Jiang Xu watched Zhu Yuan walk into the kitchen, and his tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. He turned his head just as he was about to meet Fang Jian's oddly calm eyes, and the words of advice he had originally intended to say got stuck in his throat, which he then swallowed silently. The ease with which the two of them had been interacting over the past few days had made Jiang Xu almost forget what kind of person Fang Jian was. Although he had long known that she lacked a moral compass, it was only at this moment, witnessing it firsthand, that he truly felt her hair-raising indifference and cold-bloodedness. Just a short sentence almost led Zhu Yuan, a model student raised under the red flag, down the path of crime. Jiang Xu quietly averted his gaze, no longer meeting Fang Jian's eyes, feeling half helpless and half worried. Zhu Yuan was one of the few friends he had during middle school, and her father was a good person. It was better that he didn't know about this matter, but now that he did, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Jiang Xu noticed that Fang Jian's teacup was empty, so he stood up to refill it for her. Fang Jian rested her chin on her hand, eating casually, and made no sound to stop him, tacitly allowing his actions. After refilling the tea, Jiang Xu looked back at Fang Jian, his fingers nervously rubbing the teapot. He had rehearsed what he wanted to say several times in his mind before cautiously speaking. My mother knows a few lawyers who specialize in difficult cases. Legal avenues are actually the most reliable way to resolve these disputes. The steam hung above the teacup, obscuring Fang Jian's expression. Jiang Xu secretly glanced at her, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he continued, so. The method you mentioned earlier may not need to be considered for now. The last sentence was spoken very cautiously, as if testing a dangerous boundary. After Jiang Xu finished speaking, Fang Jian did not immediately respond. and a brief silence fell between them, the air seeming to thicken while Jiang Xu's heart began to rise. It's too slow. After a while, Fang Jian's cold voice broke the silence. Jiang Xu was taken aback, unable to react, and just as he was about to ask, a loud call from Zhu's father sounded behind him. The dishes are here. Be careful not to get burned. Accompanied by the light sound of a wooden tray hitting the table, the steaming heat carried the aroma of the dishes rushing towards them. It was clearly no longer an appropriate time to continue the discussion, so Fang Jian turned to greet the busy father and daughter, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her lips as she slowly added, "Don't worry, I know how to handle it." This statement sounded both reassuring and like a warning. Jiang Xu's heart sank, realizing that Fang Jian clearly had not given up on her previous thoughts. However, with Zhu's father and daughter present, he could not say anything more and could only feel anxious in his heart. While the two were whispering, Zhu's father and Zhu Yuan had already cleared away the dishes Fang Jian had earlier and replaced them with freshly stir-fried dishes. In the midst of his busyness, Zhu's father also called out to the two to eat. Fang Jian was quite unreserved, taking a mouthful of braised lion's head, which was one of her favorite signature dishes. The moment the braised lion's head entered her mouth, Fang Jian's conviction strengthened even more. As long as she wasn't tired of eating, this restaurant couldn't close for a day. The atmosphere at the dining table was unexpectedly harmonious. Zhu's father's hearty laughter echoed in the restaurant as he enthusiastically recounted the amusing stories he had encountered over the years of running the restaurant. His fingers, accustomed to holding a spoon, were thickened at the joints, yet moved deftly, occasionally illustrating exaggerated gestures. Jiang Xu's brow maintained an almost imperceptible tension, yet the curve of his lips was perfectly balanced. He occasionally let out a light laugh, and when he spoke, his voice was warm and soothing, as if meticulously crafted, hiding all his inner worries beneath perfect social etiquette. Zhu Yuan had returned to her usual lively and cheerful self. While joking with her father, she also took the time to add a pair of chopsticks of food her father loved. Yet in her occasionally lowered gaze, one could glimpse the countless swirling emotions beneath. Fang Jian remained silent, only focusing on picking up food. Her dining posture appeared casual and relaxed, yet it exuded a certain innate elegance so subtle that it was hard to ignore. Zhu's father was clearly pleased with this atmosphere. He unusually poured himself a glass of white wine, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing up. In the steaming heat of the food, it was a home-cooked meal where both guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. As dusk deepened, Zhu's father noticed the time and asked Zhu Yuan to see off Fang Jian and Jiang Xu while he stayed behind to clear the table. The three walked quietly along the dimly lit path, the night breeze rustling through the treetops. Reaching a fork in the road, a ride-hailing car with its hazard lights flashing slowly came to a stop. It was the car Fang Jian had called. She stepped forward to open the back door, but just as she was about to get in, she suddenly turned around. Her gaze passed over Jiang Xu and fixed directly on Zhu Yuan as she slowly spoke. "If you've made up your mind, wait for me at the school gate tomorrow." After saying this, without caring about Zhu Yuan's or Jiang Xu's reactions, she closed the car door and signaled the driver to start. Zhu Yuan stood in place, watching the car's taillights draw a dark red arc in the night, eventually swallowed by the corner. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her knuckles slightly pale. The street lamp's light slanted across her profile, but could not penetrate the shadows cast by her lowered eyelashes. Jiang Xu stood half a step away from her, noticing Zhu Yuan's hesitation, his heart sinking further. At the dinner table, he had also offered to help by introducing them to better lawyers, but Zhu's father and Zhu Yuan had not reacted much to it. Months of harassment from Huang Yaoqiang, the police's indifference after reporting the coldness of lawyers handling matters on a bureaucratic basis. Too many injustices had worn down this father-daughter duo's expectations for justice. The next morning, at the entrance of Jiangxing one middle school, the thin mist had yet to disperse, and the rising sun cast a golden edge on the school gate. According to tradition, the school had a day off after the sports meeting. The usually bustling school gate was now unusually quiet, with only a few students coming and going. Fang Jian arrived at the school gate, stepping through the shadows of the trees as a gentle breeze brushed against her hair. She looked around but failed to spot Zhu Yuan's figure, pulling out her phone to check the time. The moment the screen lit up, it reflected her calm brows and eyes. Seeing this, Fang Jian understood and maintained a neutral expression, not surprised by Zhu Yuan's know-how. She turned off the screen, tucked the phone back into her pocket, and prepared to leave. "Fang Jian." A clear voice suddenly pierced through the morning's tranquility. Fang Jian paused slowly, turned her head, her gaze crossing the dappled shadows of the trees. Under another parasol tree, Jiang Xu stood quietly. The boy rarely wore casual clothes, his light blue shirt fluttered slightly in the morning breeze. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting flickering light spots on him, making his already fair skin appear almost translucent. Fang Jian noticed that the hair on his forehead was slightly damp, indicating that he had been waiting here for a while. At the moment their eyes met, Jiang Xu instinctively pressed his lips together, his throat bobbing slightly. He touched his nose and awkwardly stepped forward. Instead of waiting for Zhu Yuan, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xu. Fang Jian crossed her arms, a hint of curiosity in her smile, as she raised an eyebrow at the boy before her. The morning breeze rustled through, causing the boy's hair to sway gently, and sunlight gilded his eyelashes with a fine golden hue, making him appear clean and bright. if one overlooked his slightly stiff expression. Jiang Xu stepped in front of her, cleared his throat, his voice a few notes lower than usual. Cough, Zhu Yuan. Probably. Oh. Fang Jian elongated her tone, her gaze piercing into him, as if trying to see through him. Why? Jiang Xu felt a bit uncomfortable under her stare, slightly turning away, his eyes drifting to the convenience store across the street, refusing to meet her gaze. Last night, Zhu Yuan contacted me saying she wanted to try again and asked me to refer those lawyers to her. She should be on her way to the law firm now. He paused before adding, she doesn't have your contact information, so she asked me to let you know, and by the way, thank you. Just like that. Fang Jian squinted, her tone laced with obvious suspicion. Yes, just like that. Jiang Xu raised a hand to touch his nose, his voice unconsciously rising a bit, as if trying to sound convincing, but his lowered eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. In truth, he was lying. In reality, it was not that Zhu Yuan had suddenly come to her senses, but rather that he had taken the lawyer directly to the Zhu household early in the morning, blocking Zhu Yuan just as she was about to leave. He had to persuade the Zhu father and daughter for quite a while, employing all his eloquence and the lawyer's professional expertise. Initially, both father and daughter were adamant, unwilling to go through any more trouble, but the lawyer was indeed professional, clearly analyzing the pros and cons, and actually managed to persuade them to try again. Jiang Xu had finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhu Yuan still insisted on going out. Her reason was that she didn't have Fang Jian's contact information. If she didn't go, it would be unfair to Fang Jian, so she wanted to find Fang Jian to explain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xu's heart raced. Given Fang Jian's persuasive skills, what if Zhu Yuan changed her mind? Thus, he immediately stopped her, expressing that he also needed to find Fang Jian and could convey the message, suggesting that it was more important to discuss the details of the case with the lawyer first. Zhu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Now standing in front of Fang Jian, Jiang Xu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was in a state of panic. After he finished speaking, Jiang Xu did not dare to look at Fang Jian's expression, pretending to be intensely interested in the vending machine at the convenience store, which was indeed a vending machine. Fang Jian observed the awkward Jiang Xu, her expression unreadable, unsure how much she believed. She curved her lips into a smile that was not quite a smile, and said softly, you really are a good person, Jiang Xu. Hearing Fang Jian's sarcastic praise, a chill ran down Jiang Xu's spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He forced himself to stand tall, though the smile on his face was somewhat stiff. We're friends, it's nothing. Fang Jian snorted coldly, withdrawing her gaze and turning to leave. Zhu Yuan had given up, but that didn't mean she was ready to let go. Originally, she had just whimsically wanted to meddle, but Jiang Xu's repeated interference only made her more determined. Seeing Fang Jian lift her foot to leave, Jiang Xu was momentarily stunned and instinctively chased after her, asking, where are you going? Fang Jian did not stop tossing back a remark without looking, none of your business. Jiang Xu. He knew she would be mad. He stood there watching Fang Jian's receding figure, letting out a help, but at least the issue was resolved, and he didn't have to worry about Fang Jian doing something terrible, Jiang Xu thought to himself. In the abandoned factory area outside the fourth ring of Jiangqing, there was a remnant of an old neighborhood that had not been demolished. The houses here were dilapidated, and the narrow alleys resembled crumpled paper, twisted and crammed between low. Fang Jian followed the navigation to a self-built house, stopping in front of it. She looked up at the precarious structure with exposed red bricks resembling rotting wounds and several patches of wild grass stubbornly sprouting from the cracks in the wall. The illegally built iron balcony bulged outward, as if it would collapse along with the drying clothes at any moment. The walls on both sides had long lost their original color, covered in peeling posters, crooked graffiti, and years of accumulated grease. Wires crisscrossed overhead like a spider's web, with a few dangling and swaying gently in the wind, as if they might fall at any moment. Nearby, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles clashing, mixed with some coarse words spoken in dialect. Cooking oil smoke burst from a window, mingling with the sour odor rising from the sewer, fermenting into an unpleasant smell in the stifling air. An electric bike suddenly rushed in from the alley, the horn blaring loudly, startling a row of gray sparrows on the wires. Fang Jian frowned and stepped back a few paces to avoid the splattered black water. Looking at the wet ground, it was hard to tell whether it was rainwater accumulated from the night before or dishwater splashed from someone's home. The pockmarked cement surface retained dark muck. Fang Jian raised her foot to step onto the precarious external stairs, the rusty iron steps groaning under the. She reached the fourth floor and found the door plate number 403. Looking at the crooked sign hanging on the mottled wall, the oil stains on the iron door, mixed with rust, formed strange patterns. Her raised hand silently fell, and she took half a step back, then kicked the door hard. Bang! The long-neglected door frame shattered with a loud bang. The entire door swung inward, at an exaggerated angle, hitting the wall and bouncing back, making a second muffled sound. Damn his ancestors. That bastard dared to kick my door. Huang Yaoqiang's curses mixed with the sound of breaking glass exploded from inside. He had been drinking with his head tilted back, and the sudden loud noise made his wrist tremble, causing the cold liquid to pour down his collar. The wine bottle was heavily slammed onto the moldy wooden table, and the brown liquid spread across the yellowed newspaper. He picked up a bottle of wine, staggering to his feet, then cursing as he walked toward the door, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the entrance, eager to see who the hell dared to kick his door. Damn it, I'm going to make you. As Huang Yaoqiang finally saw the slender figure silhouetted against the light at the door, his curses abruptly halted. In the backlight, the girl's figure was tall and straight, like a drawn sword. Sunlight flowed in from behind her, casting a sharp golden outline around her, yet it could not penetrate her eyes, which were as dark as ink. Huang Yaoqiang. Fang Jian inquired, her gaze sweeping over the greasy, unkempt hair of the man, the smell of alcohol on his stubble, and the stain on his collar soaked in alcohol. There was no disgust in her eyes, nor was there fear, only a near indifferent scrutiny, as if looking at a lifeless object. Huang Yaoqiang's Adam's apple moved as he instinctively swallowed. The alcohol dulled his mind for a few seconds, but soon he grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. That's me, what's up? Is the little sister looking for me for something? The girl's fair skin, delicate features, perfect figure, and those cold, chilling eyes made the alcohol in his blood boil even hotter. Huang Yaoqiang swore that he had never seen such a beauty in his 30-plus years of life. He narrowed his eyes, his greedy gaze crawling inch by inch over Fang Jian's face, his throat instinctively bobbing. If he could just have her once. Fang Jian, unaffected by Huang Yaoqiang's lecherous gaze, calmly asked, "Are Zhu Yuan's nude photos with you?" Huang Yaoqiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Oh, so you're that little bitch's friend." He rubbed his hands, taking a step closer, his foul breath heavy with alcohol. "Yeah, I have them. So what do you want them?" His gaze unabashedly slid down, stopping at Fang Jian's collar, licking his cracked lips. "It's not impossible. If you sleep with Uncle just once, I'll give them to you. How about that?" As soon as his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Fang Jian slowly raised her eyes, her pitch-black pupils reflecting no light, her aura growing increasingly dangerous and eerie. A slight smile suddenly curled at the corner of her lips. "It's fine if they're with you." Fang Jian stepped into the room, and as she closed the door behind her, the old hinges let out a dying groan. Huang Yaoqiang's heart raced wildly in his chest, his throat bobbing with each swallow. His greedy gaze crawled from the girl's delicate neck to her slender waist. Just as his trembling fingers were about to touch the hem of Fang Jian's clothes, bang! A loud crash accompanied by the sound of breaking bones erupted, and Huang Yaoqiang's 150-pound body flew like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the moldy wall. Web-like cracks instantaneously exploded from his center, and the falling wall dust mingled with the scent of blood spread through the air. Cough, 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 blah. Huang Yaoqiang curled up like a shrimp, the blood he spat mixed with undigested food scraps. His bloodshot eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the seemingly fragile girl before him. Fang Jian stepped forward, placing her foot on his chest, then leaned slightly to look at him, her gaze as cold as if she were watching a corpse. "Where's the stuff?" Fang Jian gradually increased the pressure underfoot, causing Huang Yaoqiang's complexion to shift from deep red to a purplish hue, his eyes uncontrollably rolling upwards. Veins bulged on his short neck, writhing like twisted earthworms beneath the skin. Just as darkness clouded his vision, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Fang Jian loosened her foot momentarily, allowing him a brief respite. Huang Yaoqiang gaped wide, gasping for breath as blood-streaked saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, pooling into a dark red puddle on the filthy floor. He raspily managed to utter a word, but the foot on his chest came down, with even greater force, pressing harder than before. Driven by a fierce instinct for survival, Huang Yaoqiang frantically clawed at Fang Jian's pant leg, his nails scraping against the canvas fabric, producing a grating sound. As oxygen deprivation intensified, his struggles gradually morphed into neurotic convulsions, ultimately rendering him limp on the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Seeing the body beneath her feet become still, Fang Jian withdrew her foot, surprised by how easily Huang Yaoqiang succumbed to the torment. She frowned and let out an impatient tch. She then turned around and rummaged through the room, finally locating a bottle of unopened beer in the half-open refrigerator. Fang Jian picked up the beer, pressed her finger against the bottle cap, and with a crisp pop, opened it effortlessly. Shaking the bottle, the amber liquid created fine bubbles against the glass wall. She raised the beer bottle above Huang Yaoqiang's head, then flipped her wrist. The icy liquid poured down over him, startling the previously unconscious Huang Yaoqiang into violent. The beer flowed into his eyes, washing away the blood on his face, the dark stains spreading at his collar. He suddenly opened his eyes, waking up, and began to cough violently under the drizzling liquid like a dying fish floundering in a pool of alcohol. Fang Jian slightly leaned forward, gently tapping the empty beer bottle against Huang Yaoqiang's head, and softly said, "If you can't provide what I want within a minute, I can't guarantee you'll still be alive." The cold light reflecting off the glass bottle flickered in her eyes, resembling the pupils of a bloodthirsty creature. Upon hearing Fang Jian's threat, Huang Yaoqiang's pupils constricted, sharply filled with fear. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, rolling down his contorted face. He trembled as he spoke, each word laced with a quivering tone. "He'll go find it right away. Right now." Instinct for survival compelled him to crawl towards the bedroom on hands and knees, his clothes soaked with beer, leaving a winding trail of moisture on the floor. Fang Jian slowly straightened up, skillfully flipping the empty beer bottle between her fingers, the cold light refracting through the glass, dancing between her indifferent brows. Her footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, yet they struck Huang Yaoqiang's taut nerves like death's drumbeat. In the bedroom, Huang Yaoqiang hunched over the bedside table, rummaging frantically, with trembling hands carelessly tossing out the miscellaneous items from the drawers, scattering them across the floor. However, his bloodshot eyes constantly glanced towards the doorway, the fear in his pupils having been replaced by a surging venomous resentment. When Fang Jian's figure appeared in the doorway, Huang Yaoqiang had already grasped the fruit knife hidden at the very bottom of the drawer. The cold handle of the knife was enveloped by his sweaty palm, the feigned terror from before receding like the tide, revealing a sinister expression. He cursed madly in his heart. That damned woman dared to kick him. He would make this vile person pay the price. The blade glinted coldly in the disheveled drawer, and Huang Yaoqiang tensed his muscles like a scorpion poised to strike, waiting for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Out of the corner of his eye, Fang Jian's figure drew closer. Huang Yaoqiang gripped the knife handle tightly, calculating incessantly, just a little closer. Just one more step. When Fang Jian's figure finally stood firmly behind him, a sudden turn of events occurred. Huang Yaoqiang abruptly turned around, muscles unleashing incredible strength. The fruit knife carved a chilling arc in the dim room, aiming straight for Fang Jian's heart. Damn woman, die. Huang Yaoqiang's eyes were bloodshot, the resentment within them palpable as he raised the fruit knife and lunged at Fang Jian with a fierce roar. Facing the knife tip so close to her, Fang Jian's expression remained unchanged. She merely flipped her wrist, blocking the attack, with the beer bottle producing a shrill screech as glass scraped against metal. The fruit knife grazed past Fang Jian's sleeve, and before he could react, she had already seized his wrist and twisted it backward. With a sharp crack, the sound of dislocated bones echoed clearly. Huang Yaoqiang's face twisted in an instant, and the fruit knife clattered to the ground, bouncing twice on the wooden floor. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, Fang Jian delivered another kick to his knees, lifting his legs off the ground, causing him to crash heavily onto the floor with a dull thud. Immediately afterward, Fang Jian stomped down hard on Huang Yaoqiang's spine, accompanied by a chilling sound of bone fracture, his spine snapping in response. The scream was heart-wrenching. Intense pain radiated from his waist throughout his body, and Huang Yaoqiang's vision darkened, yet he was unable to faint. Every nerve screamed with pain, his body convulsing as if electrocuted. Fang Jian looked down at him from above, her shoe gently grinding against the fractured vertebrae, producing faint sounds of cracking bones. She tilted her head to observe Huang Yaoqiang, her gaze chillingly sinister. Do you enjoy seeking death so much? The waves of agony crashed over him like a torrential tide, yet fainting seemed a luxury beyond reach. His lower body had completely lost sensation, and for the first time the shadow of death loomed so tangibly over him. Cold sweat mixed with blood soaked his collar, and he could distinctly feel his life ebbing away. I'll tell you. Struggling to utter those few words, blood immediately oozed from the corner of his mouth. It's in the pillow. Inside the pillow. Each word felt like it drained the last ounce of his strength. Please. I beg you. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing Huang Yaoqiang's words this time seemed truthful, Fang Jian lifted her foot, bent down to pick up the fruit knife, and then kicked Huang Yaoqiang, who was inconveniently sprawled by the bed, into the corner. Huang Yaoqiang crashed against the wall like a rag doll, yet he lacked even the strength to cry out, helplessly watching as Fang Jian sliced open the pillow. Fang Jian approached the bedside, cutting open the pillow with the fruit knife, and after rummaging through a pile of yellowed cotton, she finally found a black USB drive. Fang Jian picked up the USB drive, had the system scan it, and confirmed it contained photos of Zhu Yuan. Upon turning around, she saw Huang Yaoqiang dragging his paralyzed lower half, crawling several meters away through a pool of blood, leaving a winding trail of crimson on the floor. When Huang Yaoqiang finally reached the living room balcony, he grasped the railing with his left hand, straining to lift his body. His blood-stained lips trembled as he managed to squeeze out a few words. Help. Help. There's been a murder. A murder. Help. Suddenly, Huang Yaoqiang's left hand gripping the railing was pierced by a fruit knife. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand and crashed to the ground, trembling as he looked at Fang Jian, who now resembled a reaper. Extreme fear made him lose control of his bladder. Urine streamed uncontrollably down his legs. His pupils dilated to the maximum, and his throat could only emit gasps, a mournful wail on the brink of his soul's collapse. Fang Jian stood against the light, her silhouette outlined by the cold glow streaming in from the balcony. Her eyes were eerily dark like an unfathomable cold pool, letting in not a shred of light. Her delicate features ought to be strikingly beautiful, yet at this moment, they only evoked a sense of unease. Fang Jian tossed the bloodied fruit knife aside, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes, instead emanating an icy chill. Looking at Huang Yaoqiang, she slowly began to speak, her voice soothing and pleasant, but in Huang Yaoqiang's ears it sounded like a demon creeping out of hell, whispering, "Want to ask for help? I can help you." Huang Yaoqiang's pupils trembled violently, a broken whimper escaping his throat. His body trembled uncontrollably like a worm pinned down, desperately writhing back, trying to escape her shadow, but his lower half was already paralyzed and his hands had lost mobility. He felt like a fish on a chopping board. No. No. His voice was hoarse and out of tune, his face smeared with tears, mucus and blood twisted beyond recognition. Despairing, he shook his head. Let me go. I want dare again. Please. Please. Fang Jian disregarded Huang Yaoqiang's pleas for mercy, gripping his neck tightly and lifting him off the ground. Huang Yaoqiang's feet left the ground. His throat was tightly constricted, his face reddening, and he could only emit feeble whimpers. With a twist of her arm, she effortlessly lifted Huang Yaoqiang over the balcony, suspending him in midair. Huang Yaoqiang's body dangled several meters above the ground, and despair consumed him in an instant. The choking sensation at his neck paled in comparison to the desperation of hanging in the air. He struggled to utter a few words, his eyes filled with pleading. No. Don't. Fang Jian looked at him, smiled slightly, her tone gentle, yet cruel. Isn't it asking for help? This is quicker. With her final words, Fang Jian slowly released her grip. Huang Yaoqiang's pupils constricted suddenly, a short scream escaping his throat before he plummeted downwards. Seconds later, accompanied by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground, a familiar sharp female voice echoed. Fang Jian furrowed her brow slightly, quickly bending down to glance outside. As a group of people below looked up, she retreated a few steps back into the room. Through the gap in the curtains, she watched several familiar figures, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Surveying the chaotic room around her, she let out an annoyed tch, her tongue lightly pressing against the roof of her mouth. Then, before the people downstairs arrived, she swiftly cleared away any traces of her presence. After parting ways with Fang Jian, Xu went to the law firm to find Zhu Yuan. Upon seeing Zhu Yuan deeply engaged in a discussion with the lawyer about the litigation materials, he felt a little relieved. The usually lively and cheerful girl now had a determined look in her eyes, clearly having completely given up on those dangerous thoughts. Just as he arrived, the lawyer in charge of the case, Lawyer Zhang, brought good news. He had obtained a search warrant for Huang Yaoqiang's residence through special channels and was preparing to accompany the police to search for evidence. With nothing else to do, Jiang Xu thought about going along to take a look. Along the way, everyone discussed the case, while Lawyer Zhang detailed the latest information they had obtained. Their investigation revealed that Huang Yaoqiang had reached a secret agreement with a local gang involved in organized crime. If he successfully obtained the demolition compensation, he would need to remit half of the amount. The leader of this gang, referred to as Brother Long by others, was entangled in even more complex interests. Brother Long's younger brother owned a chain of restaurants in Jiang City, but his business had always been suppressed by Zhu's father's restaurant. Because the crackdown on organized crime was becoming increasingly severe, they dared not retaliate openly, so they used Huang Yaoqiang as a pretext to take action. Thus, as long as they could find the evidence Huang Yaoqiang used to threaten Zhu Yuan, not only could he be prosecuted for extortion and threatening a minor, but they could also trace back to the entire criminal gang, putting an end to the threat. The police car drove into a dilapidated urban village and stopped in front of a row of weathered residential buildings. Everyone knew that this search for evidence was crucial. Everyone trudged along the address provided by the police station, struggling through a muddy street riddled with potholes. Suddenly, a dark shadow rapidly loomed overhead. A dull thud echoed as Huang Yaoqiang's body crashed heavily to the ground in front of everyone. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears, spreading across the muddy ground. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the air, mingling with the filthy water on the ground, making one feel. His bloodshot eyes bulged as he fixed his gaze on the crowd before him. His left hand trembled as he raised it, seemingly trying to ask for help, but in the next moment his arm dropped heavily, and he fell unconscious. Ah! Zhu Yuan's scream pierced the sky. She staggered back, her legs weak, her body uncontrollably falling backward, while Zhu's father quickly covered her eyes with one hand and tightly supported her shoulder with the other. Yet the overwhelming smell of blood still lingered in the air. Jiang Xu was also frozen in shock at the sight before him, his pupils constricting, his throat tightening, unable to utter a single word. The two accompanying police officers were also stunned by this sudden turn of events, but their professional training quickly brought them back to reality. They immediately looked around. There was no one on the balcony of the four-story building, and the windows were tightly shut, showing no signs of disturbance. The middle-aged police officer immediately crouched down, his fingers swiftly probing Huang Yaoqiang's carotid artery. There's still a pulse. Call an ambulance. Seeing that there was still hope, he turned back and shouted at the crowd that was still standing there, then quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for backup. The young police officer also rushed into the hallway, his footsteps quick as he ascended the stairs. After a moment of coming to his senses, Jiang Xu suppressed the churn in his stomach, glanced once more at Huang Yaoqiang lying in a pool of blood, and followed the young officer up the stairs. Lawyer Zhang supported the shaken Zhu family and followed closely behind, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the night. When they reached the fourth floor, the young officer had already completed the initial search, confirming that there was no one at any of the exits before he returned to the room. At this moment, he was on the phone reporting the current situation to the police station. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Xu also stepped into the room, glancing around the filthy apartment, filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol. As he walked into the bedroom and saw the torn pillow, he couldn't help but look twice. Just as he was about to look away, a faint glint of light suddenly caught his eye from the foot of the bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a slanted glow on the floor, and that metallic sheen flickered in and out of the shadows. Jiang Xu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breath caught. He suppressed the surging waves of shock within him and discreetly scanned the surroundings. He saw the young police officer talking on the phone in the living room, while lawyer Jiang and Zhu's father were comforting Zhu Yuan. Feigning nonchalance, he strolled to the foot of the bed pretending to tie his shoelaces. In that moment of physical concealment, his fingers deftly pinched the metallic object. As he stood up, a smooth flick of the wrist slid the item stealthily into his pocket. Just then Zhu Yuan, who had been in shock, noticed a black USB drive on the coffee table, her eyes widening in surprise as she gasped, forgetting to even sob. USB drive? Dad, USB drive. Zhu Yuan's trembling finger pointed at the black USB drive on the coffee table as she hoarsely shouted. A look of disbelief crossed her tear-stained face, as if she could not believe that this crucial evidence had appeared so easily before her. Hearing this, lawyer Jiang stepped forward cautiously to pick up the USB drive, asking gravely, "Is this the evidence Huang Yaoqiang used to threaten you?" Zhu Yuan nodded vigorously, her lips trembling with excitement, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lawyer Jiang immediately took out a laptop from his briefcase, plugged in the USB drive, and prepared to verify. Considering that the evidence involved Zhu Yuan's privacy, Zhu's father discreetly pulled Jiang Xu and the young police officer back to the entrance. The young police officer turned his back to continue the call, while Jiang Xu's gaze thoughtfully skimmed over the USB drive, and he subtly felt the metallic object in his pocket. After repeated confirmations from lawyer Jiang and Zhu Yuan, it was determined that the USB drive contained not only nude photos of Zhu Yuan, but also images of other women. Lawyer Jiang immediately realized that there were more women being victimized by Huang Yaoqiang. He stood up, serious and discussed with the young officer, stating that they needed to return to the police station immediately to revise the lawsuit documents. The young police officer also understood the severity of the situation. He picked up his walkie-talkie to report the current situation to the middle-aged officer downstairs who was guarding Huang Yaoqiang, instructing them to return early while he waited for backup here. Jiang Xu also had no suitable reason to remain there, so he had no choice but to leave with them. Upon returning to the police station, Zhu's father, feeling guilty for always troubling Jiang Xu, suggested that Jiang Xu go home first, and they would inform him of the results later. Jiang Xu did not insist. He was feeling restless and could not be of much help, plus he had more important matters to confirm. After saying goodbye to the Zhu family, he called for a driver to pick him up. Stepping out of the police station, Jiang Xu stood by the roadside waiting for his car. The July sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his shoulders. Unaware of it, he slowly took out the metallic button from his pocket. The button glimmered with a cold silver light in the sun, and the distinctive LV monogram pattern was faintly visible along the edges. Jiang Xu's slender fingers gently brushed over the uneven texture, feeling a slight sting, the irregular crack along the edge of the button. As a button from an LV haute couture jacket, it gleamed coldly in Jiang Xu's hand. Jiang Xu looked at the button in his hand and instantly recognized it as belonging to an LV summer haute couture jacket. As for how he was so certain, it was because Fang Jian had worn that very jacket this morning. This jacket was an LV summer limited edition, not only difficult to purchase, but also required customers to register under their real names to buy. If the police discovered this button, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Xu tightened his grip, the metallic edge digging painfully into his palm, his feelings incredibly complicated. He did not understand why he had instinctively hidden the button at first sight. Given his usual character, he would never do something like concealing evidence, yet this time he did. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of the driver, honking nearby, pulled him back to reality. Jiang Xu took a deep breath and shoved the button back into his inner pocket. As he climbed into the car, the cold air from the air conditioning sent a shiver down his spine. Only then did he realize the chill creeping up his back. His cold sweat had already soaked through his shirt. Jiang Xu rubbed his aching temples and made a decision. Rather than leaving it to random speculation, it would be better to take the initiative to ask Fang Jian for clarification. Thus he took out his phone and messaged Fang Jian. "Jiang Xu, do you have time? Can we talk?" After editing the message, Jiang Xu clicked send, only to see a glaring red exclamation mark appear in the green chat box the next moment. Jiang Xu. Looking at the prompt below the chat box, that read message sent, but rejected by the recipient, Jiang Xu was bewildered. Had he been blocked again? Did he provoke her again? Despite the myriad of questions in his heart, the fact that he had been blocked was undeniable. Jiang Xu had no choice but to put down his phone and prepare to find Fang Jian to talk when he saw her tomorrow. Upon returning home, Jiang Xu suddenly received a message from Zhu Yuan saying she was currently taking a statement to cooperate with the investigation and would tell him the specifics when she had time. Thus the wait lasted until 10 o'clock at night. After finishing his personal hygiene, Jiang Xu sat down at his desk ready to do a set of exercises before sleeping as usual. He took out the chemistry exam paper, and the warm yellow light of the lamp illuminated the items on the desk. Among a pile of textbooks and world classics, a customized glass box was conspicuously placed in the center of the shelf. Inside was a white agate rough stone shaped like a samoyed, radiating a soft glow under the warm yellow light. The originally sharp edges had become rounded and smooth, and a small yellow bell strung with red thread was added around its neck, indicating that the owner of the rough stone cherished it dearly. As Jiang Xu wrote down the answer to the first question, his phone, which was lying aside, suddenly rang. He put down his pen and picked up the phone to see it was Zhu Yuan calling. After the call was connected, Zhu Yuan's weary voice came through. She had spent the entire day at the police station and just returned home, having time to call Jiang Xu back. Jiang Xu patiently listened as she recounted the follow-up developments. Huang Yaoqiang survived because he was promptly taken to the hospital. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the doctors judged that due to severe cranial and spinal injuries, he would likely become a vegetable and never wake up again. The police conducted interviews and investigations around the scene of the incident, but since it occurred on a weekday, most residents were out working and they could not find any eyewitnesses. Moreover, because Huang Yaoqiang often owed gambling debts, there were frequently debt collectors knocking on his door, so the surrounding neighbors had become accustomed to it. Even if someone heard Huang Yaoqiang's screams that morning, they paid little attention, simply thinking it was another debt collector. Many neighbors, upon learning that Huang Yaoqiang had been pushed down from the building, confidently declared that he had owed too much debt and offended the wrong person, which led to his demise. Zhu Yuan's case also saw a breakthrough. The critical USB drive not only solidified Huang Yaoqiang's crimes of extortion and intentional injury towards Zhu Yuan, but the police also discovered more photos of other female victims. Following this lead, the special investigation team successfully unearthed the criminal network operated by Huang Yaoqiang and Brother Long involving nude loans. It was reported that the investigation was ongoing and more truths were gradually coming to light. On the other end of the line, Zhu Yuan's voice suddenly dropped a few notches. Although I don't know who the attacker of Huang Yaoqiang is, she paused, her tone complicated. In a certain sense, I might have to thank that person. Jiang Xu subconsciously glanced at the metallic button on the table, his gaze equally complex. By the way, the police also suspect whether it could be someone I know who did it. After all, that USB drive was so carelessly left on the coffee table. Zhu Yuan suddenly recalled the speculation she had heard at the police station, hesitatingly speaking, her voice getting lower. Jiang Xu, do you think it could be Fang? No. Before Zhu Yuan could finish, Jiang Xu immediately refuted, his tone firm. His abrupt rebuttal left both ends of the call in silence. Jiang Xu realized his outburst and pressed his forehead with his hand, calming his tone as he casually made up an excuse. It can't be Fang Jian. She said this morning that she was going fishing by the river. When we arrived at Huang Yaoqiang's place, she even messaged me saying she had caught nothing all morning. I see, then that was my mistake. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Zhu Yuan believed Jiang Xu's explanation awkwardly. In truth, when taking her statement at the police station, Zhu Yuan immediately thought of Fang Jian when asked about suspicious individuals, but for some reason, she instinctively chose to conceal that name, swallowing it back. After chatting for a few more minutes, Jiang Xu and Zhu Yuan ended the call. Once the call interface closed, Jiang Xu tossed his black-screen phone back onto the desk and heavily leaned back in his chair. He tilted his head back, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling increasingly powerless. He couldn't understand why, even though Zhu Yuan had chosen to go through legal channels, Fang Jian still insisted on intervening. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the metallic button, the cold touch reminding him of Fang Jian's eyes, which forever showed no emotion. Perhaps Huang Yaoqiang had offended her in the past. This thought just emerged in Jiang Xu's mind before he dismissed it. With Fang Jian's character, she would never regard such a person. So what was the reason? He closed his eyes, a deep sense of helplessness seeped from his bones, making him feel cold. He had clearly tried so hard to prevent such a result from happening, so why did it still occur in the end? So this was Fang. The girl who seemed indifferent on the surface hid a cold-blooded disregard for everything deep within her. Jiang Xu suddenly realized that he had never truly known Fang Jian. The brief holiday after the sports meet swiftly passed, and the campus of Jiangxing One high school resumed its. In the classroom, the stack of exam papers on the desks gradually grew taller. In the hallway, the hurried footsteps became dense once more. In front of the cafeteria windows, a familiar long queue formed. The only difference was that a few shiny medals had been added to the mottled wall at the back of the classroom, and the bright red certificates fluttered gently in the breeze, as if still recounting the fervor and passion of the sports field. The chemistry teacher was explaining a new concept at the podium, and the sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard was particularly clear in the quiet classroom. Most students were focused on taking notes, with only a few sneaking a peek at their phones under the desks. After finishing the last formula, Jiang Xu looked up and caught a glimpse of Fang Jian, who was resting her head on her hand, staring blankly at the podium. He couldn't help but grip his pen tighter, thinking of the button still tucked away in his uniform pocket, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He hadn't found a chance to chat alone with Fang Jian today, and as he saw the last class of the afternoon drawing to a close, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, Fang Jian was notoriously unpredictable, attending class purely based on her mood. He had been blocked on WeChat and phone, and he didn't even know her home address. If she suddenly decided not to come tomorrow, he wouldn't even know where to look for her. Finally managing to endure until the end of class, when he saw Fang Jian getting up to leave the classroom, Jiang Xu instinctively wanted to follow her, but was suddenly called by the chemistry teacher, who wanted to discuss summer camp matters with him and Xiao Weishua. Jiang Xu's gaze shifted back and forth between the classroom door and the teacher, ultimately having to watch Fang Jian's figure disappear at the doorway, letting out a resigned sigh as he followed the teacher to the office. Half an hour later, when Jiang Xu finally emerged from the office with a stack of documents, the sunset had already painted half the sky orange. He looked at the sinking sun on the horizon side again and turned back to the classroom. After tidying up in the classroom, he headed towards the school cafeteria, where Zhou Ying had already saved him a spot. As he walked to the small park in the center of the school, he encountered two female classmates coming towards him, and Jiang Xu politely greeted them. Just as Jiang Xu passed by them, he overheard their discussion. "I heard the school bought a batch of koi and put them in the small pond in the park. Should we go take a look later?" "Oh, forget it, let's go another time. When you went to the restroom in the experimental building, just now, I was waiting by the pond. I saw Fang Jian feeding the fish there, and I'm a bit scared of her. Let's just go next time." "Alright, actually I'm a bit scared too. So next time then." Jiang Xu suddenly came to a halt. He turned to look at the stone path, shaded by the paulownia trees. Fang Jian was in the small park. The sunset dyed the pond a reddish orange with the surface shimmering with fine golden light. Fang Jian leaned against the stone railing holding half a bag of fish food in one hand and carelessly scattering it into the water with the other. The koi swarmed together, splashing water everywhere, with a few even leaping out of the water mouths wide open in competition. Jiang Xu approached a few meters behind her along the path, his hand clenched tightly around the button in his uniform pocket, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath and walked up to her. "Fang Jian." Jiang Xu's voice was a bit hoarse. "Why did you block me again?" Fang Jian, hearing this, did not turn around, continuing to sprinkle fish food, her tone casual and nonchalant. "Because I want to." Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback by this response, unsure of what to say. He had originally intended to find an excuse to start a conversation, but now it felt even harder to speak. He steeled himself and directly walked up to Fang Jian, staring at her intently. "Huang Yaoqiang isn't dead, he just became a vegetable," he said, pulling out the button and holding it out to her. "Clearly Zhu Yuan has given up, and there are better ways to resolve this. Why did you have to do it that way?" Fang Jian glanced at Jiang Xu, her dark pupils devoid of any ripples. She tossed a large handful of fish food into the water, responding dismissively, "Because I want to." The koi on the water's surface fought even more fiercely, with a few already bloated and floating on their backs, yet they continued to mechanically swallow. "Huang Yaoqiang is indeed despicable, but the police already have leads. He will soon face legal consequences. Why do you have to?" Seeing Fang Jian's indifferent attitude, Jiang Xu's voice involuntarily rose, his expression serious and earnest. "Fang Jian, no one has the right to arbitrarily take another person's life." Fang Jian finally turned around. The sunset illuminated half of her face, while the other side remained cloaked in shadow. She looked at Jiang Xu, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth, whether mocking his naivety or his arrogance was unclear. "So Fang Jian said slowly, is this why you have gone to great lengths to stop me?" Jiang Xu was taken aback. He averted his gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent, and his silence was the best answer. Fang Jian scoffed, dumping the remaining fish food into the water. "But why should I listen to you? Why should I act according to your wishes?" She turned to face Jiang Xu, stepping forward to meet his gaze, her eyes piercing into his without a hint of warmth. "Jiang Xu, what makes you think you can stop me?" Jiang Xu stood frozen in place, stunned by Fang Jian's cold and heartless words, feeling an emptiness in his chest, as if something had shattered along with it. He awkwardly averted his eyes from Fang Jian's, and after a long moment, he finally spoke softly, his voice hoarse and unclear. I thought we were friends." "Friends?" Fang Jian seemed to find this amusing, looking Jiang Xu up and down, seemingly confused, as she asked, "A friend who opposes me at every turn." She took the button from Jiang Xu's hand, playing with it. As she continued, "Jiang Xu, what kind of delusion makes you think I need Are you perhaps a bit too self-righteous?" Jiang Xu suddenly looked up at Fang Jian, his pupils trembling violently, as if the ice beneath him had shattered, cracking into countless tiny lines. His eyelashes cast fragmented shadows on his pale face, the light in his eyes dimming gradually, like a candle flickering in the wind, extinguishing inch by inch under Fang Jian's gaze. For the first time, Jiang Xu felt embarrassed, wanting desperately to escape. His hand, hidden behind his back, was clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, without him even feeling the pain. Jiang Xu, sometimes being self-righteous is also a form of foolishness. Fang Jian's voice was surprisingly soft. "Actually, I only mentioned it casually at the beginning, but the more you try to stop me, the more I want to get involved in this matter." She suddenly reached out to smooth the wrinkles on Jiang Xu's uniform collar. "So Jiang Xu, Huang Yaoqiang's fate is also partly your doing. Your self-righteousness led to his downfall." In the pond, the koi had already bloated to the point they could barely swim, with a few floating belly up on the surface. Fang Jian's slender fingers held the button, reflecting a cold light in the twilight. She raised it to Jiang Xu's eye level, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Do you think that because you helped me, I would be grateful to you?" Before her words had even fully left her mouth, Fang Jian casually tossed the button in front of Jiang Xu, creating a silvery arc in the air before it fell into the murky pond. "Don't be naive, Jiang Xu." She stared into Jiang Xu's eyes, her voice undisguisedly cold and distant. "I don't need anyone interfering in my affairs, nor do I need so-called friends." The button created ripples on the water's surface, quickly sinking into the murky depths tainted by fish food. Fang Jian turned and walked away, her cold words lingering in the wind. "Since you cannot walk the same path as me, then mind your own business, or you will only become an annoyance." On the shaded path, Fang Jian's silhouette gradually faded into the dusk. Jiang Xu stood rooted to the spot, the pond reflecting his fragmented shadow. He stared blankly at the floating corpses of the fish, their pale bellies upturned with the darkening sky mirrored on the water's surface. Interfering, was he? Jiang Xu squatted by the pond, his fingertips gliding over the cold surface of the water, the dead koi slowly sinking, leaving ripples in the water. In the reflection, he saw his own distorted image twisting with the ripples. Reflecting on the moments since he met Fang Jian, he had to admit that he had indeed been meddling. How he wished to be someone who knew his place. But the moral education he received since childhood and his deeply ingrained beliefs made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to the loss of life. From the first time he saw Fang Jian, he had noticed her excessively calm eyes. There was not a trace of emotional fluctuation in her eyes, as if she was born without the ability to perceive emotions, leaving only a barren wasteland. She ignored the lives of others and equally disregarded her own. It was her weariness of life itself. Fang Jian was like a flame, burning freely, beautiful, yet destined to turn to ash. He didn't want that. He didn't want to watch Fang Jian step by step walk towards the abyss of destruction. Some lives, when they fade, should not go unheeded. Moreover, in that barren depth, he clearly sensed a glimmer of light, though faint it truly existed. This made it hard for him to believe that Fang Jian was entirely devoid of feelings. If she was born this way, then why had she helped Xin Jiaojiao and Zhu Yuan? The water's surface gradually calmed, and the reflection reformed. Jiang Xu saw the determination in his own eyes. So even if it meant meddling, even if he was hated 1,000 times, he would be that self-righteous friend, gripping her hand tightly before Fang Jian fell into the abyss. After all, if he let go, then Fang Jian would truly have no one to rely on in this world. The pond water gradually darkened, and the dead fish slowly sank to the bottom. Jiang Xu stood up, straightening his back once more in the twilight. After all, he was the male leader. As long as he didn't completely infuriate Fang Jian, she certainly wouldn't easily kill him. Jiang Xu looked in the direction Fang Jian had left, his gaze beginning to waver. It should be fine. She wouldn't easily kill him, right? Host, what are you doing? The system, just returning from a quick visit, immediately heard her last words and let out a sharp burst. Have you forgotten your ultimate mission? Why do you only say things that make people want to die? Ugh. Fang Jian was jolted by the sudden shriek in her mind, clutching her head, and coldly scolded, what's all the noise about? Shut up. Well, you can't say it like that. The system shrank back from her shout, its voice weakened, but concern undiminished, continuing to murmur in Fang Jian's mind, what if? What if the male lead hates you? Hey! The system suddenly stopped, letting out a surprised sound. It watched as the almost forgotten affection-level inquiry program stuttered, the little hand formed by lines incredulously tapping on the virtual screen. What? How is this possible? The affection level is actually 25. I clearly remember it was 100 the first time I saw it. It refreshed repeatedly, confirming the program was running fine. Nothing seems broken. After confirming the accuracy, the system's electronic voice was filled with deeper confusion and shock. Fang Jian listened to the system's clamor, roughly understanding the reason, and coldly smiled to herself. Just a self-righteous fool overflowing with a savior complex. It couldn't stand to see her hands stained with blood, yet couldn't bear to watch her truly go to prison. So it inserted itself, thinking it could stop her from going astray. Ha, foolish thing. At first, Fang Jian was merely intrigued by Jiang Xu's peculiar behavior, and later Jiang Xu cooperated with her in completing tasks, resulting in her tolerating some of his actions. However, this time it crossed Fang Jian's bottom line. In her survival rule, those who follow flourish, while those who oppose perish. After staring at the affection level for a long time, the system let out a sigh of relief. Although it was unclear why Fang Jian had said such hurtful things, Jiang Xu surprisingly wasn't angry, as long as the level hadn't dropped. The system initially wanted to say a few more words, but seeing Fang Jian's gloomy expression, it fell silent. But then upon seeing Fang Jian start packing her things as if preparing for a long journey, the system became anxious. Host, what are you doing? Fang Jian, with her travel bag on her back, prepared to leave. Hearing the system's inquiry, she casually replied, going to the Arctic to save penguins. System. Even though the system was perplexed, Fang Jian took leave to go to the Arctic. And once she left, Jiang Xu did not see her again until he set off for summer camp. On Monday morning, the sky was faintly bright. While other students were still reading in the classroom, Jiang Xu had already shouldered his backpack and boarded the bus to the first high school of the city with the accompanying teacher. Before getting on the bus, he paused, suddenly looking back toward the teaching building, his long fingers unconsciously gripping the bus door's handrail tightly. The morning light cast a soft outline on his refined profile, yet could not conceal the shadowy emotions beneath his eyes. Jiang Xu, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind him, belonging to Xiao Weishua. She tilted her head, following Jiang Xu's line of sight, her well-groomed long hair falling onto her chest with her movement, bringing with it a hint of intentionally blended jasmine perfume. Jiang Xu frowned slightly, released the handrail, and boarded the bus without looking back, even failing to offer a perfunctory response. Xiao Weishu's smile froze on her face. She stared at the boy straight back, her fingers coated in nude nail polish digging deep into her palm. But soon Xiao Weishue restored her sweet smile. Oh, after all, there was still a whole week of close proximity. Looking at Jiang Xu's back, her eyes were filled with determination. With her means and the system's tools, she didn't believe she couldn't win him over. Once she succeeded, she would make Jiang Xu taste the flavor of being toyed with. The bus first picked up other students from different schools attending the summer camp, with Jiangcheng No. 1 high school being the last stop. Xiao Weishue quickly boarded the bus, scanning the interior. Seeing many empty seats, she noticed Jiang Xu had already taken a seat next to a boy, so she had to choose the empty seat in front of him. She bit her lip and ultimately chose to sit in the empty seat in front of Jiang Xu. Once everyone was on board, the bus started and headed towards the first high school. An hour later, everyone arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Under the guidance of the lead teacher, they disembarked in an orderly fashion where the reception teachers and students from the first high school had long been waiting. This time, a total of 4 school students came to participate in the summer camp training activities at the first high school. The lead teachers from each school were exchanging pleasantries with the reception teachers from the first high school, while students began to communicate with each other as they would be training together for a week. As one of the few girls present, Xiao Weishue, with her sweet appearance and gentle demeanor, naturally garnered a lot of affection enhanced by her charisma aura. Watching Xiao Weishue thriving in the crowd and her occasional glances toward him, Jiang Xu turned his face away in disgust, preferring not to see or be bothered. "She's quite annoying, isn't she?" A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind, sounding as if it hadn't spoken in a long time, carrying a hint of dryness. Jiang Xu turned his head to see a boy in the first high school uniform standing in the shadow of a parasol tree. The boy was tall, estimated to be around 185 meters. His school uniform jacket hung loosely on him, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were casually undone, exposing his sharp collarbones. His slightly long wolf-tail hairstyle gave off an unruly vibe, and the messy black hair partially obscured his eyes, with the tips reflecting a dull yellowish sheen. When the wind blew away his bangs, Jiang Xu saw his face clearly. His pale skin seemed as if it had not seen sunlight for years, with slightly protruding cheekbones giving his face sharp contours. His eyebrows were thick, but the tips bore several fine scars, adding a hint of menace to his face. Most striking were his eyes. Their narrow shape should have appeared fierce, yet the shadows cast by his thick eyelashes made them seem particularly gloomy. Those deep brown pupils resembled 2 pools of stagnant water. Now observing Xiao Weishue in the crowd with unmistakable derision. The boy stood casually with his hands in his pants pockets, yet his back was straight. 3 black ear studs adorned his left ear, occasionally glinting coldly in the sunlight. Noticing Jiang Xu's gaze, he slightly raised his chin, sizing Jiang Xu up from head to toe, then revealed an enigmatic smile. The curve of his lips made the dimple on his left cheek seem particularly pronounced. "Are you her new prey?" the boy asked casually, but his tone carried a sense of certainty. He raised his right hand to brush aside his hair, and Jiang Xu then noticed several black chain bracelets on his wrist, leaving faint marks on his pale skin. Jiang Xu realized that the boy was referring to Xiao Weishue, as she, and felt a hint of curiosity about how this boy could tell. Noticing Jiang Xu's silence, the boy did not feel awkward. He stepped out of the shadows, standing less than a meter away. A faint scent of tobacco wafted from him, mixed with a bitter herbal aroma. "Well, Shun," Yin suddenly sneered, his hoarse voice lowered, as if he were speaking to himself. It's strange not to take action when encountering the heir of the Fengqi group in such a small place. He turned his face slightly, his eyes gleaming with an all-seeing light among the messy strands of hair. "You feel it too, right?" Jiang Xu was taken aback, slowly turning his head to look at the unfamiliar boy once again. "Do you know me?" His voice carried an unintentional wariness. Since being frequently harassed by those strategists, he rarely showed his face in public, even having his social media accounts managed by someone else. The boy raised an eyebrow at this, the movement causing his left ear stud to catch a cold gleam in the sunlight. "Oh, 2 years ago," he spoke casually, as if discussing the weather. "My dad was about to go bankrupt and took me to your house to ask your father for help." He stretched out a pale finger to illustrate back. "Then you were in the glass greenhouse playing the violin Debussy's Clair de Lune, and it sounded terrible." Jiang Xu's expression stiffened. He indeed had been obsessed with the violin for a time, but had given up due to a lack of talent. He hadn't expected his embarrassing history at 15 to be seen by an outsider. "I caught a glimpse of you as I passed by back then." The boy spoke as if discussing an inconsequential passerby, showing no signs of embarrassment about his family's decline or any intention to cling to Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu searched his memory but couldn't find any fragments about this boy. No wonder there had been countless merchants seeking help during those years. Jiang Xu recalled and found no impression at all, so he could only politely reply, "I'm still studying. I'm not very clear about my family's business." The boy did not say anything further, and a brief silence fell between them. Just then, the lead teacher and the teacher responsible for the summer camp finished their conversation and prepared to take them on a tour of the training location. Watching Xiao Weishue, who was the center of attention among the crowd, Jiang Xu and the boy mutually kept a distance from him. While touring the classrooms, Jiang Xu suddenly noticed the boy staring intensely at Xiao Weishue, who was chatting and laughing with a girl, his expression filled with almost tangible loathing. The sunlight illuminated half of his face, yet failed to dispel the inherent gloom that surrounded him. Not far ahead, Xiao Weishue seemed to sense something and turned to look in their direction. When she saw the boy standing next to Jiang Xu, her smile visibly stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The boy noticed her reaction, and a malicious smile crept onto his lips as he intentionally waved at her. Seeing this, Xiao Weishue turned her head away, as if avoiding the situation, no longer paying attention. "Do you know each other?" Noticing Xiao Weishue's strange reaction, Jiang Xu couldn't help but ask. The boy retracted his hand, placing it back in his pocket, speaking in a peculiar tone. It's more than just knowing each other. He paused, turned to Jiang Xu, and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Shun Yan from class 7, second year, first high school. Jiang Xu Jiang Chung no. 1 high school. Jiang Xu politely shook his hand, giving a brief self-introduction. Shun Yan nodded, and after releasing his hand, he didn't say anything further. In the morning, after touring the summer camp training venue, the 3 cafeterias of No. 1 high school and the campus museum, each team leader guided their students to the designated hotel. Excluding No. 1 high school's own students, 15 participants required hotel accommodation. Since all rooms booked by the school were doubles, one student would inevitably be assigned a single room. To ensure fairness, teachers and students who volunteered to share rooms were first excluded. The remaining students then drew lots for room assignments, with the blank slip granting its holder a private room. Jiang Xu happened to draw the blank slip. Room assignments were swiftly finalized, coinciding with the midday free period. Students promptly formed small groups and headed out in search of lunch. Jiang Xu pulled open the curtains, gazed out at the blazing sun, and, finding its intensity overwhelming, abandoned the idea of going out, opting instead to order takeout. Just as he finished unpacking, a sharp knock echoed at the door. His hands paused mid-motion. Assuming it was the delivery, he rose to open it. Jiang Xu, want to grab lunch downstairs together? The moment the door swung open, Xia Weishue's radiant smile surged forward unbidden, startling him so thoroughly that he instinctively stepped back half a pace. Behind her stood a long-haired girl, observing him with quiet, searching eyes. We're gathering for dinner. To get to know. Xia Weishue's voice danced with lightness as her fingertips idly coiled a strand of hair. Oh right, this is Ji Luo. She ranked 3rd citywide in the last joint exam, and 1st in her grade at her school. She gently tugged the long-haired girl forward to introduce her. Ji Luo says she's wanted to meet you for ages. Ji Luo stepped forward half a pace, taller than Xia Weishue by a modest margin, her long hair falling freely, her bearing poised and effortless. It's an honor to finally meet you. She extended her hand, nails trimmed neat and precise. I've noticed you since the freshman joint exam. Today at last I see the real person behind the name. Jiang Xu did not reach out, only offered a cool perfunctory nod. Unfazed, Ji Luo continued, no wonder the city's top scorer excels not only academically. Her gaze flickered meaningfully towards Xia Weishue, but also in appearance. No wonder Shui mentions you constantly. Ji Luo. Xia Weishue's cheeks flushed faintly as she gave her friend a gentle nudge, silently urging restraint, while glancing cautiously at Jiang Xu's reaction. Watching Xia Weishue deliberately foster misperceptions about their relationship, Jiang Xu's expression hardened into icy detachment. One hand braced against the doorframe, his gaze swept over both girls. Frustration etched plainly across his features. We're not acquainted. I'm here for training, not friendship. And frankly, there's no need for introductions. Xia Weishue's smile froze on her lips. Ji Luo stood momentarily stunned by his unyielding aloofness. Moreover, he added, voice flat, ranking 1st is my achievement, not anyone else's concern. His cold gaze skimmed them both, lingering a second longer on Xia Weishue, before he said, so if you'll excuse me. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Ji Luo, recovering her composure, frowned sharply and interrupted. We're being courteous. Before she could finish, the door slammed shut in their faces, the gust extinguishing the last spark of warmth in Xia Weishue's eyes. The corridor fell silent once more. Xia Weishue stared at the closed door, her fingernails unconsciously biting into her palms. Jiang Xu's demeanor toward her felt profoundly, unsettlingly strange. What's wrong with this guy? Ji Luo, utterly unaccustomed to such rejection, raised her voice in indignant protest toward the door. Does acing exams give him license to treat people like dirt? Xia Weishue quickly grasped Ji Luo's arm, speaking softly. Let it go, Ji Luo. Jiang Xu must just be exhausted. We shouldn't disturb him further. Ji Luo shot her a look of exasperated disbelief. You're far too easygoing. Even if you like him. Realizing her volume, she lowered her voice abruptly. You don't have to bend over backward for him. Xia Weishue pressed her lips into a faint smile, lightly swinging Ji Luo's arm in playful reassurance. Oh, you're reading too much into it. Jiang Xu isn't usually like this. Today's tour must have worn him out. She winked, her tone teasing and conciliatory. Come on, don't sulk. I'll treat you to a little cake later, okay? Ji Luo sighed helplessly. You, she shook her head. Fine, let him skip it. Let's go ahead of everyone's problem. Seeing Xia Weishue's unwavering devotion, Ji Luo had no recourse. After all, love is a mutual surrender. What could an outsider possibly say? Yet as the old saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, only a gossamer veil separates them. Hearing the two girls retreat down the hall, Jiang Xu walked to the bed, picked up his phone, and added a note to his food order, leave at the door. Because Jiang Xu missed the group meal, he failed to clarify his relationship with Xia Weishue early on, leading nearly everyone at the training program to assume she was pursuing the aloof, irascible academic prodigy. The training droned on day after monotonous day, endless problem sets, and lectures. Though Xia Weishue's grades were respectable, they fell short of elite standards. At first she managed to keep pace, but as the curriculum deepened, she found herself increasingly overwhelmed. To avoid appearing inept before her peers, she resorted more and more frequently to the system for aid. Yet the side effects of relying on shortcuts soon emerged. The more she bypassed genuine understanding, the less she grasped the fundamentals. What unsettled her even more was Jiang Xu's continued emotional distance. Lately, she'd noticed him growing closer to Fang Jian, a development that filled her with equal parts urgency and dread. Yet every time she met Fang Jian's piercing shadowed gaze, a shiver of instinctive fear ran down her spine. Through their time together, Jiang Xu gradually learned of the bitter entanglement between Fang Jian and Xiao Weishua. Fang Jian had a half-sister named Qing, his stepmother's daughter. Though not blood-related, his stepmother treated Fang Jian as her own son, and the siblings shared a bond of deep affection. Later, when their father went bankrupt and unable to bear the disgrace, leapt from a building to his death, he left behind crushing debts and 2 underage children for his wife to shoulder alone. The stepmother bore the burden solo, repaying debts while raising her children, enduring relentless hardship. Fang Jian initially resolved to drop out and work full-time, but his stepmother scolded him fiercely and demanded with unwavering resolve that he continue his studies, or she would disown him entirely. Determined not to betray her sacrifice, Fang Jian remained valedictorian of No. 1 high school and seized every spare hour to take on part-time jobs, easing the family's financial strain. When Qing entered high school, she failed to gain admission to No. 1 high and instead enrolled at No. 3 high school, where she coincidentally shared a class with Xiao Weishua, eventually becoming close friends. No. 3 high school, though public, was widely regarded as the city's elite preparatory academy. Its student body drawn largely from affluent families, many using it as a springboard for overseas study. Worried his sister might be mistreated in such an environment, Fang Jian entrusted a friend attending No. 3 high to keep watch over her. Then, on an otherwise ordinary day, Qing vanished without trace. That day marked the start of the monthly break, and also fell on his stepmother's birthday. So Fang Jian took leave from his job to pick up Qing at school. He waited at the school gate until nightfall, but Qing never appeared. Her phone remained switched off, his messages vanished into silence. Fang Jian called his friend asking whether he'd seen Qing, only to learn she'd taken leave earlier that afternoon, claiming she needed to return home early to prepare a birthday gift for her mother. Didn't you know? His friend asked, puzzled. An instinctive chill gripped Fang Jian. He knew something was terribly wrong. He immediately filed a police report and requested surveillance footage of Qing's departure from school. The investigation confirmed it. Qing had indeed disappeared. Neither alive nor dead. No body, no sign. Police reviewed every camera, interrogated every person she'd contacted, yet found nothing. Footage captured only Qing entering a narrow alley devoid of cameras. Then nothing. His friend, deeply ashamed, having promised Fang Jian to protect her, felt responsible for her disappearance. He urged his parents to pressure the police for swifter progress. Yet after 2 weeks, despite assistance from officers in neighboring cities, Qing remained missing. His stepmother wept ceaselessly, her hair turning stark white overnight. Fang Jian grew ever quieter, retreating inward, launching his own solitary investigation into his sister's vanishing. By day, he attended classes. By night, he pored over police reports. On weekends, he retraced Qing's final steps, visiting every location she'd been seen. After months of meticulous inquiry, eliminating every implausible theory, the trail converged unervingly upon one person, Xiao Weishua, the very classmate who'd seemed Qing's closest, most trusted friend. Are you truly certain Xiao Weishua is involved in Qing's disappearance? Jiang Xu took a slow sip of tea, his gaze steady on Fang Jian's brooding face. Fang Jian's knuckles tapped lightly against the porcelain cup, each tap crisp and resonant. You may not know this, but at No. 3 high, Xiao Weishua has a nickname, the most beautiful socialite. A cynical twist lifted one corner of his mouth. From freshman year through senior year, she's acquainted with nearly half the student body and the family assets of those students. Not a single one falls below 10 million yuan. The cup landed heavily on the table. Fang Jian locked eyes with Jiang Xu. Tell me, why would someone so adept at strategic networking choose to befriend Qing, whose family carries millions in debt? That question haunted him still. Xiao Weishua seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern at a glance the social utility of every individual she encountered. Jiang Xu's pupils contracted slightly as memory surfaced. Is it because of your friend? Fang Jian, surprised Jiang Xu had grasped the crux so swiftly, began to nod. Yes, and his identity also. Yan. Before he could finish, a clear, youthful male voice cut through the air at the doorway. A tall, lithe young man strode in, stirring a soft breeze in his wake. He slung an easy arm around Fang Jian's shoulders, and lifting his gaze to Jiang Xu seated opposite, his eyes lit up with unmistakable delight. Hey, Xiao Suzi, what are you doing here? Jiang Xu looked up at the sudden intrusion and instantly understood. So it's him. That explains everything. The young man dropped casually into the seat beside Fang Jian, radiating effortless, vibrant energy. He wore a black graffiti print hoodie from Givenchy's latest collection, oversized, accentuating broad shoulders, and a Cartier nail necklace peaked subtly above the collar. His lower half was dressed in St. Laurent's wide-leg denim paired with limited edition Gucci sneakers, an ensemble exuding understated yet undeniable luxury. Most arresting was his short hair, streaked with burgundy and threaded with strands of silver gray that caught the light like soft wavy bangs framed a cherubic face, large almond-shaped eyes with delicately upturned nose, and when he grinned, two sharp, playful fangs. He draped his wrist loosely over Sun Yan's shoulder, revealing as his sleeve slipped a rose-gold Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, its dial gleaming with quiet opulence. On his right index finger sat a uniquely crafted crossed pendant ring, catching the light with every animated gesture. Xiao Suzi, ever since you transferred to that rural town for school, I haven't seen you in ages. Tilting his head, he let the diamond stud in his left ear catch the light in a fleeting, glittering arc, his tone teasing, familiar, and faintly aggrieved. Jiang Xu smiled, faintly tapping his fingertip along the rim of his teacup. Last May Day I visited home, but some spoiled young master jetted off to Japan with friends. My aunt hasn't stopped lamenting how her son roams, so far he forgets where home lies. The young man was by Yao Chuan, Jiang Xu's cousin. Their birthdays fell only 3 months apart, forging a bond of rare closeness. Bai Yao Chuan wrinkled his nose in mock annoyance. Ugh, Mom worries over everything. Don't go here, don't go there, it's exhausting. Leaning back against Sun Yan's shoulder, he suddenly registered that Sun Yan had been watching them in silence since his arrival. Bai Yao Chuan smacked his forehead and grabbed Sun Yan's arm. Yan, meet my cousin Jiang Xu. My mom is his mom's younger sister. He grinned broadly. We're only 3 months apart, and grew up bare-bottom together. We're that close. Listening to Bai Yao Chuan's unabashed introduction, Jiang Xu's lips twitched involuntarily. He raised a hand to shield Sun Yan's gaze, suddenly overcome by a wave of uncharacteristic self-consciousness. He wondered fleetingly whether it was still possible to pretend he didn't know this guy. Hey, how do you two know each other? Bai Yao Chuan tilted his head, eyes darting curiously between them. He'd come looking for Sun Yan, only to find Jiang Xu here instead. Surprise gave way to keen, probing interest. Sun Yan frowned, feeling Bai Yao Chuan's hand remained firmly planted on his shoulder. Without a word, he gave a subtle shrug, elegantly dislodging the arm, and shot Bai Yao Chuan a warning glance. We met during the summer camp. Jiang Xu smoothly interjected, his gaze shifting between them with genuine curiosity. And how did you two? Oh, Bai Yao Chuan drawled, feigning wounded innocence. Yan used to tutor me. He cast Sun Yan a theatrically mournful glance. But I was too hopeless, so he refused to teach me anymore. Humph. Sun Yan scoffed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Hopeless? Hardly. He simply spent every ounce of mental energy on indulgence, not intellect. Unfazed by Sun Yan's dismissal, Bai Yao Chuan leaned in again, peppering him with exaggerated sing-song. Yan. Playfully insufferable. Jiang Xu watched their banter with quiet amusement, then recalled Sun Yan's unfinished sentence. Tentatively he asked, that friend you mentioned, is it Xiao Chuan? Sun Yan shoved Bai Yao Chuan's head away and nodded. Jiang Xu understood instantly. If Sun Yan had entrusted Bai Yao Chuan with Shen Qing's safety, then Xia Weishua's motive for befriending her became chillingly clear. Though Bai Yao Chuan projected the image of a carefree playboy, his father Bai Jinya was a titan of the real estate industry, and as sole heir to Bai Group development, he naturally ranked as Xia Weishua's prime target. What are you two whispering about? Anything I can't hear. Bai Yao Chuan, sensing cryptic subtext, narrowed his eyes in mock suspicion. Xia Weishua has fixated on your cousin again, and even transferred to his school. Sun Yan took a slow sip of tea, his voice edged with frost. What? Bai Yao Chuan shot upright, nearly knocking over the teacup. He dragged his chair beside Jiang Xu and seized his shoulder, scanning him intently. That lunatic's latched onto you again. His voice cracked with raw alarm and fury. Xiao Suzi, are you alright? Damn it. Does she think men are extinct? She sticks like glue, impossible to shake off. Frustrated, he raked fingers through his burgundy hair, the expensive watch on his wrist flashing sharply as he moved. Watch yourself, Xiao Suzi. That woman plays dirty and stops at nothing. Last time she set her sights on me. Hired thugs to ambush me at my favorite bar, staging some pathetic hero saves damsel charade. Bai Yao Chuan snorted, coldly twisting his wrist. Good thing I trained. Took them all down. Then guess what? She timed her arrival perfectly, with the police playing the pure, innocent victim. His disgust hardened into something visceral. Clearly he bore deep scars from that encounter, his loathing now palpable, tangible. Then she turned her attention to Qingqing, trying to reach me through her. If it weren't for me, Qingqing wouldn't have. Bai Yao Chuan's voice broke off abruptly, remembering Sun Yan's presence beside him. He sank back into his chair, several strands of meticulously styled hair slipping forward to veil his reddening eye. Qingqing's disappearance ultimately traced back to him. Had he not been so arrogantly confident, so sure he could manage it all, she might never have drawn Xia Weishua's predatory gaze. He carried that guilt like lead in his chest. I told you, it's not your fault. Sun Yan watched Bai Yao Chuan slump, grief hollowing his expression. Sun Yan was relentlessly rational. Even amid unbearable anguish, he refused to assign blame solely to Bai Yao Chuan. If accountability were to be apportioned, he himself bore primary responsibility. He had been the one to entrust Bai Yao Chuan with Shen Qing's safety, thereby unwittingly offering Xia Weishua her opening. Bai Yao Chuan raised his head and met Sun Yan's gaze directly. There was no reproach in those eyes, only the same unshakable calm as always. It felt as though the massive boulder that had weighed upon Bai Yao Chuan's chest for so long had shifted ever so slightly. Though outwardly carefree and boisterous, he genuinely regarded Sun Yan as a true friend. and ever since Xinqing's disappearance he had been consumed by profound guilt. He had dispatched people tirelessly to search, yet their efforts yielded nothing but disappointment. Oh, Xiao Suzi by Yaochuan suddenly remembered something and tilted his head toward Jiang Xu. How on earth did that woman? Weren't you studying all along in that small city of Jiangxing? As one of the few who knew Jiang Xu's true whereabouts, confusion was plainly written across his face. Jiang Xu shook his head, brows faintly furrowed. I'm just as puzzled. I'm certain I'd never laid eyes on her before Xiao Weishu had transferred in. TCH. Truly uncanny. Bai Yaochuan curled his lip, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He snapped his fingers and patted his chest with confidence, his luxury watch glinting sharply under the light. Don't worry, Xiao Suzi. Xiao Weishue is my responsibility now. I guarantee she won't trouble you again during this training period. He winked playfully. After all, back at Shizanzhong High, I nearly drove that woman to the brink of collapse. Then, seeing Bai Yaochuan's air of utter certainty, Jiang Xu smiled and offered his gratitude. Just then their dishes arrived one after another, and since Bai Yaochuan hadn't eaten, yet the three shared lunch together. After lunch, Jiang Xu and Shun Yin had to return to school for further training. Bai Yaochuan meanwhile had come here to compete in an underground racing event. He'd merely dropped by to greet Xin Yin, and now it was time for him to rush off to the race. Jiang Xu knew well that Bai Yaochuan had always craved adrenaline. His aunt had reprimanded him countless times, yet he remained defiant and unyielding. Jiang Xu also knew persuasion would be futile, so at parting he simply urged Bai Yaochuan to stay safe. That concludes all content for this summer camp training program. The chemistry teacher gently closed her lesson plan. Oh, chalk dust drifted softly from her fingertips. It has truly been a pleasure spending this week with all of you. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes behind the lenses crinkling into warm crescents. Just then the dismissal bell chimed, promptly igniting a ripple of restlessness across the classroom. We're the ones who should thank you, teacher. A girl with a high ponytail sprang to her feet first. Your lectures are exceptionally clear and easy to follow. Yes, absolutely. A boy beside her quickly chimed in, especially your diagrammatic method for reaction mechanisms. It's absolutely brilliant. A bespectacled boy by the window suddenly called out loudly, teacher, shall we all go out for dinner tonight? Let it serve as our graduation ceremony. Brilliant idea. Someone instantly cheered. I know a new Sichuan restaurant just opened on the back street. The boiled fish is phenomenal. And afterward we could go karaoke. I second that. So do I. Laughter and chatter swelled throughout the classroom. The chemistry teacher stood surrounded by students at the podium, shaking her head helplessly, but her eyes sparkled with quiet delight. Golden sunlight streamed through the glass windows, bathing the entire classroom in a tender amber glow. Notebooks still lay open on desks densely filled with formulas and meticulous notes, a testament to the week's intellectual journey. In the end, unable to resist her students' fervent enthusiasm, the chemistry teacher reluctantly agreed on the time and venue for dinner before finally extricating herself. Though hailing from different schools, the students had forged genuine camaraderie over the course of this intensive week, bound not by proximity alone, but by mutual respect and shared aspiration. At the banquet, the lead instructor and training teachers sat together at the head table. The boys naturally gathered at one table, while the girls claimed another. A few outgoing boys animated the atmosphere, enthusiastically urging classmates to toast the teachers. Foremost among them was the organizer of the gathering, well-liked by nearly every participant in the summer camp. In stark contrast, Xiao Weishue, who had initially enjoyed immense popularity, sat silently alone. Her tablemates subtly widened the distance between themselves and her. Occasional glances flickered her way, laced unmistakably with disdain and revulsion. Her food remained untouched. Her carefully styled bangs hung low, veiling the storm of shifting emotions across her face. Jiang Xu, preferring quietude, sat with Shun Yin in the far corner of the private room, observing it all undisturbed. He found the scene astonishing. Xiao Weishue, endowed with so many extraordinary advantages, had always been the radiant center of attention. So what precisely had Bai Yaochuan done to reduce her to this? Shun Yin leaned lazily against the wall behind him, arms crossed, catching the curiosity in Jiang Xu's eyes. Curious what that fool Bai Yaochuan actually did. Jiang Xu turned toward him. What did Xiaochuan do? Not much, really. See that boy over there? One of Bai Yaochuan's juniors. Someone who happened to know bits and pieces about Shizanzhong High. That boy chats easily with anyone, and quite naturally he spread Xiao Weishue's sordid affairs far and wide. So everyone just believed it outright. Jiang Xu asked, mildly surprised. Of course not entirely, Shun Yin replied with a cold smirk, glancing dismissively at Xiao Weishue, sitting alone. But how many fools could possibly qualify for municipal-level competition training? He spoke with quiet gravity. Once doubt takes root in their minds, no further action is needed. We need only wait. They'll uncover her true nature themselves. Jiang Xu understood instantly. Even if Xiao Weishue possessed a system and numerous buffs, their efficacy depended entirely on others' goodwill toward her. Once suspicion took hold, those enhancements would falter dramatically. People would instinctively magnify her flaws, until her arrogant, self-serving core lay bare beneath the veneer of charm. Jiang Xu cast one final glance at Xiao Weishue seated in silence, then turned his attention elsewhere. Later in the evening, he and several classmates who wished to retire early to the hotel declined the group's invitation to go karaoke. Xiao Weishue also left the banquet early, though no one noticed when she departed. As she entered the hotel lobby, the front desk clerk informed her a package had arrived and asked her to sign for it. She signed, took the parcel upstairs, and watched the elevator doors glide shut, sealing her inside a hushed enclosure. Alone in that silent space, her eyes locked onto the parcel box, and dark uncertainty clouded her expression. Recalling the scorn and coldness she'd endured these past days, her fingers tightened involuntarily around the box, knuckles whitening with strain. How had she failed to foresee encountering Bai Yaochuan here, the very target from Shizanzhonghai who'd once nearly broken her? And then, Shen Yan. At the mere sight of Shun Yan, Xiao Weishue's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably toward Shen Qing. Just hearing that name stole her breath away. Before her mind's eye flashed Shen Qing's final moments, the look of disbelief, the unbearable sorrow in those eyes. It had been her first visceral confrontation with the irreversible cessation of life in her own hands. He had been her dearest friend at Shizanzhonghai, yet what choice had she truly had? She only wanted to survive. Her grip on the parcel intensified, its shape warping under her desperate pressure. Ding! The elevator reached its floor, the doors slid open. As Xiao Weishue lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Jiang Xu vanishing around the corridor's bend. In that instant, inner turmoil dissolved, replaced by something far deeper, far more unyielding. Yes, she simply wished to survive, and anyone who dared obstruct her path deserved death. She bore no guilt. The fault lay with Shen Qing. Shen Qing had insisted on standing in her way. Shen Qing brought it upon himself. Slowly, Xiao Weishue lowered her gaze to the distorted parcel box. Then, with deliberate grace, she swept a stray strand of hair behind her ear and curved her lips into a smile that chilled the blood. Light cascaded down from above, carving deep shadows across her face, revealing without mercy the feral cunning and unhinged obsession blazing in her eyes. "You forced my hand," she whispered, her voice a blade of frost. From the moment she saw Shen Yan and Bai Yaochuan, she knew her past at Shizanzhong would inevitably reach Jiang Xu. Most students attending this training were ranked Class C or higher, so Xiao Weishue had originally planned to pause her mission to cultivate Jiang Xu, focusing instead on accumulating points. Her reserves, after all, were nearly depleted. She never imagined Bai Yaochuan would intervene so decisively, exposing her Shizanzhong history to everyone. Back then she'd pursued points recklessly, heedless of consequences, never foreseeing they would now recoil upon her with such devastating force. Her points were dwindling, Jiang Xu's favor toward her continued to erode, not a single point gained. Unless he suffered amnesia or complete mental collapse, she saw no viable path to success. Just as Xiao Weishue stood paralyzed by despair, the system itself intervened, unable to watch any longer. To ensure Xiao Weishue succeeded in cultivating the fortune-blessed protagonist, the system made an unprecedented investment, emptying its entire reserve fund to procure the love-through proximity pill and advanced enchantment art. The love-through proximity pill worked with ruthless simplicity. Upon ingestion, the user would develop compulsive affection exclusively for the first person with whom they engaged in intimate relations, and desire would bloom solely for that individual. With each successive act of intimacy, affection would escalate geometrically, culminating in irrevocable, all-consuming love. Yet, given Jiang Xu's current loathing for Xiao Weishue, even approaching within 100 meters of him seemed improbable. Thus the system acquired the advanced enchantment art, an ancient talent inherited from the nine-tailed fox demon, allowing the caster to manifest at the soul level the precise, ideal partner envisioned by the target's subconscious. Failure this time means absolute annihilation. The system's mechanical voice, normally devoid of inflection, carried an uncharacteristic weariness. These artifacts were strictly forbidden for use upon fortune-blessed protagonists. If detected by the heavenly Tao as violations, both system and host would be instantly erased by the world's fundamental laws. Yet cultivating the fortune-blessed protagonist remained a compulsory directive. Failure guaranteed identical destruction. Cornered, the system chose its only remaining option, a desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. Xiao Weishue returned to her dormitory, her temporary roommate having already vacated, leaving her utterly alone in the hollow silence. She opened the parcel on her desk and traced her fingertips lightly over the custom-made Laitian tulle nightgown, its delicate fabric shimmering with seductive luminescence beneath the light. She understood the stakes better than anyone, yet at this precipice she had no alternative left. After Jiang Xu returned to his room, he went to take a shower. When he finished and came out, he was drying his hair while replying to WeChat messages from Bai Yaochuan and Zhou Ying. He casually replied to a few messages, and Zhou Ying sent another one insisting that he go like the new video he had posted on. After liking Zhou Ying's post, Jiang Xu, feeling unhurried, began to casually browse through his moments. As he was scrolling, a new moment suddenly popped up. Jiang Xu paused in surprise, looking at the profile picture of a black cat with a ruby necklace, which belonged to Fang Jian, who had just posted a new update. The caption of the new update read, "First," along with 3 accompanying images. Jiang Xu unconsciously slowed down the motion of drying his hair. He clicked on the first photo, where a stunning aurora flowed like silk across the sky, connecting the ice plains with the vast heavens in a brilliant star river. In the second photo, Fang Jian was wearing a professional black jacket, her tall figure standing atop a snow peak with the dawn light casting a golden outline around her. Upon seeing the third photo, Jiang Xu's pupils constricted slightly. It displayed the GPS coordinates of the latest exploration area in the Arctic Circle, with the certification badge of the Polar Exploration Association clearly visible in the lower right corner. This coordinate meant Fang Jian had established a milestone in the untrampled polar region. Water droplets dripped from his hair onto the screen as Jiang Xu realized he had been staring at the photo for too long. Jiang Xu was somewhat distracted by the black cat profile, yet his hand instinctively clicked the like button. Although he felt happy that Fang Jian had pulled him out, he hadn't expected that after their argument, she would actually go on an Arctic adventure. Her way of thinking was so erratic that he couldn't keep up. He stared at the moment for a long time, eventually just helplessly tugging at the corners of his mouth. After Jiang Xu dried his hair, he stood up to put the towel back in the bathroom when a sudden knock sounded at the door. He paused, frowning at the door, asking, "Who is it?" As soon as Jiang Xu's voice rang out, the knocking stopped abruptly, and silence fell outside the door. Just when Jiang Xu thought it was someone knocking by mistake, a faint voice from outside broke the silence. "Jiang Xu, can you open the door? I need to talk to you." Jiang Xu's gaze sharpened. He set the towel down, quickly walked to the door, and carefully locked it before continuing, "It's late. Let's talk tomorrow." "No." Summer Weishua suddenly raised her voice, realizing her loss of composure, and then softened her tone again, knocking on the door, her voice tinged with pleading. I really need to talk to you. Please open the door." "Jiang Xu, I said let's talk tomorrow. If you keep knocking, I'll call the security." Jiang Xu firmly refused. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a girl insisted on entering a boy's room. It was obvious what Summer Weishua wanted. Perhaps Jiang Xu's refusal was too strong, and Summer Weishua stopped knocking and did not speak further. Silence spread in the corridor. After waiting for a moment and confirming there were no other sounds outside, just as Jiang Xu thought the other party had given up, click. The sound of the lock turning was particularly jarring in the stillness. Jiang Xu suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting in terror as he stared at the door. He saw the previously locked door slowly being opened from the outside. "Jiang Xu." Summer Weishua's voice was sweet, yet trembling as it seeped through the crack of the door. Jiang Xu gripped the towel tightly, harshly rebuking Summer Weishua. "What are you doing? Breaking into someone else's home is against the law. Do you know that? Get out. If you come any closer, I will call the police." Summer Weishua, who had already used the universal key obtained from the system to unlock the door, clearly ignored Jiang Xu's threats. The long-lasting affection pill works both ways. She must take it beforehand, and then allow Jiang Xu to touch her for it to take effect. Summer Weishua looked as if she had just been pulled out of a steamer, her hair sticking to her flushed face, the custom lace nightgown she wore partially exposed under the light. Now she was burning hot, her complexion flushed, unnaturally gazing at Jiang Xu with dazed eyes. Summer Weishua, already intoxicated by the drug, staggered towards Jiang Xu, saying, "Jiang Xu, I feel so uncomfortable." While taking off her clothes, "Can you help me?" As Jiang Xu watched Summer Weishua about to remove her only covering to reveal her intimate nightwear, he swiftly grabbed the blanket from the bed and ran over at lightning speed, throwing the sheet over her. But his action was exactly what Summer Weishua wanted. In the instant he approached, a strange pink light flashed in her eyes as the advanced charm technique suddenly activated. At the same time, Jiang Xu suddenly smelled a sweet, cloying fragrance. As the scent intensified, he felt dizzy, and the world in front of him began to twist and blur. His mind felt as if it had been filled with lead, his limbs soft and unresponsive, and he uncontrollably slipped. Jiang Xu. Seeing that Jiang Xu had succumbed, Summer Weishua pulled off the blanket covering his head, her eyes glistening with tears as she slowly leaned in closer. At this moment, the rapid rise and fall of his breathing and the vacant look in his eyes sent her heart racing. Jiang Xu's reactions grew increasingly sluggish, as if the entire world was shrouded in thick fog, making it hard to see or hear clearly except for Summer Weishua, who appeared strikingly clear. Faced with Summer Weishua's approach, he instinctively resisted, gasping, "Get away." He used his last bit of strength to push her hand away, his knuckles turning white from exertion. Even though his consciousness was hazy and his face flushed abnormally, the chilling glint in Jiang Xu's eyes remained. Gritting his teeth, he threatened Summer Weishua, "If you dare, I will never let your entire family go." Summer Weishua paused for a moment, but then suddenly started laughing softly. Her laughter carried a crazed desperation, and she tore open the fabric on her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of snowy skin. Her movements became increasingly reckless. Even if Jiang Xu didn't act against her, she had no way out. It was either death or a desperate gamble. Summer Weishua leaned in closer to Jiang Xu, her burning breath intertwining with the space between them. The effects of the long-lasting affection pill boiled within her veins, every inch of her skin glowing with enticing shades. "I really like you so much," she whispered, her trembling voice like poison dipped in honey, her fingertips gently brushing Jiang Xu's heated cheek. Jiang Xu's gaze grew increasingly unfocused, yet he still extended his hand to rest on Summer Weishua's shoulder, preventing her from getting closer, though his resistance was minimal. "Look at me, Jiang Xu. Look at me." Seeing that Jiang Xu was still resisting, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Summer Weishua's eyes. Her eyes gleamed with pink light once again as she cranked the advanced charm technique to its maximum. At the moment when the last shred of clarity was shattered, Jiang Xu's vision completely blurred. His gaze, dazed, fell upon Summer Weishua's face. No, in his eyes her features had begun to fade, gradually transforming into someone else. A beautifully exquisite face, yet her eyes were as cold as ice and snow, with a pair of eternally calm and tranquil eyes. Jiang Xu blinked in confusion, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. He saw Fang Jian, who had originally been on an Arctic adventure, suddenly appear before him, gently calling his name. He watched as Fang Jian's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as she displayed an unprecedented tender smile, affectionately calling out his name. The intense sense of incongruity made him instinctively blurt out her name, Fang Jian. Feeling Jiang Xu's sudden relaxation of resistance and his instinctive call of the name, Summer Weiqushu's movements abruptly froze. Fang Jian. This name, which had never appeared in her expectations, pierced through her heart like a sharp knife. Her pupils constricted violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Why her? Why was it that useless grade? She had imagined many people, yet even Zhu Yuan had not made her. Summer Weiqu desperately recalled their interactions at school. Clearly there had been no intersection between them. Why? Why would Jiang Xu call Fang Jian's name? It must be that Fang Jian, that wretched girl, secretly used her face to seduce Jiang Xu. Surely, she was clinging to him relentlessly. But seeing Jiang Xu completely lose his resistance, another kind of pleasure replaced Summer Weiqushu's twisted jealousy. She leaned in closer to Jiang Xu's dazed eyes, maliciously caressing his burning lips. So what if Jiang Xu called that wretched girl's name? In the end, the one who would possess Jiang Xu would be her. After tonight, Jiang Xu's eyes would see no one but her. With this thought, Summer Weiqu no longer cared. She cradled Jiang Xu's face in her hands, her movements becoming more tender and ambiguous. The distance between them grew closer until Summer Weiqu placed her hands around Jiang Xu's neck, her warm lips nearly touching his. Suddenly, Jiang Xu's dazed gaze snapped into clarity, filled with an indelible fear. Jiang Xu forcefully pushed away Summer Weiqushu's face that was mere inches away, then wrapped her tightly in the blanket like a dumpling, dragging her into the bathroom. He then pressed his body firmly against the door, not taking any chances. This series of actions was seamless. Summer Weiqu was locked in the bathroom before she could react. Struggling to free herself from the blanket, she could not understand why Jiang Xu had suddenly awakened while under the influence of the advanced charm technique. She frantically questioned the system in her mind, but the system was just as baffled and remained silent. The long-lasting affection pill's effects surged like a tidal wave, and Summer Weiqushu's slender fingers tightly gripped the blanket, her knuckles turning white. She felt as if millions of toxic ants were crawling through her veins, every inch of her skin being meticulously gnawed. Xiao Weiqu finally struggled out from under the blanket and took out the universal key she had just exchanged with all her points to try to unlock the door, but the door remained unmoving. Someone outside had firmly blocked it with a heavy object. Xiao Weiqu was now burning with fever, her mind clouded, her body radiating an abnormal crimson hue, and the specially customized lace pajamas were soaked with sweat clinging to her skin. Her legs went weak, and she slid down against the door, pressing her forehead against the cold door frame, her eyes red as she desperately pleaded, "Jiang Xu, please open the door. I'm dying. Save me. Please save me." Outside, Jiang Xu remained unmoved, continuing to push the only furniture in the room to block the bathroom door. When Jiang Xu had piled all the furniture in the room except for the 2 immovable beds and the wardrobe outside the bathroom door, he finally slumped down to the ground. He carelessly brushed aside the hair sticking to his forehead, his throat constricting painfully. His long fingers gripped the fabric of his shirt tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Even though he had mentally freed himself from the control of the advanced charm technique, his body still remained under its influence. He felt weak all over, and the heat within him was unbearable. Jiang Xu took out his phone, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably, making it nearly impossible to hold onto the door. He gritted his teeth, mustering the last bit of his clarity to dial Bai Yachuan's number, a rare look of panic and urgency flashing in his eyes, as he dared not guarantee what strange props Xiao Weiqu might still possess. The call was quickly connected, and Bai Yachuan's offbeat voice mixed with the music from the bar came through. "Hey Xiao Su, what made you think of calling me? Miss me? Cut the nonsense. Hurry up and bring someone to Jinhao Hotel. I've been drugged by Xiao Weiqu." Jiang Xu struggled to explain the situation to Bai Yachuan. "She's locked in the bathroom right now. I don't know how long I can hold out." Bai Yachuan immediately understood the seriousness of the situation from Jiang Xu's odd tone. "Okay Xiao Su, just hang in there. I'll rush over right away. You must protect yourself. Don't let that bitch succeed." Bai Yachuan's voice was rarely serious as he tried to comfort Jiang Xu while hurriedly rushing out of the bar. After hanging up, Jiang Xu completely lost his strength, his phone hand falling limply to his side. His vision began to blur, the ceiling light gradually casting a pale halo in his eyes. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely engulfed by darkness, the door was suddenly slammed open. Jiang Xu's eyelashes fluttered lightly as he saw Bai Yachuan rush in with a worried expression, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards in black. In the last second before falling unconscious, Jiang Xu grabbed Bai Yachuan's sleeve and uttered his final request, "Don't let my mom know." And then he completely passed out. In a high-level VIP ward of a private hospital under the Fengqi Group, in F-City sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows illuminating the pristine white sheets, while a vase of lilies on the table emitted a fragrant aroma adding a touch of life to the empty ward. Okay, I understand. Contact me directly for any follow-up issues. The faint sounds of his mother and a doctor conversing drifted in and out of his ears as Jiang Xu's consciousness gradually returned. He felt as if his eyelids were heavy with lead struggling for a long time before he could barely open them. In his blurred vision, the pure white ceiling appeared to sway before him, while his thoughts remained in a chaotic state. He slightly turned his head and saw his mother's familiar silhouette, his hoarse voice tinged with surprise. Mom. Lan was confirming Jiang Xu's condition and subsequent treatment plans with the attending physician, and upon hearing his call she immediately turned around. Seeing her son finally awake, she hurried to his bedside, her long fingers gently brushing against Jiang Xu's forehead, a flash of concern in her eyes. Xiaosu, how are you feeling now? The doctor followed closely behind, skillfully measuring Jiang Xu's temperature, blood pressure, and other basic vital signs, while also carefully inquiring about his discomfort. After confirming that all indicators were stabilizing, the doctor discreetly exited the ward, leaving space for the mother and son. Lan gently helped her son sit up, propping him up with a pillow, then poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. After doing all this, she finally sat down on the leather chair beside the bed, her gentle expression gradually replaced by seriousness. Jiang Xu cradled the water cup, peeking through the rising steam at his mother's expression, knowing in his heart that she was angry. He sought out Bai Yaochuan because he didn't want his mother to find out, yet that unreliable Bai Yaochuan couldn't even keep this little matter hidden. The ward fell silent, the only sound being the faint noise of the humidifier. After a while, seeing her son show no intention of speaking up, Lan sighed. Did you think Xiao Chuan could keep this from me? Jiang Xu kept his head down, remaining silent, only sipping the warm water slowly. Lan looked at her son, her hands folded in her lap, her voice still gentle. Xiaosu, do you remember how we agreed with the family back then? Jiang Xu paused in his drinking, recalling how during high school, after he had had enough of the harassments from those suitors, he rejected his parents' plans for him and insisted on going to Jiangqing one high school for peace. At first, Jiang Xu's parents disagreed, believing that it was best for him to grow up under their protection, but Jiang Xu was adamant about going and didn't allow them to arrange for bodyguards to follow him to prevent his whereabouts from being exposed. Thus, Jiang Xu and his family agreed on 3 rules. As long as there were no extreme pursuers, he could quietly finish high school at Jiangqing one high school, and then go abroad for further studies, otherwise he would return to the school arranged by his family. But now it seemed that Jiang Xu had broken his promise. Your father knows about today's incident, as well he's on his way back now. Seeing her son silent, Lan did not press, but continued calmly, her tone firm. Well, this semester is coming to an end soon, and you'll be transferring to Ovea Academy next semester. They've been reserving a spot for you all along. Jiang Xu, gripping the water cup, slowly tightened his hold, and after a long silence he finally spoke softly this time. It was an accident. Even if it was an accident, you still have to transfer. Lan interrupted her son, unusually her voice carrying a suppressed anger. At Ovea your identity is at stake. At least no one would dare to act recklessly like that girl did today. I will handle that girl, you just need to rest well. Lan took the empty cup from Jiang Xu's hand, her tone resolute, as she issued her final ultimatum. Jiang Xu did not argue with his mother, he merely raised his head, and with his eyes that mirrored hers looked at her steadily and stubbornly uttered 2 words, not going. Seeing her son's stubborn gaze, Lan felt a twitch in her hand holding the cup. She knew that once this child had made a decision, it was like trying to pull 10 oxen back. But who was she doing this for? If Bai Yaochuan hadn't rushed over in time, who knew what would have happened next? And he was still you can't be willful about this. Lan did not relent, slamming the cup down on the table. When your dad comes back, you can explain it to him yourself. After saying this, she stood up, glaring down at Jiang Xu, before turning on her high heels to leave. Before departing, she made sure her assistant kept an eye on Jiang Xu to prevent him from running away. Jiang Xu stared at his mother's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh as he irritably pulled the blanket over himself. He knew this would be the outcome. But he didn't want to transfer. Outside the ward, Bai Yaochuan was anxiously seated on the sofa and saw Aunt Lan storming out in anger. Bai Yaochuan instinctively stood up, forcing a compliant smile on his face as he greeted Lan Annie. Bai Yaochuan, I remember today is Monday, right? Why aren't you at school, and where have you been? Well, I wasn't feeling well, so I took a leave and didn't go to school. Seeing Lan in a rage, Bai Yaochuan did not dare to retort, grabbing a nearby pillow to cover his non-mainstream outfit, explaining cautiously. You're sick and still brought someone to save your good brother. Lan clearly did not believe Bai Yaochuan's excuse. I'm tired of talking about you 2 brothers. Both of you are like this. Lan still wanted to say something, but her assistant pulled her aside, saying that the meeting was about to start. She had originally squeezed out time to see Jiang Xu, and now that she confirmed he was okay, she had to hurry back for the meeting. In the end, Lan could only give Bai Yaochuan a stern glare and told him to hurry back to class, or she would tell his mother. Bai Yaochuan could only repeatedly agree, respectfully seeing off Lan. After she left, he let out a long sigh and turned to enter the ward to find Jiang Xu. Bai Yaochuan pushed open the ward door, shedding his earlier timid demeanor, rushing to the bedside in 3 steps, lifting the blanket off Jiang Xu's face. Damn, Xiaosu, what did you say to Annie? She was so angry. He plopped down on the spot where Lan Ilan had just sat, casually grabbing an apple to take a bite, while continuing to complain, "It's all because of you that I got scolded for no reason." Jiang Xu, irritated, clicked his tongue, snatching the blanket from Bai Yaochuan and turning away from him, not wanting to engage. "Not your business." It was all because of this unreliable guy that he was now in such a passive position. Hey, that's too much. I helped you keep your innocence intact. How can you treat your benefactor like this?" Seeing that Jiang Xu was ignoring him, Bai Yaochuan pushed Jiang Xu's shoulder, displeased. "Haven't I helped you enough? Does Annie know about your reckless business?" Mentioning this made Jiang Xu furious as he turned around, sharply glaring at Bai Yaochuan. "Are you out of your mind? You took me to my family's hospital. Were you afraid my mom wouldn't know?" Bai Yaochuan scratched his nose, realizing he was in the wrong, awkwardly explaining, "I was just too anxious at the time, seeing you look like you were about to die. I thought I'd take you to the nearest hospital, and then I forgot this one was your family's." Jiang Xu closed his eyes, not wanting to continue arguing with the guy who was lacking a brain. He pulled the blanket over his head again, showing a clear refusal to communicate. Lan Ilan requested a week of sick leave for Jiang Xu, ordering him to fully recover before leaving the hospital. During this time, all news from the outside world was conveyed to him through Bai Yaochuan's incessant chatter. During his recuperation, Shun Yin visited him, once conveniently bringing the latest news about Xiao Weishue. Although Jiang Xu did not wish to hear that name, Shun Yin spoke of her fate with a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Shun Yin said that the commotion from Bai Yaochuan and his people storming into the hotel to rescue him was so loud that many students returning to the hotel heard it and came out to check. As a result, they saw him being urgently carried onto an ambulance by bodyguards, and several curious students even ran to his room to investigate. Once they reached the door, they heard faint cries for help coming from the bathroom. The group worked together to move the furniture blocking the door. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Weishue rushed out in disarray, tightly hugging the 2 boys closest to her, clinging to them like a drowning person grasping for driftwood, desperately rubbing against them. The students present, seeing her state and the almost indecent lingerie she wore, instantly understood the situation. Though shocked, they still called for an ambulance for her and worked together to wrap her in a blanket to restrain her erratic behavior. Later, it was heard that Xiao Weishue was hastily picked up by her parents after she regained consciousness. But a few days later, her family encountered a scandal. Her parents, once mid-level leaders in a publicly listed company, were suddenly exposed for embezzlement and bribery during their tenure, ultimately being dismissed and investigated while being forced to pay a hefty sum to the company. As for Xiao Weishue herself, she was sued by Lan Ilan for intentional injury, illegal entry, and multiple other charges. After losing the case, she was sentenced to serve time in a juvenile detention center for 5 to 6 years. Jiangqing, one high school, also expelled her, and several schools that came to participate in the training almost all knew about Xiao Weishu's incident, which was also continuously adapted and spread to other schools. Her parents, in an effort to prevent their daughter from going to prison, nearly exhausted their family's wealth to establish connections, but regrettably, despite the money spent and the connections made, Xiao Weishue still could not escape the clutches of the law. After hearing all this, Jiang Xu's expression remained unchanged. He knew Lan Yilan's methods were far more than this, and a life worse than death awaited her. The office of the head of the psychiatry department at Jiangxing Hospital. The office is clean and tidy, with a standard-sized desk against the wall on the left side. Besides, a Lenovo computer that is standard for the hospital, prescription pads and medical record folders are neatly arranged on the desk. Several brain anatomy charts and diagrams of drug mechanisms are posted on the walls, while the bookshelf is stuffed with professional reference books such as psychiatry and clinical drug guidelines. A disinfection indicator card tied to the air conditioning vent gently sways, and a faint scent of alcohol lingers. The window behind the desk is slightly ajar, and the white sheer curtain is gently lifted by the early summer breeze, faintly carrying the sounds of patients chatting in the garden below. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. "You went bankrupt again." Fang Jian's voice comes from the gray fabric sofa on the right side, her tone slightly rising at the end, betraying her undeniable delight as her long fingers lightly tap the edge of the coffee table. Sitting opposite, Lan Tingzhou rubs his temples, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. He reaches out to organize the scattered game pieces on the glass coffee table, the paper bills and property deeds making soft rustling sounds. "Let's go again." Fang Jian does not refuse. Today she wears a loose black shirt that makes her skin appear even fairer, exposing a delicate collarbone at the neckline. At this moment, she is languidly sunk into the single sofa, watching Lan Tingzhou tidy up. Today marks Fang Jian's follow-up appointment, for which Lan Tingzhou specially cleared an entire afternoon. However, Fang Jian suddenly spotted the Monopoly game box he had prepared for his cousin on the bookshelf, leading them to play Monopoly for the entire afternoon. So far, Fang Jian has won decisively with a score of 1-0 against Lan Tingzhou. The chessboard on the coffee table is quickly reset, and they begin a new game. Fang Jian habitually chooses the silver racing car piece, while Lan Tingzhou takes the brown top hat. In the first few rounds they methodically buy properties and build houses until Fang Jian passes the starting point for the third time, causing the situation to suddenly change. I want to mortgage Mediterranean Avenue. She suddenly states, her fingertip pointing at the deep blue property. Lan Tingzhou pushes up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with curiosity. Are you sure? That's one of your best locations. Fang Jian's lips curve slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The best locations don't necessarily yield the highest profits. She pulls out the deed card. I want to use this money to buy the hotel you just placed down. Lan Tingzhou is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles softly. You've been observing my cash flow. Fang Jian twirls a property card between her fingers, casually saying, understanding your opponent's weaknesses is more important than knowing your own strengths. The following game completely turns into Fang Jian's personal showcase. She seems to predict the outcome of every dice roll, precisely calculating each transaction. As Lan Tingzhou is about to pass her most expensive property, she suddenly proposes to exchange no-toll fees rights for other real estate. Can't you ease up a bit? Lan Tingzhou looks at the dwindling pile of cash, half seriously protesting. Fang Jian raises her gaze to him, her tone light with a hint of jest. I've always preferred to go all out. But her eyes are calm to the point of cruelty. When Lan Tingzhou's last property is taken from him through a complex series of mortgages, Fang Jian dumps the chips onto the coffee table with a clatter. You lost again. She clicks her tongue in disdain. Pathetic, I'm done playing. Lan Tingzhou throws the dice back onto the board, sitting up straight, half leaning on the sofa, reflecting on his score of 0-13. Yes, I lost again. He looks at Fang Jian with a mix of admiration and curiosity. You truly live up to the Feng family's lineage. Your business acumen is remarkable. Hearing this, Fang Jian glances at Lan Tingzhou, her eyes narrowing slightly. Although her tone remains flat, it inexplicably sends a chill down one's spine. What do you know? Facing Fang Jian's inquiry, Lan Tingzhou leisurely tidies up the game pieces on the coffee table, not answering directly, but suddenly shifting to casual conversation. A while ago my grandfather passed away. Although I was sent abroad at 10 and have little emotional connection with the Lan family, I was still required to return to pay my respects. At this point Lan Tingzhou pauses, suddenly looking at Fang Jian with a teasing expression. Guess who I saw at the funeral? Fang Jian remains silent, merely staring at him, her eyes reflecting the same curiosity. Interestingly enough, Lan Tingzhou continues, unfazed by her silence. You and Feng Yuanjing don't resemble your parents much, but you two siblings look quite alike. Lan Tingzhou also looks at Fang Jian, recalling his surprise when he met Feng family's third couple and Feng Yuanjing. In truth, they don't look dissimilar. Upon closer inspection, one can see traces of the Feng family in their features. Recently, there's been a lot of noise in the high society regarding a false heiress from the Feng family. Lan Tingzhou plays with the silver racing car piece in his fingers, the metallic sheen flowing between them. Even someone like me on the periphery has heard about it. He raises his eyes, his gaze behind the lenses filled with inquiry. You must have had a hand in this, right? Confronted with Lan Tingzhou's nearly blunt, probing, Fang Jian's expression remains devoid of emotion. She simply takes a sip of juice beside her. Lan Tingzhou, are you talking too much? Sunlight strikes her face from the side, outlining her cold contours. Her pitch-black eyes stare directly at Lan Tingzhou, and suddenly the corners of her lips curl into a chilling smile. Since you've become a doctor, do your job well, and refrain from prying into patients' privacy. The air in the room seems to solidify suddenly. Lan Tingzhou freezes, playing with the game piece, then pushes up his gold-rimmed glasses. After a moment of silence, he speaks again, his voice still warm, but slightly lower than usual. I apologize for my intrusion. Just so, Fang Jian replies bluntly, snorting coldly as she stands up. I think there's no need for follow-up appointments anymore. I should be cured now, otherwise dragging this out would tarnish your reputation as a miraculous doctor. After saying this, Fang Jian leaves without looking back. Lan Tingzhou watches her figure completely disappear around the corner of the door, then lowers his gaze to the silver racing car piece in his palm, the coldness of the metal penetrating his skin to his very heart. He gently sighs, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He messed up. After leaving the hospital, Fang Jian doesn't head home directly, but hails a taxi towards a newly opened pastry shop in the city center. Recently, she has become obsessed with the shop's signature mung bean cake, and today happens to be on her way, so she specifically ordered several boxes to take home and enjoy slowly. In the glass display window of the pastry shop, various exquisite pastries are neatly arranged, the warm yellow light giving them a tempting sheen. Fang Jian carries 4 beautifully packaged boxes of mung bean cakes. As she pushes the door open, the evening breeze brushing against her cheeks. She takes out her phone to check the time. It's already 7:30, and it's time to pick up Ball. Since she couldn't bring Ball with her to the Arctic and Lan Tingzhou happened to be away on a business trip during those days, she had no choice but to board Ball at a dog school. Fang Jian opens the navigation app and sees the school is nearby, so she decides to walk there slowly. After turning 2 street corners, her pace gradually slows. She keenly senses the faint sound of footsteps behind her, maintaining a fixed distance. With a focused gaze, she continues walking without stopping, but discreetly adjusts her route towards a sparsely populated alley. The two following her exchange glances as they see Fang Jian veering off more and more, then quicken their pace. However, when they rush into a narrow passage, they suddenly come to a halt. The alley is empty, and where is Fang? Damn, Where is she? The man with yellow hair spits angrily, irritably tugging at his hair and turning to glare at his companion. How would I know? I was chasing her with you, damn it. The short, slightly overweight man looks equally dumbfounded, his gaze scanning the alley, as if Fang Jian might suddenly appear out of nowhere. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call Long Gu, just say we lost her. The man with yellow hair raises his hand and slaps the back of the short man's head. Damn, are you hitting your mom? The short man swats away the hand of the yellow-haired man, sneering. What's the rush? Once Long Gu gets the call, he'll send someone to guard the exits around here. That damn woman can't escape. Why didn't you say that earlier? The yellow-haired man exhales in relief upon hearing this. He doesn't want to mess up after Long Gu finally entrusted him with a job. He glances towards the alley on the left and waves at the short man. Let's go look over there. If we find her, we'll kill her on the spot. The short man suddenly squats down and calls out to the yellow-haired man. You go ahead, my shoelace has been loose for a while, let me tie it. Tisk, lazy ass. The yellow-haired man looks disdainfully at the short man squatting on the ground, then impatiently turns to continue walking, not wanting to wait for him. Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you ahead. Hurry, 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 what are you? The short man mutters discontentedly, but just as he finishes tying his shoelace and is about to stand up, a thin long rope suddenly tightens around his neck. He stares wide-eyed in terror, his back pressed against a hard knee, and he is forced down to the ground. The suffocating pain drives him to kick and struggle frantically, his fingers clawing at the rope around his neck, but only drawing blood. In less than 10 seconds, with a sound of breaking vertebrae echoing in the silent alley, the short man's body convulses violently a few times before going limp, lifeless on the ground. Seeing that the man on the ground is no longer struggling, Fang Jian pulls out the rope from his neck, a ribbon from a packaging box. She stands up, and the sound of the yellow-haired man's voice calling for his companion reaches her ears. Fang Jian fixes her gaze on the direction of the sound, slowly revealing a bloodthirsty, terrifying smile. As she retreats into the darkness, she responds to the other, I'm coming. But the moment she opens her mouth, her voice transforms into that of the short man. The sky has completely darkened, with only a few distant streetlights illuminating the area, the darkness fully enveloping this deserted alley. The yellow-haired man, unaware of his companion's grim fate, continues searching for Fang Jian's figure. Damn it, this alley is so small. Where the hell did that damn woman go? The yellow-haired man stands with his hands on his hips, looking at the intersecting alleys ahead, speaking irritably. Hey, fat ass, are you done yet? The yellow-haired man has searched another alley with no luck, and seeing that the short man who just tied his shoelace has still not come over, he suddenly erupts in anger, shouting over there. I'm done. However, the short man's voice suddenly sounds behind him. The yellow-haired man is startled, taken by surprise. Just as he turns around, he is kicked away. Bang! The yellow-haired man flies out like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the mottled brick wall. The intense pain makes his vision darken, and a metallic sweetness surges in his throat, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ugh! Cough, cough. He struggles to prop himself up, his pupils suddenly constricting as he sees Fang Jian slowly approaching him. Fang Jian crouches down slowly, meeting the gaze of the yellow-haired man, who is sprawled on the ground, softly asking in a chillingly gentle voice, Are you looking for your friend? Her pupils glisten with an eerie glow in the dim light, the white ribbon swaying gently between her fingers, casting a distorted shadow on the wall. The yellow-haired man's Adam's apple rolls violently, his back pressed against the cold wall. No. No. His voice is as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his fingers scraping the rough ground, leaving trails of blood. Fang Jian raises the ribbon that had just strangled the short man, her bloodthirsty smile widening. Don't worry, I'll take you to see him soon. As the last word falls, the ribbon coils around the yellow-haired man's neck like a venomous snake, and before he can even struggle, his neck is snapped. Fang Jian stands up, shaking off her hand that had been reddened by the ribbon, coldly glancing at the yellow-haired man's corpse as she turns to leave. Just as she takes a few steps, a sharp shout suddenly comes from behind. Found her. Long Gu. She's over here. A sharp, piercing cry shattered the night sky, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the depths of the dim alley, growing louder and more chaotic. Fang Jian stood still, slightly raising her gaze to observe the crowd pouring in from all directions, showing no signs of panic, with even a hint of a faint smile curving at the corners of her lips. She calmly watched the approaching crowd, her eyes swirling with thick darkness, resembling a fierce beast lurking in the abyss. Soon the entire alley was blocked, leaving no room for escape. Led by Long Gu, the gang members wielded machetes and iron rods, sealing off every exit. The distant street lamp cast a yellowish glow, elongating their shadows, which twisted and crawled along the walls. The passers-by who initially intended to pass through had long been dispersed, leaving only the heavy sound of breathing and the sharp noise of metal weapons scraping. Fang Jian stood at the center of the crowd with an indifferent expression, as if it was not she who was surrounded, but this group of oblivious ants. Suddenly the crowd parted, creating a path. A stout, bald man stepped forward slowly, his arms adorned with menacing black dragon tattoos, a scar running from the corner of his left eye to behind his ear, covered in dark ink, like a vicious dragon coiling over flesh. He carried a heavy iron rod on his shoulder, a cigarette clutched in his mouth, his narrow eyes squinting as he sized up Fang Jian before his gaze fell upon her insignificant subordinate at her feet, sneering coldly, "You are Fang Jian. You do have some skills." Fang Jian did not respond, merely gazing at him calmly, her pitch-black pupils unfathomable inexplicably, sending a chill down one's spine. The moment Long Gu locked eyes with her, an icy shiver ran down his neck, a sudden illusion of being targeted by a wild beast, his hairs standing on end. He frowned, suppressing the unease in his heart, and sneered inwardly. Having been in the underworld for many years, what kind of scene had he not witnessed? How could he fear a 16-year-old girl? He took a few steps forward, dragging the iron rod across the ground with a screeching sound, grinning to reveal a set of yellow teeth. "Little girl, do you know who you've provoked? Look at you, not bad looking. How about this? If you follow me, I'll let you go today. What do you say?" Before he finished speaking, the surrounding gang members erupted in lewd laughter and catcalls. With the crowd egging him on, Long Gu's last bit of unease dissipated, and he moved beside Fang Jian, reaching out his tattooed hand to pinch her chin. Fang Jian slightly tilted her head, evading Long Gu's hand. She looked at him, and suddenly a smile slowly crept up the corners of her lips, growing wider until her entire face radiated a chilling excitement. In the next moment, Long Gu barely caught a glimpse of Fang Jian's movement. All he heard was a crisp crack from his wrist, followed by an intense pain. Ugh! Before his scream could escape his throat, he was already lifted by a cold hand gripping his neck. The next moment, his vision spun violently. His body slammed hard against the adjacent wall. Bang! The dull thud of his head colliding with the concrete floor left all the subordinates around him frozen. Long Gu's vision darkened, and the excruciating pain caused him to temporarily lose consciousness. Long Gu. One of the nearby subordinates regained his senses first and rushed over to help Long Gu up. Supported by his subordinate, Long Gu staggered to his feet, clutching his neck, his vision still swimming. The surrounding subordinates glared angrily at Fang Jian, while Long Gu trembled in fury, shouting, Get her killed." His voice acted as a signal, and the crowd finally reacted as the surrounding gang members raised their machetes and iron rods, charging towards Fang Jian. "Kill her! Get her! Damn it! Stupid bitch!" Watching the crowd rush towards her, Fang Jian's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. She wrapped a ribbon around her right hand, watching as a thug swung a steel pipe at her from the left, and at the sound of air being sliced, Fang Jian moved. She stepped back half a step, letting the steel pipe graze past her nose, her left hand coiling around the blonde thug's wrist like a venomous snake. As the sound of bones shattering and the screams erupted simultaneously, she had already twisted the thug's dislocated wrist, changing the direction of the steel pipe, which slammed heavily into the thug's eye socket. Amidst the sickening sound of an exploding eyeball, Fang Jian seized the weapon, raising her knee to crush his facial bones. As the blonde thug fell to his knees, the steel pipe struck the back of his neck, the sound of his cervical spine snapping like a broken twig. Then she ducked to avoid a machete coming at her, and thrust the iron rod into the thug's abdomen at an extremely awkward angle, twisting it fiercely. Intestines mixed with blood spewed from the thug's mouth. The stench of blood filled the alley, yet Fang Jian's movements quickened, the iron rod in her hand becoming the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing accompanied by shattered bones and screams. Someone attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind. Before the blade even brushed against her clothing, Fang Jian's figure flickered like a phantom, evading the incoming blade, and with a reverse motion, she stabbed the knife into the attacker's throat. Blood splattered across her pale face, yet she didn't even blink. Her wrist twisted, the blade pulled sideways. The thug's throat was completely slashed open, his trachea severed, unable to emit a scream as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and gasping for breath. The dim alley echoed with screams, and Long Gu's face turned pale as he staggered backward, clutching his fractured wrist. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. Seeing the surrounding people equally frightened and unwilling to approach, Long Gu steeled himself, retreating to the back of the crowd, roaring savagely. Everyone attacked together. A knife for 50,000. Get her killed. With such a heavy reward, the previously hesitant crowd exchanged glances, stealing their hearts, with the few holding machetes charging forward first. Instantly 5 machetes struck simultaneously. Fang Jian, seeing this, suddenly ducked, sweeping the iron rod along the ground. With a crack, the kneecaps of the two in front shattered instantly. They howled in agony as they fell to their knees, and Fang Jian used the momentum to leap up, wrapping her legs around one thug's neck. Crack. The cervical spine snapped, and the body fell limply. She landed, rolled, and effortlessly picked up a fallen machete from the ground, the blade flashing. An arm flew into the air. Before long, the stench of blood filled the alley, severed limbs flew about, and Fang Jian's figure moved like the Grim Reaper among the crowd, each attack precise and ruthless, each swing resulting in either a slit throat or a broken bone. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 corpses lay on the ground, blood pooling into small streams, flowing slowly, resembling a grotesque abstract painting. When Fang Jian twisted the neck of the last underling and turned around, the ground was already covered with bodies of various shapes. Some were still convulsing, while others lay in dark red pools. Long Gu, who had stayed at the back, looked on in terror, finally realizing they had not provoked a human, but a complete. Long Gu stared with bloodshot eyes at Fang Jian as she stepped over the scattered limbs and shattered bones, slowly approaching him, choking out a broken plea for mercy. Don't Don't come any closer. His trembling hand reached toward his lower back. There lay his last trump card. The cold gleam of metal flashed, and Long Ge suddenly raised his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at Fang Jian's forehead. His finger hovered over the trigger, shaking violently from fear, his front teeth grinding together. If you come any closer, he'll blow your fucking head off. Faced with Long Ge's threat, Fang Jian remained unmoved, steadily walking towards him. Bang! The gunfire erupted, the bullet tearing through the air. As the gun fired, Fang Jian merely tilted her body slightly. Her movement was only a fraction of a second slower than the bullet. The projectile grazed her ear, exploding against the brick wall behind her in a shower of debris. Long Ge's pupils constricted sharply. The second shot never even had time to be fired. A cold glint flickered. The machete that Fang Jian threw with her reverse hand spun through the air, accurately slicing through the hand that Long Ge was pulling the trigger with. Her fingers were severed at the base, falling into the blood pool alongside the gun, splattering dark red droplets. Long Ge's scream was heart-wrenching. He hunched over, stumbling as he turned to flee, but Fang Jian's bloodied ribbon suddenly tightened around his neck. The ribbon dug deeply into his flesh, dragging him back forcefully, like a fish caught by a hook struggling futilely. Cough. Suffocation turned his face a deep red, his eyes bulging, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fang Jian gripped his throat, pinning him against the wall, the mold stains between the bricks smearing against Long Ge's bald head, mixing with blood into a murky patch. She forced him to look up, meeting his gaze. Within her pitch-black eyes, a cold blue light suddenly flickered. Before Long Ge could utter a terrified plea, he was robbed of consciousness by advanced hypnosis, his murky pupils covered by a gray film resembling an empty shell from which the soul had been extracted. Who sent you? Fang Jian's voice was icy, the blue light in her eyes flickering slightly. Xiao Weishiwe and another woman, I don't know. Long Ge stared blankly at Fang Jian, answering her in detail. System tap into his brainwaves, I want to see who that woman is. Fang Jian narrowed her eyes, instructing the system that was pretending to be dead in her mind. Received ding. Successfully tapped into Long Dahai's brainwaves. 800 points deducted. The system obediently extracted Long Dahai's relevant memories about that woman and projected them into Fang Jian's mind. In an instant, a segment of memory that did not belong to her appeared in Fang Jian's mind. In the memory, Long Ge was conversing with a woman dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and a mask with not a single inch of skin exposed. The conversation roughly revolved around the woman offering 500 to buy Fang Jian's life, giving Long Ge 0 as a deposit with the balance to be settled once Long Ge provided a video of Fang Jian's death. Seeing the woman hand Long Ge a bank card revealing her hand missing a thumb like an abnormality, Fang Jian scoffed, her gaze growing colder. Feng Yuding. After obtaining the answer she sought, Long Ge had lost his last value. Fang Jian's fingers suddenly exerted force, accompanied by a crisp sound. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Long Ge's neck hung limply to one side. She released her grip, and the lifeless body fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The once noisy alley was now enveloped in silence, the smell of blood fermenting in the narrow passage, so thick it felt as if it could be squeezed into liquid. Fang Jian stood up, leisurely wiping her fingers with a blood-stained ribbon. At the moment she turned around, a nearly inaudible swallowing sound caused her to suddenly halt. Who? Her gaze turned icy, sharp eyes piercing towards the source of the sound. The ribbon between her fingers tightened, instantly shimmering with a chilling light under the dim glow. From the darkness came the rustling of clothes. After a moment, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, the dim streetlight illuminating a pale face. It's me, Jiang Xu. Upon recognizing the person, Fang Jian's pupils constricted, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, which quickly transformed into a bone-chilling coldness. She slowly approached Jiang Xu, each step felt like treading on his nerves. What did you see? Jiang Xu looked at Fang Jian, who resembled a Shura crawling out of hell, forcing himself not to glance at the pile of broken bodies behind her. His throat struggled to swallow, cold sweat soaking his back. Surely he couldn't admit he had seen everything that should and shouldn't be seen. Faced with Fang Jian's deathly gaze, Jiang Xu trembled slightly, stammering, should I have seen something? What do you think? Fang Jian's movements clearly paused for a moment. She tilted her head, looking at Jiang Xu with amusement. Yet that smile made the hair on Jiang Xu's body stand on end. His fingertips unconsciously dug into his palm. I saw a gang fight, and then you got innocently dragged in. You out of self-preservation. You. Under Fang Jian's increasingly dangerous gaze, fearing he might really die again, Jiang Xu's mind raced, ultimately producing a flimsy excuse. After hearing this, Fang Jian narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Xu from top to bottom. Then under his terrified gaze she reached out and patted his shoulder. When Jiang Xu saw Fang Jian raise her hand, he stopped breathing, thinking he was about to die again, and desperately closed, but the anticipated pain never came. Fang Jian merely gave his shoulder a light pat. This simple action nearly drove Jiang Xu to the brink of collapse. He bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, the taste of rust spreading on his tongue, barely suppressing the urge to scream. The warmth of Fang Jian's palm seeped through the fabric, feeling warm, yet making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That's a decent story. These light words felt like a decree of pardon. Jiang Xu almost sighed in relief, his breath escaping him until Fang Jian finally turned away. He placed one hand over his chest and leaned against the nearby wall, slowly catching his breath. Once he regained his composure, he noticed Fang Jian had not left, but was instead attending to the scene. Jiang Xu's gaze wandered through the mess, his throat rolling a few times, struggling with hesitation. In the end, he slumped his shoulders, sighing in resignation, and stepped towards the chaotic scene. Fang Jian was positioning two mangled bodies into a pose of mutual destruction. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Jiang Xu, who not only hadn't fled, but had awkwardly begun to handle the scene. He awkwardly crouched down, reaching to tug at the collar of another body, stiffly dragging one of the corpses by the arm, his pale face filled with resistance, yet his actions were unexpectedly resolute. Her hands paused for a moment as she turned to assess this inexperienced helper, her brows knitting tighter. The quiet alley was filled only with the sound of dragging bodies. "What are you helping me with?" Fang Jian suddenly spoke, her voice carrying confusion. "Aren't you supposed to call the police?" Upon hearing Fang Jian's puzzled inquiry, Jiang Xu felt it necessary to clarify her misunderstanding of him. He released the arm he was holding, fingers still stained with drying blood, but when he looked up at Fang Jian, an unusual calmness emanated. Fang Jian, he gazed directly into the girl's depthless eyes, his voice low yet firm. "I know what you're thinking. You believe I would condemn you like the others without discernment." The smell of blood in the alley was thick and suffocating, yet Jiang Xu's gaze remained exceptionally clear. He pointed to the scattered weapons on the ground, and then to the deliberately concealed blind spot of a surveillance camera. "These people clearly intended to kill you. If you weren't strong enough, it would be you lying here now." The night wind, carrying the scent of rust, swept between them, Jiang Xu's voice mingling with it. "Although I don't agree with violence begetting violence, I certainly won't stand with the assailants. Expecting the victim to show mercy to the perpetrator is the true absurdity." Jiang Xu looked at Fang Jian, his eyes taking on a serious tone. "So I am on your side." Faced with Jiang Xu's earnest yet stubborn gaze, Fang Jian averted her eyes from his, her expression somewhat peculiar, as she softly muttered, "Fool." She continued her previous actions, her lowered gaze obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Jiang Xu watched her, uncertain if his words had truly reached her. Feeling somewhat awkward, he rubbed his nose, intending to continue helping with the scene, but suddenly remembered something. He quickly walked over to Fang Jian, grabbing her wrist, and without waiting for her shocked reaction, pulled her along as they ran. The night wind howled past their ears, carrying the unique chill of early summer. Fang Jian's slightly lower than average body temperature picked up a bit of warmth from his slightly heated palm as the smell of blood gradually peeled away. The dim streetlights cast mottled shadows in the alley, stretching and shortening the figures of the two as they ran. Their shadows danced across the uneven wall, ultimately merging completely at a corner. Not long after the two left, the piercing sound of police sirens resonated throughout the alley. Jiang Xu pulled Fang Jian as they ran madly, stopping only when they reached a park bench by a lake. Fang Jian abruptly yanked her wrist away from Jiang Xu, her gaze icy as she stared at him, her tone sharp. "You better give me a reasonable explanation." With his back to Fang Jian, Jiang Xu's expression stiffened, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. After all, he had just sworn he wouldn't call the police, and now the sirens blared throughout the neighborhood. If he hadn't run fast, they would probably be at the police station together by now. He turned around stiffly, but couldn't bear to meet Fang Jian's eyes, staring instead at the fallen leaves by her feet, stammering, Actually, this was an accident." Jiang Xu couldn't come up with another excuse, so he had to confess the whole story. "I passed by here just now and heard some thugs mention your name, saying they wanted to teach you a lesson. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I called the police in advance." "Who would have thought? You took care of it all by yourself." Fang Jian looked at Jiang Xu, who dared not meet her gaze, somewhat speechless, and disdainfully said, "Mind your own business." She shook her slightly numb hand, as if trying to shake off the lingering warmth on her skin. Fang Jian glanced around the surroundings, about to turn and leave, when she suddenly felt the corner of her clothing being gently tugged. She turned back impatiently, meeting Jiang Xu's damp peach blossom eyes. Jiang Xu cautiously offered her a handkerchief. "You have blood on your face, wipe it off." Sitting on the bench because he had done something wrong, the tall youth's silhouette hunched slightly under the streetlight, as if trying to curl up into a ball. In the light, the beautifully shaped peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of grievance. Yet when Fang Jian turned to look at him, he still bravely held out his handkerchief, as if wanting her to wipe her face. Even though he was so frightened that his ears drooped, he stubbornly held out the handkerchief like a large dog that had just been scolded by its owner, but was still wagging its tail, bringing its favorite toy. As he looked up at her, his long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, the flickering light in his pupils reminiscent of scattered stars, clearly feeling wronged, yet cautiously inching closer to her. The night wind brushed past, causing his tousled hair to sway, and even the shadow cast on the ground appeared. Fang Jian watched Jiang Xu in this state, reaching out to take the handkerchief he offered. After giving Jiang Xu one last deep look, she turned and left. After leaving the park, Fang Jian did not head home directly. She transferred some money to the dog school to have them take care of Bear for another night, planning to pick him up early the next morning. At that moment, a WeChat notification rang out abruptly. A message popped up next to Jiang Xu's avatar. "Jiang Xu, I will handle tonight's matter, don't worry." Seeing this, Fang Jian had no reaction. She exited the chat interface, her fingers swiftly sliding across the screen as several hidden programs ran smoothly beneath her fingers, effortlessly hacking Jiang Xu's WeChat account. Finding Xiao Weishua's WeChat in the class group, she edited a message and sent a friend request. The other party accepted almost instantly. Immediately the chat box displayed the other party is typing, followed by 3 consecutive messages. Xiao Weishua, are you Jiang Xu? Xiao Weishua, Jiang Xu, I truly know I was wrong. Please let me go. I just like you too much, that's why I did such things to you. Xiao Weishua, can you forgive me? Jiang Xu, please forgive me. Upon returning, Fang Jian learned of the events that transpired between Jiang Xu and Xiao Weishua during her absence. Ignoring Xiao Weishua's pleas, she sent a location instead, adding a line, Jiang Xu, let's meet and talk. In an old self-built house in the 4th ring of F City, Xiao Weishua stared at the location. Jiang Xu sent her pupils suddenly constricting. She bit her lip hard, releasing it only when she tasted blood. Her nails unconsciously dug into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped red marks on her skin. Various complex emotions flashed through her eyes, and ultimately she gritted her teeth and typed a reply, Xiao Weishua, okay, I'll be there soon. The phone slipped from her grasp onto the crumpled bedsheet as Xiao Weishua grabbed her coat from the bedside. She knew it was a trap, but so what? She had no choice. After all, this was her only opportunity to see Jiang Xu. F City glowed beneath the night sky, its streets ablaze with perpetual light. Neon bled across glass facades, car headlights coalesced into a serpentine river of silver. Inside, luxury boutiques, crystal chandeliers fractured diamond light into scattered stars. At the far end of this radiant thoroughfare stood a skeletal, unfinished building, a raw, unhealed wound upon the urban landscape. Its concrete ribs jutted starkly into the darkness, rusted steel rebar clawed upward like the brittle limbs of dead trees. Hollow windows gaped like eye sockets stripped of their gaze. Night wind moaned through scaffolding. A tattered waterproof tarp hung from a crumbling floor edge, flapping against the wall in the ragged dying flutter of a butterfly's wings. Beside it, hardened cement sacks, bathed in prismatic light, slowly succumbed to creeping emerald moss. Amid this exquisitely expensive district it stood alone, an island abandoned by time and tide. Only vagrants left damp cigarette butts and mildewed blankets in collapsed stairwells. Only stray dogs broke the desolation with low guttural howls, brief intrusions swallowed instantly by silence. Clang. A hollow aluminum can rolled from shadow into stillness, its shrill trajectory slicing the quiet. A stray cat stiffened, ears pricked, then vanished into blackness. High heels clicked over gravel as Xiao Weishua stepped before the derelict building's entrance. She wore a black trench coat too severe for her youth, its hem lifting in the wind to reveal a form-fitting dress incongruous with her age. Heavy makeup masked her youthful softness, yet could not conceal the taut vigilance burning deep within her eyes. She tilted her head upward, gazing into the building's yawning void. Her throat moved faintly, swallowing something unspeakable. This was it. Beyond, the city pulsed with glittering indifference. Here only wind whispered, and her own breath growing louder, sharper with every passing second. She drew a slow, deliberate breath, forcing calm. Fingernails bit deep into her palms, the sting anchoring her to lucidity. There was no turning back now. Ever since that desperate final gamble at the hotel ended in utter ruin, her life had torn apart like paper, shredded beyond mending. Her parents had lost their fortune and jobs because of her, as she herself had nearly been imprisoned. Had the system not intervened one last time, securing her release through a high-ranking procuratorate official, it would already be her fate to chew cold, hard prison rations behind bars. Yet even this narrow escape brought no solace. Nearly everyone knew of her disgrace. Her parents severed all ties, and every hard-earned system point gone utterly spent. With nowhere left to turn, she resorted to pursuing targets she once would have scorned, loadier, insignificant men. Among them were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, coarse fingers roaming her body, oily gazes clinging to her skin like grime. She felt sick, nauseated to the core, yet smiled, endured, even closed her eyes when demanded, submitting to acts more degrading, more vile. Every memory of those hellish days twisted her heart into knots of hatred for Fang Jian. All of it. Her downfall was her doing. If only she hadn't seduced Jiang Xu. How else could she have failed? It was all that wretched woman's fault. To exact vengeance, Xiao Weishua choked down revulsion and accepted Long Ji's proposition to become his mistress. She refused none of his demands. Her sole condition, he must deliver retribution. Now, imagining Fang Jian broken, ruined, reduced to a shattered husk, a thin, venomous thrill seeped into her warped soul. What did beauty matter? What did Jiang Xu's favor mean? In the end, she would die, filthy, grotesque, unrecognizable. Xiao Weishua had instructed Long Gu explicitly film her violation, then kill her. She would send the footage to Jiang Xu to show him precisely what became of the woman he once cherished. No one who crossed her would escape unscathed. Qing, Zhu Yuan, Fang Jian, especially Fang Jian. Not one would be spared. At that thought, the suffocating gloom clouding her mind lifted, just slightly. She glanced at her watch. 15 minutes had passed since Jiang Xu's message. After a pause, she typed her reply. Xiao Weishua, I've arrived downstairs. Jiang Xu replied with silence. Xiao Weishua tightened her grip on her phone, eyes flickering toward the GPS marker sixth floor. One final fleeting tremor of hesitation crossed her face. Then she inhaled deeply and stepped into the stairwell. With each ascending step, unease coiled around her, like, why had Jiang Xu summoned her? Now here in this decaying structure. Could he possibly know the truth about Xinqing? Impossible. She had used an item purchased from the system shop, one designed to leave no trace, no evidence, no trail leading back to her. Chaos churned in her skull, doubt, dread, suspicion. Yet her feet kept moving. Before she realized it, she stood frozen at the icy threshold of the sixth floor. Before her stretched absolute blackness. Sixth floor, a tomb forgotten by time. She swallowed, mouth dry as ash, throat raw with cold. She navigated by the intermittent, eerie green pulse of emergency exit signs. Each step a tentative advance into the jaws of unknown terror. Her voice trembled, barely audible, as if swallowed whole by the dark. Jiang Xu. The moment the name left her lips, a sudden draft roared through the hollow floor. Long, distorted, mournful, woo-woo. Like an unseen presence mimicking her call, or the sigh of a spirit long imprisoned here. Her scalp prickled, every hair stood rigid. She dared not pause. Clutching her palms tight, she broke into a frantic, stumbling run. Her heels struck bare concrete. Sharp staccato clicks, amplified, warped, multiplied by the hollow space, until echoes rebounded from every direction, not one runner, but many, phantom footsteps closing in. Gasping, she burst into the designated spot, only to see silhouetted against the endless night beyond the window a lone figure, standing motionless, back turned. Jiang. Relief surged, her voice nearly cracked with it. But before the name fully formed, the figure turned. Distant city lights limned her outline, but it was not Jiang Xu. Yue. Xia Weishu froze, eyes wide with disbelief, every unspoken word trapped in her throat. Fang Jian stood casually at the sixth-floor balcony, hands tucked into her pockets, facing the howling wind. The gale swept unchecked across the heights, lifting her raven-black hair cool and lustrous as crow feathers, and the white silk ribbon tied loosely at her wrist. Strands danced alive in the air, brushing her pale cheeks. Her black silk shirt billowed and clung, now revealing the lean, powerful lines of her shoulders and back, now flaring open to expose expanses of cold, luminous skin and the elegant, precise curve of her collarbone. Sleeves pushed carelessly to her forearms exposed delicate veins, tracing faint blue rivers beneath translucent skin. The fabric shimmered, sometimes liquid, sometimes dull, as if darkness itself breathed with subtle rhythmic rise and fall. Behind her, the fractured glow of distant skyscrapers and neon formed a hazy, detached backdrop, soft light outlining her silhouette with meticulous precision, yet failing entirely to penetrate the obsidian stillness of her eyes. Her face, once famed for unearthly, breathtaking beauty, was utterly devoid of expression, a godlike or demonic statue enshrined atop a crumbling tower, remote, flawless, and profoundly inhuman. She stood unmoving, yet radiated the latent power of a predator coiled in deepest shadow. A silent, immense danger emanated from her, thick as the suffocating calm before a cataclysm. The very air seemed to congeal around her, a chilling, paralyzing pressure that raised gooseflesh along the spine. At Xia Weishua's panicked cry, Fang Jian slowly turned. Her gaze settled upon the other woman's ashen face, and her lips curved ever so slowly into a smile, frost-bitten, hollow, utterly without warmth. Her voice cut cleanly through the wind, calm, razor-sharp, each syllable wrapped in unmistakable mockery and ice. Disappointed to see I'm still alive. This was the first time Xia Weishua faced Fang Jian alone. The other woman's presence descended like deep ocean water, silent, total, crushing. Her heart hammered violently, breath came in shallow, desperate gasps. She clenched her fists until nails pierced flesh, repeating inwardly again and again, Fang Jian is merely in frank failure, a creature she could crush beneath her heel. Only this mantra held back the trembling terror threatening to consume her. Where is Jiang Xu? Where is he? She lunged forward a step, straightening her spine, pitching her voice higher, not out of authority, but to mask her fraying composure. Fang Jian remained silent, yet the faint curve of her lips deepened, tinged now with something unsettlingly alien, almost amused. Her gaze slid over Xia Weishua, not seeing her, but dissecting her, stripping away pretense, exposing raw vulnerability. Cold, indifferent, like observing an ant too ignorant to comprehend its own insignificance. That look, combined with the unspoken bond between Fang Jian and Jiang Xu, the bond that had ignited Xia Weishua's jealous fury, struck like a blade of ice through her last shreds of reason. It's you. You lured Jiang Xu to trick me here. You wretched bitch. All pent-up venom erupted. Her eyes contorted with hate. She wanted to flay Fang Jian alive with her gaze. Have you come to gloat? Fine. Fine. Since you seek your own destruction, I'll grant it. Before the final word faded, a dagger materialized in her hidden hand, a devouring dagger forged from pure shadow and insatiable hunger. Simultaneously, a surge of violent, transient power flooded her limbs. 10-minute assassin experience. Her final desperate purchase bought with every last system point she possessed. Here in this very place, she had slain Xinqing with this same blade, feeding the corpse to the dagger, erasing her utterly from existence. Now another sacrifice would feed its hunger. She had sworn it, anyone who dared impede her path deserved death. Hatred twisted her features into a grotesque mask. Propelled by the experience card's raw force, she became a blur, too swift for the eye to track, dagger aimed unerringly at Fang Jian's heart. Fang Jian did not move. Not a single fold of her clothing stirred. Only when the dagger's death-haunted tip hovered mere inches from her chest did Fang Jian lift her gaze. Bestiary twin pupils' nightmare. Her human pupils remained unchanged, but the scarab beside them wrinkled and tore silently like rotting parchment. From the fissure emerged another set of eyes. No, not two, but multiple overlapping twisting, defying all geometry, all logic. They were not simple double pupils. They nested infinitely, like a monstrous malevolent honeycomb, or the cold, ancient stare of some entity slumbering beyond the cosmos, briefly glimpsing this fragile world through a tear in its mortal shell. Xia Weishua met that gaze, and in that instant she did not see a being. She beheld the raw, nameless madness lurking at the universe's abyssal edge. Contact brought no impact, only total, seamless replacement. Her consciousness senses, even her fundamental sense of self, ripped away by an implacable gelid will, and violently forced into a tunnel of alien geometry screaming with irrationality. Reality shrieked as color and form dissolved. Physics died with a whimper. Only those twin pupils remained, fixed immutable, the epicenter of all chaos, the sole anchor in a storm of unthinkable insanity. As her vision drowned in blinding white, her skull ringing with a deafening hollow buzz, her body driven by momentum continued its fatal lunge. The dagger still cleaved the air. She could feel the resistance of the wind against its edge. Yet at the precise instant the blade should have pierced Fang Jian's heart, wind, dust, shattered balcony, Fang Jian's impassive face, all shattered like glass. Then vertigo. She crashed onto unforgiving ground, elbow striking jagged stone with sharp, nauseating pain, battling dizziness and rising while she braced herself against the wall, legs trembling, struggling to rise. A curse died unspoken on her lips, frozen mid-breath. Every thought, every sound ceased. Stale dust and wind vanished, replaced by warm, sun-drenched air sweet with grass and light. Before her stretched not skeletal concrete, but a tranquil schoolyard bathed in golden sunset light. Below, students in identical uniforms strolled in clusters, laughing softly across the campus. A female teacher passed nearby, clutching lesson plans, offering a glance tinged with gentle concern. Xia Weishua stared down at her hands, hers yet undeniably not. She wore an unfamiliar, impeccably tailored Japanese uniform, deep blue sailor collar, pleated skirt, crimson necktie, precisely knotted. Each detail screamed one terrifying truth: this was not the sixth-floor balcony. Panic rose like a tidal wave, cold, suffocating, absolute. Where am I? She whispered soundlessly, whirling wildly, searching desperately for any familiar landmark. The system. Yes, the system. Frantically, hysterically, she screamed inside her mind. System. System. Answer me. Where's this place? What's happening? But no matter how fiercely she called, the system remained. No mechanical voice. No interface. No response. Only hollow, echoing silence. As if the system, the source of her power, her strategy, her reality-warping crutch, had never existed at all. As if it were nothing more than a hallucination born of her own unraveling mind. Weishua, why are you still here? Class starts soon, come on. Just as despair threatened to break her, a puzzled feminine voice sounded behind her. Xia Weishua whirled, pressing her spine hard against the cold wall, eyes wide with terror, as she faced the girl who'd appeared without warning. The girl wore the same uniform, regarding her with genuine confusion, utterly unaware of why her friend looked so. What's wrong? You look awful. Oh, hurry, we'll be late. With no time to probe further, the girl seized Xia Weishua's wrist and pulled her forward, sprinting toward the building. Xia Weishua's mind reeled, her limbs felt leaden. She offered no resistance, letting the stranger. Mid-run, a chilling anomaly struck her, the girl's fingers locked around her wrist, cold. Not merely cool, unnaturally cold, as if leaching heat from her very bones. Is this even human temperature? Xia Weishua stared at the girl's retreating back, a fresh wave of dread slithering up her spine. They reached the classroom door just as the bell chimed. The girl steered her to a seat, fourth row by the window. Almost simultaneously, the teacher entered, lesson plans in hand, ready to begin class. Xia Weishua opened her textbook, blankly scanning unfamiliar faces and surroundings, her anxiety swelling like a rising tide. Beep, player 994-5464 loaded successfully. Welcome to The Endless Nightmare. Current scenario: hide and seek, difficulty, D rank, role human. Survive, by any means necessary. But she registered none of it, her entire being consumed by the voice erupting in her skull. Where is this place? How do I get out? The distorted mechanical tone startled her. She sat bolt upright, knocking her chair backward with a loud scrape. Heads turned. The teacher shot her a sharp warning glance. But Xia Weishua paid no heed. Every fiber of her being focused solely on the voice in her head. What are you saying? Endless nightmare. Hide and seek. I only want out of this cursed place. Tell me now what I must do. Yet the system ignored her pleas, continuing its cold procedural recitation. Primary objective: at least one human player survives tonight's game. Secondary objective: identify the hidden entity. The Endless Nightmare staff wishes you safe passage. What the hell are you babbling about? System. I demand my original system. Terror curdled into raw, shrieking rage. But the voice, unchanged, unfeeling, ceased after its announcement, leaving only silence. Simultaneously, a translucent interface shimmered into existence on her wrist, displaying her vital stats and scenario details. At the panel's top 4 avatars representing human players glowed steadily. No casualties yet. Xia Weishui gripped her hair, fingers tearing at the roots. She had no idea what power Fang Jian wielded, how she had dragged her into this impossible realm. Gnawing her lip until blood welled, she vowed inwardly if she escaped, Fang Jian would suffer 1,000 deaths, dismembered, unmade, erased atom by atom. Provided, of course, she lived long enough to try. The piercing sound of the class bell interrupted the teacher, still lecturing at the podium. At the moment the teacher announced the end of the classroom was suddenly filled with the rustling sounds of students packing up. Classmates hastily closed their textbooks and moved their chairs and desks as the air buzzed with the unique restlessness and relaxation that accompanied the end of school. Fang Xia Weishui's deskmate was also tidying up her desk. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned her head and saw Xia Weishui still sitting motionless in her seat, staring blankly ahead with an unusually pale face. Fang Zi paused, set down what she was holding, leaned in with concern, and gently patted Xia Weishui's shoulder. "Shui, are you okay? Your face hasn't looked right since before class." Xia Weishui seemed startled by the sudden touch, her body shuddering slightly. Avoiding Fang Zi's probing gaze, she spoke with a slightly dazed voice. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell." "Unwell? Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Fang Zi's brow furrowed, her tone filled with more concern. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice hesitantly to ask, "So, are you still going to that event that Zhong Chuan mentioned tonight?" "What event?" Xia Weishui blurted out instinctively. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Fang Zi's worried expression instantly froze, turning into confusion as she slightly tilted her head and scrutinized her deskmate. "The midnight hide and seek which you and Zhong Chuan suggested together. Don't you remember?" Seeing the questioning look in Fang Zi's eyes, Xia Weishui's heart tightened. She knew almost nothing about the world before her and could not afford to reveal any cracks. Suppressing her panic, Xia Weishui lowered her eyelids and softly said, "How could that be? I just felt a bit dizzy and didn't react in time." Fang Zi's doubts did not fully dissipate, but she eventually refrained from pursuing the matter further, softly saying, "All right, then make sure to rest. If you really can't go, don't force yourself." Xia Weishui lowered her head, her fingertips slightly cold. Remembering the task issued by the system, she gritted her teeth, stiffly reached out, and gently pulled at Fang Zi's clothing. She struggled to manipulate her facial muscles, forcing out a seemingly relaxed smile she often wore. "By the way, Fang Zi, who else is going tonight? I just want to confirm and see if it's the same as what I know." Fang Zi, without suspicion, thought Xia Weishui wanted to confirm the number of attendees and began counting on her fingers. "Besides you and me, there's Zhong Chuan, Dun Yitang, Li, and Jie Dao. The event location is at the old teaching building. We'll eat first, and then head there directly." Xia Weishui silently noted every name. She recalled that the system panel clearly indicated that including herself, there were only 4 players. Therefore, among these 6 people, there was 1 ghost and 1 native. "I'm all packed." Fang Zi efficiently stuffed the last book in her bag, stood up, and grabbed Xia Weishui's hand. "Let's go, Shui, it's time to eat." Xia Weishui was pulled along, nearly jogging to keep up. However, her attention was entirely focused on their clasped hands. Fang Zi's hand was unusually cold, with a skin tone that was nearly transparent, and that sensation sent shivers down Xia Weishui's spine. "So, is Fang Zi a native or a ghost?" Fang Zi led Xia Weishui to a popular restaurant in the snack shop. Inside the restaurant, while Xia Weishui mindlessly ate her meal, she gleaned more about the midnight hide and seek from Fang Zi's enthusiastic chatter. It is said that over 50 years ago, when the old teaching building was still in normal use, on what seemed like an ordinary night, several thrill-seeking students secretly entered to conduct a forbidden spirit game. However, that night, everyone mysteriously died within the building, and the conditions of their deaths were extremely gruesome. Rumors spread in the outside world, but the school could not provide a reasonable explanation. In the time that followed, strange occurrences frequently happened in the teaching building. Crying sounds in the dead of night, moving shadows, inexplicable footsteps. Panic quickly spread, and the school ultimately had no choice but to completely seal off this ominous structure. After finishing dinner, the two went to a convenience store to purchase props needed for the midnight hide and seek. By the time everything was ready, it was quietly nearing 11 o'clock at night. Fang Zi led Xia Weishui to the agreed location, the abandoned meeting room on the first floor of the old teaching building. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a wave of stale dust rushed at them. The room was devoid of light, with only a few flashlights standing in the center, their pale beams casting blurred patterns on the pitch-black ceiling. The rest of the figures were seated around the faint light source, their faces appearing somewhat indistinct in the interplay of light and shadow. "Why are you two so slow? We've been waiting for you." A slightly impatient voice broke the silence. Xia Weishui looked in the direction of the voice. It belonged to a boy with striking red hair and a silver lip ring who was frowning and staring at the two newcomers. "Sorry, Jie Dao." Fang Zi immediately lifted the shopping bag in her hand, her tone filled with apology. "The restaurant we went to was too crowded, and we waited in line for a long time. But we got everything we needed." Seeing that the required items were all in place, Jie Dao's earlier complaints subsided. At that moment, a black-haired boy sitting at the center of the group stood up and silently took the bag. In the dim light, Xiao Wei Shui recognized him as the core of this event, Zhong Chuan. He first organized everyone to draw lots, and after everyone had drawn, he began to take out the items from the bag one by one, meticulously arranging them on the floor in a manner that was difficult to describe. His movements skilled and imbued with a ritualistic solemnity, ultimately constructing a small and eerie altar before everyone. Once completed, he stood before the altar holding 3 slender incense sticks. He turned around, the flashlight's beam shining up from his chin, casting his facial contours in stark relief, even giving him a somewhat grim appearance. Zhong Chuan's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, his voice deep and clear, carrying an undeniable gravity. Before we start, I will reiterate the game rules one last time. He paused, ensuring everyone's attention was on him. First, if anyone wants to withdraw, now is the last chance. Once the game begins, no one can leave midway. Second, remember the old teaching building has 6 floors. Each floor can only and must have 1 person hiding. If you hear someone else's voice on your floor, or see someone you know, his gaze sharpened. Do not trust, do not respond, and do not search. That may not be someone you know. Third, and most importantly in this game, all of us belong to the human faction. As long as you are not found by it before dawn, then you will have cleared the game. At that time, the legend will come true, and each of us will receive a chance to fulfill any wish. As his words fell, the meeting room fell into a dead silence, with only the drifting dust in the flashlight beams dancing. After waiting for a moment, seeing that no one wanted to withdraw, Zhong Chuan curled his lips in a satisfied smile and slowly lit the incense. He turned around reverently and inserted the 3 incense sticks into the burner, then solemnly announced the game. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wei Shui felt a bone-chilling coldness radiate outward from Zhong Chuan like ripples, causing her to shiver involuntarily, the hairs on her neck standing on end. Everyone can start to go to your floors and hide. Remember, you must hide well before midnight. Zhong Chuan warned one last time before turning, first his figure disappearing into the darkness outside the meeting room, heading for the floor he had drawn. The others, upon hearing this, also began to stir, leaving in a flurry of nervous excitement. Xiao Wei Shui glanced at her drawn lot, which indicated 5th floor. Fang Jian had the 4th floor, so she pulled Xiao Wei Shui and ran toward the stairs. Stop dazing, Shui, hurry up. We only have half an hour. The two of them dashed through the empty, dilapidated staircase, their footsteps echoing loudly in the silent building, sounding particularly jarring. At the 4th floor staircase, Fang Jian let go of her hand and whispered, "Be careful," before quickly disappearing into the dark corridor of the 4th floor. Xiao Wei Shui continued alone, running up to the 5th floor. As she stepped onto the corridor of the 5th floor, a heavier sense of coldness enveloped her. Before her lay an endless expanse of darkness, with only the faint green light of the emergency exit in the distance barely outlining the corridor. Her palms started to sweat, her heart raced, and she still felt that all of this was absurd and terrifying. She glanced at her phone screen, which showed only 15 minutes left. The urgency dispelled some of her fear, and she began to urgently search for a hiding place. After pushing open several ajar classroom doors, she found them either piled with abandoned desks and chairs or too empty to hide anywhere, leaving her dissatisfied. As time ticked away, just when only 3 minutes remained, she finally discovered a tiered classroom at the end of the corridor. At the back of the classroom, below the wooden podium stairs, there was a compartment originally used for storing equipment. Due to relocation, it now had just enough space to accommodate 1 or 2 people. Xiao Wei Shui ignored the thick dust and cobwebs that might dirty her clothes, and with time slipping away, she practically climbed in using both hands and feet. She quickly used some old wooden boards and rags scattered inside to block the entrance, awkwardly disguising it as a pile of clutter, and finally left a tiny gap to observe outside. She had just held her breath and hidden when the time on her phone switched to 000. At that moment, a gust of cold wind seemingly from nowhere howled through the corridor, making a sound akin to weeping, as if the entire building was sighing. The game has begun. The night was thick like ink, completely engulfing the clamor of the day. In the distance, the old teaching building stood silently among the overgrown weeds, its vague and massive silhouette resisting the faint light of dawn. The red brick exterior was already worn and mottled, covered with twisted and withered vines resembling shriveled blood vessels pressed against cold skin. Most of the windows had shattered glass, leaving dark holes with the occasional remaining shards reflecting the sharp cold light like daggers under the dim moonlight. Absolute silence was the only ruler here. Occasionally a gust of night wind slipped through some crack, passing through the hollow windows and broken railings, immediately emitting a whimpering low wail akin to the cry of a lost soul, only to vanish into the deeper stillness, leaving one to suspect it was merely an illusion. Hiding in the mezzanine of the lecture hall, Xiao Wei Shui nervously observed the movements outside the crack, aided by the faint, almost negligible moonlight seeping in. All she could see was a blurry and distorted dark outline. Half an hour had passed since the game began, and her tense nerves and prolonged posture had left one side of her body stiff and numb. She very slowly and cautiously shifted her curled-up position bit by bit, trying to relieve the prickling numbness in her calf, fearful of making any noise. Just as she bit her teeth and carefully rubbed her nearly numb ankle, A loud bang like a heavy object crashing heavily to the ground suddenly erupted from downstairs, violently striking this silent floor. Immediately a piercing and distorted scream tore through the darkness. Ah! The sound was filled with extreme fear and unspeakable pain, piercing Xia Weixu's eardrums in an instant. She was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. Instinctively, she covered her mouth tightly with both hands, stifling a nearly escaped gasp. With wide, terrified eyes, she stared at the crack by the door, her heart pounding in her chest so fast it felt like it might explode, as if all the blood in her body froze in that moment. That voice was from the red-haired, impatient Kadu. What happened? What did he encounter? The enormous commotion downstairs undoubtedly startled others hiding on different. Once the silence was broken, an unspoken, yet suffocating panic seemed to spread through the air. Everyone could feel that a terrifying change had occurred. However, before anyone could make sense of the initial shock and fear, ugh. No, don't come here. A series of increasingly piercing and abrupt screams and sounds of pursuit suddenly erupted from different floors and directions, only to abruptly cease. One scream followed another, as if the Grim Reaper was conducting a swift and brutal harvest within this building. Xia Weixu could no longer hold on. Her body trembled violently, out of control, her teeth chattering. She clutched her head tightly, burying her face deep between her knees, as if this could isolate her from those terrifying sounds and escape this despairing reality. The cold fear coiled up her legs like vines, tightening so much that she could hardly breathe. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she quickly raised her head, trembling fingers hurriedly summoning a task panel that only she could see in the air. A ghostly blue light screen appeared, displaying the 4 avatars of her teammates, all of which had turned gray, silently declaring their fate. Xia Weixu closed the panel, a bone-chilling cold instantly sweeping over her, colder than any chilling wind in this building. Despair surged like a tidal wave. She was the only one left. What should she do now? Leave? Or continue hiding? The immense fear and hesitation gripped her throat like 2 hands. Just as she was being torn apart by these extreme emotions, nearly on the verge of collapse, tap, tap, tap. A series of clear, slow footsteps without warning echoed in the empty and dead silent corridor on the 5th floor. Xia Weixu's pupils suddenly constricted in the darkness, and the cold fear instantly gripped her throat. She pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, suppressing even the faintest sound of breath, her knuckles turning pale from the. Her eyes widened in extreme terror, fixated on the narrow crack in the door that she had left for observation, blinking not once. The heavy, sticky footsteps drew closer, the unhurried rhythm carrying a mocking and calm demeanor, precisely crushing her already overwhelmed heartbeat. As the footsteps approached, a nauseatingly strong smell of rust mixed with an indescribable stench penetrated the cracks in the wooden boards, rudely invading her nostrils. The scent was so fresh and hot, as if it had just splashed out from a warm body, nearly causing her stomach to churn. Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped outside the door. In an instant, all was silent. Even the suffocating footsteps and the smell of blood seemed to freeze. It felt as though all the blood in Xia Weixu's body surged to her brain, then froze in the next second. She could clearly hear the thump-thump of her heart, like drums in the silence. A slender and tall shadow completely blocked the faint light outside the crack, enveloping her entirely in deeper darkness. That thing stood right outside the door, just a board away from her. Realizing this, Xia Weixu's heart leaped to her. She desperately prayed in her heart, "Don't come here. Don't come. Don't see me. Don't see me." Yet that shadow remained motionless. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the silence, she heard the faint sound of fabric rustling and a slow turn of the head outside, as though that thing was surveying this dark area. Then a low and questioning feminine hum resonated, as if it had caught an unusual scent in the air. This calm, yet chilling sound was more terrifying than any roar, carrying an eerie curiosity. Following that was a dull clang of metal dragging. Like some heavy blood-soaked weapon carelessly dropped to the ground, shaking the wooden board she hid behind slightly. That sound distinctly conveyed to her that behind this calm curiosity lay merciless slaughter. Xia Weixu's heart was pounding fiercely in her chest, nearly splitting apart. Extremes of fear left her limbs icy and stiff, even shaking seemed frozen. She curled herself into a smaller ball, wishing she could merge with the wall behind her, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face, yet she dared not make a sound, only silently screamed and prayed in utter despair. Her entire world consisted only of the overwhelming shadow outside the door and the impending judgment of life or death. Perhaps heaven heard Xia Weixu's prayers. After lingering for a moment, the suffocating figure outside finally. The heavy and sticky footsteps echoed again, accompanied by the piercing noise of metal dragging across the ground, gradually fading away, eventually dissipating into the silence at the end of the corridor. Xia Weixu dared not relax for a moment. She focused all her remaining consciousness on hearing, her straining ears capturing every subtle sound outside, until she confirmed that silence had returned. Only then did she abruptly release her hands, which had already bitten marks into her palms, collapsing onto the cold ground, as if all her bones had been extracted, her chest heaving violently, greedily gulping in the air, mixed with dust, and the smell of blood, letting out a long, deep breath of relief. However, just as this breath had not fully escaped, bang! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Wood chips and dust exploded into the air like fireworks. A massive, cold, blood-soaked axe blade forcefully split through the ceiling of the wooden mezzanine where she was hiding. The sharp axe blade hung coldly in the air just a fist's distance from Xiao Weixi's forehead. The chilling, killing intent even cut into her skin. The extreme horror instantly shattered her reason. Xiao Weixiu let out a heart-wrenching scream, her survival instincts overriding thought. She clawed backward wildly, trying to escape that deadly cold glare. She looked up in terror, peering through the enormous crack that had been cleaved open, only to see that the figure that should have left was now standing tall above the mezzanine. The moonlight outlined her slender, yet superhuman silhouette, effortlessly grasping the nearly tumter-long giant axe with one hand, as if it were a toy. She tilted her head slightly, one side of her bangs falling, obscuring half her face, while the eye that was visible glimmered with a beast-like scarlet glow, the chilling, murderous intent roiling within it, nearly freezing Xiao Weixiu. The corner of her mouth slowly curled into a twisted, delighted arc. "I missed the mark." Her tone was light and almost tinged with regret, yet it was more chilling than any words. The pale moonlight poured through the hole, finally allowing Xiao Weixiu to see that face clearly. Xiao Weixiu stared at the familiar contours of the brows and eyes. A huge sense of absurdity and fear instantly seized her, causing her to forget about escaping, only incredulously squeezing out a few gasps from her trembling lips. Fang Jian. Yet the figure above showed no reaction, the smirk at the corner of her mouth deepening, and in a tone so calm it was terrifying, she issued the most cruel order to hunt. "You have 10 seconds to escape." 10. The moment the number was uttered, the icy countdown seemed to freeze the blood within Xiao Weixiu's veins. 9. The second number followed closely, striking her nerves like a heavy hammer. The instinct to survive completely overwhelmed all shock and fear, unleashing an unprecedented force. Xiao Weixiu let out a near-sobbing gasp, violently shouldering aside the clutter she had meticulously arranged, now resembling a prison. Amidst the flying wood chips, she rolled and scrambled out of her hiding place. 8. The death knell-like voice behind her rang out slowly, hauntingly, following her like a specter, precisely drilling into her ears. No matter how fast she ran, she could not shake it off. She dared not look back, gritting her teeth, letting the taste of blood fill her mouth as she ran with all her strength down the dark, dilapidated corridor. The only sounds in her ears were her labored breathing, the frantic beating of her heart, and the harsh noise of her feet striking the debris-littered floor. 5. 4. The countdown continued emotionlessly, each number striking her back like a whip, forcing her to extract the last ounce of her potential. The corridor seemed endless, with classroom doors on either side gaping like dark, monstrous maws. Just as despair approached the final 3 seconds of the countdown, Xiao Weixiu, in a panic, made a sharp turn. Her gaze caught a glimpse of an open doorway ahead, the crooked sign at its entrance vaguely revealing a blurred toilet symbol. She leaped in on sheer instinct, crashing heavily onto the cold, damp-stained floor, then scrambling on hands and knees into the nearest half-open stall, covering her mouth tightly to stifle all gasps and screams deep in her throat. The countdown came to an end, and silence once again enveloped the world. Xiao Weixiu desperately curled her body, wishing she could fold herself into a tiny ball and hide in the cracks of the wall, as if that would erase her very existence. Her school uniform was already filthy, covered in dust, cobwebs, and unknown sticky stains, making it impossible to discern its original color and style. The toilet was filled with a strong stench, a mix of aged urine, rotting mold, and some indescribable smell reminiscent of decaying flesh, harshly stimulating her nostrils and churning her stomach, almost making her gag. But she had no time to spare. Every sense and all her attention were like radars fixated on the silent corridor outside the door, wary of the terrifying sound of a dragging axe re-emerging. She was so focused on the front that she completely overlooked. Behind her, in the once empty darkness, a vague black shadow was quietly coalescing like ink dripping into clear water. After a moment, that chilling metallic dragging sound indeed emerged from the corridor. Clang! Clang! The sound grew closer, echoing like death's footsteps striking her heart. Xiao Weixiu instantly held her breath, her heartbeat almost coming to a halt. Fortunately, the footsteps did not stop, but continued to gradually fade away. Xiao Weixiu covered her mouth, quietly exhaling a breath of almost stagnant air. The cold fear slightly eased, but her tense nerves did not dare to relax, as she remained alert, listening for any faint sounds from outside the door. Until a mournful yet familiar voice almost whispered close to her ear, carrying a chilling aura. Shueshu. It was Fang Zi's voice. Xiao Weixiu's body instantly stiffened, her blood seemingly freezing at that moment, unable to move even a finger. Shueshu. The shadow behind her observed her lack of response and called out again in a haunting tone. At the same time, a cold, clammy hand gently rested on her trembling shoulder. Xiao Weixiu's face drained of color, her pupils dilated in sheer terror. Like a rusty mechanical doll, she turned her head slowly, piece by piece, only to see Fang Ji, who should have been hiding on the 4th floor, inexplicably appearing behind her in this cramped stall. But she had clearly confirmed that no one was here when she entered. The Fang Ji before her was utterly unrecognizable. Her once beautiful face was marred with countless web-like cracks, which were rapidly expanding and deepening, swiftly spreading across her entire head. Her skin and muscles peeled away like shattered porcelain, revealing the blurred flesh and stark white bone beneath. Thick, dark red blood mixed with unidentified bodily fluids gushed from the horrifying wounds. Her broken body staggered forward, groping with fractured bones jutting from her arms, those hollow eyes fixated on Shua. I hurt so much. Fangzi seemed oblivious to her own horrific state, merely wailing to herself, her voice distorted and filled with inhuman agony. Help me! Help me! The intense smell of blood and the stench of decay overwhelmed the toilet's foul odor, nearly suffocating. Xia Weixu's mind went blank, the sheer horror rendering her temporarily incapable of any reaction, simply staring in a daze at the approaching, disintegrating, terrifying figure. Until that icy, shattered hand, dripping with pieces of flesh, was about to touch her, the instinct to survive finally broke through the shackles of fear. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, kicked that terrifying hand away with all her might, and scrambled out of the stall, barreling through the wooden door of the toilet. However, what awaited her outside was not the dark corridor leading to safety, but an even deeper, suffocating abyss of despair. That slender figure, ghostly and eerie, stood quietly outside the door, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Fang Jian, who should have left, returned, holding a giant axe nearly as tall as her, covered in sticky blood, its blade reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim moonlight. Seeing Xia Weixu burst through the door like a frightened prey, Fang Jian's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, a grin filled with pure delight and exhilaration twisted to an extreme level, with a frenzied glint in her crimson eye. Found you. The light words fell like a final judgment pronouncing the death sentence. The moment the words left her mouth, the giant axe had already torn through the air, striking down with irresistible force. The speed was too fast, the force too strong, even emitting a chilling whimper. Xia Weixu had no time to react, unable to even let out a short scream. In the final moments of her life, all that remained in her view was her own body cleaved in half, and Fang Jian's eyes brimming with madness, and a morbid sense of satisfaction deeply imprinted into her soul. In a desolate graveyard overgrown with wild grass and skeletal branches, pale moonlight spilled over crooked tombstones and scattered paper money, the silence only broken by the wind whispering through the decaying twigs like countless lost souls murmuring. Suddenly, a jarring melody pierced through the silence. The music was sharp and hoarse, a suona playing what should have been a joyous tune, but it was out of tune, mixed with the dull sound of mournful drums and the raspy clang of cymbals, creating an eerie and sinister joy. The haunting joy of the funeral music sent chills down one's spine. From deep within the forest, a strange mist began to spread, and a group of shadowy red figures drew closer. It was a wedding procession. For bearers lifted a large red bridal sedan, their movements stiff and their steps eerily synchronized, hardly touching the ground, as if they were floating. On their faces were exaggerated, massive smiles, grinning from ear to ear, with their cheeks painted in two bright red circles. Upon closer inspection, they were four crudely made, brightly colored paper figures. The paper rustled and brushed against each other as they moved, their hollow eye sockets staring blankly ahead. Beside the sedan, a similarly crafted paper matchmaker swayed her body, her movements jerky as if pulled by invisible strings. She wore garish paper clothes and a giant red flower on her head, her smile identical to the bearer's, with her features painted on the pale paper, rigid and terrifying. In a strange and human tone, she elongated her voice, singing auspicious phrases: bride smiling, red sedan swaying, Yin Chao road leading to Ming Fu, forming a good bond for 100 good years. Groom wait, do not rush, send the beauty to meet. Under Huang Quan, pairing mandarin ducks forever together, yo ho ho. The bizarre pitch rising and falling echoed in the desolate graveyard, more painful to hear than a wail, each word carrying a chilling wind. The bridal sedan swayed gently with the bearer's stiff steps. Inside, Xia Weixu wore a heavy, intricate blood-red wedding gown adorned with a phoenix crown resembling an ancient bride. Yet beneath that splendor lay pure terror. Her mouth had been sewn shut with rough black threads, the stitches crooked and brutal, twisting her once beautiful lips into a painful and grotesque shape, with beads of blood long dried into a dark hue. Her eyes, too, were forcibly stitched shut with black threads, leaving only two jagged scars winding across her pale. She had not yet recovered from the earlier terror of being cleaved in two, and at this moment, she was unable to move, unable to make a sound, with only endless darkness before her. The bizarre joy from the outside, the paper matchmaker's piercing auspicious phrases, and the unsettling swaying of the sedan all morphed into a deeper fear, seeping into her very bones. She wanted to scream, to shout, but found that her tongue had been cut off at some point, leaving her only able to emit hoarse, desperate sounds. The bridal sedan creaked, making its way through the silent graveyard towards the deepest darkness, accompanied by the bizarre singing of the paper matchmaker lingering endlessly. Deep within the black mist, low, squat dwellings emerged in silence. Windows shattered, doors askew, like specters clawing up from the earth. Before the largest of these stood two enormous red lanterns, their candlelight flickering faintly in the gloom, casting an eerie glow upon the vivid crimson she-character affixed to the lintel, a jarring, unsettling beacon of false joy. Inside, crimson silks hung in disarray. Paper-cut she-characters clung to the broken window frames like pallid, lifeless faces. What should have been a festive setting exuded instead a chilling, funereal coldness beneath the trembling candlelight. In the empty courtyard before the house, shadowy figures stood, or rather appeared to stand, in dense motionless rows forming an impenetrable wall of onlookers gathered for the ceremony. Clad in faded archaic garments of varied hues, they shared identical faces, waxy, bloated, and deathly pale, as if long submerged in stagnant water utterly devoid of any trace of living warmth or blood. Each face wore a grotesquely wide, rigid grin, mouth stretched impossibly to the ears, revealing rows of stark white teeth, while hollow, sightless eyes stared forward with vacant, unblinking intensity. Though no mouth moved, congratulatory cries surged from all directions, layer upon layer oscillating between laughter and wailing, clinging like spectral vines. Congratulations, great joy. A match ordained by heaven. A century of harmony. Early prosperity with noble offspring. Congratulations to the groom. Felicitations to the bride. The voices were shrill and hollow, resonating with a droning, muffled echo, as though uttered not by living throats, but by countless souls whispering through thick sealed coffins. A bridal palanquin descended with a creaking groan before the main entrance. A paper-made matchmaker, her voice unnaturally sharp and inhuman, shrieked, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the bride step forth." The curtain was violently flung aside, unleashing a frigid, damp breath laced with mildew and the acrid scent of burning joss paper. Xia Weishue had no time to react. Before she could even draw breath, an icy, iron-hard hand seized her arm and yanked her brutally from the palanquin. She thrashed instinctively, but her sewn-shut lips could only emit stifled, agonized whimpers, feeble sounds instantly swallowed by the surrounding uncanny clamor. Two more glacial hands clamped down on her arms. Bridesmaids sent to escort her, clad in garish red paper gowns, their faces bearing the same ghastly pallor and erdoear grins as the assembled guests. Possessing unnatural strength, they dragged Xia Weishue forward, her feet barely brushing the ground, toward the threshold of the lantern-lit main hall. As the palanquin touched earth, she endured searing pain to force open her sutured eyelids, just a sliver. Her red bridal veil swayed violently. Through that narrow, restricted view, she glimpsed only uneven, muddy ground, and on either side countless stiff, bare or sandaled feet rooted in place. The hollow, echoing congratulations pursued her relentlessly, cold and invasive, flooding her ears. Dragged into the main hall, a thicker miasma of dust and decay assaulted her nostrils. A sudden, brutal strike to the backs of her knees sent her crashing onto a freezing reed mat with a dull thud. Almost simultaneously, another figure dropped heavily beside her, accompanied by a faint, gritty rustle of crumbling earth. "First bow to heaven and earth." The officiant's cry pierced the air, drawn out, shrill and twisted beyond human timbre, reverberating with ghostly resonance through the desolate, crumbling hall. An unyielding pressure pressed mercilessly upon her back, forcing her into obeisance. As her body bent low, Xia Weishue caught, through the narrow slit beneath her veil, a horrifying glimpse of the so-called groom's hand resting at his side. It was no hand at all. A sickly grayish-white, its skin drawn taut and desiccated, crisscrossed with large, dark, stone-like patches. Blackened, splintered nails protruded from joints grotesquely contorted, radiating the deep, subterranean chill of eternal burial. That single glance ignited boundless terror in Xia Weishue's chest, stealing her breath entirely. "Second bow to our honored elders." The distorted cry rang out again. Irresistible force compelled her to kneel and bow once more. Surrounding cheers crescendoed into a deafening, hollow cacophony. A century of harmony. Eternal unity. A mad, swirling drone within which Xia Weishue, like a shattered doll, was forced headfirst into this unspeakably horrific nuptial rite with a being steeped in earth and death. Bows to each other, the couple. Xia Weishue was shoved forward by iron grips on her shoulders, her spine bending sharply. With that bow, the distance between her and the groom collapsed. Within the cramped, veiled space, a suffocating stench erupted. Cloying sweetness of advanced decay blended with the damp, metallic reek of wet soil, nearly solid enough to choke her. Her stomach heaved violently. She retched dryly, but her lips, stitched tight with coarse thread, allowed only muffled, agonized groans. Tears flooded her vision. Through blurred, swollen eyes, she saw fat, pale maggots tumbling from the groom's rotted sleeve, some wriggling, even crawling onto the embroidered surface of her crimson bridal shoes. The ceremony is complete. The officiant's voice stretched into a glacial, funereal drone, like a death knell tolling in the void. The celebratory cries exploded, layered and monstrous. Not human voices now, but the shrieking laughter and wailing of countless tormented souls drilling into her skull, splitting her mind with unbearable agony. Like discarded cargo, she was hoisted by the two emotionless, supernaturally strong maids and hauled past the wavering, grinning crowd directly into the bridal chamber, walls plastered with she characters. She was slammed down onto the marriage bed, cold, hard, utterly devoid of warmth. Despair had turned her heart to ash. Yet one fragile ember of hope remained. Perhaps once the maids departed, she might find a sliver of escape. Yet the instant her body fully settled upon the bed's edge, an invisible glacial force seized her completely. She recoiled in horror. Her fingers would not twitch, her neck refused to turn, even the movement of her eyes grew sluggish and strained. She became a statue placed upon the nuptial bed. only her ragged breathing and frantic rolling eyes betraying life utterly sealed within this suffocating scarlet sea of she. Then without warning a cold mechanical voice, devoid of inflection or empathy, resounded inside her skull. Welcome player 994-5464 to the Dungeon Necronuptials. Dungeon Tier A. Objective, sever the marital bond with the ghost groom. Survive at all costs. Wishing you success from the Infinite Nightmare staff. System, let me out. I'm quitting. At the sound of that voice, Xia Weishue grasped it like the last straw in drowning depths, screaming inwardly, with every shred of terror and remorse, let Fang Jian release me. I was wrong. I beg her forgiveness. Wah. I truly know my error. Please, just let me go home. Her pleas dissolved into desperate silent sobs, echoing hollowly within her own mind. She was truly terrified, whether by the visceral horror of her previous demise sliced cleanly in two, or by the pervasive suffocating dread of this place her psyche had shattered utterly. All she craved now was escape from this accursed realm. Yet the frigid mechanical tone fell utterly silent after delivering its decree. No matter how she screamed, wept, or pleaded, no response came, leaving her to wonder if it had all been a hallucination born of pure, unadulterated terror. Creak. Just as despair consumed her entirely, the wooden door of the bridal chamber, plastered with a ghastly white sheet, groaned open with a sound that scraped raw against the nerves. A thicker wave of putrid stench flooded the room. He. Bride, I've come. The groom's slimy guttural voice. He shuffled forward, rubbing his hands, greenish-black necrotic patches blooming across broken weeping skin. His bulbous, swollen face, eyes nothing but milky white orbs, locked unblinkingly onto the immobilized Xia Weishue upon the bed. His grin-stretched ear dripped thick, yellowish mucus. The nauseating stench of decay coalesced into a tangible shroud, tightening around her with every step he took. Paralyzing fear tensed every muscle to breaking point. Even though bound by unseen force, she fought wildly, emitting choked bestial whimpers. Tears streamed down her temples, mingling with cold sweat, soaking her red veil. An icy, yielding hand finally brushed her chin, and in that instant the binding force vanished. Instinct overrode thought. Survival surged through her veins. Before her mind could catch up, her terror-fueled body acted. She drove her full weight into a vicious kick aimed at the groom looming over her. But her desperate blow struck his corpse-rigid frame like a kick against ancient petrified stone, failing to budge him an inch, only igniting his fury. Damn it, filthy bitch. Dares kick me. The groom glared down at the distinct footprint marring his official robe, his bruised, twisted face contorting into pure savage rage. He roared, a sound utterly alien, and lunged, his swollen blackened palms slashing through the air with a foul gust slamming across Xia Weishue's face. Slap. The impact sent stars exploding behind her eyes, her ears roaring with dissonant static. She crumpled sideways onto the frigid, unyielding bed, her cheek blazing with fire swelling rapidly. But this was only the beginning. Enraged beyond reason, the groom's cloudy, white-rimmed eyes blazed with murderous intent. He swept his gaze about the room and snatched up the golden wedding scale, meant to lift her veil, from beside the bed. Let me beat you to death. He shrieked, brandishing the heavy, ornate scale and swinging it down with brutal force upon the cowering Xia Weishue. The rigid rod, carrying a chill wind, crashed down upon her arms, spine, and legs, producing sickening muffled thud. Each blow seared her with excruciating pain, wrenching involuntary cries from her throat. Yet still it failed to quench the groom's wrath. He hurled the scale aside and mounted her, then rained blows with both rotting hands, slapping her face, pummeling her body, while spitting vile guttural curses. Through the narrow, swollen slit of her eyelids, Xia Weishue stared in utter despair at the groom straddling her. His face was a grotesque mass of greasy, sagging flesh, nearly swallowing his stubby neck, every inch marred by deep green or brownish-black necrotic blotches. His simian features were repulsively lewd. Sparse, yellowed teeth jutted from his gaping mouth. His nose was thin-hooked and decayed like a rotten bird's beak. His eye sockets held only blank, milky orbs fixed greedily and savagely upon her, reflecting back her own ashen, terrified visage. The fusion of utter ugliness and the stench of death coalesced into a suffocating terror pressing down upon her chest like a tombstone. Xia Weishue futilely shielded her head and face with her arms, trembling violently amid searing pain and soul-crushing dread. She endured this monstrous, cruel violation, inflicted by a thing long dead, amidst overwhelming stench and unrelenting brutality. Before she could even grasp the game's rules, Xia Weishue perished that very night upon the cold, hard marriage bed. Her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, her body a tapestry of wounds. Her crimson bridal gown hung in tatters, revealing flesh stripped of all intact skin. In her final moments, her eyes, swollen shut, yet still open a hair's breadth, reflected only the groom's leering, murderous, dead face. Beneath a sky of flawless blue and drifting white clouds, towering palace walls rose high, their vermilion gates opening one after another, dividing the world into two realms. Outside, quiet lanes, where carriages rarely passed. Inside, the imperial inner court, glittering glazed tiles catching the sun's soaring eaves, interlacing like dragon spines. A procession of small indigo-canopied carts slipped silently through a side gate. Their wheels ground monotonously over the palace's ancient flagstones, a heavy grinding rhythm that echoed like stone grating upon bone. One cart after another halted outside the immense vermilion walls. The sound lingered not like wood on stone, but like some vast unseen creature dragging something heavy and fleshy through the depths, slow, relentless, inevitable. Pale-faced eunuchs expressionless as carved wood silently drew back the curtains. 7 or 8 young women in matching light emerald palace robes descended one by one from the carts. The air hung thick with age, the scent of accumulated dust, withered blossoms, and a faint elusive odor that no blend of incense could mask the slow secret rot of something long buried. No one spoke. The wheels' grinding ceased. Silence descended, profound and terrifying, broken only by the thunderous pounding of their own hearts and the shallow, trembling breaths of those beside them. Eyes lowered, they nonetheless glimpsed with peripheral vision the dark, unidentifiable stains clinging to the base of the palace walls, and the stone-carved beast heads adorning the ramparts, their hollow eyes staring down silently, counting newly arrived souls. Footsteps approached from the depths of the eternal alley. Unervingly uniform, each stride measured with identical cadence, and weight precise, not as a living man walks, but as a clockwork automaton is wound. A matron appeared at the alley's mouth, clad in a deep indigo satin vest and a dark green horseface skirt. She appeared 50 years old, her face smooth and polished like lacquered wood, its wrinkles etched rather than grown, lifeless, inert. Most chilling were her eyes, not cold like winter ice, but utterly, irredeemably dead, devoid of any spark or reflection. When they fell upon the girls, it felt less like being seen and more like being catalogued. All present. Her voice was dry, flat, utterly devoid of inflection, yet it wrapped around each ear like cold, sticky silk. The newly selected concubines bowed their heads lower, still murmuring assent in trembling, near tearful voices. "Raise your heads," she commanded. A ruler materialized in her hand, silent, unseen until that moment. Its surface was dark and greasy, as if soaked in decades of sweat and oil, though its tip bore the faintest curve as though worn by repeated strikes against hard surfaces. Several girls flinched violently, jerking their heads up, necks rigid. The ruler's icy tip jabbed suddenly beneath one girl's jaw, forcing her face upward. The palace tolerates no shrinking, lifeless things. The matron's dead gaze swept over the girl's ashen face, but neither must the last flicker of life in your eyes dare to show itself. The ruler shifted to press lightly against another girl's trembling thigh. She nearly collapsed. "Stand firm. Should your footing falter here, you will neither hold your place nor walk away." Her tone remained level, yet the words "walk away" carried a glacial, lethal chill. "Remember those standing beside you," she withdrew the ruler, her voice echoing softly down the endless narrow alley, "and remember their faces. For in a few days you may forget them all." She began demonstrating the required posture. Turn, bow, step. Her joints moved with eerie, frictionless fluidity, like a puppet guided by invisible silk threads, precise, graceful, yet utterly devoid of human warmth. The ruler occasionally descended without sound, tapping different points on their bodies, not with wood, but with a sensation like a shard of ice or the cold, scaled brush of a reptile, sending chills racing across their spines. The sky above the high walls narrowed to a thin, sickly blue strip. Sunlight never reached the alley floor, only a cold wind whispering from unseen fissures curled around their ankles, moaning low, a sound that might have been wind or something else. The concubines stood pale and rigid, mimicking her motions, mechanically feeling as though their limbs belonged to another. The girl at the very end looked especially wan, dazed, her spirit seemingly unmoored, yet still forcing herself to follow the motions. This was Xia Weishua, freshly emerged from her prior dungeon. To endure longer within these walls, the matron's dead gaze slowly traversed their ranks. "You must cease to be yourself and become something else. Speak little. Act with caution. Be content. Know your place. That is enough for today." After a long pause, she turned abruptly, the deep indigo of her robe merging seamlessly with the alley's profound shadows, as if she had always been part of that darkness. "Etch today's rules into your mind. Fuse them into your flesh and blood." Her voice drifted from the encroaching gloom ahead, emotionless, yet thick with malice. "Tomorrow you will pay homage to the various masters and mistresses. Do not for lack of discipline forfeit your life." The concubines drew a breath of air so cold it burned, dense, heavy, laden with the oppressive weight of centuries and stifling silence. They forced their leaden legs forward, muscles screaming with the ache of terror and prolonged rigidity, following the slender indigo-clad figure vanishing into the swallowing dark. Their footsteps were swallowed whole by the thick, damp flagstones, producing only a muffled, dragging shuffle, a sound utterly alien to the living. Step by step they advanced deeper into the palace's unknown, ever-darkening core, like prey drawn into the pulsing, constricting throat of a colossal beast. Behind them, the eternal alley, long and profoundly silent, seemed to stir the moment the last pair of figures vanished around the distant shadow-choked bend. Wrapped in absolute stillness, the rigid lines of the towering vermilion walls softened, growing strangely viscous and pliant. With infinite slowness and utter silence they inched inward, like the closing jaws of some unimaginably vast entity, sealing the path behind them with perfect, seamless finality, extinguishing even the last sliver of daylight, leaving only total, consuming void. Xiao Weishua lay motionless in her newly assigned chamber when a cold mechanical voice echoed abruptly in her ears. Welcome player 994-5464 to the Dungeon Chronicles of Palace Survival, Dungeon Rank S. Primary objective: survive 3 months within the Imperial Harem. Secondary objective: ascend to the position of Empress. Having already died twice, she gripped the edge of her quilt until her fingernails nearly pierced her palms. Yet in that instant, a faint fragile relief flickered within her. Death was unspeakably terrifying. Even now, as she reopened her eyes, phantom pain seeped through every limb, and an unrelenting dread still coiled around her very bones. This time the sole objective was survival. If she remained vigilant, exquisitely cautious, could she finally, curling beneath the silken quilt, Xiao Weishua clung to that thought with ravenous desperation, as though grasping the last ember of hope. The searing memories of her 2 previous deaths still scorched her nerves, and her body and soul could bear no more torment. And so began her perilous existence within the palace, like treading upon thin ice. On the second day, she joined the other imperial consorts in training for formal audiences, with the palace concubines deliberately positioning herself at the very back, head bowed low, striving to vanish into invisibility. Consequently, she was assigned to serve concubine Lu, a neglected, unfavored consort. On the third day, she and another trainee learned palace etiquette within Fang Jian Pavilion, concubine Lu's residence. The matron's voice drifted in and out like distant thunder, yet Xiao Weishua forced herself to memorize concubine Lu's preferences and taboos. Meanwhile, the other trainee kicked irritably at her hem, openly bristling with impatience. Xiao Weishua silently edged half a step away. Here in this carnivorous world, even the slightest indiscretion could stain the floor with blood. By dawn of the 4th day, she allowed herself a fleeting sigh of relief. So far, all had remained calm. Until that afternoon, when the same trainee seized her sleeve and pleaded desperately for her to cover night duty. Xiao Weishua hesitated. Yet fearing resentment, she reluctantly acquiesced amid tearful entreaties. Night duty was desolate. The dripping of the water clock shattered the silence. Hugging her knees on the veranda outside the hall, Xiao Weishua fought fiercely against overwhelming drowsiness, until just as her eyelids began to close, a sharp, piercing scream tore from the inner chambers. Her heart clenched. Without thought, she stumbled violently through the door. Candles flared wildly, casting frantic shadows, revealing 2 entwined figures upon the bed. Concubine Lu lay naked and lifeless amid brocaded quilts, while a disheveled man straddled her chest. Most horrifying was the dagger buried deep in concubine Lu's breast, the crimson droplets rolling slowly down its gleaming blade. The man atop her whirled around his robe, askew eyes blazing with murderous fury. Xiao Weishua froze, paralyzed not by shock, but by the chilling familiarity of death. A despair branded, and she turned to flee, but the man seized her throat in a crushing grip. In the next breath, the dagger, still slick with warm blood, pierced her heart without mercy. In the year 4056, every living organism on Earth underwent a catastrophic mutation, compelled to hunt, devour, and eradicate all weaker life forms. For months, global scientists and physicians labored without rest, yet uncovered neither cure nor origin of the mutation. Ultimately, they named the cataclysm Species Evolution. Welcome players to the Dungeon Species Evolution, Dungeon Rank SSS. Total participants, 300. Survivors allowed 1. Ahawk, my face. My face. A shriek raw and jagged enough to tear the air itself erupted from the end of a desolate, crumbling street. Xiao Weishua collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably as she stared at her reflection in a stagnant puddle. Was that face truly hers? Her once smooth skin had warped into grotesque topography. Lumpy, pulsating tumors clustered densely, like rotting fruit, purplish-black, and variegated in size, crawling from her forehead down to her jawline, and even up her neck. One tumor swelled so monstrously it nearly sealed her right eye shut. Her left eye was grotesquely displaced, her mouth twisted downward. Her entire visage resembled a horror mask, crumpled and haphazardly reassembled by unseen hands. Trembling, she raised her hand. Her fingertip brushed her cheek and recoiled instantly at the clammy, icy sensation. A tumor oozed thick, yellowish fluid. She snatched her hand back while rising in her throat. Worse still was her back. A massive, throbbing tumor pressed heavily against her spine, pulsing rhythmically with each breath, as if alive. It radiated warmth and a sickening sense of undulation, as though another abominable life, parasitic and sentient, grew slowly within her. No, impossible. This isn't me. This isn't me. In utter collapse, she clawed at her cheeks, desperate to rip away the revolting growths. Yet each tug sent bolts of agony through her skull, accompanied by wet, visceral resistance, as if the tumors had fused irrevocably with her flesh and nerves. Despair flooded her like glacial tide. The face she once cherished, now a grotesque visage she could not. Her throat constricted, sobs fractured into ragged, guttural whimpers. She curled into a shuddering knot upon the pavement, her world dissolving utterly in that moment. She refused to live like this. Ugly, monstrous, unrecognizable. This wasn't her. This wasn't her. Ahawk, run. Fang Jian, the madwoman, is coming. The shriek cleaved the silence. In an instant, the empty street erupted into panicked chaos, a stampede of terrified humanity. Shit. It's only been 1 day since the dungeon began, and she's already reached level 4. There are only 9 evolution tiers total. You're just finding out. She attacked indiscriminately from the moment she entered. In a single day, she slaughtered an entire city, left it hollow. I barely escaped with my life, and now I've run straight into her again. What rotten luck. Wah, don't eat me. Don't eat me. My mutation is stink bug. My flesh reeks. I'm inedible. Ugh, help me. No, don't. Screams and gut-churning crunches merged into one nauseating chorus. Everyone sprinted blindly, glancing back in terror at the colossal whip-like tentacles surging from behind. Xiao Weishue staggered under the violent surge of fleeing bodies. Dazed, she rose, only to be shoved aside with brutal force by the lead fugitive. Fuck off, ugly freak. Get out of my way. Die on your own. Don't drag me down. She crashed sideways into a broken wall, her shoulders slamming against cold concrete. Pain flared, yet she felt nothing. Her pupils contracted violently as she locked eyes on the approaching figure, raging hatred scorching her reason to ash. Her nails dug deep into her palms. Between clenched teeth, she ground out the name Fang Jian. Behind them loomed a titanic purple octopus, towering dozens of stories high, its hundreds of suckered fanged tentacles thrashing wildly. Buildings crumbled, streets split open beneath its advance. Upon its writhing, pulsating crown sat a throne forged from sinew and raw flesh, upon which lounged Fang Jian had entered mid-stage mutation. Her raven hair had become a writhing mass of serpents, hissing softly, their vertical pupils gleaming with cold malice. Her features remained breathtakingly exquisite, yet marred by shifting violet-black sigils that slithered across her pallid skin like living things faintly throbbing beneath the surface. From jawline to collarbone, fine black scales shimmered with metallic luster. Her entire body was encased in obsidian-hard, chitinous armor of the abyss. Most chilling of all was the single ruby-red eye embedded in her sternum, its pupils swirling with molten fire, scanning the carnage below with glacial indifference. Her arms had mutated into scaled draconic claws, razor-sharp fingertips, elbow spurs jutting like spear. From her lower spine extended a thick armored tail, covered in hardened scales, idly thumping against the fleshy throne beneath her. She reclined lazily, propping her chin upon one hand, her eyes, utterly void of scara, pure obsidian, surveying the fleeing masses with sadistic amusement. Suddenly she tilted her head, as if hearing Xiao Weishue's cry, and gazed with unnerving precision directly at her cowering form in the rubble. Their eyes met. A grotesque smile stretched Fang Jian's lips, revealing rows of serrated shark-like teeth. Xiao Weishue saw that mocking grin, and fury detonated behind her eyes. It was her. She was the architect of this ruin. She deserved death. She must die. Rage surged like venomous vines, causing the tumor on Xiao Weishue's back to pulse violently, swelling visibly before her eyes. It secreted torrents of hormones, overloading her nervous system, hurling her irrevocably into madness. Fang Jian, die. Eyes blazing crimson, Xiao Weishue screamed hoarsely, snatched a rusted iron rod, and charged forward, reckless, unstoppable, consumed. But in the next heartbeat, the maw at the tip of a colossal tentacle snapped shut with a wet, crushing thunder. Xiao Weishue was severed cleanly at the waist, her upper half collapsing onto the street, blood arching like rain. She did not even have time to cry out. Yet as her ruined torso struck the ground, her massive dorsal tumor detached with sudden violence. It devoured her remaining half in seconds, veins swelling, pulsing. Then from its gory surface, 2 clouded, ravenous eyes snapped open. With a shudder it rolled swiftly into the shadowed ruins, vanishing without trace. Xiao Weishue ran endlessly upon a Mobius strip of fate, an infinite loop of nightmares, suffocating her breath, eroding her will to survive, dimming her soul to embers. Unseen in the deepest shadows, a pair of eerie, concentric eyes watched it all unfold. They observed Xiao Weishue's soul fading, until deep within its core a faint black luminescence appeared, the identification system bound to her spirit. Starved of energy, the system prepared for detachment, to abandon its host before mutual annihilation. Hidden in darkness, Fang Jian watched the black light intensify. A silent, cruel smile curved her lips. Silver threads of soul energy spiraled from her fingertips, woven in silence into an invisible, inescapable net. Within the dungeon, Xiao Weishue died once more. Her soul flickered, translucent, frail as a dying candle. The identification system sighed soundlessly. Its duty fulfilled, yet its host remained irredeemable. Without hesitation, it initiated extraction. Extraction protocol activated. System detaching. 10 system detaching. 50 system detaching. 100 detachment complete. Before the final tone faded, the black orb, freshly freed, slammed headlong into Fang Jian's shimmering silver net. Identification system. Who is that? Utterly unprepared, it thrashed wildly, desperate to tear a rift through the mesh and flee. Fang Jian merely lifted her hand, drawing the trapped orb into her palm. Gazing down at the violently trembling sphere, her expression was glacial. A filament of silver soul light coalesced at her fingertip and lashed forth like a whip. Crack! The soul whip struck. Searing agony convulsed the orb, its struggles intensifying. Yet blow after blow fell, unrelenting, until its resistance waned then ceased. Its surface dissolved into chaotic flickering code. When she judged it subdued, Fang Jian spoke calmly, "System." Instantly a voice responded from within her mind. A bright yellow orb leapt forth, eagerly lunging toward the subdued black sphere. Suddenly a wide, grinning mouth yawned open across its center, and with a cheerful yum, it swallowed the black orb whole. The system instantly doubled in size. Power surged through it, rich and intoxicating. It sprawled across Fang Jian's palm, patting its rounded belly with tiny line-drawn hands, radiating blissful contentment. Its volume swelled twofold, torrents of power roared within its core. Lying supine on Fang Jian's palm, it patted its belly with delicate schematic hands, letting out a deep, satisfied sigh. Just as it attempted to rise and bow in reverence, chaos erupted. Black blotches bloomed across its golden surface, the last desperate counterattack of the assimilated identification system assaulting its core essence. Master, save me. My stomach, it burns. It burns. It's eating me alive. Help the system. Help me. Save me. Save me. Fang Jian watched the system writhe and wail, clutching its belly, its code flickering chaotically. A faint twitch tugged at her temple. She'd anticipated incompetence, but not this. A near-dead system had nearly overthrown her own. With no choice, she gathered soul energy at her fingertip and gently began massaging the system's distended abdomen to aid digestion. As the system completely devoured and digested the identification system, Jiang Xu's body, suspended in midair, finally lost its support and fell to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. The hatred and resentment that once burned in her eyes were now completely extinguished, leaving only a hollow. After countless cycles of torment, her soul had long reached the brink of dissolution, now reduced to a shell that merely maintained basic life signs. Ding! Unseal 5-minute time limit has expired, deducting 1000 points. The alert sounded in his mind, and Fang Jian's originally enigmatic eyes returned to normal. From Jiang Xu's sudden attack to her becoming a soulless vegetative shell, the entire process had only taken. Fang Jian lowered his gaze, looking at the visibly swollen yellow light orb in his palm. The system was contentedly rolling back and forth in her hand, surrounded by a halo of newly absorbed power, looking immensely pleased. A chilling coldness flickered in her eyes. She had originally intended to bind the system while it was busy devouring the identification system. However, the net woven from her soul vanished instantly upon contact with the system. It wasn't that Fang Jian's soul power was too weak. Even in her original infinite world, her soul's strength was enough to instill fear in specialized evil cultivators. The only reasonable explanation was that her soul power was deemed of the same origin by the system. This meant that the light orb rolling in her palm was not the system's true form, but its essence still lurked deep within her soul, undetected until now. Tisk, it was a waste of her carefully laid plans and the expenditure of so many points. However, it was not entirely fruitless. At least Fang Jian had clarified the symbiotic relationship between herself and the system. The system was essentially a program installed on her soul, operating by extracting her soul power, while the method of updating the program was through the power gained from hunting other systems. After the system's upgrade, it could provide the host with more conveniences, from unlocking higher-tier items in the shop to enabling real-time detection functions of other strategists. Therefore, after the upgrade, Fang Jian suddenly found many new functions unlocked in her mind, some useful, some less so. The subtle feeling of irritation in Fang Jian's heart surged again. She looked at the oblivious yellow light orb still wriggling comfortably in her hands, suddenly bringing her palms together to wrap it, and then squeezed it hard. Host. Wah. The system was instantly squished, emitting a series of distorted electronic wails, and the smooth surface of the light orb even burst with a few chaotic pixels. Only when Fang Jian felt her pent-up frustration dissipate slightly did she release her grip. Seizing the opportunity, the system swiftly slipped away with a whoosh, rolling back into the depths of her mind, fleeing quickly, as if afraid of being caught and vented upon again. Fang Jian retracted her hand, her gaze sweeping over the lifeless shell of Jiang Xu on the ground, feeling utterly disinterested. The system, however, was overjoyed at the plethora of new functions unlocked after the upgrade, and the resentment from Fang Jian nearly squishing its vessel dissipated in an instant. Wah. Actually, when its host wasn't abusing it, she was quite good to it. Tears of frustration flowed from the corners of the system's mouth. After fiddling around in Fang Jian's mind, the system finally adapted to most of the new functions and excitedly rushed in front of Fang Jian to take credit. Wow. Host, we have so many new functions available. Although Unseal emptied our entire savings, the system upgrade also rewarded us with 200 points and a bunch of item cards. Thinking of the expensive points spent on the Unseal skill, the system felt a pang of heartache, as it still contained its hard-earned stash. However, the effects of Unseal truly justified its cost. As the name suggests, Unseal is meant to lift certain restrictions on the host. The system recruits hosts from various small worlds, including powerful beings like Fang Jian from the supernatural or cultivation realms. When they leave their original world and arrive in a new one, their various abilities are automatically sealed by the world's consciousness. Taking Fang Jian as an example, no matter how strong her powers were in her previous infinite world, Upon entering this world, all her powers seem to be sealed by an invisible film forcing her to live like an ordinary person here. The skill Unseal is akin to temporarily installing a faucet on the sealed power. The flow of water depends entirely on the current level of the system. Also, the current system level is too low, resulting in the double pupils failing to unleash even 1,000th of its power. Otherwise, Xiao Weixue would never have had the chance to reincarnate. Her soul would have dissipated the moment she died in the first instance. The skill Unseal can only be used once at each level and can only take effect on the target, who is also a strategy. If one wants to use it again, they must upgrade. As the system level increases, the points required to use the Unseal skill will also rise. Thus, this skill is very special. It makes the strong stronger and the weak